Shine on the beat.
Welcome to the 2025 Latin America International Championships. The first international event of the season is back in Sao Paulo, where trainers are reuniting with friends,
oh my God, we're
trading
back.
cards, battling, and enjoying all the event's activities. But for many, it's all about locking in the automatic invite to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. Since 2017, the International Championships have been a cornerstone of the competitive season,
Oh, it's gone already.
consistently attracting the world's top trainers.
Guys,
for
it's not
thrilling
looking good
high-stakes
today.
battles.
Are we
Last
more
year,
sane now?
Brazil's
We
own
are for now,
LAIC
but
Rajev made history by claiming the Pokemon Go LAIC 2024
I don't know.
championship, securing a second consecutive trophy for the region.
That's the best memory I have right now, maybe in my life. It's amazing.
Here comes the Ice Punch. Rajev, a smile on his face. He can't believe it, and he is our 2024 Latin America International Champion.
And this year, there's something new. Pokemon Unite makes its debut.
Pokemon
at
Unite.
LAIC.
Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champion.
The big question on everyone's mind, who will be crowned the first ever Pokemon Unite LAIC champion this weekend? In the TCG division, Juho Kalama from Finland secured his first tournament win last year, one of the hardest things he's done in his career.
This event marks like the first big achievement I've ever made. Like I get confidence from this.
And last but not least, Italian Marco Silva beat out the competition to take home the LAIC 2024 VG trophy in a stunning performance.
Takes the final KO. Marco Humberto Galadora Silva is your 2024 Latin America International Champion.
It's just that easy.
Definitely drives me the most, since it's probably one of the best feelings in the world.
The title of international champion is a badge of honor, and we can't wait to see
It's a
who
badge
wins
of
the top
honor.
prize. Stay tuned to find out who.
Huge shield the lead to no! A huge no shield!
Whoa! Gardevoir Unite! I'm a basin. Charges up the NTB.
Good morning, good morning.
Ultimate target.
4-0 Luminosity, Nouns 5-0. Is that what the groups are? It makes sense. I could see that. "10 hours to show 2 games? I sure hope not. I don't think I'll survive today.
Bon dia, buenos dias, and good morning to all trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans around the world. I am Sophia, and welcome to day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon Latin America International Championships live from São Paulo.
I'm Pablo, and we cannot wait to get day 2 underway.
Let's
as we're in
go.
for a phenomenal weekend of Pokemon action.
That's right. Day 1 was full of surprises, and you owe it to yourself to rewatch it when you have the chance. But today, the competition is even stiffer. So make sure to tune in here with
it
us
is.
today for more Pokemon Go,
I don't know what that means, I'm
Pokemon
sorry.
Unite, Pokemon the trading card game, and Pokemon video game.
In Pokemon Go, Martogalle and Out of Pocket have secured their spots on the winner's side of the bracket. But reigning LAIC champion LNDS Rajev is looking to defend his title from the loser side of the bracket.
In Pokemon Unite, DreamHack Esports, Fusion, and the 2 times champions Luminosity Gaming have made it to day 2, but competition will definitely be up.
Did they say
there
nouns?
when
I didn't
you
hear
still
nouns.
have the potential to win the first
I feel like they didn't say
time
nouns.
for the Pokemon Unite LAIC Championship.
And in Pokemon TCG, we have Fabricio Inga
I'm still waking up, though.
Jackson Ford, and Brazil's own Leonardo Wellbridge have secured commanding positions in day 2 after going undefeated on the first day of competition.
In Pokemon VG,
Now it's not
former
mentioned they hate
international
you.
champions Eric Rios and Ashton Cox, as the only 2 undefeated players, made it to day 2, and the reigning LAIC champion Marco Silva is on the path to a potential back-to-back championship.
No one can predict who
2
will
local
survive
teams
today's
plus World
tournament
Champ.
and advance to Championship Sunday.
They said
But
they
one
did
thing's for
DreamHax.
sure, everyone watching will be on the edge of their seats, ready to witness every
Didn't they
moment
say YouTube?
unfold.
Let's not forget, championship points are still a major
They said
prize,
Fusion.
as every trainer aims to qualify for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. And this weekend, many will walk away with a share of the $500,000 prize pool.
And a big thank you to all the staff, judges, production crew, and everyone else whose hard work and dedication have made this
Lines
event
on how many
such a
games we see
great
today?
success so far.
Now, I know you're ready to find out who will be taking the title of the Latin America
think.
International Championship. But let's get this show underway.
I'm gonna go
Costas,
12.
It's with you.
12.5 games today.
Hello
everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are on our first stop of the season, live in Sao Paulo, Brazil for LAIC. So much is on the line this weekend. Pokemon Unite will be at our first championship Sunday tomorrow.
They're best of threes today.
Is going to be absolutely
Damn, Spraggles is sparkling.
I'm Spraggles, your content cowboy here. Yeehaw! I'm joined by the one and only Doobsnacks. Hello, Doobsnacks.
I can't wait to get day 2 underway. I said today was the day that the work begins for these teams. We've got top 12 going through, and we're kicking off today Plaga versus Exile Team.
Yeah, this is going to be so exciting. Day 1, we had best of ones in a group stage, and the teams that were the cream of the crop made their way through here to day 2. Now, we have a lot of teams.
I thought it was 2 teams out of groups.
First seeds, and they're sitting pretty in their top 8.
They are.
We have a few teams that are battling through this top 12 bracket to get an opportunity to face them, and that's what we're going to start with here today. Again, unlike yesterday, it's not just one bite at the apple. These are best of 3s. Let's talk a little bit about this $25,000 prize pool.
So they've already made $400 each. Not bad.
Here on the line, you can see how that's split out with the individual allocations.
What's the capital of Brazil?
On this page is that #1 spot. That champion of
Brasilia.
LAIC will be getting a direct invite.
You think I'm not cultured, bro?
Yeah, this is the biggest reward possibly of the season outside maybe AL's.
You know, they specifically made the capital of Brazil. They manufactured it. And if you look at a bird's eye view of it, it looks like a plane.
What they've got. Let's take a look here at our World Championship invitations for the regions that we follow. North America gets 3 teams. Europe gets 3 teams. Latin America North, Latin America South, 3 teams and 2 teams respectively. Brazil gets 2 teams, and Oceania, 1 team heading to Worlds.
Feels like I told you that before. Yeah, that actually is where I learned it.
Down right there, of course, the ACL is going to bring some other invitations. We've got mainland China.
I did learn it from you.
They're going to be seeing them at Worlds, possibly
I remembered, so
and NAIC, depending on how that decides to be shaken.
Think about that.
Uniting the world. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I mean, it's so incredible seeing so many different regions come together, and we have a ton here in this tournament.
3 games every round instead of 1. True.
A ton of amazing Brazilian teams here. We have Latin America North, South, NA, EU.
Some would say it looks like Ho-Oh. True.
To compete, and we're going to see a ton of them here today. I think some of the big news from this tournament, obviously, is how well Brazil is doing. So many of their teams moving forward. Also, we have huge names that you may know if you've been watching the Championship Series. We have the newly reformed Luminosity that's looking a lot like the World Championship team that won twice in a row. We've got Nouns. We've got Team YT is here. It's just really exciting, Doobsnacks.
It really is. Let's talk about how yesterday broke down here. In Group A, Tuesday Esports sitting 4-1 on the top of the pile. DreamMax Esports 4-1, Exile Team 4-1. And I believe how those tiebreakers worked out between those teams with similar records is actually DreamMax.
All 3 NA teams qualified?
Yeah. And therefore, Tuesday Esports has to play in this first round. DreamMax getting that first seed.
Yeah, Tuesday
Luminosity getting the easy groups yet again.
We're going to take a look at our bracket. Luminosity sitting pretty in that top 8, as well as DreamMax, Fusion, of course, and Nouns Esports. And we're looking at our decider games.
As they should. They should make it out of the groups.
Team YT versus Team Growth, 2 NA teams right there. Plaga, Exile Team, which we're going to be watching first, and then Tuzzy Esports, Goldenrod Strikers. So you can see how the winner of these games will filter into the upcoming games here. I don't know if there's a side
okay, so 1 seed's actually kind of nice, right?
When you got Fusion and now
basically a bye
side of the bracket, I'm a little more worried about that, honestly. I'd rather be hanging out up top, I think.
Yeah, I mean, real quick, Team YT, Team Growth, both NA teams, NA eliminating NA. And on the bottom 2 pairs we just saw there, Tuesday and Goldenrod, 2 Brazilian teams.
Tuzzy isn't top of DreamMax. They're in the same group, and that's when they did the
I'd rather be on the top
3-way tie based on points.
Right now.
Actually, that'd be pretty great.
Because even if you got a first seed, I mean, you're squaring off against DreamMax, so YT or Team Growth needs to square off against, you know, one of the Brazilian favorites.
I mean, all the semis are good.
You have to go square off. We've got Luminosity, and honestly, the Code and Bad Dreams, we saw them play some games yesterday. Of course, they fought hard to qualify for today, but of the teams that have made into the A2, we can maybe make the argument those were 2 of the more shaky teams throughout the games that they've played yesterday.
Yep, they might make something happen here today. Let's take a look at what our format is going to look like today.
Welcome to the 2025 Latin America International Championships, broadcasting live from the vibrant city of Sao Paulo, Brazil. This weekend,
Why did I stop with the connection game on Twitter?
Are gathering to vie
it was
for
getting
a
hard to
share of
make.
over $500,000 in total.
As with all things,
and
the nice things are fun, and then people's negativity makes it no fun.
2025 in Anaheim, California.
People complaining like, oh, this one was way too easy. This one was way too hard.
On day one, the group stage will commence, where up to 32 teams will be placed.
This one technically wouldn't this answer be also right?
Teams remain. On day two,
and it's like, well, no, you were wrong actually. Paralich doesn't get invincible with Phantom Force. He becomes, he like phases and becomes untargetable. But he's not invincible. It's different.
Which will both be best of 5. And new
but no, it's just it's just hard to make it every day. I'll make them every now and then though.
First ever official appearance on Championship Sunday, where our 2 finalists will compete in a tournament deciding best of 5 set. We're about to kick off the inaugural LAIC Pokemon Unite event, so stay tuned all weekend long to catch every electrifying moment live and find out who will take home the title of Latin America International Champion.
Right past me. We are going to find out who our LAIC champion will be live Championship Sunday tomorrow. So
show them in Discord. Yeah, I think I post them in Discord sometimes.
Right now on Twitch and YouTube. Tomorrow we will be on the main Pokemon channel. Just /Pokemon over there. So make sure to be there.
Dig Garchomp.
That is great. We have all these.
I don't remember how Dig Garchomp works. Maybe I think Dig Garchomp might make you invincible.
Hopefully, is the interview that we have on
I'm not too. I'm not 100 on that.
Day 2 here at LAIC. Let's send it over to the stage.
Fraggles and Dube Snacks, I am here on stage with our first set of competitors. We got Exile Team versus Plaga. Energy's pretty high among these 2 players. I'm excited to get into it. All right, we got Kane Lance here on my left. Kane Lance, it has been a pretty intense day of matches in day number 1. How good does it feel to be in day 2 and, you know, defending your home turf here in Brazil?
I mean, it feels great to be representing our country here in our home turf. We are coming from a triple tie on the group stage. So it just goes to show that the Brazilian teams are coming in very strong, and it just feels very exciting to be here.
Okay, a lot of local talent. That's exciting. Now I've also got Texas here from Plaga, a very intense day 1. How good does it feel to be in day 2 for you, Texas?
Pues agotador, estuvo la verdad muy deli y la verdad nos sentimos motivados porque creo que hay mucha raza que nos está apoyando.
Yeah, I agree.
So he says day 1 was exhausting, but he feels really excited because he has a lot of support from the players.
Awesome, awesome. Good vibes on this side of the stage. It's good to hear. Kane Lance, this is a very tough opponent in front of you in terms of choice. This was kind of came down to all that's available, 2 very tough opponents to play in this first round. Any specific strategies to play into Plaga?
So we know that they really like to play in their comfort zone, and we're a team that likes to adapt a lot. So based on that, we're going to try to take some things away from them that they like to play and, you know, throw them a spin that they're not really expecting.
All right, some surprise strategies. That's exciting. Texas, same question for you. Any specific strategies for Exiled Team?
No hacer que se sientan como en casa y obviamente creer en nosotros mismos.
He said they are not going to let them feel like they are home and play like they are themselves.
All right, home turf being taken away. It's going to be an awesome match. Good luck to our competitors.
Back to you, Spanish? Casters. Oh, like when he was going English? Lol.
All right, well there you have
Didn't
it.
Texas play weird Blissey build yesterday? Yeah, he did.
On the big stage. I cannot wait to get things underway here at LAIC.
Hopefully he doesn't do that again.
It's going to be a big day, Dube Snacks. By the end of today, you will know who is heading into our grand finals. I got there. Oh, I got there.
You got there. You got there. I love, you know what, we're going to make you feel like you're not playing at home. I loved that energy. We're taking a look here at Plaga, of course. We're taking a look across the way here for this team profile from the LATAM North region.
Yeah, Don Lux, Froy, Jax Forever, Kira, Mexoli. I think these are a lot of players.
Isn't Mexoli their sub?
By other names before.
I think Texas is on their main roster.
America North, a brutal team to run.
Mexoli's a streamer. I don't think I think he's their sub.
On the other side, it's true. Exiled is talking about how good.
I got that guy into the Pokemon Center in Japan.
And again, to their credit, there's like that's just.
He was like lost, and then he walked up to me. He's like, "Oh my God, it's Inder." He's like, "Bro, my friends ditched me. Can I join you for the Pokemon Center?" And I was like, "Well, I do have an extra spot." And he's like, "I have TTV on my fantasy thing to win," and I was like, "No, you don't. You're just lying to me." And then he's like, no, I'll prove it. And he took a Switch out of his bag, or no, on his phone.
We're gonna like target ban the Mimikyu, but
and then he had us top 3. He didn't have us number 1.
Sneak a ban. Like,
so I was like, okay, you can join us.
All of that, right? But I love the energy of saying they've got their comfort picks. We're not gonna let him get comfortable. And then from the other side,
he's I think he's a Facebook streamer.
Like, it feels like they're at home.
But he did lie, yeah, but it's okay.
For you, Brazil, right now. So this is gonna be tough.
Which is wild energy to throw out there, but you got to bring that type of energy if you want to find yourself as the LAIC champion.
Absolutely, and all these teams have something to prove, and more than having something to prove, the winner
hazard.
of this all, we've talked about it a lot.
We're gonna pretend like yesterday didn't happen.
Favorite thing about this tournament, the winner of
face streaming is not a thing anymore. Oh, maybe it's gone now. He was then last year.
To ACL to battle it out, and with how good Japan did when they
Today's until 2 teams remain. Yeah,
I really want us to show up and show up.
This is the real day one.
You know, we know those ACL finals do have a world spot on the line, and it would be so nice to take one of those away from the region with the reigning world champion, you know, potentially involved there. So I love this possibility. I love this cross-pollination that we have between kind of the Eastern Circuit.
Getting the bracket? You can link it if you have it.
Being able to take away a world spot from the opposing kind of part of the world is huge. And Kabi-chan's almost did it at at EUIC last year.
Yeah, the international competition leading up to Worlds, I think, is so exciting. We get to see the regions individually, and now
I pinned it.
Throughout the season, we have these moments where they clash.
Yeah.
And it's really cool to see because I think AOS Cup was a huge wake-up call for NA, for EU, for all of these teams. And we're going to see if ACL might have a big
updated bracket. Wait, what did they change?
We'll have mainland China teams there. We also will have a Western team there. That tournament will be insane. And this is the start of our season.
Oh,
this is
well, this match is no. This is Plaga Exiled.
Say Doob Snacks. And here we go with our first ban from the side of Plaga being the Zacian.
Yeah, okay, they have Texas now.
Maridon hovered by Exile team and quickly picked. And if you're exiled, you got to be thinking
Plaga with growth.
Heavy selection for Plaga, and they're going to eliminate.
But even Plaga's playing right now.
Darkrai is our possible final ban from Exiled. We've seen a lot of teams on the second slot here.
That's what the bracket says.
They do not want it to go over to.
Was that what it was before?
Darkrai does get the ban, and now we're going to see how Plaga wants.
All right, Umbreon's up.
I agree, by the way, with Blaziken and Maridon.
Yeah.
Blaziken looked absolutely insane yesterday, and Maridon, Toon Slim on Maridon looked
good
like
Umbreon,
an
man.
Absolute superstar. It showed why this thing used to have an EX tag, maybe still needs it, as Umbreon goes first.
Umbreon, again, premium defender, but quickly snatched.
Leafeon Blissey, maybe?
Exile team does not want to let that fall.
Pika, ooh. Okay. I mean, I guess their thought process is that they will get either Umbreon or they'll get either Blissey or Hoopa. So they're not too crazed about picking it. But I think with Leafeon, Blissey is a lot better. Because Leafeon, Blissey ult on the Leafeon is obviously really strong. But Blissey ult to counter Leafeon ult is also really strong, right? Like Blissey's good into Leaf and good with it. So in this draft line, I think you would prioritize Blissey a little bit more. Yeah, obviously Umbreon has the ability to steal your shield, but I still think it's worth it to be Blissey.
Now that might actually become a support Mew, something we've seen literally yesterday out of Luminosity. So.
Yeah, we'll see these.
Okay, Mew, Mamo, so a little bit of fenneling.
We've got Lucario as a possibility.
With Pika, though, is a little awkward.
And Inteleon is a possibility from Jax. You know, Inteleon actually felt like it was doing pretty well yesterday, and we do have the Garchomp.
Intel's a solid pick here. The only problem with Intel is it can be really annoying to take down Mamo.
Yeah, they're
if Mamo just jumps on your head, right? You like do know you won't take it down. But they have Saralege and Garchomp, so should be okay.
The grassroots scene up until this point.
Now we have our players getting ready, switching
Yeah, I much prefer Plaga's comp, but I don't think either comp is like that wildly different. The big things that didn't get drafted this game are Hoopa, which means right side team is like actually full support Mew, right? They have no healer to kind of offset that. Obviously that means no Eld as well. There's one other big pick that went undrafted, Mimikyu. No Mimikyu here.
You and I have been playing it a ton.
Yeah, it's a really fun
I think Mimikyu.
Another Pokemon that should have.
I think Mimikyu with the Leafeon would have been really good. I would have liked to see that.
The fact that it's only at 68%.
Well, maybe they can pop off with Luca.
I think every team that lets
Luca gives you better early game
very quickly. I don't know if it's
and is less farm dependent.
I'm sure we'll see some stats
Mimikyu needs a lot of farm on your team.
It just seems like an absolute monster,
So that is something that's a little concerning, right? When you go Mimikyu Leaf. Because Mimikyu is not going to get the jungle at the start, but I think you can make it work. There's enough interesting ways to make it work.
Of course, this is a single elimination bracket, so this best of 3 decides who goes forward. Plaga, your purple team. Exile team, your orange team. Let's start the day off strong here in Brazil.
Going straight into the middle is that Sarulege. Gonna have to get online.
Okay, so we have Plaga on the left, Exiled on the right. They're double clearing the blue on bot side. I like doing this jungle split, but I don't like doing the blue buff at the start of the lane because Mamo Pika is inherently very strong. I guess the issue is they're playing into Inteleon, so I take that back. But top side, this Leafeon gank, this was like a litmus test of if you're awake or not. If either you know how to, like, you know what the meta of the game is, and if you know that this is coming, if you're awake. Right, you have to expect this Leafeon gank is coming. It's gonna get one buff. It's gonna come top level 4. You can't be on the enemy side contesting farm. You just can't. You just have to stay on the. You have to literally stay on the left side. You have to accept that that's your life. Maybe they thought they could out brawl it, but Pika rotation looks like Exiled is just doing everything by the book. Right, we've seen that. We saw a lot of this yesterday. You're gonna see it a lot more. Is the Pikachu comes up from the bot lane, it has Electro Web and either E-Ball or Thunder, like good damage, good lockdown. It sets up a lot of KOs in the early game. It's just bread and butter. Ooh, Exiled could have, like, if we're talking about min max, they should have got that blue buff. They should have been there in time. Now the Saralege is coming to gank here. This is where Umbreon's really nice to get you some catches because it has that mobility to be able to track you down. Intel doesn't get the water gun, and Luca's gonna get the KO with E-Speed, and that's Lucario with a couple attack weight stacks, and that's where the Pika rotation is really nice. Yeah, like either Plaga, I think the Plaga players, they know the game. It's first game of the day, maybe they're a little nervous, right? Like the game can escape you sometimes. Right? We've think about it. You've only been playing the game for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Like a lot has already happened. And these are mistakes that you won't make in game 2 for sure. But it's only a best of 3, right? So if you automatically lose 1 because you made some mistakes, you should know better. Nice eject play. Donlux gets a KO. Mew forced to eject as well. They've sent 5 Pokemon up here. Can they get their scores? Nice Umbreon foul play to push the Mamo away. If all they lose here is Blissey, it's okay. And maybe Blissey, no, Blissey's not making it out. They want to burn this objective now. Good rotation from Plaga now, finally. Nice snipe shot. Almost got interrupted too. They had to do that quick. Like the window they had there was very, very small to get that objective, right? They had to basically start it in the time that the Blissey was focus banding and soft boiling, and stalling out time. And that's exactly what they did. And then the last hit was also not easy to get for Inteleon. Umbreon's in, gets its 25. Saralege picks up a nice KO with Phantom Force, gets their 30. They're awake now. Plaga's finally awake. Right? Imagine they had been playing like this, like from the start of the game. The game wouldn't be basically even as it is right now. 105, 128, bottom objective is being taken. Pikachu gets that secure. And we're going to lose a couple Pokemon here. Garchomp, Saralege, Umbreon all going down. Plaga, I mean, this is like, it looks like this game is really back and forth, right? But I'm going to approach it from Plaga's perspective, right? We just got a big win on the top side. We don't have all our cooldowns up. Our Garchomp was still level 8 in that fight. We didn't get to see exactly what happened. But a lot of times this is like a big trap that happens in pro games. It happens every single time in solo queue, where people feel like they're obligated to do every single thing on the map. Like, you have to take your wins and cut your losses. And maybe the bottom objective wasn't going to be ours, but we could have at least held on to our bottom pad if we didn't all get KO'd at the same time. All right, Garchomp is in. Unite move. Mew gets the surf away. Mew ejects away. But we get the land onto the leaf, or onto the Mamoswine and the Pikachu, sorry. Blissey ult as well on the Garchomp. In the meantime, Luca's in the back line. So both teams are losing members at the same time. Luca E-Speed didn't miss a single E-Speed in that fight. I think he actually reset it on their entire team. That's a 4-piece. So this game is just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So a couple reminders, right? A lot of Unite moves are missing, especially if we're on the left side here. We don't need to really push for this fight. We got a good snipe shot. That snipe shot might be enough, right? If we're just fishing for snipes, that might have been enough. Unite move from the Saralege takes down the Leafeon. Phantom Force dodges the Mew boosted, gets the KO on the Mew, but there's Volt Tackle. He's got a focus ban. Phantom Force is up. Doesn't have enough space to get the KO. Another E-Ball. Phantom Force is up. Now. Oh, I guess he didn't get the cooldown reduction and the nerf made it so it just never came back up. Unfortunate. Focus ban looked like it might have been enough there to turn it, but Garchomp goes in. Unite move onto the Mamo. Mamo does have Earthquake over the wall, and Focus ban ejects back. Tries to go for the Ice Fang Dragon Rush on the Garchomp, but he goes down. Blissey's gonna look to Egg Bomb people away. Not really successful. Mamoswine Unite move gets countered by Moonlight Prance on Umbreon, so he gets a big shield. That's where Umbreon is so strong. Oh man, this Umbreon Pokemon is not fair. I think you have, I don't know what you're supposed to do. Like, you have to either give Umbreon or Miraidon, right? If you're second pick. Maybe you can't ban Umbreon, or you can't ban Miraidon from second pick. Your first ban should have been Darkrai, if you don't want to give up Darkrai. I'll explain the draft line after this game, guys. Right, there's a flaw in Plaga's draft strategy. If they value the Pokemon that we value, at least in the same respect. So far, a good game though. Level 14 Luca, level 13 Leaf. The Leaf's been kind of quiet this game. After the early game, I feel like the Leafs hasn't gone much. They don't have a great amount of targets to go for, and there's no support behind them either. Okay, we forced out the Umbreon's passive. That's huge. Right, that small little skirmish means that the next time we go on the Umbreon, they're not going to have their passive up, which gives them that unstoppable the moment they get stunned in a defense boost. So Exiled's in the lead. They don't need to make something happen, but a weird case where they don't have a healer, so they can't also play this poke war for free. Big eject Earthquake finds the Inteleon, forces a Blissey ult on the Inteleon and the eject button from Intel. Leafeon uses the opportunity to go and dive, forces the Umbreon to unite as well, but he's going to end up going down. The Blissey's going to end up going down after that Bliss assistance. Saraledge somehow on the backside also goes down without their unite move. Big Ice Fang to catch Garchomp, and now Exiled, they want to get Rayquaza down because they don't want to give the other team a chance to respawn, but they don't have enough HP, and there's this artillery sniper in the back and Froy. So okay job by Plaga to kind of cut the bleeding a little bit, but it's still a little bit scary. Another snipe on the leave. I think Exiled might just want to play for the finish here, but they're baiting out the Inteleon. They get the Inteleon bait. This Luca's just full E-speeding. He just won't stop moving. Even the camera can't keep up with this Luca. Another catch onto the Saraledge. Pika's Mew's gonna end up going down in the backside. Tail Streak of 3 for the Saraledge. Ray's getting low. Who's gonna get it? Goes to the Umbreon with foul play. Plaga gets it. And all of a sudden, Donlux went to school and he got a Quadra. That must have been the shyest Quadra ever. I mean, in this late game, right, we love a good support Mew, but this is an example of having Mew as your support and it not being enough. And you saw Exiled knew exactly what was the problem was, right? They wanted to take down Rayquaza. They didn't want to take another fight because they knew the next time they take a fight, like, they don't have a healer to be able to keep up with the sustain. And if you don't have your unite moves, you can't go for an explosive win, right? When both teams' unite moves are down, it's gonna inherently be a slower fight. Who's gonna win when the fight is slower? The team that has the healer. Right? And getting chipped away, no unite moves to make a big explosive fight happen. And Exiled goes down. Game number 1. Okay, let me show you guys what I mean about the draft. Actually, I'll pull up the drafting website. Make this a little easier.
Player of the game, or the Palka, as we call it, is Donlux.
Yeah, and we saw
where's this updated one?
Close out this game and help Plaga win the game at Rayquaza on that second engage. But just having moments throughout, getting a nice catch early to really help the team rally back, because it was looking rough in those first 2 minutes. All of a sudden, Donlux gets a great
Can't find the link.
on Ricard out, and they're able to push towards that tier 1 goal zone and make some magic happen.
There's some big plays right here. We had the Dragon Rush combo, Pikachu unite move countering right back the other way. Nice push back from X.
Am I reading YouTube chats? Not anymore, no. I was, but not anymore.
Seeing what they can make happen. They pick up the Pikachu KO, and then this is that beautiful moment. Using the E-speed onto the bird once again. Boom, catches Blissey. How mean.
And now we're gonna see this final fight here. Here comes Donlux. They see their
Bro, why is this link so hard to find?
right-hand side of your screen. That locks up 2 KOs. We're moving through. The Mew E-ball comes through, but it is not enough. The chase continues. They go down. KO streak of 3, but we're moving in. Rayquaza's getting so low. Kira gets in the pocket, secures, and that ends up Saraledge Donlux to clean up everyone else and make this thing a surefire.
I used to just have it saved.
What a start to the day. I mean, that was exciting. Top to bottom, these two teams brawling throughout the entire match. There were definitely moments where it felt like Exiled was in the lead there, but often
Okay, I got it.
huge counter punches, huge fights of their own. That Garchomp.
Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you guys. There's no Darkrai on this yet, so Gengar is gonna be Darkrai, okay? If left side is first pick, right side is second pick. If they do what the bans that they're doing from first pick, right, which are basically like kind of throwaway bans, left side bans Zacian. If you don't ban Darkrai first, right, and you do what they did, right, last game, and you ban Miraidon here, Where's Miraidon? You ban Miraidon first, right? Now the left side, now the first pick team, if they decide to not ban like a big power pick or like a relatively strong Pokemon like they did Blaziken, if you ban, now you've, like right side team is stuck in draft, right? Right side team is kind of like stuck themselves in draft. Why? Well, you would say, okay, you ban Darkrai. If they ban Darkrai, they have to give up Umbreon, right? If they ban Umbreon, they have to give up Darkrai. What they should have done is ban Darkrai first, and if the other team doesn't ban Miraidon, then you leave Miraidon up, and at the very least, you get to trade Umbreon for Miraidon then. Right? At least you would get the Miraidon on your team or the Umbreon. In their case, they ban Darkrai, and now enemy team always gets Umbreon. I mean, this isn't the worst case situation in the world. I think what I would have done is probably go like Mimikyu Blissey. And then, I mean, left side team can go Leafeon, Ceruledge, Hoopa. There's still a lot of strong Pokemon. But at least we can play the game from here. But if you ban, like, the only situation you wouldn't just ban Darkrai first, this happens a lot in a lot of metas. The only time you wouldn't ban Darkrai first is if you are okay with giving it up in the first place. Right? If you're okay to play into Darkrai, sure, you don't need to ban it first. But if you're not okay, like think of it this way, if there's a Pokemon you're not okay with the enemy team playing, that has to be your first ban. Because if not, the enemy team can respond to that by not banning something else. And then from second pick, you trap yourself where you don't get to get one of the strong Pokemon. Assuming this is where the meta is, right? Where there's like one god tier Pokemon and then two like really, really strong Pokemon. Like two Giga OP Pokemon and then a bunch of other ones after that. Which is kind of what it looks like with Umbreon Miraidon. Especially if they think you should have to if you think you have to ban Miraidon, maybe they don't value Umbreon as high is the difference maker here for Exiled. But Umbreon got Ray. Umbreon got them back in the game, setting up the KOs in the jungle. Umbreon won the bottom fight single-handedly by stealing the Mammoth Shield, right? All of that at the same time, Umbreon could also flex as your team's healer if you want to go support Mew. Right? If you really like playing support Mew, Umbreon's really good for your team. You can just go Wish. And now you don't get into these late game situations where you're down a healer. And you see Plaga, they're spending their first ban to ban Darkrai. So now, if Exile doesn't ban Miraidon or Umbreon, Plaga can leave both of them up and then guarantee them to get one. And if Exile does ban one of them, now Plaga can ban the other one and make it so that the game is not played with those like super strong picks. It looks like maybe Plaga is just afraid of their Blaziken. I mean, Blaziken's strong. Blaziken's really strong, so I get it. Maybe Exile's Miraidon's not as good. Maybe they're not respecting it, but I don't know. Miraidon's looked nutty so far. First pick, obviously expect 100% Darkrai ban, so why not insta ban it as second team? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they should be expecting it. Unless you want to keep, unless like, that's what I'm saying, unless you have the intention to not ban it, maybe. Right? Unless you're like, maybe we'll leave it open. Which I think isn't completely out of the ordinary. All right, Mimikyu Blissey, I think that's to be expected. Really, really, really strong picks. Really strong together. You want to have some sustain into Miraidon. Makes sense. Treezation. I like that. With Umbreon banned, I really do think Tree is like a top tier tank. And picking it at that spot means that you can save your last two picks to counter pick. Or to hide something you have in mind. Obviously, Mammo's the other option. But I'm a much bigger fan of Tree than I am Mammo. Mammo, you have to get ahead and stay ahead. Tree allows you to play from ahead, but also from behind. Or from an even state as well. Helping hand eggs incoming. It might just be safeguard eggs or safeguard hand. This game is a really good game for safeguard. Top Mamo. I think if you pick it and then you want to flex at the top because the enemy team picked something and like you want to, like you pick it early and then you can flex it later to top. I wouldn't pick it with the intention to go top, but I would pick it with the intention that you can go either way. Also, I think I just saw Jax rocking the Red Magic 9S Pro. The world's best gaming phone? That's what I believe. I saw that. I don't know. Plaga might just have it in the bag. Plaga might have it in the bag. They are playing on phone. As you can see, some of them are on phone. What I think is the best top laner character right now? Zacian. Phone more powerful than the modified GameCube controller, true. Followed by Blaziken. I think Blaziken is very good, yeah. Morning, Angus. All right, so we have Exiled on the left side, Plaga on the right. Move over here. Zacian Eld on the top side, and Glaceon was picked. That's the one that we missed a little bit towards the end there. Icicle Spears Glaceon. Honestly, I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. It gives them some better late game. I guess they really just want to push as much value as they can out of this helping hand. I think the Mewtwo Y is enough to be able to get value out of. But sure, why not? All right, Miraidon's gonna come up, so this is that 4-man rotation. Both sides of a 4-man rotation. Mamoswine goes for the tackle, and it is Safeguard this time. Safeguard on the Mamo, keeping him alive. Psycho Cut from Saraledge. That did so much damage to Glaceon. One single Psycho Cut. And it looks like Zacian is struggling on the top side. He's still level 4. Their 4-man top rotation did not go nearly as well this time. Zacian really needs its level 5 when everyone else has their level 5. They don't get that either. Shadow Claw pick from the Mimikyu makes sense. Items that the Eldegoss have, I don't think I saw it, but you would expect it to be like Muscle Band, XP share, +1. Nice Ice Fang catch onto the Miraidon. Miraidon's gonna end up going down. You can't just go mid by yourself in these games, right? If your team isn't able to rotate with you, you just can't be there on your own. What is happening to Exiled? I feel like Exiled is not the team that they were at the start of game number 1, right? They took a very hard loss last game because considering they were winning, you know, a good portion of that game. But this game, they don't look like they're the same. They look like they're rattled almost, right? Everywhere they go, they're just misstepping, overstepping their limits. Eject. Why did we eject on the tree? Okay, it's okay. What situation? Psycho Cut and Bitterblade? We've just been seeing Psycho Cut every game. I haven't played Bitterblade since the nerfs, but maybe people just don't want to play it after the nerfs anymore. And Regirock is getting low. Is there a secure available? No secure from Plaga there. Now the Zacian is here. Sacred Sword picked for the Zacian. I think that got either safeguarded or natural cured. Blissey steps up trying to stop some of these scores. There's a Mewtwo Y, Side Strike. Saraledge is going to go down. A Jugman's still not available on this tree, so if this Ice Ghost Spears gets casted on him, he's gonna end up going down. Miraidon also pulled back thanks to that Earthquake, and looks like Exiled, every time they get a small win, they end up just over pushing their boundaries. Big catch from Kira. Ice Fang into Earthquake, into Ice Fang, into Earthquake. That's a 3-piece for the Glaceon, and Plaga's right back in the game. They ended up taking down the top pad really early on. They don't have enough points to break this bottom one, but I don't think they are in any rush to do that. Metal Claw over Sacred Sword? No, not necessarily. Like, Sacred Sword has some unstoppable frames when you cast it, which is like the biggest thing for competitive, right? You get that, you get basically damage amplification for the rest of your kit as well, which tends to be a little bit better than the Metal Claw's benefits. And Zacian tried to go for just a big ult combo there, but the Blissey was ready with the Unite move. And Blissey Safeguard into Saraledge. Guys, honestly, I think Blissey might just hard counter Saraledge in these games. Right? Remember how Saraledge's Unite move works? He dashes, and the targets that he dashes through get marked, and moments later, that mark explodes, stunning and dealing damage. Right? But that mark, if it gets cleansed off with full heal or a different kind of cleanse, it does no damage, no stun. Right? Like, it's not that you can shield the damage won't even go off. If the Blissey is quick on timing it. So yeah, I don't know. If you can have a comp that makes Blissey work, it really nerfs Saraledge's capabilities. Saraledge, like, it has like a small interaction that works in its favor. It's not that meaningful, but it's small. And that Phantom Force is true damage. So if someone's 1 HP with the shield, they're not gonna live. Mimikyu Unite just to secure the KO. I don't hate it. I don't think they needed it, but I don't think they wanted to mess around, which is fine. And Plaga's gonna look for this objective. Is there a steal? Maybe. The Tree Unite actually secures it. Plaga, you know, the one thing Plaga's comp doesn't have is secure. They have a whole lot of sustain damage, but they have literally nothing to secure, and no Blissey Safeguard there either to counteract that Saraledge Unite. Mewtwo Y is Mega Form though in the back. Nice little double teleport. And Glaceon is trading damage with this Miraidon, but the Miraidon is just too tanky with too much damage. It's not going to end up going down. Double teleport from the Mewtwo to secure the KO on the Miraidon. So lots of back and forths happening here. But I think Plaga's happy with this. You know, they didn't get the objective, but what's most important is that they did good enough in the team fight and they didn't lose their bottom pad. So that means they still have a really big point lead. Right? The game is going to come down to whoever has more points at the end of 10 minutes. So you do have to, you know, you might feel like you always need Ray to win, but being set up at Ray to not be forced to do it is an advantage in its own right. Almost 200, more than 200 point lead for Plaga. And top objective, Regieleki is being started. Exiled, not confident in what they see on the map, which is basically nothing. Shadow Sneak catches his Zacian. I don't think he's going to go for it. And some damage onto the tree, forces out the tree passive and the focus band to get down. No secure attempt from the Miraidon, and Regieleki is going to be walking down the top lane. I think Exiled should have enough time to be able to clear it and still make it in time for Ray. But it is nice for the side of Plaga to really have their positioning all sorted out here. Kira just checking the bushes with Earthquake, making sure that they have everything scouted out. That's what you want to do as a good defender, is you want to clear the zone, you know? You're kind of like the first one into a site. You got to check all the bushes, check all the danger spots, and then get your own positioning somewhere. Remember, Plaga has no initiative to start Rayquaza. They do get the Ice Fang onto Cane Lance, forces out the eject button. Big win, right? Tree has no eject button to make any sort of play happen. And Mamo goes in with a jump, has a safeguard to ensure his cast goes off. Bliss assistance used onto the Glaceon to keep Glaceon alive as well. But there's a Zacian takes on both the Glaceon and the Blissey at the same exact time. Zacian's going ham. He's got the Sacred Sword, unsolvable, not quite enough for the side strike, but it does still end up taking down the Mew. KO Shriek at 3 for the Zacian. Can he find more? He's chasing down the Mimikyu. Mimikyu finds a Shadow Sneak onto the Eldegoss. Eldegoss goes down. Mimikyu's going to pick up a KO Shriek of 4 on their own, and Plaga exiled to reset back at Ray with a minute left. But I don't think the action's stopping yet. Shadow Sneak onto the tree, forces out the Horn Leash, forced to play defensive, but Froy takes a lot of damage in this. Safeguard is keeping him alive. Helping Hand attack speed really made the difference there. Be able to keep that lifesteal going onto the Cerulege. Cerulege goes down. Cane Lance did lose their eject button earlier, so it doesn't have available. Ice Fang from Kira, gonna take down Tree, and these scrappy fights benefit the team that has the point lead. So Plaga is still looking good. Glaceon's gonna find some Icicle Spheres onto Miraidon, and Plaga can just chill. They have no prerogative to start this Ray. You know, Exiled has 28 seconds to take down Ray and to score, and I don't think it's enough. The writing's on the wall. They're going to end up going down 2-0. Plaga's going to advance to the top 8 side of the bracket, and Exiled, even though they're not too far from home, they're going to be going home. Because it is single elimination, by the way.
Goes down and they are moving forward. Game 2 not looking very much like game 1. Plaga in total control.
Plaga made this stadium feel like their home. They said they would in that pre-match interview, and they delivered. Started off a little shaky. Maybe the keys didn't go into the right keyhole to unlock the door to their house, but once they got in there, they made themselves comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. What a game number 2 for this squad as we start taking a look at the numbers right here. 11 KOs on the Glaceon, 11 KOs on the Mimikyu.
The good Zacian engage. The Zacian really tried their best to bring the game back. Really did.
Yes, there are huge numbers on this squad. Their carries played incredibly well. The Bliss assistance on the Glaceon every time it was targeted to make sure it didn't go down in these big fights, insane. And then that Mamo Swine play was some of the best defender play we've seen since Mamo at Worlds.
Yeah, it was terrific. Every engagement was facilitated by them, but credit to a player like Jax on this Glaceon that once Kira, I said it before, set the table for them. Jax, you got to get in there and eat, and that's exactly what they did. 11 knockouts, 92k damage spray.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. I mean, I love this build too on Glaceon. You are constantly applying that curse damage, which I think is amazing. It just sets up teams to not be able to get healed when you are raining the Icicle Spears in on them. Let's take a look at some of these big moments right here. Beautiful Ice Fang to start it out. I think this is the point in the match where I accidentally slurred my words and I said Ice Beam.
It doesn't matter. We're watching that glacial stage being set here with the engage. Cerulege unite back the other way. Bliss assistance on there to keep them standing as they rage through. And this is kind of where I thought, oh, Exile.
Happy for Kira, yeah. I'm happy. I mean, both these teams looked good. Honestly, Plaga, I think Plaga wasn't awake, and in the first 2 minutes, they kind of got shaken up. They weren't ready for to play the game. It looked like, but they woke up. They came back. They popped off.
Around the battlefield in some really impressive ways. What a start to this tournament. We've got an interview ready up on the big stage. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, casters. Yes, I am on stage with Texas after an incredible win. Let's hear it for Texas in Praga. Awesome, thank you so much. All right, after an amazing game out there, you're playing really well. What was the key to success for beating Exile?
Yo creo que lo mismo que dije al inicio, que era creer en nosotros y quitarle lo que ellos saben jugar.
He said the key to the success was removing the key picks from the other team and trusting in themselves and believing in themselves.
Okay, great. All right, so a really big draft difference. That makes a lot of sense. Now, you all as a team had some incredible performances, all 5 of you, but if you had to pick one player to be the MVP of that last game, which one of you was it? And you can say yourself.
Pues sí, sin problemas soy yo, pero humildemente yo creo que Don Lux desde la primera partida es una diferencia totalmente abismal. Creo que por algo es el mejor ADC de la región sin problemas, y ya ni siquiera con puro atacante a distancia.
He says he could say himself, but the truth is Don Lux is the
The
best
concurrent match also finished.
in the region, and he believes he played incredible.
All right, well, the Blissey chose the
Where'd
Mewtwo
the
as
bracket
the
link
MVP.
go?
I think that makes sense. Okay, all right.
I thought
Final
we pinned
question
it.
for you, Texas. You're moving on this tournament, now into top 8. What team
There it
do
is.
you want to play against the most for the rest of the tournament?
Hay dos opciones.
Not
Es
according
Nouns por temas
to
pendientes o
start.gg.
Dream
It could be, but we don't know.
He either wants to play Nouns because he has some pending rivalry against them, or DreamHack.
All right, either a Brazil hometown crowd or a traveling team from Europe. That's going to be awesome. Good luck in the rest of the tournament, Texas. Hope you have a great run. We are going to be setting it back over to the booth.
All right. Well, I mean, what a start for them. Obviously, we have a ton of amazing Brazilian teams here, but one of them knocked out here before they could make it to that top 8.
So there was
incredible. A bit of a slow
3 of the
start.
Brazilian teams from one group. One of them just made it out. Like one of them just got knocked out.
Oh boy, they
Rip.
couldn't be stopped, especially in game 2.
No, what a game, what a draft, and you know, I know mentioned on stage was the tongue-in-cheek Mewtwo Blissey, but it was definitely Blissey Mamoswine, without a doubt in my mind. Like that, it was just where the action was. Plaga, great draft, well played.
Yeah, honestly, like Mewtwo looked good.
That's right. The work
Blissey looked good,
and this
but Mewtwo Blissey didn't feel like it was carrying the game, right?
Quick break. We'll be right
It really
back
just felt like both the characters had good individual moments.
Go anywhere or I'll curse you with my powers.
Or kick you in your head.
Wow.
That's what I was gonna say, or kick you. Exiled should be exiled for bad drafting. I don't think it was a draft diff as much as it was like they got outplayed. I don't. Glaceon Blissey's better than Mewtwo Blissey. I think Blissey makes Glaceon better. Like the amount that Blissey makes Glaceon better is more than the amount that Blissey makes Mewtwo better. But I think Mewtwo's a better Pokemon than Glaceon.
Of course, these are things that I've known all throughout my life, considering
Yeah, I mean, they should almost brought it back. It was a close game.
For Brazil here at LAIC, of course, for Unite.
Of course.
Starting with sweets.
We're starting with sweets. All right, so let's kick it off here. You said peanut butter base, not peanut buttery. A little bit of crumble texture to it. Let's get into it.
Be nice.
Oh, that's terrific. This is this reminds me of like the filling of a Reese cup. For those of you that eat Reese cups at home, picture that. That's what this is. This is gonna get a high mark for me, but we're rating them all at the end. Here we go.
No, you're gonna be fine. So next up we have the. Luke.
Okay. It was a little crumbly. A little crumbly texture. This one. I knew this was a Twinkie.
The best soda in the world? Wait, this one? What's it called? This thing?
Nostalgia. This is what this evokes. The vanilla. Vanilla filling.
It's a Twinkie. It's great.
Okay, good. So the other one is
The can? Oh.
chocolate, if I'm not mistaken. Of course. I mean, yeah. Why?
Guarana. Oh, I've heard that before. I've heard that before.
Chocolate's fine. I prefer the vanilla one.
Me too. That's my personal favorite as well.
The peanut butter's
Ended up number 3 today? Okay, okay.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Well, how does the format work?
What are these? Off rip, I like the turtle mascot.
Yes. Gotta love the well,
I watched one of your guys' games, then I went back to sleep. I watched basically the first match.
You need to pay me for these. Chocolate sandwich cookie.
Good.
Believe it or not, still fighting through that peanut butter.
I do believe it, to be fair. So this one, not sandwich style, but on top.
Okay.
Also chocolate, but...
Turtle on the back.
Yeah.
It doesn't have peanut butter in it, I can assure you that. It does taste like peanut butter though.
Yeah, this one of my personal favorites.
There's an Americanized version of it. And instead of it being one humble piece like this, this entire package is just two jumbo ones.
Oh, okay. Well, I get that.
So essentially we've taken your classic snacks and just done
made them
barbaric
big
American
and
things to them.
deep-fried.
Yeah, there you go. Just jumbo and butter and grease. Ooh, I really like that.
Okay, good.
Let's rate these things. Speed run. This is bottom tier. I'm going to put that at 2.5.
Ooh, 2.5.
Twinkie taking a large lead here, and I think I'm gonna go. You can't give like a Twinkie a 10. That's insane. That is insanity. 6.
Okay.
I think this is a this is a 5.
Bro.
For sure.
It's Badsha from SAUL.
Some people for these 3.7.
Right? I mean, unless he's just lying.
Sandwich cookies. 5.
8 teams, 7 more days.
These, despite being first and kind of being, I kind of felt like
Okay, I see.
the entire time. Don't let that discourage you. This was my favorite.
A lot of improving Dream after Junkie.
8.5. I love these. I love these. These were terrific.
I will.
This was
I'm happy
sweet.
for you guys.
So,
Not.
We've got more to come. What else we got coming up?
I have no comment.
We got the finger foods, and of course, you need to stay tuned to catch more of Snacks.
Stay tuned.
Let's go! Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Tread.
It's gonna be taken by Metal.
Restart on that view. He found it.
Show them what you got. They already know you got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got.
Japan region matches are more interesting to watch. That's true. All right, next up is Tuzzy versus Goldenrod. So Tuzzy is, you know, Mazo. And then Goldenrod, I feel like we watched them yesterday, but they were like a little shaky, right?
Welcome back, everybody, to Unite on LAIC 2025. I'm Soshan with Zoinks. We're going to be taking you through the second match of day 2. How are you feeling? We got Brazil.
Oh, yeah, Mazo's DreamHack, right? Mazo's DreamHack. Tuzzy is old Legacy, or old Mazo's team without Mazo.
I am Zoinks in the booth,
Right.
joined by Soap again for day number 2.
Tuzzy is old Mazo's team without Mazo.
Now into the single elimination bracket for the top 12 teams. This is going to be some exciting stuff. We're now back in best of 3 territory. We're going to get to best of 5 later. It is going to be a legendary day of Pokemon Unite here at LAIC.
The Tuzzy was looking good. Tuzzy is looking good. I mean, they're literally just the 4 people from Legacy, right?
And it was just completely blowing out of our minds. Like, this is such a good team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the local Brazil talent has been showing up in spades. Fortunately, last match we did have to eliminate one of those teams. It looks like we're
Are you still flagged?
no matter what.
It does say you're still flagged, yeah.
Too bad to see the cannibalization.
It's fine. It doesn't mean everyone can see your messages. And no one else can see the flag other than me, so you're okay.
I do think a lot of people have Tuzzy in their bracket predictions here. This is a team with a lot of infamous names in this Brazil community, so that's where a lot of the eyes are going to be. But reminder, that Goldenrod Strikers team has pulled out magic before in some of those sets. I mean, they won with Charizard and Venusaur on the squad, so there is definitely some interesting stuff to see from this team up and coming. But we got a lot of great tournaments, matches coming up throughout the day. So other than these 2 teams, any squad that you're looking forward to, we're going to take a look at what
Yeah, if you get banned, there's Spider-Man 00173730. All good.
In this first round, very interesting. And as we already watched there with Dupes, Snacks, and Spragles, Plaga won 2-0 against Exiles, so unfortunately
Competition's grown a lot after Oregon. Yeah, I mean, I would assume so, right? People are gonna just take the game that much more seriously, and they have more time to spend on the game.
And you still have Team YT versus Team Growth that I know the Spragles was really excited about for NA.
Yeah, the battle of NA. It's going to be interesting. Only 3 NA squads left, and I'm actually looking forward to top 8 a little bit. We're seeing the Fusion versus Plaga lined up as a matchup to be happening. That is going to be LATAM North versus LATAM South. It's going to be a very in-person environment.
My team's still going? No, I don't have a team. I'm not playing anymore.
But I mean,
did I see the new A9 hollowware? I didn't know.
We already talked about the prizing at the start of the event, but there's a lot on the line.
Is it good?
We talked about the trip to Japan, of course, but there is something special.
Need me to coach your support? You guys got a coach, bro.
Champion. I mean, the first ever event at this location, as well.
That looks nice. Wait, where can I see it?
Season 4 of Pokemon Unite. I mean, what a way to start your season with a tournament championship.
Where do I see it? Where do I see it?
It's inaugural, as you said, and just what we have been discussing yesterday, Zoinks, the fact that we're getting East and West all in together.
Tag me on Twitter? Okay, okay.
So early in the season for 2025, having the LAIC champion going to Japan, as you mentioned, for the ACL finals.
Yeah, it's
and
going to be incredible.
whoever wins there gets a world spot already.
Exactly. Yeah, a few different changes to how you qualify for the World Championships this year, primarily focusing on international tournament success or the regional final tournament success. So a lot of focus on these big major tournaments, of course, of which this tournament is one. So, like we mentioned, the matchup that we are going to be watching for us first on this stream is going to be 2Z Esports versus Goldenrod Strikers. I was just on stage able to talk to 2Z Esports a little bit before their matchup, see how they're feeling, get the vibes. I was talking to their tank player, Salto, and well, I have to admit, I did say, I'm casting, so please make it fun. We'll see if they go with it or not, but I did hear rumors of a certain legendary bird being played in the defender slot, so we might see some Robo gameplay of
Is this gonna be orange sheer hollowware, or is it just like you buy it? There's another loot box one. It's orange. Oh man. Oh, the back animation's really nice. That was really nice. Yo, the Unite on it is sick. What do you mean? You're saying the Unite on it is meh? Bro, look at it. It's beautiful. The gleam is beautiful. The veil is beautiful. Nah. This is the best orange sheer skin they've come out with. You heckin' love Gambas. I mean, there's an audience for it, for sure. I don't have a problem with it either. As long as it doesn't come at the cost of our friends. Another distracting skin? Whatever. Rip FPS, it's fine. We're getting Switch too. Might be the audience for this one. I think I might get that one.
That is true. Well, we have a lot to look forward to, including an interview that we have on stage with a couple of the players about to be competing.
Environment grown very toxic for the losing team. You mean in your region or on your team? There goes my Christmas bonus.
And Sunday.
Nah, I wish you guys luck. We're gonna get it.
Have to face off here. They have to eliminate each other.
In your region? Oh, okay. I mean, that's just people get upset when they lose. I think it's better than Gengar. I think it's better than Gengar. It's not even close. That's the best skin in Pokemon Unite, easily. I don't think there's a skin that's better than that.
Com certeza é sonho. Sempre quis que tivesse campeonato aqui no país. E ainda tipo com o povo que a gente conhece aqui, tipo, ia ser absurdo, isso é absurdo.
It would be an absolute dream for me. I've always dreamed that there would be this kind of tournament here in Brazil, and with all of my friends here, it would just be absolutely incredible.
Sunday, I'm going to ask you the exact same question. What would it
Character
mean
from
to
Sean the Sheep? I don't know what that is.
LAIC as a Brazilian team in your home country?
Ele vai te perguntar a mesma coisa que ele perguntou antes. O que significa para você ganhar o LAIC no seu país de residência?
Cara, acho que também é sonho, porque a gente gosta muito de Pokémon Unite, a gente queria muito ter a oportunidade de competir e não tinha campeonato aqui brasileiro. E por ter a oportunidade de chegar tão longe, mas conseguir ganhar seria incrível.
I also think it would be incredibly amazing. So I always wanted a tournament here in my home country, and to be surrounded by a franchise that I love like Pokemon, it is just a dream.
That's amazing. One more question, we're going to keep it short. What team do you want to beat in the grand finals to win the LAIC championship?
Mais uma pergunta rapidinha. Qual time você quer absolutamente derrotar dentro deste Latin American International Championships?
Qualquer time que vier, nós vai bater.
Any team that hits in front of us, we're going to take them down.
Let's go.
Nice.
Same question to you, Sunday. Which team do you want to beat in the grand finals to win LAIC?
Mesma pergunta pra você, qual time você quer pegar pela frente na nossa stream da LAIC?
A DreamHack.
Eles querem muito pegar DreamHack. They really want to get DreamHack.
Let's go. Okay.
Wait, he
Brazilian
didn't
teams
say
back
any
now,
of that.
Brazilian teams all over the place. Let's get these players
Wait,
going.
she made that
Let's
up.
get this game under the way. Back to the booth.
All
Under
he
the
said
way.
was DreamHack, and then she just added her own stuff.
Thank you so much, Doomsnacks.
Did you guys catch that?
From you, of course, but also great to hear from our local competitors here.
She did the translate, like, who do you want to beat in the finals? And he said DreamHack, and Doomsnacks was like, oh, okay. And then she just added her own stuff. Is that allowed?
They all know each other. They all have been playing together for a good old time. That is the squad for 2Z Esports on your screen.
That's not allowed.
Leo, Falbi, Max, and Jandeco, who have been playing beforehand on Legacy. So Legacy, if you don't know much about United, you haven't really caught up with the previous
She's gonna lose a ban, yep.
Legacy has been the #1 champion in Brazil.
This is why people hate English dubs? True.
So this team is stacked.
Yeah, it's so much talent that is
Also, LG's match. Where's the bracket again?
from a lot of these players.
LG, so they're gonna do
To maybe these international tournament, the
this Tuzzy game, and then in the quarterfinals, I think everything should be streamed, right? I think everything will be streamed.
Yes, he did.
Thank you.
I think Trainer tweeted something. Trainer did.
Either way, Goldenrod Strikers.
I don't know if the others said.
We got the chance to cast them a little bit yesterday in the group stage.
But Trainer said something. So LG is gonna be when the round 1 match is done, and I think everything in the quarterfinals on is streamed.
If you're asking, I mean,
8 to 9 hour broadcast. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Or, oh, well, maybe not, because semis are BO5, right? They might only do 2 sets from here.
Oh yeah,
They might do 2 sets from quarters and then semis, but semis are BO5.
As the Slowbro and the Blissey are already out of this battle.
Maybe Slash should as well.
Core focus ban strategy up until this point. 2Z Esports now have a bit of a flexible ban. On the other side, Goldenrod most likely going to be locked into that Darkrai, the living nightmare itself. How powerful it's been. It is at the 69% ban rate, which I think is very common and nice.
Very, very common. And Mamoswine, we saw it today earlier, and we're just talking about like how incredible Mamoswine has been recent time, alongside, for example, an Umbreon with that versatility. But the first pick will be a Miraidon, which, to be honest, we have talked about yesterday, thinking maybe we're going to see
Only DreamHack expanding in Portuguese. I see. Okay.
But we're still having a very, very similar strategy.
I get what you're saying.
The first pick for Purple Side and the bans.
Yeah, it seems like with Slowbro and Blissey catching bans, you just don't have
Team Growth or Team YT to win? Team Growth being the underdog. But you had dinner with Team YT during NAIC.
Then, of course, we'll get the Miraidon, like you already mentioned. Blastoise,
You didn't have dinner with us. What the hell?
A few of their other angles. Salto is the one currently holding the Blastoise. That was a role swap as they changed.
You didn't mention LG. They're also an NA team.
Different top pack
Yeah.
Pokemon. That'll be interesting. Of course, we could have.
I think they got all the tech issues out of the way.
Currently hovering the Mamoswine defender. I think we're going to see
Hopefully.
a whole lot of today, as it is so incredibly powerful.
All right, draft. We're in draft. Miraidon makes it through the pool. Fuzzy went for the Slowbro ban. A lot of times when you ban Slowbro and Mimikyu, it's because
Alongside the Yellow Knight.
a lot of times when you ban Slowbro Mimikyu, it's because you think you're the better team and you don't want to get point and click ulted down. Like that's just how it is, right? It might not be exactly in that kind of way, but it's because you basically want to let your carry players be able to play the game freely, and you don't care about like the downside that those characters might have, particularly Slowbro. Mimikyu's broken anyways.
We will see if that goes down.
But that leaves the door open for them to get either Miraidon or Darkrai. Goldenrod, I like that they didn't ban Umbreon because they actually ended up still being able to pick it on their own. They decided to ban Blissey instead. I actually like the way Goldenrod's draft ended up being. They got Umbreon, Leafeon, Pika's solid. Tuzzy on the other end, they also have some really broken stuff. They've got Blaze, Miraidon, Eld is absolutely fine. Only problem with Goldenrod's comp, or one of the problems with their comp, is A9 and Pika together is a little bit awkward here. And they don't have a healer unless they go Wish.
Actually, we saw a couple of teams that were just going no defender or like no straight up front line.
Banning Mimikyu makes sense when you plan on first swinging Miraidon, for sure.
And it worked. although we were talking about best of ones, and today we have
Still have to play into Umbreon, which is annoying though.
quite a bit. So already, I believe that getting into this best of 3, both teams look very.
The entire ACL, they auto-ban Darkrai, so teams are free to ban other Formons. Darkrai has a lot of bugs, so I think if they decided to ban Darkrai, it's for the bugs. Guys, I'm getting flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks.
The likes of the Leafeon that has been banned quite a bit.
I'm getting flashbacks from yesterday.
Yeah, it was available for selection there, right?
My PTSD is online.
Goldenrod was considering. I think they were thinking of locking it into that, but it sounds like our pause has already been rectified. It looks like our team is logged back in, so we'll be jumping back into the game. I know. We're absolutely
The voices, it's the voices.
Amazing stage admins, people working behind the scenes.
Yeah, I don't want them to ban Mons based on bugs. They're gonna have to ban too many things, which is what happened in the past, right? All right, here's the freeze lane. Freeze lane being its first introduction in at LAIC today. It's one of the strongest lanes that we see in solo queue. You don't see it a lot in competitive, just because there's usually better picks, or the game doesn't end up working out that way. Would be cool if we got to see the lane itself, but Leafeon with that level 1 gank is gonna catch out the Eldegoss. Eldegoss has X speed. He doesn't want to get Razor Leafed, and he understands that he's probably going down. And the reason he ran to the right there is he didn't want to get KO'd to the Leafeon, who's going to go for the stack. Leafeon understood that his teammates have that under control, so he's going to go for his stacks anyways. Means that the Leafeon doesn't get all the XP, which is what they would have preferred. And Pseudo gets some good damage in counter to the Leafeon as well. This berries, so they're going to be fine. Not a great showing from Lel there to go down in the first place, but at least they adapted to it well. And the A9's rotated up, leaving the Mammal alone bottom. Here's that 4-man rotation we've been seeing all tournament long. And Tuzzy's gonna go down top side. Again, this is kind of like, this reminds me of Plaga series, the series before, where Tuzzy is better than this, right? They should know a lot of these rotations. They should know that the Leafeon is coming to 1 buff gang top. You can't have a knockout happen as a result of that. They should know that the enemy team is gonna 4-man rotate top for the first set of Bs, right? Or they should acknowledge that it's a possibility to happen, and as a result, they should play around it. And Rizzler, or is that this name, the Rizzler? Lizard. Goldenrod, the Lizard. Doesn't manage to get the ball to it, but they get the blue buff, so it's okay.
Going on to Miraidon here, it's looking like a
Mean Look catches a Dodrio, not full heal, not in time, and that's the power of Mean Look, right? You have such a small window to counter it, but if you don't get it, you're gonna end up going down in response. So there's a big overheat. Maybe this is why we've seen Blaziken just be banned every game so far today. Nicely done by Fob. Walks up, and I mean Tuzzy, they were struggling on one side of the map, but Fob was there getting scaled up. Looks like he got a good amount of stacks, and he's here to carry the game back for his team. Volt Tackle, is there a catch? Nice overheat to be able to give them unstoppable, so there's no chain CC that happens there. Blaze from the Blaziken's passive gives them some HP, combined with the Eldegoss healing, and maybe even a focus ban there, and Fob's still full HP now.
When using their moves, they create electrical terrain on the battlefield. If that aura does include an enemy,
That was really nicely done by Fob, right? Like, typically you wouldn't want to just stand in place and overheat, right? Like, unless you're trying to go for damage, but he purely used it for the unstoppable frames there. It's gonna get caught in the Mean Look again. Goes for that overheat, so he doesn't give Voltago. This time the Lizard on the Pika holds it, but there's still too much healing. Dojo is here with their Unite move now. As everyone stepped up, there's a Dojo Unite to be able to counter them back again.
Let's now see what will be the overcap here. Not that much, but still just enough to guarantee all of that.
All right, so Tuzzy, for all the struggles they had on the top side of the map, Dojiro and Blaziken are completely online. They have a Miraidon that was looking good as well. So it's basically their support and defender in this game who kind of fell behind, right, with the way that they drafted this game. I'm kind of just realizing something too. Is it Miraidon XP share, or do they just have only 1 XP share this game? It is Miraidon XP share. So they decided to play like Miraidon, almost like just like a lane bully, and to help the Blaziken scale on the bottom side of the map. Interesting. I mean, Miraidon, you know, still does a lot of damage even without 1 damage item. It's still gonna be able to spread anti-heal if that's what they need. And you can see, even without that one damage item, he's still level 9, level 10, doing absolutely fine. Because it occurred to me that Blastoise and Eldegoss were topside. Obviously, they're not going to run double XP share in one lane. So weird. I don't hate it, right? Their comp kind of works because they don't have a traditional tank in the sense that, like, they have a good engage. But the Blastoise has Unite move, and the Dodrio can kind of fulfill a similar role, and the Blaze can as well. Really, really cool comp. And all of that being said, though, Tuzzy's they've gotten away with this game. Take down the enemy tier 2 pad before the 5-minute mark. So that means the next Regieleki that comes up can potentially walk to the enemy home pad. And that'll introduce its whole like host of complications for Goldenrod. It doesn't mean that Goldenrod, the game is out of reach for them though, right? A good mean look catch, a little preemptive on the Volt Tackle. He wanted to get it perfectly timed as the spin ended, but he wasn't able to find it. Regardless, forces out the Blastoise Unite move. Leafeon does step in here, does find the pick on the Miraidon in the back as well, but it's still a 4-for-1 exchange. Not looking too strong for Goldenrod. I think Liam might be able to stall out, but he's not going to be able to make it back alive, and he's going to end up going down from the Dodrio, level 13. And Goldenrod, experience not looking good, points aren't looking that great for them either, but there's still some time left. They can still make a comeback happen. It's going to be tough, right? If you look at the side of Tuzzy, they have characters that aren't easy to take down with Volt Tackle, right? Rapid Spin Blastoise can't be locked down. Dodrio is really mobile but has full heal, right? So you're gonna have to bait out the full heal first. Blaziken has Overheat, Blaze Kick to be able to go unstoppable, and you don't really want to jump on the Eld who's going to be in the back line and the Miraidon who's going to be in the back as well.
It's a very quick read, as you would expect from this caliber of players on the side of 2Z Esports. But Goldenrod will always take while they can, wherever they can.
I think this is one of those games where they picked Miraidon because it's super strong, and it's like, we'll just throw it wherever we want to at the end of it, because these are the Pokemon we want to pick.
Gets to the backline themselves. The Milok with a triple trample is huge. A lot of the damage is not actually coming back from the side of 2Z, as on the Goldenrod strikers, they still have...
Mamo's gonna end up going down. This game, like, it's just kind of an experience diff at this point, right? Like, Goldenrod doesn't have a whole lot of options to come back. They're just way too behind in experience. It's gonna take like a astronomical throw from Tuzzy to be able to lose like a team fight at least.
Everyone watching here, 2Z Esports does win that fight handedly, but again, Goldenrod strikers were kind of forced into that play to take the Regieleki. I really don't think they made the wrong decision. That is a win condition that would have opened for 2Z if the Regieleki was walking.
I think Goldenrod's team is squishy. It's a little squishy. I do think their comp is awkward with Miraidon, or sorry, with Alolan Ninetales and Pikachu. I feel like they kind of fulfill similar enough roles that you don't want to double up on them.
Win here at Rayquaza.
They will, and it's 5 seconds for that Rayquaza to spawn.
All right, Overheat in the bush, big damage. It is Wish on Umbreon, but they are not looking healthy. Blastoise comes back down, and Tuzzy knows they don't need to do Ray. They just have to keep Goldenrod out of the pit. And even if Goldenrod gets in the pit, they don't really have a good way to flip Ray. Goldenrod basically needs to win a full team fight, and how do you do that when the enemy team is 2 level 15 Pokemon? Right? They kind of just have to make a snap go. This poke war they're not going to do well with. And there it is. There's the engage, catches out the Miraidon. Miraidon, no Unite move. Umbreon did get a nice steal with their shield as well. Forces out the Hydro Typhoon onto Blastoise. Maybe this is their opportunity to come back. Blastoise is going to end up almost going down, but not quite. Ends up taking down the Pikachu on their side. And that's that rapid spin defense bonus that you get, keeping you alive. 1 HP. The most recent Blastoise buffs literally made the difference there for Pseudo to live.
Good news about Leafeon already respawning though.
Leafeon's here. Even if he gets the steal, it doesn't mean much in terms of their ability to win this game, right? If Leafeon gets it, Pika and Mama are the ones that have shield. The Leafeon goes down. Even if the Leafeon keeps their shield, like this game is over.
Will hold Dodrio in place, and with that icicle crash, that will also lock them away. Won't get that shield. Dodrio, notoriously an incredible scoring Pokemon, will be one of the only members of 2Z Esports to not have an easy path to dunk.
Yeah, they do now, but plenty of shields still available now that they're not as...
This comp was really, really interesting though, right? Like, I want you guys to think like how this comp, this comp from Tuzzy kind of breaks the mold on what traditional comp, like it fits the mold of traditional comps, but it also breaks it at the same time, right? Like normally you have like a your comp is like 5 Pokemon, right? Right, you have 5 Pokemon on your team. One of them is a defender. One of them is a supporter. And like the others can be whatever, right? Like maybe you have like an attacker or whatever. Maybe you have 2 attackers, right? Maybe you have a speedster, right? And you normally put the light bulb on the defender and the supporter, right? And then these 3 guys get to do whatever they want. And like when you do support Mew, sometimes all you do is you put the XP share on the Mew and then you take it off the defender, right? You put it on the Mew, and basically like the Mew and the defender have swapped XP shares, right? But this game, they not only did they take the XP share off of the defender and put it onto an attacker, but they laned this defender with the supporter and then laned the attacker with one of their all-rounders, right? So this is like if the Mew laned with like a Blaziken and like the Mamo who gets the XP share off still went with the support. So they completely like flipped the way the comps work. And the reason why their comp works the way that it does is because even though they went Spin Blastoise, which isn't a traditional tank, the Spin Blastoise is more of like an all-rounder type of Pokemon. The reason why their comp works is because they have a Pokemon that their damage dealers are Pokemon that have similar tools that tanks have, right? Dodrio can start the fight with its Unite move by charging in. Blaziken can start the fight with a Blaze Kick, right? It's not that Blaziken and Dodrio are tanks, but they have the tools that tanks have when it comes to starting fights. This comp wouldn't work the same if instead of Dodrio Blaziken, their damage dealers were like Absol and Charizard, for example, right? Like, even though, yes, both of those are speedster all-rounder, those speedster, like Absol doesn't have a way to engage a fight, right? It only has damage pretty much. Charizard, it has single target engage, but it's not like looking for bushes. It's not finding opportunities to start fights in the same way. So I don't know. It was a nice little flip of the way that they played the comp. The reason why it was weird is because Miraidon has XP share, so I don't even think that Goldenrod was expecting for it to happen. Would Garchomp work? Kind of, right? Garchomp would kind of fulfill a similar kind of role like Blaziken there. The only thing is his Blaziken is more of like a Swiss Army knife, right? Blaze has the engage, but Blaze also has the sustain, and Blaze also has the secure. Whereas Garchomp like has some engage, some sustain, really no secure though.
That little out of the box option, I still think that they have performed very well in this early game to try to use more of that pressure.
Why XP share Miraidon still OP? Miraidon's got its passive to be able to start giving your team damage amplification. It has slows. It still does damage with XP share. Did I watch ACL? I didn't have time to, no. I need to get some sleep. All right, game number 2 between Goldenrod and Tuzzy.
So currently they can afford their bans are going to be on
Goldenrod gets first pick. They lost game number 1, so they get to decide if they want first or second pick. Goldenrod takes first pick. They decided to ban Blaze, which was really strong on the other team's side last game, and Blissey. Tuzzy's gonna go ahead and ban Darkrai Slowbro, and leaves Mimikyu open, but Goldenrod's gonna take Umbreon for the time being, which has been one of the strongest Pokemon of the tournament. That doesn't end up getting banned. Tuzzy last game did ban out the Mimikyu, so we'll see if they want to take that for themselves or if they're okay to play against it this time. Maybe they have a different strategy in mind. They're gonna take the Miraidon, makes sense. This game I don't think it'll be XP share Miraidon, but it still could be. The reason why I don't think it'll be XP share Miraidon is because now that the other team has this Umbreon and we went Eld, I think they might want to have some more frontline damage in that Miraidon, but they could honestly run it back. Looks like they are. They have the XP share loaded back up on Miraidon. Much harder game to be Dodrio though this time around, because the enemy team does have that Mimikyu. Remember, they banned out Slowbro and Dodrio, or Slowbro and Mimikyu last time, so that they would have the opening to be able to go something like Dodrio. This time I think they might shy away from it, but we'll see. Saralege gets picked as well. Saralege has been strong. Saralege again, like the other two Pokemon that we're talking about, is an all-rounder, is a damage dealer, but it also does have a way to start a fight, right? Or at least follow up on some stuns in its Unite move. So they still have that engage tool left over on their damage dealers, and they need another damage dealer that can kind of do the same if they're going to go this XP share Miraidon. Metagross kind of can do it, right? Metagross can start fights with its stun on Magnet Rise or Zen Headbutt. Unite move can get you in there as well. So it looks like they have like a similar mold as last game, right? They went Miraidon with the healer, 2 damage dealers that can start a fight, and the tank as well. This time I do think they should just take the XP share off Miraidon though, if they're gonna go Mammo like this. Okay, yeah, so the Miraidon has choice specs on now. No XP share there. That's what I thought when the enemy team had Umbreon, but Umbreon Mimikyu. But either way could work. Pika with Energy Amp Incense makes sense. Same thing. Armarouge, we haven't gotten to see a whole lot of Armarouge. It did get nerfed again. Despite the nerfs, I think it's still a strong Pokemon. Definitely not as strong as it's always been though. Serena at LAIC, her ult goes to unstoppable again, really? I think it's just full bugged. And no, I don't think we've seen Serena on stream.
I'm looking forward to see how the Armarouge is going to perform, because the nerfs were pretty strong.
The nerfs were heavy.
Yeah, I think the Serena is just bugged, guys.
Moveset, because I think the moveset that was hit really hard was the
All right, Goldenrod versus Tuzzy. Goldenrod on the left side. Top lane's gonna be Pikachu Hoopa versus Eldegoss and Saralege. Eldegoss gonna help out in the jungle to make sure the Metagross gets out a little faster. Also gives Eldegoss red buff to harass in the lane. And the Hoopa who's going to invade is late, right? And the reason why they're late is because that Eldegoss preemptively helped out. Eld's looking for where the Hoopa is because he didn't see him on the top side. Gonna drop a little red buff auto. And now they want to try to get a stack on this Saralege. They do. That 14 going in is huge. I don't know if he'll make it out alive. There was an Electro Web potentially there. He does use the eject early on, and that's a big win for the Shark Cadet, right? Shark Cadet getting his 14 points off there gets him a stack, dumps his money so he can have an easier time stacking in the future, and also gives him enough XP to hit level 5, either off that back bolt toy, which I don't think he did, or off just a couple Bs here, especially if his team can get them down. 4-man rotation, the Miraidon's rotated up. No 4-man response from the side of Goldenrod, but Goldenrod played that really passively. XP getting split 4 ways. I don't think they got a whole lot of the Altaria there. So it's Sarah gonna take a little bit to evolve.
Obviously all three attacks, but also when you use that
Bottom lane looks like it's going really well for Tuzzy. They still have 2 unevoluted Pokemon down here, whereas Miraidon's almost level 6. That's the power of Miraidon, though. It's a lane bully. It's a bully in every part of the game.
This is a scary spot for Tuzzy Esports to be into, as Pikachu does have that Electro Whip.
always useful. You also play here with a
All right, mid Altaria being set up. Lel's still level 3, but this happens sometimes when you're on the winning side. You've just been doing like different duties as a support, so you're not evoluted, even though your team is doing fine. Electric Drift from Rhydon, big tackle engaged from the Mamo, does catch out the Armarouge, forces the Armarouge to eject. Same time, Mimikyu ends up going down as well. Armarouge not going to be able to survive, goes down the hand of Eldegoss, and 2 KOs for the side of Tuzzy, with them making another lead at the start of game number 2.
Another use of those Hoopa portals is a quick rotation to the top side as Goldenrod.
Do I really consider Miraidon this strong after the nerfs? It's definitely strong, for sure. Today has been a lot better so far. We had like 1 small technical difficulty, but it lasted like a minute.
So far, but there has been effective use of these Hoopa portals in defense. Impressive stuff. Would not be surprised to see them rotate down towards the bottom side again to play for this first Reggie, but it looks like they're actually Goldenrod's going all in on the top side.
Yes, they are with a Hoopa
So Goldenrod set up on the top side. I don't hate this. They do have Hoopa on their team, so if they let the other team get the Regieleki, that would be disastrous for their pad. And they actually did manage to out-rotate Tuzzy here. Problem is, their secure is a little lacking. Mimikyu does get it. It's actually Armor Cannon from Armarouge. It's not the Fire Spin build. So I guess they do have some secure in that sense. And here's Metagross goes in, actually gets his Unite move off, but interrupted after that by the Volt Tackle. Level 9, though, just means he's too tanky for this stage of the game. And Tuzzy's really leaning into this, like, we're gonna have a tank, but our all-rounder is also gonna be our like secondary tank. He's not gonna be a defender, but it's gonna be an all-rounder that kind of does the defender's job, right? And I think that's really what they like to have. You kind of end up having that in most comps anyways, but it's very intentional from the side of Tuzzy.
I mean, it's one of the least touched in the nerfs.
Yeah, for the Pikachu, we also have Volt Tackle and Thunder, so just almost the same as
Mimikyu comes up here, wants to try to push away the side of Tuzzy, but everyone on Tuzzy just has too small amount of points, and Mimikyu is too far behind to be able to really string together some KOs. Gonna look for the long Shadow Sneak, maybe. Not quite. In Goldenrod, I feel like they're just losing in like small encounters over and over again, right? Like it's not like they're getting completely blown out, but at every opportunity they have to fight Tuzzy, they just lose it by a little bit, and those incremental things are adding up. That being said, Goldenrod just got a KO streak of 2 off our screen. Mimikyu does go in, Electric Drift from the Miraidon to get him out. Mimikyu doesn't have their Unite move. I'm assuming they use it to pick up those KOs. Mamoswine Unite does find Stomp onto Mimikyu, but there's a portal behind him. Doesn't manage to get it. Mamoswine's going to end up going down. Now there's a huge Electric Drift from the side of Miraidon. Picks off the Umbreon. Now he's a doll as well to be able to get some momentary invulnerability. Mimikyu's going to end up going down. Big Saralech Unite. KO Shrika 3, KO Shrika 4. Is it a 5? Is it a Penta? Is it a Penta? Wait for it. No. That's toxic.
All right, huge play there by by Choosy Esports. Huge push for them. Saralech absolutely.
That was a beautiful Unite.
In that last fight. Fob, yes, they stole the Penta, but hey, it was a relevant knockout. We'll take it.
I mean, to be fair, the other day, Spragos stole the Penta from Jubesnax.
Oh, so, that's true. We'll never forget.
We will never forget. Ever. Top side, all the members on the side here.
Is he not Phantom Force?
On the Regieleki.
Doesn't look like it, right? It's not Phantom Force on Saralech. Interesting. I don't hate it.
But no,
yeah, it's not.
The move is Electro Drift again, and it's is just doing so much. Although Armorouge makes a very good call there and takes down Miraidon before they can use their ability once again. The Ice Wing pulls them just right into the embrace of Cyril Edge, and it's going to be an almost equal.
You can just do full-out brawling. I mean, there's enough survivability on his team. Not the worst choice. Broken Shield Icon when Cyril Edge makes damage. It's a debuff from Psycho Cut, which reduces enemy defense.
0 points on the board, has secured 2 objectives. You take a look at that Hoopa portal. There was no glowing circle around the outside, which means none of the members are going to recall through it. Instead, they're going to go the old-fashioned way and walk.
Yeah, Tuzzy's kind of just walking away with this game, guys.
I mean, yeah, this is Pokemon Unite, not Pokemon Go. We're not walking places.
Yeah, it's true. I love technology. Jump pads are cool.
Yeah, they are. Diglets are fun.
Sunday trying to get as many souls as they can. Huge Thunderstorm engagement's a very tanky Pokemon, absorbing the majority of that damage. Falb gets a ton of shields from one Gyro Ball as well. That helps them get in this fight for a little bit longer as Falb actually strikes first. The Eldegoss taking a KO.
Yeah, now trying to escape.
Gendeco, 1 HP.
So they're going to have to just try and walk
Ooh, Resonant Guard Shield as well. And the Mammo's gonna go down instead of the Miraidon. It's a better trade, right? Miraidon's higher XP. Miraidon also can continue farming. Miraidon also gets to keep his money alive, which is better for his passive.
But that is not to say that Goldenrod Strikers has been doing too poorly. They have gotten
As he's doing the Japan thing, our jungle. I refuse to let you guys just say that Japan invented taking the enemy team's jungle. I'm insulted. That's just what the winning team does. What else would you do?
Everybody gathering here on the bot side of the central area. 4 members of 2Z Esports.
They didn't invent it, but they do it a lot. Well, when you're the winning team, that's what it's going to look like, right?
Which is actually really, really good at this point. Nice Hoopa portal as well. That is not going to come back.
When NA was doing that to the other teams, it wasn't, oh, look at what the American, that's that NA strat where they take your jungle. It's just people sensationalize Japan doing it because Japan is like the most recent winners and they're foreign. Japan invented all mobile principles now that they won Worlds, yeah.
Next team fight as 2Z Esports strikes first.
Yeah, 15 seconds for the Hoopa to come back.
All right, Hoopa's gonna end up going down, which is not good for Goldenrod. Right, you need the Hoopa Unite to be able to win a team fight. So now they're just down a full minute. But Hoopa's coming up soon. As long as Goldenrod lives here, they have an opportunity. Metagross goes for the Unite move, doesn't find the execute on the Metagross. Play with me on the meta. It's not going to be enough. There's an Eldegoss Unite to be able to heal the Metagross outside of that as well. Cyril Edge Unite. There's still a Hoopa Unite hasn't been used, and Hoopa's going to end up going down for the second time.
Goldenrod, the damage is there in spades for 2Z Esports. I mean, they're able to walk over the other side, and the healing they were able to get from Lel's Cotton Cloud Crown.
It's looking good. Returning player who's the most OP picks these days. Darkrai, Miraidon, Umbreon, Zacian, Blaziken, Blissey, Mimikyu, Cyril Edge, Leafeon. Those are some of the really good picks.
2-0 getting into our round 2 of 8.
It's Eldegoss, Snorlax, Blissey. Hey, those are all the same Pokemon from Season 1. When I seen Eld pick rate and winner from yesterday, I did not know.
Yeah, a bit of a quieter performance from Falb on the Metagross. Only 3 knockouts this time, but Gendeco stepping up to the plate with their Miraidon with 6 knockouts and 62,000 damage.
All right, guys, I am gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
A challenging match to play into, as we all saw, but wow, what a game from 2Z Esports.
Oh, Cloudbuster, thank you for the raid. I'm just gonna be right back. Welcome in, everyone.
Synergy that we have been talking about, for example, for DreamHack is also here on the side of 2Z Esports. Ace plays, sometimes when we're talking about the charge beam being really good, the Electro Diff is just doing as good.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that play in the fight. I'm so glad we had that replay. The Miraidon baited out the Mimikyu into their entire team by Ninja Dolling or immediately after the electric grip. So Mimikyu just appears on a Shedinja doll, looks around, and there's nobody but enemies surrounding them, an immediate KO to turn the other way. Really clever stuff. Our player of the game is going to go to Max on this Sarah Ledge, though. Just a consistent force, going with the Psycho Cut and Flame Charge build. So one we don't see very often, but with Sarah Ledge's passive of after using any of its moves, it gets a boosted auto attack. Flame Charge having 2 stacks means you are just constantly getting those like Yep.
Good.
Our impressions are top notch.
Right. Yeah, I was going to mention on top of that, we just had Sarah Ledge just doing so well in regards to securing those objectives. They were there on the spot all the time, and the Revenant Rents to just go through multiple members of Goldenrod Strikers was so effective.
Yeah, I mean, if we're having an award for coolest looking Unite move, I think Sarah Ledge is top of the list, or at least top seed in that tournament bracket. Exactly. I absolutely love this. So Tuesday Esports are going to be moving on into our round of 8 teams. I think we're going to be taking a look at the bracket a little bit later so that we can see what their next round opponent is going to be. Obviously, we only know the one so far officially of Plaga versus Fusion, but this tournament is shaping up to be one of the best we've ever had. It's so exciting. Kicking off the season here in Latin America, here in Brazil, is so cool to see. But yeah, Tuesday Esports, I mean, do we have to start considering them a tournament favorite? I don't know, but what I do know is that we have an interview on stage, so we're going to throw it to our caster and our player.
What's good, everybody? Dube Snacks here, back with Lel from Tuesday with a convincing win over Goldenrod Strikers. Lel, first question, what's the story with the sunglasses?
Léo, primeira pergunta. Qual a pira do óculos?
Cara, eu sempre fui vaidoso, assim, e aí o meu apelido na época de escola era Léo Zica. Zica para os americanos aí é tipo alguém estiloso nessa forma. E aí eu comprei a Juliette, gostei e comecei a usar.
So I've always considered myself really stylish, and in school I used to have this nickname that was Léo Zica. Zica, for the people who are not from Brazil, means someone who's stylish, has good drip. So basically I've always been there, and I really wanted a Juliette, which is what these glasses are called. So that's right.
Well, styling, profiling in that first game, certainly. Both games, first match, 2 games. We watched them. You all played great. Getting your day off started incredibly well. How do you think this momentum will carry into your next match?
Vocês começaram um dia muito bem. Como você acha que isso vai proceder para os próximos jogos?
É muito importante. A nossa próxima partida é muito difícil aí. A Nouns, um dos favoritos do campeonato. Então é muito importante pra gente já se soltar, a gente chegar confiante. E é isso, vamos pra cima.
So this next game for us is really big because we're going against what are the favorites of the tournament. So for us, it's really important to cool down, get ourselves feeling a little bit more limber to make sure our fingers are moving real fast, and I hope we're going to do great.
Well, we better give you that time to get prepared to cool down and then warm back up and get those little things finging out there. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw it back to the booth, and I can't
All right, awesome to hear from Lel, though. I mean, they had a great matchup to start the day. You got to feel that momentum is carrying you, but the awareness and, ability to know we need to chill out, relax, and get set up for our next match because it's gonna be a doozy. I love that confidence and just awareness of how they're
all right, we're back.
Absolutely, and they were mentioning as well the next matchup. So let's have a look at the bracket when we have that updated for you all. The top
We're getting
8
some
is
coffee.
already locked in. Luminosity Gaming versus The Code. That's going to be a banger. DreamHack Esports versus Team YT. Well, to be fair, it looks like everything is banger. Fusion, Plaga, and Nouns Esports against Tuesday. We have to
Wait, what happened?
The update there. Goldenrod Strikers just got eliminated from the tournament. Tuesday.
Okay, so they have the wrong team on the bracket. I was going to say, wait, what? Why isn't Tuesday going?
At home, the next match we are going to have on broadcast is going to be Luminosity Gaming versus The Code, which is going to be a very, very fun matchup there. I mean, The Code, a team that very much impressed me from yesterday, a team that was not really on my radar at all, but I mean, maybe that just says something about my knowledge of this region. Not deep enough, because The Code had some great games. They did have a 2-1 set in that round that was off stream, so we'll have to get a little bit more insight, maybe in some interviews about how that first matchup went, but we will see that and so much more of this tournament because LAIC is shaping up to be one of the best events of the season, and not just because it's the first. We're going to cut to a very short break. LG and The Code right after this.
Hi, this is Spreggles, and inspired by the incredible chat message, "Let's hide" in Pokemon Unite,
Let's
I'm gonna
hide.
hide here at LAIC. Will you be able to find me? Let's find out. Can you find me? Do you see me? I'm right there.
I don't see him.
I'm hiding, but really, really good.
Where is he?
Oh, I'm such a good hider. I'm hiding like a real pro. All right, last chance to guess.
No.
Oh, did you
Oh,
think
I
was
see him, I
over
see him.
here? Okay, maybe you did. Next time, let's make it a little trickier. Can you find me? Oh, I'm hiding so good you wouldn't believe it. I feel like I'm almost the best hider at LAIC. One of the best, for sure. All right, I'm about to show you
Oh,
where
I see him.
am.
He's right here.
Did
I
you
see his
me?
arm. Yeah.
Oh,
I
was
saw
right over
him.
here the whole time. Could you
I saw
believe
him.
it? All right, it's gonna get harder. All right,
He's right
this
here.
Last one's gonna be the trickiest
Oh.
one. Can you guess where I'm hiding?
What? Yeah, I see him. What?
All right, I kind of cheated on that one. Did you guess that's where I'd be? This has been Let's Hide
What?
with Spreggles. Bye.
I think there was just no good hiding spot here. That was good.
Dupe Snacks, Soph, we are back with our savory Brazilian snacks. Soph, talk me through these real quick.
Right, so we got savories, we got a couple of drinks to pair it out because we all know what happened with the paçoca. But next, we have cashews, because in Brazil, cashews, they are castanha do Pará, which is a specific place, state in Brazil. So it's nuts from that state. So it's all local and original. So next, for not just the cashews, you have them salted and also caramelized for a little bit more crunch and sweetness.
Okay,
but still on the same category. Here, you have like a crunchy snack. It's very floury, and I really don't know how to describe it, but it's made with polvilho flour. Next to snacks, we have the corn puff snack. So it's a type of creamy cheese, very different from your usual American cream cheese. And of course, drinks to pair it out. We have matcha. So this drink is so popular in Brazil. You can drink it iced. And of course, you have your soft drink, Guaraná. It is a Brazilian fruit, very delicious and a staple of Brazilian soft drinks. Should we start with cashews?
We're starting with cashews. Let's get into it. I've had a cashew before. Haven't had a Brazilian cashew. Now, I know I sell myself as a professional. My palate is not strong enough to tell the difference between a Brazilian cashew and whatever other cashew I've had. That being said, I love cashews.
Yeah.
All right, now we have the caramelized version of the cashews.
Exactly.
Which, again, despite being a professional, I don't have the refined palate to tell the difference. These are terrific. Sweet and salty, a winning combination every single time. Now, I know this is what everybody's waiting for, which is, what are these things? Soap doesn't even know. I just drooled. These are awesome. Love these. Not too salty, like pork rinds tend to be. That's phenomenal. It has like little bacon strips on the front.
Oh, do you want to try the last?
I'm gonna need to.
You need this one. Okay.
We're gonna need to.
It's the
put this
crumble
down.
effect.
Yeah.
We talked about it. Nice. Soft drink, Guaraná. Thoughts?
That's terrific.
Terrific. You heard it here
Super
first.
refreshing. Very
Good.
Okay.
Nice.
So we're gonna put that there, and we're gonna go to. Way to cover the name, but not the gigantic mascot. Hey, boy. These are terrific.
Nice.
I love these too. No, these are great.
Good.
Absolutely love these. You're right, it's nothing like American yellow gas station pump cheese. Nobody thought it was going to. Definitely not me.
It's sweetened as well. So.
It's like a tea. Literally tastes like
I got my coffee.
Sweetened iced tea.
Give me the scores.
We're gonna go 5, because that's where I said we were gonna start, and I remembered. Mine like a steel trap. We're gonna go 5.5 here. Love these. 7 1/4.
Good.
6.2, I think, is where I ended up in there. Super refreshing for a soda. Iced tea, great staple, like I said, from Kentucky. I love this. This is terrific too.
Coffee time.
6.2, easy 7. I think this is my favorite. And I do think.
Oh, is it better than the
No,
other?
it's not.
No.
8.15. 8.15.
Okay.
Keep it on its own thing.
Whoa,
Those are
whoa.
the savory snacks. So, but we have more coming up. Believe it or not, we're
It's
doing
back.
a
We're back.
three-parter here.
No technical
Unstoppable, like a
difficulties
trilogy,
today.
Some people call those.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
close it out. What's up next?
Yeah, so we got finger foods right here. So super excited to bring you those because I think these are going to be the most different to you, aside from the crumbly passoka, right? Stay tuned for the next episode.
It was dark. Did you hear the voices?
And welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite Latin America International Championships. We are into the top 8 of our bracket. I am Zoinks, joined by Sophie yet again. We're back-to-back matches.
Hold on, it's gonna go
today.
dark again for a
We got some
second.
incredible ones. We are down to our top 8 teams. Teams playing over prize money, championship points, and a
You pulled
chance
Star Me
to
X
go out
yesterday?
and
Oh.
compete in Japan.
So you're just
So
showing
much
off
fun.
now, right?
Absolutely, and Zoinks, this
Okay.
is so exciting because being in Latin America,
The breaks and the skits, they're good.
Yesterday
Definitely
on
better
day
than
one
just
on
leaving
the
us with
stage,
our own
getting
voices.
to here now, we still have so many Brazilian teams. We just had
I
an
believe
all
3 left.
Brazilian. Yeah, there we go. We had an all Brazilian match just right now. 2-0 was the squad for 2Z Esports over Goldenrod Strikers. And getting into our next match, tell us a little bit what we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing yet another Brazil team in the code, but also their opponents, Luminosity Gaming, Notorious. We're going to get a chance to hear from both of those teams.
Better than
We
another
have an
Comfy
interview
showcase,
on
yeah.
Stage ready. Over to the booth. Stage. We're the booth.
We're the booth.
Over the stage.
All right, here we are. Up
Okay, it's
on the
LG
big
versus
stage.
The Code.
I am here with V from The Code and Overlord from Luminosity Gaming. Let's get this thing started. I want to start with you. I have a question for you. How do you feel running into a team that has multiple former world champions on it?
I have to say, the feeling is amazing. It's the first time we got into an international championship, and we fight a lot to be here. We match against Fusion. It was a really great match, despite we losing. We give it all, and I have to say, for our first tournament together, it's amazing to see Luminosity here and have the chance to fight an international team that is recognized by everyone, has the best team in the history of Pokemon Unite. It's a lot.
Incredible stuff. I have to ask you, Overlord, father and son back together again. I want to know who reached out to who first.
I'd say it was Kyrgios. He brought us back together. But yeah, no, it's definitely great playing with them again. You know, we still definitely have a lot of synergy from the last 2 years. You know, I feel like we're not really missing out coming back together. So yeah, feeling good.
Amazing. I want you two to strike a fighting pose. Take a look at each other because you're about to do battle. I'll strike one too. We'll get a little something like this. All right, everybody. We're going to send it back to the booth here in just 1 sec. Tomo
He's all
Jutsu,
grown
take
up.
it away. Zoinks.
Hi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sparkles. I mean, Mr. Sparkles.
Mr.
For that
Sparkles.
interview. And it's lovely to see The Code just showing so much admiration and respect for Luminosity, and just also hearing that Kyrgios was the one to, you know, just bring the team back together. And Luminosity are looking mighty strong.
Heart of the team, heart of the team. Now, I would be careful of calling him different names. He has been known to kick his coworkers, so I would just tread carefully.
This kicking thing
around
is
Mr.
not going to
Sparks. I mean,
escape him,
Mr.
is it?
Sparks. Okay, but it was great to hear from both those teams. Interesting to hear that the Code is playing together for the first time at this event, so obviously not having too much practice going into this, but having a great tournament run so far. And I do completely agree with their answer about that Fusion matchup. Yeah, maybe it was a loss, but it was an extremely close match, and now that is going to give you a little bit of confidence, and you're going to need a lot of confidence to play a titan like Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, 2 times world champions Luminosity Gaming is the squad they're going to be facing. And as you said, in that Fusion match in particular, it was so close.
Yeah.
Right until the end, it's one of those Rayquaza fights where you're like, what is going to happen? We don't really understand. We just don't really know. And it just changed at the last minute. And because Fusion has that extra bit of experience, I would
Thinking
say
about the
they have
kick for the
calm,
next 2 years,
especially
at
the
least for the
nerve
rest of this
and the
tournament, for sure.
straight face best of ones. This is it. We go in, we win. Right?
Next time I see him at an event, I will definitely.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff to see.
I'll be scared of the kick.
You and I had the chance to talk to some of the Luminosity
Luminosity.
last night after their group stage tournament, just to catch up a little bit about how their games went, and of course what their thoughts are going into day 2. A lot of confidence, of course, from this squad, who has so many accolades to this tournament name. However, they were talking about some of the Pokemon and builds that they were playing. We have not seen everything in the Luminosity toolkit, bar none. I mean, Kyrios has a lot of very interesting attacker choices that they want to bring up. I mean,
Miraidon, Greninja.
Pick that Slash is uncomfortable on in the entire roster. I mean, there is a lot of exciting stuff, and I mean, we haven't even started talking
God, it's so sad about the kick on Twitter. I think
at that point in time. So Luminosity Gaming,
he's just being funny about it,
got a call out in the last interview that Nouns Esports
and also just being careful.
Tournament, but I think Luminosity Gaming is very close in contention for favorite to win this event.
Absolutely hard to agree here with you, Zoinks, because Luminosity in yesterday's games that we had on the Brock. Yeah! What is it saying? Bada! Good job.
I love the code's got that energy. It's awesome. We're gonna be jumping directly into draft. So Luminosity Gaming versus the Code in game 1. Luminosity Gaming gonna be leading with this Hoopa ban. Now, an interesting choice made by Luminosity Gaming throughout this most of the tournament is right here. This Miraidon ban in the first pick phase has been so common for this team. They love banning this Pokemon. Kyrios' attacker pool is wide enough. They're totally fine with all their other options.
Yeah, and speaking of other options, I'm thinking about the Blissey, I'm thinking about the high participation that we have on
draft
the
is underway.
The tournament so far.
Let's turn these guys down and turn our brains up. So Darkrai, Umbreon ban, or Mimikyu ban from the right side, which means that they leave Umbreon up, but Luminosity decides to take Leafeon. They're really confident on the Leafeon, so it makes sense that they're going to take that there. Does mean that the Code gets their Umbreon pick. Glaceon, though, this high is a little weird. Why not just take the Blissey here? And it looks like Luminosity, they're ready with what they want to play. They're not going to show anything too crazy. Otter's going to go back on the Mew, and they're going to go Urshi this time. Looks like it might be Water Bear, unless they're going to swap it over to someone else. But I think he's just locked in on Water Bear. As expected, Code goes Blissey now. The Glaceon pick really a little bizarre. And now they're going to go with D-Knight. I don't feel too good about this comp. Their early game is very, very, very weak on the side of Code. Right? Glaceon needs that level 6 to come online. D-Knight can sometimes do well at level 5, but really needs his level 8 before you really like have like a big power spike. Meanwhile, on Luminosity's side, Leafeon just needs level 4. He's already going to be able to do a huge amount of damage. The Mew, to be honest, all it really needs is level 3 to get started with coachings. And then level 5 at worst. And yeah, A9, Mama, or A9 Snorlax, also very strong early game characters. And then a Luca pick to round out Code's composition. I really don't like the setup of their comps. Like, their lanes all around the board look like they're going to be very weak. This means that the Code is sending either the Glaceon or the Dragonite to one of the side lanes. And wherever like they're going to have one of those in the side lane, it's not going to be looking good. If their Luca player can 1v a million, maybe it can go crazy, but you're not going to have like opening in the early game into a Leafeon, right? Wherever the Luca is going to try to do something strong in the early game, the Leafeon's going to be there to match it. Has Otter played anything besides Mew? He played a game of support Espeon. Looks like it's going to be Avail A9 as well.
Very true, yeah, especially because of the versatility. And on the side of the Code, their roster is just very interesting in regards to going for a more secure-based kind of composition. You have Lucario with the Aura Cannon, you have potential Hyper Beam for the Dragonite on their squad.
All right, looks like it's gonna be a Snorlax invading, slash X speeding out the gate. He's gonna jump over. Makes sense to invade here. Like I said, there's gonna be a weak jungler and a weak laner, so the invade should be quite favored for the Snorlax. And there's no help as well. Like the Blissey could come and help, but even then it's not gonna look that strong. And now the Dragonite's stuck. You can't really trade with this Lux because he out damages you, and you're just gonna lose this farm. He does actually get his red buff to his side, and Slash might actually end up going down, but it's enough time for the Leafeon to get here, and I don't know, his trainer might not be able to make it out alive either. Slash isn't supposed to die there. Well played by the Dragonair, and good rotation from the Umbreon. That early game should have gone a lot better, a lot better for Luminosity. The mistake that happened there was Slash went to go tackle the Dragonite to try to win more time, but I think it's better if you just hold your moves there to put more pressure on the last hit. Regardless, Overlord has enough room here now to be able to get level 5 uncontested. So even if Trainer's early game doesn't go too well, they still have Overlord. Trainer's actually gonna end up going down to the Dragonair, and not much more that they can do with this Water Bear here. To be honest, the code is holding their own for sure. I think a lot of it's coming from Luminosity just making some missteps, especially with how that invade went. But the code is holding it down, which is nice to see. E-Speed Luca here, it's going to take a lot of damage from the Mew. Does manage to get that last hit for his team. And they get that as well with the Blissey Pound. That's nice. They are pushed off of these bees. Glaceon level 6 is ready to go. Umbreon, forced to use that Foul Play to retreat, is going to get jumped on by the Water Bear. And yeah, this is like, even despite the code having an okay early game, their comp just doesn't do anything in the face of what Luminosity has. Right? Like LG just has threats on every single part of their characters, like already ready to go. Whereas the code, like, they need a lot of experience to be able to scale, and they need an experienced lead. Right? Luca doesn't necessarily need that much XP to do well, but he needs an experienced lead to excel. Oh, Dragon Dance into the bush there. That's... We can't do that. We have no vision of the enemy team. And, you know, it's small mistakes like that that set the best teams apart from good teams. 2 KOs on the top side. Now this is enough opportunity for LG to score on the top side. If they get the breaks here, they get to score on the pad. They can do the Regieleki on the top side, and then also have enough time to still make it on the bottom part of the map as well. D-Knight does have level 8, but LG knows that they have a very small window here to make sure the Dragonite isn't set up with Dragon Dance stacks, and they're going to find it right now. So Dragonite is here. He is going to try to get his Dragon Dance stacks up, but the Water Bear is just going to chase him down. I don't think he's going to have time for the objective. Absolutely not. Leafeon has that Razor Leaf. They're looking to try to make the seal with Umbreon. It's not going to be enough, and now Umbreon goes down, so this bottom pad is not safe for the code. Heavy Slam to be able to let Overlord score his 15. Leave that bottom pad on 7. They'll go and break that later on. And now LG's in their comfort zone, right? Like, this game is really simple for Urshi. For the Leafeon, for the rest of LG. And the top Regieleki went in at the same time, and they're going to get the break here. They're looking good.
Great play by Slash. Not a huge overdunk, but you never care about overdunking on tier 2. Open up the path for future Regielekis.
Yes, you do. And opening up the path also gets you access to the enemy central area. The Hyper Beam finally there for us to see on screen, but not really on the objective so far.
Leafeon uses that Unite onto Glaceon. Lets him score on the bottom pad as well. Get his stacks up.
15 as well on this bottom side, and can safely aerial ace away.
Yeah, and great mastery of this Pokemon by Trainer, of course. They have played this Leafeon so much and in so many tournaments, but a great play from them is the early Razor Leaf. They don't immediately go for the Unite.
Luminosity's looking strong. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the code, they kind of just drafted themselves into a corner. Like, D-Knight Glaceon, these are Pokemon that are way too slow to be able to get to do anything.
Glaceon has no escape route.
5 minutes on the
Like these Pokemon need the late game. They need to be like strong, like level ahead and levels in the late game.
5 seconds for their Regieleki to spawn, and Slashcan just doing the utmost to zone people out every single place. And as you mentioned, the Dragonite is just
So it looks like they're trying to push on the bottom side. They are gonna get a KO on the trainer. They maybe catch out LG a little bit. But LG gets to trade the top objective for that. Trainer going down is not a huge deal. Bottom objective, D-Knight's not even here in time, and they're gonna have to take this fight without their Blissey. The Blissey's about to go down as well. And yeah, I don't see where the code is supposed to be able to come back with the picks that they have.
It doesn't feel really good at this point for the code in this first game of the best of 3, but
Like the Umbreon and the Blissey, they're great. Glaceon, D-Knight, Luca. Very, very awkward set of 3 Pokemon.
because of the proactiveness that you have from Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, and ooh, look at this. This is a build that we have seen almost none of in this tournament. Is Overlord on the Water Bear. So Blue Bear, a Pokemon that we don't see very much at all. Their Rapid Strike version.
And Overlord's gonna use his Unite move. Get some that shield, his move speed, some cooldown reduction. And game is just simple from here when you're this ahead. They're doing the Japan thing where they go into the enemy jungle. The thing that the region of Japan invented.
Force out the power nap, but still, as you said, the Pokemon with the most HP in the game, they're fine. Even with the block,
They're winning.
Swift away.
And Regirock buff as well. Like, I mean, there was a lot of things.
You're so right.
There's a lot of things.
D-Knight freaking sucks. Yeah, D-Knight's not in a game like this. Like, you can make the D-Knight work if you have like strong early stuff around it, and it's like your late game security to be able to make sure you get objectives along the way. Like, for example, Luminosity could have had D-Knight this game, and they could have made it work in place of Urshi. What's up, Brawler? NA learning from Japan. Yep. They're winning.
They have all gotten such a great curve from early game to this midpoint, and Trainer is feeling incredibly comfortable. Top side, Luminosity is starting out the Regieleki, and the damage that Overlord can do just by themselves with Snorlax going onto the backline, just pushing the code completely away from the objective. They can still try to go forward as well. Aura Cannon was used to no effect whatsoever, and now Trainer doesn't even care about taking anybody else. They could go on the 15-minute mark. They can rip that bottom Regi.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming has now created 2 different win conditions for themselves. We're 10 seconds away from Rayquaza, and there's a Regieleki threatening to home base, which means that the code has to pay attention to it.
Imagine winning seems cringe. That's what I'm saying.
Could just counterscore. Slashcan's going to lose about half their HP, but look at how they run to the Aurora Veil defense buff. Absolutely great coverage by Kyrios.
So good, and looking incredibly very well executed.
My God, how broken is Leafeon?
With the auto attack build. Now they're defending here in the entrance to the central area. Luminosity Gaming, especially with Overlord there on the water bear. Look at how much damage they can do. The
Blissey ult goes on the Glaceon. Glaceon is ripping away the Snorlax. Snorlax is still gonna end up getting out. Nice coaching to get him some move speed to get out. Big Leafeon ult, X attack. He didn't have the X attack, but still, energy amp, fully stacked, level 14. That's all you need. And now LG knows that they need to take down Ray so the enemy team doesn't have a chance to win. And that's it.
Opening 1-0 in this best of 3 for the round of 8 is just huge for Luminosity Gaming, and nothing short of our expectations.
They're doing the Japan thing where they win. Yeah. It's the first time I've seen a team that isn't from Japan do this, where they do the thing where they win by like a lot. Lax build, I think he was Resonant Guard, Focus Band, XP Share.
Slashcan really stealing the show in a few moments on this Snorlax. I feel like Trainer getting those big damage numbers and executes, but the way this Snorlax plays around a composition very good at objective secures is just so impressive. Slashcan basically cutting you off too much.
You know, with that blue buff, it just, yeah, I mean, their comp just doesn't make sense.
LG is favored in every single objective fight, and I believe they did in fact secure every single objective that spawned in on this map, including the Rayquaza. So huge start for LG. Is going to be their first match of the tournament. Code did have to play a best of 3 right before this matchup. LG obviously not feeling too cold. They're starting this thing hot.
And he did the Japan thing. Oh yeah. He was Buddy resonant. Okay. I mean, Buddy's really strong on Snorlax, so I kind of get it. If I had to guess based on the way Slash thinks about the game, he probably wanted to go Buddy so his Resident Guard shield is bigger, and Resident Guard so his Buddy Guard is Buddy shield is bigger. They're both max HP items. Like they both buff each other in a way. And they're both ways to give your teammate shield, so it's not bad. Also, they both make your block max HP shield bigger. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would play. I don't think I would play Buddy Barrier. The thing is they don't have a healer on their team, so the shields kind of supplement it, right? So that makes sense. UI and Luca both play XP shares there and Leafeon in the same game. Demons.
Really like it as well. The Code has been performing really well so far, considering, like you said, advanced into Group 8 after getting the 2.
Is XP share on attackers at least considered a Japan thing? I mean, I literally won a tournament 2 years ago playing XP share Pikachu.
Huge, just so huge. 128,000.
But we can call it a Japan thing if you want.
6 times scored and 183 points scored. The aerial leaf is just like the aerial leaf.
Aerial leaf, yeah.
The razor leaf aerial ace. There you go.
Aerial leaf, yeah. No, you said it already.
I just a conjunction of
XP share charm float. I don't know. I'd have to see it. Like I don't know. What if I have Japanese roots? I mean, I've watched a couple anime before. Glaceon pick early in draft seems easier to neutralize. Yeah, it's just you can't pick Glaceon and D-Knight together as well. They're just two late game Pokemon. Is winning Worlds a Japan thing? I mean, Japan's done it less times than NA has, so what does that mean? Who did, when they played this XP share Zera and stuff, what teams were they playing against? Were they playing against like the other top teams in Japan?
And like you were mentioning, I just want to back up a little bit on your conversation about the early stages on trainer with the Leafeon and not going so much for those wild Pokemon. I feel like nowadays, especially in this meta, giving the blue buff to the A9 has been so frequent that you're just trying to convert all of the EXP and extra buffs into your attackers.
Man, looking like Tyson a step too slow. I didn't watch the fight, but I heard some things. Played Reject. I mean, Reject's a good team.
Yeah, we're just climbing and climbing, and we're gonna get very.
Reject's a good team. Alright, Code bans Blissey Mimikyu from first pick. Luminosity bans Darkrai Miraidon. What this does do is they have to play into Umbreon, which I think normally, like in an evenly matched game, is pretty scary. But LG, you know, they're really confident around Leafeon. Looks like the Code is going to take that away. And first time they're going to go Hoopa. We finally get to see Otter play Hoopa in a tournament, which is cool. And yeah, they're going to get Umbreon for themselves. Do we think we'll ever get Weedle? No. They actually said in a developer letter that we're never getting Weedle. They're going to pick Mew for themselves, and then Serena. Interesting. Did I teach Otter how to play Hoopa? If he does well on it, I did. If he does bad on it, I didn't. So we'll see.
a little bit later. Who
We'll see.
knows where we'll be going there?
I'll tell you afterwards.
Blastoise here on the side of Luminosity Gaming, especially if you go with your ultimate there.
All right, Code is picking like this. Like, if you want to say like stuff that Japan would pick, this the Code comp has a lot of things that Japan would have, but it's just too much cooking. They just went no tank. No tank, XP share A9, XP share Mew. Right? Into Zoro, Gyarados. Yeah, I don't really know.
Playstyles coming out of this Brazilian squad. Luminosity Gaming, to deal with that, is going to have portals, which I already talked about. Into dive compositions are tricky, and in fact, I think that's why we are seeing the double speedster emerge, because of that Hoopa selection. But once you go Hoopa unbound, you got a lot of extra access, right? So that might be a big play for LG.
I mean, Code's comp can work, but I just the A9 pick doesn't make any sense, right? Like, they just, instead of A9, if they just went like even Snorlax or just like a normal tank, Mamo, Tree, right? And if they really want to lean into this like no tank, frick it, just go like Sableye or something. The A9 pick is just weird. Like, Auroraville is a good move, but it's not good enough in this case. Especially when you have speedsters on your team. They're not going to be able to get a lot of value out of Auroraville.
It is a base amount until you score the magic number of 11 points at once, by the way. If you score 11 points, you actually get a bonus to your effort gauge as well. Into a Leafeon Dodrio composition, I don't know if you're finding a way to...
All right, so Hoopa's going to help with the red.
I actually don't think this is a terrible choice. I do like the double band play.
Same. Now with the
Hoopa might take the red buff and then go top.
orange buff as well, as you would expect early on. They are also joining here Overlord. There's the confusion.
No last hit for us on that side. This means the Leafeon's going to get level 4 here. But Leafeon not getting 4 out of the jungle means that it doesn't have like immediate pressure. Can try to pressure onto this Magikarp. Gets the KO before the focus band goes off. But I don't think they're going to be able to push into the Hoopa, especially with Hoopa on red. And now Trainer is here. He can be able to get this kill on the A9. A9 goes for the eject. He didn't want to risk it.
That is wild. I actually have no idea. I want to say my guess, production, my guess is Tyranitar.
Tita, maybe Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff's your guess? All right.
No, maybe.
Production, we're locking in our guesses. Tyranitar and Wigglytuff.
All right, there's a KO on to the A9. Leaf is dead. Serena died as well. On the bot side. Dodrio's invading. Should have the red buff. He got the red buff. But this is the part where it gets scary, because Zoroark's going to come back for him. I think he understands, so he walked away. Stored Power Espeon is really good into Dodrio, and just barely lives. That's Resident Guard diff right there. But like, again, like the Code has too much stuff that they're cooking, right? Like, their comp this game is better than last game, which isn't saying much because last game was horrendous. But they're kind of just playing like solo queue players. Right? They're just like, we're just going to pick what we want to pick and then try to make it work.
They're still stuck on the stage, but finally they find the evolution. But a portal's bringing a lot of competition real quick. Zoroark's gonna get that first KO. Overlord getting some help. You see that bounce shield means they did find at least one target. A little 9 kill slow.
A9's gonna go down again.
And that means there is literally nowhere to run. And Overlord gets the chase down. Trainer getting another. And Luminosity Gaming. Well, they're Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this game is This game's already cooked. You like all their picks, but not together. Yeah, I mean, they have some stuff that's good. I just, support A9 is definitely not real. Not in the way that they wanted to execute it here. The no tank comp also not the way you want to execute it. Like, Leafeon's good, but the way that they laned the Leafeon's weird. The Dodrio pick I love. I love to see Dodrio here. But it looks like LG's pocket response to Dodrio is just going stored power Espeon. Which, I mean, it's working. But did he not go Veil? There's no way he's not Veil.
That is the only Pokemon without a single choice selection.
Wait, what?
Was picked once, but it did not win. So I didn't expect it to. I want to make that very clear.
I guess we're just Blizzard A9. Sure.
Yeah, and it just feels really.
I mean, at that point, we might as well just be Pikachu, right? Do we really gain anything by being A9?
But it's not really happening at this point. The Grassy Slide comes through, and they have, with the Midnight Bronze, just taking all of that shield away from the Serena. So important in how the passive works.
Yeah, this game's over. This game's over, guys.
Look at that Regieleki scoring, and all of the team has the points to even back it up more, make it 17.
We can, we'll watch it, but the game is definitely over. He's Muscle Scarf. That's what I was saying. He went attack speed items. It doesn't make sense to go Blizzard A9. Like, it just, your character doesn't make any sense.
For that much of a score increase. We have seen the effect of early game leads going into Rayquaza all throughout our match. I think yesterday in the best of
Another hour-long pause? No.
independent situation throughout the entire day. These early game leads are paramount right now in the metagame.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's definitely a meta being set here at LAIC 2025. Look at the Dragon Current just comes through, takes down the Mew, looking for, well, it just feels bad at this point with the amount of damage and just XP that they have ahead. 12 on the Gyarados, 11 on the Espeon, and 13 for Trainer on the Zoroark.
And a non-stacking Gyarados, right? That is not even a fully stacked up Pokemon. They did have the Registeel buff for a little bit of additional damage, and with the Unite move just used, they probably still had that passive attack buff after using your Unite. But Gyarados is going to keep taking KOs. Overlord.
What's the next match that we can watch?
Super difficult match here for the Code, but they're still trying to keep afloat with
I don't know if they might actually go through every quarterfinal on stream, huh? It might just be DreamX YT next.
Off tracks, just like they were on the Leafeon previous game.
Yeah, they're faith attacking for a ball toy on the other side of the map.
They will? Okay. It's gonna take a while then. Single them, yeah. But they're doing semis today as well, right? Or are the semis tomorrow? Because isn't semis today and then finals tomorrow? Dude, today is gonna be a very long day. Because semis are best of 5.
And it's not going to be possible as Luminosity Gaming has taken most of the V-Code roster down, and topside is completely clean for them to try and claim Regieleki or even just bait the Code.
I feel like if they were gonna do it this way, the semis should be tomorrow. But I guess Championship Sunday usually means just the finals, right? Why do they show 3 ban slots? I think they just want to indicate that those are bans. Like, that's why there's like a ban icon there, you know?
To prevent it from going in, because they have a full minute before their Rayquaza, but it's very difficult. Luminosity Gaming is taking all your farm. His Slash Can has basically been living in that enemy central area. They got a tent, they got a hammock, they got everything.
Yeah, they do, and they're sleeping nice. Now Regice is being attacked here by Luminosity Gaming. Maybe we'll see a steal from Barbosa here on the Mew. Oh, well, yeah, it was an attempt. They were there. You know, the strategy from the Code has been sound. but they are just behind the curve so much against
3 Max YT should be a good match.
Who can blame them? It's just stiff competition.
They don't really have a great answer to this Zoroark either. The only like point and click unite move that could try to slow them down is the Zarina. But Zoroark is a very tricky Pokemon to land. I mean, sometimes they're a ball toy, you know, with illusion, but that most likely would not
Guys,
be on top level of our players.
like, doesn't it sometimes feel like some Pokemon just came out like a couple months ago, but they've been in the game forever? Like, in my mind, Inteleon feels like a new Pokemon. But Inteleon's been out for way over a year at this point. Why does it feel that way? Inteleon's been at 2 World Championships. But it feels like the Pokemon just came out. Wait, Trainer died. Hold on. Hold on, wait, Kyrios is dead. Ray is getting low. Who's gonna get it? I think Otto got it with an auto attack. Yeah.
I don't think so. Yeah, Luminosity Gaming picking up that Rayquaza with the Hoofed auto attack. Otter able to pull it off. Alolan Ninetales Unite move just barely brought it down. No, I know.
Well, too bad A9 was running double attack speed items, so his ult did 0 damage. Yeah, I taught him that. I taught him how to do that. LG tends to throw a lot of these types of games, but it didn't work out this time.
It did, and it was a very slim, very short wire because everything was close up until the very last moment. The Code had a very nice initiate there, taking down Trainer straight onto Kyrios. That's why I was really thinking that they could turn it around. They started ripping the Rayquaza, and at the last moment,
Yeah, guys, I taught him how to do that anyways. It's fine, don't worry.
orange on your screen, and unfortunately for the Code, their members being taken down.
But doesn't it kind of feel that way, that like Inteleon's like a new Pokemon? Or is it just me? I don't know. Like, Inteleon was at last year Worlds and this Worlds. But in my mind, I'm like, yeah, Inteleon, you know, like came out like 6 months ago maybe.
So if that Mew boosted auto followed up by the Dodrio, Trainer had a choice of basically becoming immune to one of those instances of damage.
Umbreon's another Pokemon that in my mind, I feel like hasn't been in the game as long as it actually has been. Gyarados? True, Gyarados is about a year old now. Damn, that's crazy too. Are we just getting old? It's YT next, I think, but I'm not sure. Communication, what's the biggest difference between competitive and regular play? In competitive play, teams have like understandings for like timing windows to do things. Whereas in regular, like to solo queue play, people are just playing, they're just doing what's in front of them, you know? Like, oh, there's a guy in front of me, I'm gonna hit him. There's no one in front of me, I'm not gonna hit him. In competitive, it's like, oh, there's people on the other side of the map. This means that I need to make something happen right now. Right? They like, they use context clues to be able to make the right decisions. Whereas in regular play, people are just playing for fun. 350-point lead and they're 2 down on the other team. Yeah, I mean, they were still probably fine, but it was still a little closer than it should have been.
One more shout out I want to get to the Code so about this game is this game number 2 draft. I really do think if you're going
Intel isn't used as much as it should before this Worlds, and in the beginning it played the gun move. I don't know. I mean, it was Snipe Shot last Worlds. Like, it was Snipe Shot in 2023 and 2024. It's just weird. Blaziken as well, right? Blaziken came out like Blaziken's been out for like a year too. Yeah, Trainer and Overlord both are insane on Zoro. I don't know if Final played Mamoswine with Jungle or Shifu. Mamoswine Jungle with Urshifu Blaze on lane in quarterfinals. I'd have to see the games. I don't know. Maybe Fennel's just the best.
In particular, we didn't see that much high damage numbers because they were just collapsing so fast. Trainer on that Zoroark was like one hit down. On top of, you had the Gyarados, you had
Psyduck feels kind of new. True, Psyduck does feel kind of new. Mew feels old. Mew's been in the game for a long time now, right? Yeah.
We're going to get to hear a little bit from the Luminosity Gaming Squad. We got an interview on the stage, so go ahead and take it away.
All right, I'm back up here on the big stage with the big winner, Overlord from Luminosity Gaming. Overlord, I have to ask you, new season, new and slightly old team in a lot of ways. How are you feeling about this year in UCS?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling really good. Like I said, we're back with Slash and Curious, my old teammates. And I think, you know, bringing in Otter from last year and then trainer, LGC, who was a really strong player on Nemesis the last couple of years. I'd say our roster probably has the potential to be the best LG that we've ever seen. So, yeah, I think this tourney would be really important for us because, you know, it'd be it's our first tourney as a team. If we get the win as our first tourney as a team, I think it'd be really big for confidence. But I know I'm really happy with everything is right now. So
Fraggles is
it's really
striking a
amazing
pose.
to see you all back together again. So many of you from
His
that
voice dropped. He
championship
got
team.
old.
I have to ask, last year, how did it feel going from the two-time world champ to kind of not making it into groups even?
I like how
at Worlds
Spraggles embraced him
Luminosity squad?
when he asked him the hard question.
I will say, after we lost groups in Worlds, for at least a month, there wasn't a day where I didn't think about it. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, this tourney is really important. I think this is like, quote unquote, our redemption year. So, yeah, I'm looking really forward to it.
If you win and you go to ACL, you're representing the West, you're representing North America, what team would you be most excited to face down and beat in ACL?
I think there's really only one answer. It's obviously Fennel, but yeah, I mean, I think we can beat them, so.
Amazing. Well, I love to hear it. Luminosity, of course, is back, possibly
Heart rate
on
right
top.
after a game on
Overlord,
stage.
the Lord of the Sword, one of the greatest
It's
to ever
pumping
do it.
for
Give it up
sure.
for him, everybody. Back to the booth.
It's definitely, it's beaten.
Thank you very much, Sparkles. I mean, Spraggles.
A lot of times, so like, I don't know. I just don't remember. Like,
Chills on that group answer. That is.
I just don't have like memories. Like you're just so in the moment a lot of times.
I mean, internalizing that loss and look at what it's translating into. A Luminosity Gaming Squad that truly looks like they could take on the world.
Yeah, they can take on semifinals for sure, as they are the first team to be confirmed for this stage of the bracket. As we had that 2-0 we just casted against the Code on the bracket as well. For top 8, we have DreamHack Esports versus Team YT. Super looking
YT next. YT next is hype.
All of them are going to be bangers, but this one in particular, super fun. Then to round it up as well for this quarterfinals, now Esports versus Tuesday, still up there on my ranks.
Yeah, I mean, you can't pick out a bad match at this point in the tournament. It is too good. We've had so many.
So far the tourney's going smoothly, which is nice.
A crazy amount of Pokemon.
If YT advanced, they gotta go against LG. Yep.
Statistics of Pokemon selection throughout the weekend because it has been so fun to see. These are the pick rates.
DreamHack versus LG. Mazo versus LG again, which is what the group stage was at Worlds. Either Nouns, YT versus LG. No, Nouns is on the bottom side of the bracket.
Now going for win rate, we have Zoroark with 100% win rate, followed up by the 80% on 4 matches for the Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, there are some really interesting stats on the screen, actually. Obviously, the Zoroark having a perfect win rate. I feel like that might be because of Luminosity Gaming playing it a lot. You know, that might be carrying that stat line. But look at, I mean, we haven't seen barely any Lapras.
Ban rate stats? We should get some ban rate stats too, right? What's NA's biggest problem at Worlds, and do you think they could stand a chance against Japan now? There's just still too much time. I think the Japanese players were just better. Like, they were just more practiced. The teams were more practiced. The players were more practiced. Yeah, I don't think it's that complicated, right? Like, Japan's constantly grinding the game. They're like constantly evolving strategies, getting better, playing against each other, improving. you know, sharing strategies, wanting to get better. Whereas the NA and EU teams like all hated each other, like to the point where they wouldn't practice against each other. You can't get better unless you practice against good opponents.
And they're clamoring. I mean, they got the whole roster on lock. That is awesome to see. But we have so much amazing competition for you today. Make sure you stay tuned into twitch.tv.
What's up, Joey? You were watching the VOD? That's cool. I think the VOD is getting like copyrighted, but not because I played any copyright stuff, but because the official Pokemon stream has like copyrighted music. So I have to like go and manually like edit all that out, which is annoying. Darkrai isn't banned? No, it's not auto banned. Has Darkrai been allowed so many times? I think it's okay to want to experiment. Guys, you're gonna see Darkrai make it through and then not win, and then you're gonna change your opinion on stuff, right? I don't know. I think Darkrai is really, really good. I think it's worth playing the game to a point where you're okay to not ban it, though. Darkrai is definitely not just a you win the game type Pokemon, right? It has downfalls. It's not a perfect Pokemon. Its damage on objectives is the worst amongst all the speedsters in the game. It is the most countered by unstoppables by any other compared to any other speedster. Right? It's really hard to take down, right? It has a lot of mobility, a lot of invulnerability. But you know, you can set up the draft in a way where if you're giving up Darkrai but getting like 2 really strong Pokemon in return, right? And then you're still able to counter it out, it doesn't mean that you did something wrong. Darkrai is a better Mimikyu in a macro sense. That's not, I wouldn't look at it that way. Darkrai's Unite is very different compared to Mimikyu's Unite. Mimikyu's Unite will always go off pretty much. Darkrai's Unite, you can't use it in the same type of way. Mimikyu's resets allow it to be tanky and continuously like chain together kills with really long range engage. Whereas Darkrai is more like a mage in the sense that it does a lot of poke damage. Might not necessarily be lethal right away, but it does a lot of poke damage very safely and has a lot of mobility. But unlike other mages, it doesn't have good sustained damage to be able to take objectives down. Right? Like once you have the Darkrai, unless you win the fight really, really hard, you can't turn on the objective and start doing the objective unless you have something else on your team that can cover that. I guess we watched 3 games, 3 sets, which is more impressive, right? We watched 6 games or 6 or 7 games total so far. We've done pretty good, so like we're on good pace. It has CC. Yeah, I mean, it has good CC. But so does Zoroark. 5x faster than yesterday. Honestly, not wrong. Darkrai just liked to hide in his little holes like a punk. Darkrai's such a punk. LAIC improved from yesterday. I mean, that's what I was trying to say. Like, it can't get worse, guys. There's no way like the people in charge at Pokemon saw the stream and the feedback yesterday and they weren't freaking out. Like what the redacted are you guys doing? Everyone's making fun of us. We only showed like 5 games all day long. 10-hour stream. What the redacted is going on, right? They were like, no, we're Mr. Nice Guy. What are you doing? What the duck? What the Psyduck is going on right now? What the Psystrike? Netflix had and LAIC both had cooked streams. True. I heard the Netflix stream for the Tyson fight was giga buffering. the duck? Pre-nerf Mewtwo-X? I think so, yeah. That was recorded a while ago. Alright, so it's Dream Max versus YT next. Nice. Me versus Jake Paul when? It wouldn't be a fair fight. I would destroy him. Mentally and spiritually. And emotionally.
Championship Series, the first stop of the 2025 season, has us here live in Sao Paulo, Brazil for LAIC. Up on the big stage, you can see Dream Max Esports and Team YT getting ready to go.
Oh, why is there a trash can?
Cowboy here, yeehaw, and my buddy here, Dupe Snacks, has an important message.
Yeah, I asked production to give us a Pokemon plushie, and a bunch of jokesters back there, they decided to give me a Combuskin, and we all know how I feel about that. Ugliest Pokemon there is, straight trash.
Absolute garbage, according to Dupe Snacks. And if you ask
what, the
me,
Combuskin?
This is 10 out of 10. We've got some incredible matches coming up for you, Dupe Snacks. YT, Dream Max, this is one that I've been excited to see all day. I've always loved watching YT. We saw some explosive games from them yesterday. Yep. Dream Max as well, of course.
Justice for middle evolutions.
We've got the hometown Brazilian heroes there against
You're on the stream?
YouTube, who, when they are on,
You're not
they
trash.
are so incredibly on. Taking Nouns to a very close loss against Nouns, and then an amazing game against Bad Dreams.
Yeah, Team YouTube has been looking good, playing strong. Dream Max, on the other hand, you can say is maybe the favorite Brazilian team, or at least the most known quantity out of Brazil when we landed here in LAIC. And again, Team YouTube has always kind of been on the outside looking in when it comes to qualifying for Worlds. This is a great opportunity to get them a little bit more of that Worlds
Word can wait. That's what I'm saying.
Competition. We're going to see how they fare.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting matchup to see these two styles clash. Teams obviously with their own identities and their own ways of playing this meta. I can't wait to see what happens. I wonder if we are going to see our buddy here. You know, we were talking about it before. Combuskin, not ideal, but boy, oh boy, Blaziken really is a force in this tournament. I think a lot
Down
of people
with the man.
underappreciated it, underexpected what it was going to do, and now I feel like it's really ripping things apart.
Yeah, I think we missed the beat on that because Blaziken is awesome. It never really went away. It got a hairline nerf, but not enough to impact it. We're seeing it take over games, but we've got
To be honest, it got a big nerf.
So
but it was just so broken that it doesn't matter. And also other Pokemon got nerfed harder around it.
Welcome into the stage of LAIC 2025 in Sao Paulo, Brazil. I have with me Team YT and Dream X. Dream X, yeah, there you go. Phil and Olivo. First off, Brazil versus NA. How are you feeling about fighting in their home ground?
A little bit nervous, but I think we got it. Faced a lot of Brazilian teams yesterday, so we should be ready.
Oh.
Right.
No, você só
Hey, Olivo. They said yesterday they were going to come out of group stage 6-0. How are they going to come out after quarterfinals?
Olivo, ontem eles falaram que eles iam sair 6-0 da fase de grupos.
A little awkward
Como você acha
interview,
que eles
it's
vão sair
okay.
hoje? Agora sim, vai.
Olha, eu acho que sair 6-0 com certeza é um feito, né, muito bom por parte deles. É bem legal estar enfrentando o Phil, que é um cara que eu já assisti antes de começar a jogar Pokémon Unite. Então, cara,
I like the way Portuguese sounds. I don't know what they're saying,
seja a primeira vez que eles vão perder, né? Mas
but I just like the way the language sounds. I feel like now that I can tell the difference between Portuguese and Spanish,
They said that they were going to go 6-0,
I like the
and
way
that's
that
quite
it
the
sounds.
achievement. But I think that this time might be the first time they're going to lose. It's really cool to be playing against Phil because I've been watching him since before I started playing Unite. So that's really cool for me.
Okay, so last question
That's
for
cool.
you both. So we are coming into best of 3 territory. How has
You think Spanish sounds better? I'm not trying to make a judgment on what's better or worse. I'm just saying I like the way Portuguese is.
bracket single elimination?
We're going to take it one game at a time. Also, I found out that you could not 6-0 yesterday, so I was 6-0 today.
6-0 today. Right, cool.
6-0 today.
So, same question for you, Olivo. How is DreamHack preparing for now the best of threes into this bracket of single elimination?
Olivo, como que a DreamHack está se preparando para esse formato que já é em melhor de 3 para esse bracket de eliminação simples? Vai.
Eu acredito que a maioria dos times tinham treinado, se preparado para jogar MD3, porque era o formato competitivo que a gente estava esperando. A gente foi pego de surpresa ontem na MD1 e ainda assim conseguimos sair bem, saímos como primeiro do grupo. Então eu acho que MD3 é a nossa casa e eu acho que não tem como dar errado.
Well, I expect that most teams will have been practicing with the best of 3 format, since that is what is competitive and it's what we were expecting for this tournament. We were kind of taken by surprise that we weren't going to play that yesterday, but we still managed to play out our best games, and we did come out first seed in our group. So I really think best of 3 is our home, and we're going to
They
be
got
absolutely
seed
killing it.
1 based on a tiebreaker that the admins made up, but they did go 4-1, so that's good.
Versus DreamHack. Casas, back to you.
All right, welcome back to the booth. Sparkles here with, what, Hawaiian Punch tube snacks? Is that what we've got?
Sure. I mean, it's, I don't know, dude. Let's just talk about this match.
I don't know. Okay, here we go. DreamHack Esports. You know him, you love him. Mazo, previously from Legacy, one of the stars of
It's a
Brazil,
good team, though.
Brazil's biggest player, moving over to DreamHack. We see a lot of his former teammates on Tuesday, but here they are playing on DreamHack.
Yeah, and a lot of names we're familiar with here. I mean, Olivio, we've been interviewing them on and off, of course. Gizine, Mazo, of course. For Zera, Kaduzera, we saw them yesterday.
I think Guizine's, his team, we lost a tournament to them, like a community tournament to them like 2 years ago. And then all the Brazilian fans came into my stream and just started shitting on us. And then I banned like 10, 15 Brazilian people, including like some people that I really like. We didn't, it was just by, you know, they're just coming in being toxic. They all got unbanned afterwards, but I remember Replicate, who's like their coach manager guy, he ended up getting banned. And then Mazo had to message me, he's like, yo, Replicate got banned, it was a mistake. You know, he's the homie, you gotta unban him. And I was like, of course.
This match outright, and they did.
But that's just
later they ran into Nouns.
kind of funny memory.
They could not take down Nouns Esports. However, they've made it to our top 8 bracket. They're against DreamHack right here. And
What can I say, man? Like, right after losing a tournament, you're emotional. You don't want to get it rubbed in on.
That is not the case today.
We're only human after all.
Out of DreamHack Esports. That's exactly what was banned against YT yesterday by Nouns when they won.
Why am I not in Brazil? Because I'm here.
You gotta understand. I mean,
if I was in Brazil, then what stream would you be watching? Think about that.
Brilliant catches with Snorlax. All of a sudden, you are getting target banned. It's a huge compliment, but boy, with that compliment, I hope you.
I think DreamHack's deciding to ban out. DreamHack's deciding to ban out Snorlax because they saw Team YT or Team Nouns do that yesterday, right? And that looked pretty strong. First pick Mew though. Is that a mistake, or do they really feel confident in it? Taking Mew when YT has no intention of taking it away, when you could have also gone Umbreon, is really weird.
Hiding your team with the first pick Mew, I've got to say. I'm not exactly sure where you are going with that.
But maybe they really believe in it.
Our teams have a small issue.
Okay, there's
remake that lobby. We'll
okay.
Back into it here
I think there was a tech issue there.
If it was the Mew pick that was
it must have been a tech issue.
Get what they wanted there, but we'll find out very soon as we figure out what's happening up.
What's the smartest continent? Right now, North America, because that's where I am.
As Kella would say, I want to talk about Team YouTube. Specifically, I want to talk about Chaotic. Role swap here. We've seen them a lot on that bot path attacker. And funnily enough, in the final stretch, he was identified as like, Chaotic only has 2 Pokemon they can play. He's like a 2-trick. And Chaotic was like, I'll just beat you with the 2 that I have available. You ban one, I'll take the other, right? Well, are we seeing that happen again? Because they roll swapped, and this Snorlax is not at a premium on most of these other teams, but Nouns identified it. We've now seen DreamMax identify Snorlax being a problem, and they're really putting the screws to Chaotic and saying, hey, if you're gonna roll swap and you were a 2-trick in your main role, you've just roll swapped, are you a 1-trick Snorlax?
I mean, that really is the question, right? And
Unite in tech issues, no way. I know, I'm lucky.
If we don't have a deep pool of Pokemon that Chaotic can pick from, they are going to be in trouble. I believe it was Slowbro in their game against Nouns.
Yeah, Slowbro did not look
I don't
good.
think it was ideal. Like, comparatively, it was not
weird
good.
Scaldbro as well.
Yeah, it was Scaldbro, that's right. Yeah, they were running
Scaldbro was
so we didn't have
weird.
the same amount of disruption. There is a big question mark. Excuse me, a big question mark there. I'm getting teared up just thinking about it.
He's only a 1-trick.
There is a big question mark there. Are we going to see Team YouTube get exposed for not having a deep defender pool, which is odd given that before it would be played by Phil with a,
Draft mode, should we start with the tank or a meta Pokemon as the first pick? What should be the first pick? It depends. If there's a meta Pokemon that's really, really, really good, you should go for that. If not, then maybe you go for like the best defender. It really just depends on what the meta is. It really just depends.
And it is because Phil does have that deep defender pool, and Chaotic used to be the bot attacker. It makes sense that if you're starting to feel like, okay, we're not getting our ideal scenario to make this hot swap of roles work, we can kind of go back to the tried and true. And, you know, Glaceon's
Tank
going to
plus
be
like a
there,
meta pick. Yeah, I mean, that's why Umbreon's really strong, for sure.
A9, excuse me, which is Chaotic is kind of known for, is going to be there. We just saw A9 last game out of Luminosity. So there's other options that they have. I just don't know if they're willing to make that pivot.
Yeah, that really is the question. And one amazing thing that you get with Draft in Pokemon Unite is you get the ability to target possibly a meta choice, right?
Anyone play Cram? No, actually, Cram, they were saying, is the only Pokemon not to be picked at LAIC. Literally the only one.
Team strategies, like linchpins of a strategy, and sometimes even more importantly, as we're seeing with this pick against Chaotic, this ban against Chaotic, you are able to target players. Now, if you can, you know, suss out a player on the enemy team that really doesn't have that deep of a pool, they really only have a couple Pokemon that they can play very well with.
With Cinderace, I don't know. There's a lot of games we didn't get to see.
Away from them, and then all of a sudden,
Like there's a T-Tar pick that we didn't get to see. Cinder, Greninja.
On something.
No idea.
The second that one piece goes away, I mean,
Apparently Dura is as well. I don't know. None of these games were on broadcast, guys. We only saw like 5 or 6 games yesterday.
You need more than 3 tricks.
Yes, I agree. You need enough Pokemon where they can't target ban you. You get flattered when they do.
You have to imagine that there's a lot of teams that aren't like quote unquote professional teams, right?
It does feel like players
There's
have
like
something that they just settle into.
there's a lot of like weaker teams at this tournament. So in the games where the weaker teams are playing the other weaker teams, like they're probably just picking stuff they like for fun.
You ban out a defender that you really never expected.
Like imagine in VGC, it's like, oh, someone had a Pikachu on their team. And it's like, okay, but it might have just been someone that signed up to play for fun.
We haven't practiced with this that much, so it will be interesting to see what he's able to do.
Yeah, well, you can't rest on your laurels. You can't sit back on your heels, right? Just because, and we're going to use Chaotic because we're focusing on Team YT right now.
Yeah.
Like A9 is historically almost always available. And that's why there's probably, like you said, fall into that comfort. It's like, I've never really had to switch off of this, and I'm so good on it. The team knows how to operate on it. I know how to work within our system with it. But you can't let that keep you from choosing other things.
Pikachu!
In your practices, like, hey, that could be your plan A, but you're going to need a whole alphabet worth of plans to be able to compete at this level. And then ultimately, I'm hoping their goal is to win the World Championships.
Yeah, of course. The other thing that Team YT can do is have some of their other players do so incredibly well on a certain Pokemon that we all forget about what's going on with Chaotic. So we really need Phil to carry with this Pikachu. We need something to happen with Fwee and this Lapras in the top path, so much so that they forget about Chaotic and they can start grabbing that Snorlax again.
Unfortunately for Fwee, which, you know, when they're playing Buzzwole, even like when they're like playing Machamp and stuff like that, when Fwee is on one in the top path with those Pokemon, even Garchomp, it looks cool and it looks explosive and it draws your eye to what Fwee is doing. Lapras just doesn't do that.
I agree.
So we might be seeing an amazing Fwee game, but still go be like, but what was that Chaotic thing going on? And we're really putting the screws again to Chaotic right now. A phenomenal player, and there's a reason he's on the squad, and those 4 other players trust him. He's been around the block with this squad for a minute. They have faith in him. He has faith in them, and I can only believe that they've got ways to kind of make up for any potential deficiencies.
Phil refuses to play XP so much that Chaotic has to get played by their commentary. True.
Is something that you can
I mean,
see
the Scald Bro looked bad. Did not look
your
good.
Team starts to gel. You start to have a vibe with your strategy, and a lot of people are banning out the meta when you're playing your scrims. You're like, all right, we're getting rid of Darkrai, we're getting rid of Zacian, whatever we think is just a top meta pick. We're getting rid of that, and then we're playing our strategy. Take a look at Miraidon right here, which you and I have been talking about a lot this weekend so far.
Yeah, so it's been played everywhere. Of course, those held
Spoon,
items
Shell, Energy Amp.
varying depending. Slick Spoon, Shell, Bell, Energy Amplifier is what we're
Is that like?
here. And this is the
Did the
first
math cord write this?
event it's been allowed to be played in, and it's boasting a pretty.
Because is that the most common build we've seen? I don't think it is. I think the most common build is Spoon, Incense, Wise Glasses.
Electro Drift seems to be doing pretty well. I feel like
That's what 7 black emblems aren't allowed in this tournament.
very different types of Miraidon. You know, you've got the
My build, you saw it. I play that build. That's not a bad build. But I think in these games, Incense is too powerful. And I think Wise Glasses is way too OP on Miraidon to not have.
Bringing out Electro Drift Parabolic Charge, which plays a lot more like a speedster.
But I think if you're gonna drop Incense for Amp, it's fine, but you gotta run the Wise then.
Because of how tanky Miraidon can be.
And we also saw an XP share Miraidon.
So you're gonna see the same.
But yeah, there's no emblems allowed.
We'll see the Snorlax moving over to YT.
Okay, I don't think Dream Max is actually gonna first pick Mew. I think that was a misclick, or like a. I think the game glitched out or something.
And our first pick now, we're gonna see.
It should be Umbreon or Miraidon, realistically. Umbreon or Miraidon, yeah. Or Blissey. I think Blissey's the other thing potentially we could see first pick. Anything else, I think is too wild. Yeah, like I don't believe in the Eldegoss this much.
That is crazy to me because Blissey exists right
I think like if I'm YT, I just go Umbreon Blissey here.
S-tier Pokemon. If you're banning
I get that they really want to make sure that Phil gets his Pikachu, but Phil's got to be able to play something else. I guess technically they can get the Blissey later, so it's fine. But then just letting Miraidon go through the pool, I don't know.
We're going to see what our next 2 picks are here for YT. Obviously, there are a lot of Pokemon that they want to grab for Fwee, but the nice thing is, it feels like a lot of Fwee's picks are low.
Does he seem overrated this tournament? I disagree.
Yeah, got the Lapras being hovered right here.
Difference between Wise and Choice Specs?
Okay.
They're similar for sure. The reason I like Wise better on Miraidon is because Miraidon's constantly casting, like constantly doing damage. So Choice Specs is going to be on cooldown a lot of times, but also because Miraidon's attacks are all special attack.
We obviously have the ability to grab Gardevoir.
So Wise Glasses scales those as well.
Snap it up, but on the other side we have Urshifu and Blaziken. So we've got some brawling, we've got some incredible secure on the side of Dream Max, and then we have sort of what's looked like a classic YT combination. Fwee in that top path with Lapras.
Okay, so they still did end up taking the Mew. Looks like Dream Max is doing.
Pick, but it doesn't.
They're doing similar thing to what we saw Tuzzy do earlier, right? Where they have this spin pump Blastoise as their defender, but it's without XP share because the XP share is now going on an attacker who's going to play a more supportive role. So the Mew is going to play a little bit more of a supportive role here. But then the Blastoise still has good engage,
looking at
And then
here.
because of their lack of defender, if you guys were paying attention to the draft breakdown I did in the game earlier today, because they don't have like a dedicated defender like a Surf, Blastoise, or a Hornleech Tree, they supplement that with an all-rounder who can kind of fulfill a similar role. So they have Blaziken and Urshifu, who both can help start fights as well. So you lose a little bit of defendering by going Spin Pump. Still have good defendering, but then you supplement that with having a defender or like defender capabilities in your all-rounders. I like it. I like the idea of their comp. Team YT, on the other hand, they have a more like front to back kind of comp where your attackers are going to hit the front line. When the front line goes down, they're going to hit the back line, right? It's like, it's just more like very like linear, which isn't necessarily bad, but if their pads end up going down, they lose a lot of their capabilities. Like if Gardevoir has to worry about a Blaziken that can go for a flank and a Shifu that can go for a flank, a Blastoise that can just spin on them without their outer pads up, and the Gardevoir is going to be really vulnerable instead. I like both comps here. I really like both comps. I think both teams got what they wanted. I think I give a slight edge to DreamMax because I like the way their composition forms a little more. But sure, cool. So this is Yomu's and all the other Pikachu's common play here. They love to send this Pikachu up at the 850 mark to help contest these bees. It makes it so your top laner gets some stacks. The KO on the Eldegoss is unfortunate, but we saw the other Brazilian team basically do the same thing, where they didn't play for the top side, and instead their damage healers just went really aggressive on the other side of the map. Understanding that, look, maybe we're not gonna be able to fight you 4v4, but we can go and fight on the other side of the map. Right? And as you can see, they were able to score 29 points on this bottom pad. Another 5, so that means this Blaziken has a good amount of stacks to their name already, and I think Mew switched to Surf Agility, so they're gonna be able to get out. Nice boosted auto as well, and good little escape on the side of the Mew. That does mean the central area Altaria is going to go to the side of DreamMax as well, and lots of aggression coming to the side of DreamMax, but Sam is prepared, gets that eject, gets away, so he's going to be fine as well.
Level 6 right here, which means they have the Volt Tackle, they have the Electro Ball already at 4, so he's online and he's super.
And Mew is in a bit of danger. He doesn't have his move reset as he switched right back to E-Ball. And now Akilo's looking for this mean look. If Mazo-sen steps up a little too far, he's gonna get caught. He does, and that's the power of mean look. Good little sneak by Akilo to get into that bush without being seen, and nicely done by YT to pick up that KO. They're gonna break the bottom pad. I don't hate it here. They just want to be able to win as hard as they can. That's that Spin Pump on the top side, but Fui is really tanky, so he can hold this pad on his own, and they're not gonna need any kind of help on the top side for a little bit. All right, there is the mean look Umbreon. He's gonna rotate up. Blastoise should be fine. And it is a support Umbreon, so they have a healer in the side of Umbreon here. And DreamHack's gonna go for the top objective. They have Overheat to secure, a little bit of damage from the beam. Overheat gets them the objective, a little bit of healing from capturing that. And YT, I don't really know about both their tanks stepping up there to kind of defend. There's not really a good shot for them to get that steal. Did open up the chance for Phil on the other side to be able to get a KO on Namazo, but if he's gonna look for the Volt Tackle on the Eldegoss, it's gonna mean he's gonna die to someone else on the team. So, you know, YT's finding some opportunities, but DreamHack is there to match every single one of them. Almost dead even points side, almost dead even experience side as well. But DreamHack does have a little bit more farm up on their map, so I think they're going to be ahead on experience. Their bottom pad did go down first. They also still have the top side Bs to do, whereas YT's already done with theirs.
attack. You actually see the Blaziken always moving forward, trying to see if they can catch Sam. But
And it's going to come down to what Akilo can find with these mean looks. If he can hide in these bushes, be a little unseen, set up these mean looks, because any mean look is basically a KO. Any volt tackle is basically a KO. A nice catch on that Blaziken as well.
Volt tackle, there are just so many options for YouTube to catch them.
What's so impressive to me is always Sam's spacing on this Guard of War. Always seems to be just
All right, Chaotic's still level 8, which is a little alarming. Hasn't had the chance to go and farm their level 9. And there's the mean look onto the Blastoise. Remember, any mean look is basically a KO when it comes to having a guard on your team. Nice catch as well, but Yomu's going to end up going down alongside the Umbreon, who doesn't get their Unite move off. Mazo doesn't finish the KO onto this Gardevoir. Sam did get a nice eject, but Kadu with the Blaze is still in position. Gonna get that KO. Fui does get a counter though with the Perish Song. Able to pick up a lot of experience. It's level 11 now in the Lapras. Wicked Blow and a little last hit on the side of Mazo. We get to get that objective. Akilo goes for the Unite move on Umbreon, trying to apply a little bit more pressure, but they should understand that they gotta walk away. That Unite move on Umbreon was pretty misguided, because now they don't have an opportunity to use it anywhere else on the map until Ray spawns, and there was no chance they're ever stealing that objective.
I gotta say, these fights are really back and forth between these
But the game is still close. It's 3 points separating these two teams. Experience slightly favoring team Dream Max right now. Another 12's gonna, no, actually he gets stopped. There's a Pikachu Unite as well. Mew's gonna end up going down. Eject run from the Pikachu gets him away from the Blaziken, but Blaziken's gonna go back in. Blaze Kick finds the KO onto the Mamoswine, and Mazo's gonna get stuck in that Fairy Singularity. He's gonna end up going down, and it means that this Blastoise is kind of just stuck in the front line. And Team YT able to successfully defend this bottom pad is huge for them. It does mean though that Regieleki ended up walking in on the top side, and with that, the close battle now means that Dream Max is in the lead despite there being a close battle. So if this game closes out as a close battle and no one scores, here's a small little tidbit, all right? If the game says close battle, you know that it's 20 points either way. In the game, you don't know. But if a Regieleki walks onto a pad, Regieleki puts 20 points into a pad, right? In this case, it only really put in 12, it looks like. But hypothetically, say it's 20 points every time. Even if the game says it's close battle for you in game, then you'll know you're in the lead, right? Or at the very least, it's dead even, which means you would be losing. But 19 out of 20 times, you're winning the game, even if it's close battle. And it's a case that doesn't happen often in Pokemon Unite. But when it does, like the teams that are really on top of being able to track their points, they know. So Dream Max, you know, they're going to be alerted at the 2-minute mark that it's going to be close battle. Both of these teams are, but both of these teams should know which team is in the lead. And in this case, it is Dream Max, right? And that's important because if this game goes out to a stalemate, right, then Dream Max knows or should know that they're winning. So it's close battle, but deceptively likely Dream Max in the lead.
Just trying to suss out exactly where Dream Max wants to come in. These two teams incredibly close right here. We are tapping Rayquaza right now.
All right, Team YT, they're getting what Team YT is doing right now is great. They're trying to bait out Rayquaza. Someone walks in, they're gonna get mean looked, and then we charge. Get some damage in. If there's an opportunity to throw Fairy Singularity behind it, we do. All right, Mamoswine has to get wished up. There's his focus band. They're going to look for the next mean look. It's on the Blastoise again. He's going to Unite move, but it gets countered by the Moonlight Prince. Akilo steals the shield. Now Phil goes to advance, finds the Volt Tackle, but not enough damage. Does mean that Kadu is going to put himself vulnerable. He's going to go down in return. Fui's looking for a flank on the back lane. He's chasing down the XP share Mew. Does find the Lapras Surf onto the Mew, but both of these teams still have players up. Team YT wants to burn down Rayquaza, but Mazo is still here. Mazo finds the Unite move onto Sam. He gets the punch. The wicked blow lands the KO onto So Sad Sam, and Mazo gets away. Team YT has 4 members up. DreamHack has all 5 of their members up. But remember, it's a close battle. These teams might not know who's in the lead, but they should have a good idea that DreamHack still has the lead. That being said, DreamHack has a better last hit in both wicked blow and overheat. So if they can get this Rayquaza low, they can look for that last hit. Mazo not able to find it. Overheat's being charged, but he doesn't get it, and it's gonna go down to Fui. Fui gets it with the prayer song. What an insane turn of events for Team YT. It looks like they're gonna be able to get this 100 score with only 25 seconds left. I think DreamHack, the game's gonna slip away from them. And yeah, just a little misfire on both sides. Both the overheat and the wicked blow were just a little too early. I really think Team DreamHack, I don't think they actually understood they were in the lead. I don't hate them going for Ray because they have the better last hit, but in that moment, like, if they're confident that they're in the lead there, I think they just have to play around it.
I mean, that game felt like YT's when we first engaged at Rayquaza. When they went for the fight, they got a lot of good targets.
I think both teams played that Rayquaza fight quite well, but Team YT, they got thrown a bone at the end there, right? Like, they took advantage of DreamHack making a mistake, but make no mistake, that was a throw from DreamHack at the end, but a good catch from YT. The color of the message say orange close battle, green close battle, not when you're in game. When you're, this is a common misconception that people think. When you're in game, the close battle color is the same on both sides, right? You don't actually know unless you're doing like advanced tracking throughout the game to know if you're genuinely in the lead. The game will not tell you if it's close battle and you're in the lead or losing. And this fight goes really well, but this, you know, was formulaic team fight basically from both sides, right? All of that being said, DreamHack came out ahead in this engagement, right? Like, Mazo finds the flank, right? Instantly ults, doesn't even bother to look for the wicked blow first, which is really correct here. And then now Mazo just takes too much damage, right? They're trying to burn it down, but then Blaze is just a little early and there's just not enough damage.
You had an electro ball coming in. YouTube played that perfectly at Ray in that moment. It was just too much HP on Rayquaza for the secure.
Of course, your Poth is Phil gonna be Phil.
This endpoint Unite, it's unacceptable to not know who's ahead. Yeah, I think both of these teams should have recognized based on what happened who was ahead. But yeah, I don't know.
Between Chaotic, Aquilo, and Phil themselves is how well they can protect So Sad Sam.
Yeah, and they did some amazing work with that there in game number 1. I love some of the plays. They're one of my favorite moments in that fight. You saw both teams not wanting to use their Unite moves for different reasons, right there at Rayquaza. So you have members of DreamHack who don't
YT's up game 1, but this is going to be a very close set. Very close set.
You see it in the moment. The second Blastoise enters the Hydro Typhoon, boom, we have the Umbreon Unite move, stealing one of the most massive shields in the entire game and sending it over to the side of Team YT. Then it was just dominoes falling. Amazing plays from DreamHack to not have multiple players go down in that moment. Mew makes it out, Eldegoss makes it out, and Mazo even picks up a KO for himself. Really amazing reversal. Start of the fight looks great for YT. The fight continues, things look great for DreamHack, but they just didn't have enough damage at Ray, and YT was so patient, ice water in the veins, ready for the secure.
Yeah, obviously a KO is crucial, but we saw it yesterday when we had the fusion dive on Ho-Oh. We also saw it just now. Sometimes a KO would be ideal, but if you can't get the KO, splitting the team so they can't operate as a unit.
Is it when you're 20 or 30 points difference, is a message show orange?
I mean, we literally just saw
when the game is within 20 points, it'll always say it's a close battle, but you won't know whether you're up to 20 points in the lead or up to 20 points behind. You will not know. Unless you had a way, unless you're keeping track. But the game won't explicitly tell you in that moment. There's no like different color. I don't know where people got this idea. It's never worked that way. I've been arguing with people about this since day one of Pokemon Unite. They're like, oh, if you look at the shade, it tells you which, if you're in the lead or not. It's like, no. In game, it's always the same.
In our quarterfinals, they're down 1 game. This series is single elimination through our top 8. So if they go down, they are gone here. Team YT just
Team YT, the longest running time in NA. Longest running team. I mean, not really, right? I guess by name you could say, but not even. Season, like, they were 4 and famous before they were YT. They had different players back then.
Right here, and this is what you want out of your draft. You want to pick apart every single component from your enemy team that you are worried about. We're going to see how they want to flex. Now, Hoopa is available. We saw them ban it out in game 1.
Went at the color of the hex mesh, as you can tell, true.
From Team YT, as they are hovering Lapras and they are also hovering Eldegoss. They move into, let's see, Eldegoss and Venusaur.
Okay, interesting. Very interesting pick here. What else is interesting to me? No Blissey last game.
Yep.
Potentially no Blissey this game.
Yeah, that's right. As we have Hoopa on the side of Dream.
I was just getting a Band-Aid.
They think Eldegoss was a
I
for DreamMax, you know, a difficult Pokemon.
have a little cut on my leg.
As we see our next couple picks here over to the side of Team YT.
And I
where we see Venu, who is going to be playing it.
I have like a scab and I was like itching my leg and I need to get a Band-Aid. Yucky. Yucky, yucky.
Most likely, but YT is unconventional, and I want to see what they're throwing at us. We also could have
I just banged my leg into into the stairs the other day. But I cut my leg on purpose, yeah. I was just going up the stairs really fast in the dark and I just banged my shin against the stairs. And I have like old basement wooden stairs, so I nicked myself. Yeah, I basically fell up the stairs. You ever like go up the stairs really fast and you just stumble and then you bang like your ankle basically? Get a tetanus shot? No, I'm fine. It's not like a deep cut. And I also my vaccines are up to date. Did I say a curse word? No. Nick isn't a curse word. It's just like, you know.
I feel like both of these teams have a lot of looks. They have a lot of different things that they can throw.
Yeah, then you go.
At the enemy team. If I'm DreamMax, I am worried about YT, and one of the biggest reasons I talk about
The top of your foot, then cry. Yeah, exactly.
Pretty unconventional. Right. So you've probably not practiced against it a ton. You've probably not run into a ton of teams that are playing.
Ask Dave says some crazy stuff. Ask Dave is the homie. We love Ask Dave, okay? You know why we love Ask Dave? Because he introduced me to the world's best gaming phone. Which today's coverage is brought to you by the Red Magic 9S Pro, the world's best gaming phone.
We've already seen Fui, you know, equip themselves with some defenders to run up there with. I don't think that was necessarily the answer.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how they want to play this here. Blastoise has seen some play in this tournament. A lot of matches, it's looked pretty decent. It's always it's on the outside of the meta now. Has been for a while since its nerfs back a little bit before Worlds earlier this year. And I'm just curious to see if Blastoise actually becomes a threat again, if it needs more buffs.
Match is being remade, guys.
Really close, but I don't feel like it's
Just bought 5. Also, they let me borrow their Lambo. You're welcome. Wasn't Pikachu on this team? Pikachu has been on this team too, yeah. Otter was on this team. You also want to know who was on Team YT? Officially. You want to know who was officially on Team YT? Who has been on Team YT? Me. I actually officially was on Team YT for one tournament. The tournament where Phil got banned. It was April last year. Phil got banned. I get a message from Akilo being like, are you cleared to play? And I was actually gonna be doing some work on the official stream, But they were like, bro, if we don't get you as a sub, we might get DQ'd because there's no one else eligible to play. Do you think you could come and play? And I was like, I don't know, bro. Like, I already did some work. Maybe it was March, right? And then we had to message the Pokemon company people and be like, you know, like, I already did some work for the qualifiers. Can I play in the tournament? They were like, we don't know. But then I got cleared to play and I showed up. Easy 0-2. And then we were done. But for that 1 week, that's when I learned how to play defender. How much did they pay me? They paid me nothing, but that's okay.
And it looked pretty solid. Yeah, it looked pretty darn good.
It's a pretty solid look out of that Pikachu right there.
It's a great design.
We got 0-2. We got 0-2.
Yeah, perfect. All right, YT. We've talked about how they
Paid me an exposure, exactly.
What is something that DreamMax you believe can change?
Why am I not playing in the tournament? I'm watching it. You're not allowed to watch and play at the same time.
I do wonder, I mean, when you have these big secure Pokemon, sometimes you don't have a lot of the
They win worlds, ask them to pay. True.
fast enough in some of these fights. The burst is incredible, but if you're not catching them with an overheat, if you're not catching them with a wicked blow, sometimes these fights can get away from you. You know, the enemy's just chipping you.
All right, DreamMax, they're really going after the tank role. I mean, they did struggle into the Umbreon a lot. So I don't hate their bans. Okay, they're just going full counter Team YT. Full counter Team YT. They're not even interested in playing what they think is good. They don't think Team YT has the hero pool to be able to survive this. I mean, they can slot in this Pikachu where the Mew was, right, previously. So it can still work for their comp. What's Yomu's gonna play? It's wild that neither of these teams had priority on Miraidon, and now it's like, feels like, oh, I guess I gotta play Miraidon, man. They took the Pikachu, so I guess I gotta pick Miraidon.
I love their Mammoth one, yeah. Absolutely, last game. Phil, on the other hand,
I don't like the Slowbro pick. Obviously, Miraidon's great. Team YT should be picking it more. If this is what's gonna inspire them to pick it, I'm down. And Sam is gonna bust out the Armarouge. Interesting. Okay, at least the Slowbro pick gets value into Comfy Zoroark this time.
Sam says, let me show you what this thing can actually do here. Pick rate of just 6%. Last thing I want to say.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too confident in this Armarouge Pokemon, but let's see. Maybe they can make it work. Team YT up 1 game in the quarterfinals against DreamMax. And Pika support. Yeah, I mean, they kind of have like a foundation for their comp, right? XP share on like a supportive kind of attacker. And then Blastoise is really what's making the comp work for them, right? They're going spin Blastoise, which gives them like good early game, a tank, but also some damage, and then they supplement their engage with either their speedster, all-rounder, or both, right? Ceruledge gives them some engage with its Unite move. Zoroark gets some engage with Shadow Claw, and yeah, why not?
You know, hitting Parasong, maybe even using Bubble Beam. You're gonna have the Surfs, right, which is that continuous CC, and lastly, you have the Cotton Spore out of the Eldegoss that can pop a Zoroark as soon as it engages.
Here we go, game.
All right, let's see. Interesting turn of events for the draft, where it feels like DreamMax took away a lot of the strong picks that were strong for Team YT, and it left YT on Pokemon that are strong anyways, like Miraidon in particular. Sam's gonna be jungling away on that Armarouge, and top side 2v2, Eldegoss has this red buff to be annoying, but you know, the way DreamMax is playing this game, they're basically playing it to neutralize the top lane, right? They don't really like have a lot of carries on the top side. In fact, they have both their defender and supporter up here, and a lot of their focus is on the bot side in anticipation that Team YT likes to do that 4-man top. And but this time they're gonna take a page out of Team YT's book, which a lot of these Pikachus like to do. Send the Pikachu top, and now we have a 4v3, maybe 4v4 on the top side. Is YT going to be expecting it? Are they going to step up, maybe get baited here? There's an Electro Web onto the Eldegoss. Slow Smoke as well, catches out the backline. Couple X speeds. But with both teams sending 4 members of their team up top, it's going to be mostly neutralized. This does mean that DreamMax uses a farming character in the bottom lane into the Slowbro, where Mazo's already level 5 into a level 4 Slowbro on the bottom side. Now there's going to be an invade. There's no X speeds left. Kadu does find the combo with the Comfy on their head. Gets that regeneration. Nice doll from Sam to be able to dodge the Shadow Claw combo, the Feint Attack combo, but it's coming back up. Kadu's got it. Can he get past him to get that reset? He does get the reset. Final part of Feint Attack does bounce off the Eldegoss. His Focus Band starts to trigger, and he gets that Comfy back on his head. And I think they're going to be absolutely fine with enough time now to get these central lane Altaria, and strong little first 2 minutes coming out of the side of DreamMax.
Look at this beautiful stuff here. Zoroark is already level 7. You have Phil on that Miraidon, but being only
Perish Song isn't going to find the KO. Does mean Fui oversteps a little bit. Kadu finds another combo, Feint Attack combo on the top side. And this is where, like, yeah, you're playing into Slowbro as a Comfy Zoroark, but Slowbro can unite twice, maybe 3 times a game. And for the first time, it isn't until at least the 6-minute mark, right? And in that time, Zoroark can just snowball the game away. Nice little Skull Bash. Hydro Pump does push the Eldegoss away. Is it enough damage to set up the Zoroark engage? It doesn't look like it. Comfy does detach, build their Triage Flowers back up for the Zoro. Zoro does have their combo up. They're going to Feint Attack backwards. He has it attached. Not quite enough. Not quite quick enough there. Comfy does get the attach back on the Pikachu, so he's going to be able to get away. But there is a push attempt from the side of YT. Try to make a comeback here. Not quite good enough. Thunderbolt combo from the Pikachu. X speed forced onto the side of Eldegoss, and now Team YT finally able to respond back to DreamMax's aggression.
guys who are wearing suits that look like ours.
Fair.
I mean, I'm telling you.
Well, in our defense, we're magicians.
Well, right after this, we have to run and do a magic show, if that's what you mean by magician, yes.
Mazo quietly farming on the bottom side, already level 9. Phantom Forces to the side, dodges, does find a Unite move, only hits that Slowbro, but he's just trying to buy time. He does end up going down. Zora combo a little bit off the mark. Regirock is 1 HP. Zoroark Unite move does find the secure, and he's got the combo into Yomu. Phil's gonna go down. Sam should be going down next. There's a lot of damage that Thunder still ticking away, but Zoroark's got a Focus Band. He's got a second active live Focus Band in Comfy, keeping him alive, and they're going to go back into the enemy central area. Shadow Claw now online to have the constant stuns as well, be able to just apply so much pressure throughout the entire map here. And I don't think until Team YT has a Slowbro Unite move, they can really stop this combo.
Poor Akilo, just like, please not me, give me a break. Armorer's gonna sit on
DreamMax very incentivized to try to break down this top pad. This way, Team YT has nowhere to really stand on the map, and they just have to sit around and wait for Rayquaza. So Kadu's going to be playing up. He notices that the Chaotix XP is still at 8.5, so he knows there's no Slowbro Unite move incoming at all. Kadu is going to get that final hit of Feint Attack off the Lapras, bounces away. I think his Focus Band did go off there, but he's got a Comfy to heal him back up. There's a nice combo, switches it back up, uses that last part of Feint Attack to take down the Slowbro instead, finds the Feint Attack Shadow Claw onto the Eldegoss, gets another KO, and now he can dump his 40 points in here on this Regieleki that walked in, get his Unite move back, level 12 Zoroark at the 5-minute mark, possibly fully stacked, gets the Feint Attack off of the red buff, chains it together, waits to use his Feint Attack in anticipation of that doll, but the Perish Song execute actually is going to be enough with the damage combined with Phil's Unite move, and they're finally able to take down the Zoro Comfy. A little bit just too much aggression and good execution on the side of Fui, literally on the execute. They're going to get a little bit of XP, and finally Team YT has some space to breathe.
You have to get that knockout.
Without question. And fortunately for YT, catch-up
And now, you know, not only did they slow down the Zoroark, but they have another opportunity in the Slowbro Unite to be able to do it. I think DreamMax understands this, and they don't even want to play for this bottom objective. They are going to play the map there. Lapras, Fui is looking for a sneaky cap, but Mazo is around in the neighborhood on the top side, so he's going to stop that. I think YT is going to notice that that's happening on the top side. Maybe Fui will use his Unite move to come back down. Slowbro Unite move does go on the Blastoise, but they're not able to secure that KO. Now Blastoise has his own Hydro Typhoon in exchange. The Eject Button combinated to make a 4-man Blastoise ult. And now the Zoroark just gets to go ham. There's no slow beam to stop the Slowbro, to stop the Zoroark, and I don't think there's anything Team YT can do. That combinating.
Once again, I mean, every fight is going their way. Mazo online at 13. We have Zoroark moving back in 13 with the Comfey collar, and they are just trying to take down these supports. Another KO onto a
Boom.
What can YT do in this moment?
All right, so YT is going to get farmed a little bit. The one important thing is that the game isn't over. It's far from over, right? There is a big point lead, big experience lead on the side of DreamMax, but their entire game still hinges on the Zoroark staying alive. And if Chaotic can find a good eject slow beam, this is the reason why eject button is played on Slowbro and you don't go things like X speed or potion, is because in these moments, you need that eject button to catch the Zoroark when they're least expecting it.
YT is going to need Chaotic to step up in the biggest way possible.
It's not going to be easy though. Slow beam is going to be important to shut down the Zoroark. There's still going to be a level 14 Mazu on the Sarah ledge here. There's still going to be a Blastoise who's really tanky, has that Hydro Typhoon in the back. Even this Pikachu doesn't have a lot of experience, is still going to be able to put out some damage with its Unite move. So there's a lot of threats on the side of DreamMax, but it starts with one. So slow beam, not able to find an opportunity there. Fui does go for that Unite move. We're gonna lose that Lapras Express on the bottom side. It does mean that YT is gonna try to do this Regice. I don't think they have the time. And now that's just one Unite move that they're down now. Fui's gonna try to go for the cap, but there is a Pikachu defending it, and Zoroark's in the perfect position. They're on the top right side of the map. They can play for a flank when YT starts this Rayquaza, because YT does need Rayquaza to win the game. There's no other way back in the game for them here. Mazo is trying to get this Slowbro to Unite him, right? If Slowbro uses that Unite move on him, then Zoroark has free reign to be able to do whatever he wants in the fight. DreamMax can just kite away. Team YT is going to lose to Hadron Engine from Miraidon, so no passive there. But Ray is getting low. Hydro Typhoon does come out into the Reverend Ren from Sarah Ledge as well. Instantly takes down the Slowbro. There is no slow beam now. Slowbro's gone. Slowbro's gone for the count. Now DreamMax just needs to win this fight, and they can take down Rayquaza and force a game 3. In this moment, they need to stay composed. But we gotta remember, the game is still open here. Slow beam from Chaotic is coming back. Chaotic is jumping up. He's in the neighborhood, but he's a little bit too far. I don't know if his eject button is available or not. Level 15 Zoroark, he just has to be a little elusive. 50 seconds left. DreamMax can just hold the bow here, and they should have this win, forcing game number 3.
10 seconds on Miraidon is too much. They have to start this here. Beautiful plays from the Blastoise, keeping them at bay. We have Kadu and the Ceruledge moving around. Here comes Mazu. Here comes
Mazu. There's a slow beam on Sarah Ledge. Zoroark, though, is still... Zoroark goes down. 20 seconds. Does YT have enough damage to be able to take down Ray? Hold on. 17 seconds. Can they do it? Or can the Pika stall it out? It's going to be close. There's just not enough damage. And Pika's doing the right thing. He's going for the score.
Unfortunately for YT,
there's just not enough time.
Even if they peel away to score with Pikachu scoring there, they couldn't make it happen. They would need to stop Pikachu.
Game number 3.
They would need to score, and then at the same time, they would have to also have one of their players peel back.
Okay, so in between games, let's go and just see one really important moment in that game. just so I can show you guys kind of what happened towards the end.
19 KOs is nasty work out here in the Thea Sky Ruins. I mean, look, there's sidewalks at Thea Sky Ruins because the streets ain't for anybody, but they're certainly for Kadu. I'll tell you what.
You look at this right here.
Let's open the stream up on the YouTube feed.
Feels like YouTube could never get a handle of this match. There's just nothing that they could
So
do constantly behind.
I'm obviously speculating here, right? Because we don't know for sure. But I want to say there was a momentary lapse in communication on the side of YT here. I think some members on YT wanted Chaotic to find a slow beam in this moment right now, right? And the reason why is because Fui is rotating down with his Unite move, right? If Chaotic can find a slow beam onto the Zoroark at the same time Fui is rotating, right? They can have a 5v4 fight fresh off of a lap result and look for the execute on the slow beam with the Perish Song, right? So Chaotic chucks this bush, doesn't find him in this bush, right? And we see the Zoroark. This right here is the moment, right? If in this moment, Chaotic just instantly, right? And you don't have a whole lot, you don't have a large window, right? But if he instantly went for the eject slow beam right here, instead of going for the surf, I think this is the window that YT had to potentially come back in the game. And I think this is what Fui wanted from his tank player too, right? And maybe this is a little bit of showing that Chaotic's new to the tank role, doesn't have as much experience as some of the other players on Slowbro. But you can see Fui is ready here with his Unite move. He's on the Lapras Express. If in this moment there was an eject slow beam onto the Zoroark was going down. The Zoroark 100% was going down. It's at the 215 mark. Zoroark's probably going to be KO'd for like 35 seconds. That means that while Ray is up, there's a 20-second delta where Team YT has a 3v5 fight to be able to either take down Ray or, you know, finish off the fight in that moment, right? And Chaotic doesn't go for it. And in this moment, Fui's already expended his Unite move, and it's kind of already, it's the fight's already lost, essentially, right? Now we have to take a fight 4v with down a Unite move, right? There's not enough time for them to get the Reggie Ice, and we've essentially wasted our Lapras Unite. And I don't think there's any way really realistically, unless DreamHack makes another mistake like they did, to come back. But it's right here, right there, right? And you don't even have to react that quickly, right? You can see right here, the Comfy goes for this Vine Whip. That's a very scary Leaf Storm to go for right there, right? But right here, Chaotic has, this is all the time, right? This right here needs to be the play we make, right? But he instead goes for a Surf, which is off the mark. And yeah, the fight's lost at this point. Pick up a Clefable Gravity? No, I disagree. Gravity is just too slow to be able to make do in these fights. Gravity also means that you had a Clef all throughout the early game instead of an Eldegoss, right? And if we go back to what the early game laning phase looks like, right? Imagine you have a Clef in this instance over the Eldegoss. You have no pressure in the lane at all, right? You just fall further behind from this point onwards. But cool, let's go back to the live cast.
That's YT right there.
Yeah, it really is. So by pick rate, Eldegoss still sitting on top of the pile here. Unsurprisingly, supports are really rounding out a lot of this, you know, because Pikachu.
You also want to pick your support earlier, right? So if you pick your support earlier, right? If you go Clef, there's a chance they might not even go. They might not even go Zoroark in the first place.
Some of the moments that YT had that felt like they could get back in this match were from the Miraidon. There's also no question that losing that Lapras Express was a huge blow to YT, and I'm really not sure what the call was there, if that was just nerves, if it was just a complete mistake. Whatever happened with it, very unfortunate for YT.
We're on the same page there. But I think it's important to mention that that's not a Fui mistake, and I think it's more on Chaotic there.
Take that fight and make that the Ray fight. and kind of use the fact that it's just a hair earlier than maybe the opponent suspects. I mean, we've seen them kind of spring traps on opponents all the time.
Yeah.
So that was kind of unsurprising when I saw the Lapras success was like, this is go time.
Yeah.
They're hitting the button. They're making this the fight. And then it hit nobody, and they all kind of ran away. And I was
That Glace to lock on the Zoro. It's just not enough, right? And towards the end of the Icicle Spears, the Comfy can hop off while it's invulnerable and tank some of the Icicle Spear damage. It's not enough. You want things that are spontaneous into Zoroark, right? If you're gonna do things that are slow, right? If you're gonna do things that rely on the Zoroark to play into you, to make lots of mistakes, the good Zoroark players are going to be very accustomed to playing around it, right? You want things like Mimikyu, you want things like Slowbro, Charizard even isn't that bad. Serena can work into stuff like that. All right, so Team YT didn't want to play into Comfy again. They do get the first pick this time around. DreamMax banning out the Darkrai and Umbreon, which, you know, Umbreon Mean Look proved to be really annoying for them to play into game number 1. And Team YT not feeling comfortable on not being able to play Pikachu, so they're going to lock Pikachu in the first pick here. But it seems like so far Team YT's draft has kind of been solved. Right? Team YT pretty much just wants Snorlax Pikachu every game, right? But cool. Looks like YT's ready to mix it up. They're gonna go ahead and take DreamMax's signature pick so far this tournament, which has been that Spin Pump, right? Really popular amongst all the Brazilian teams, but that Spin Pump hybrid defender, hybrid top laner, has been something that DreamMax has been really reliant on. Lapras fills a similar role, so we'll see if they decide to go Lapras. But this game they have Snorlax as a very traditional defender, so they might not necessarily need to lean towards a comp like that. DreamMax also really big fans of that supportive Mew, the supportive Pikachu. We saw the other Brazilian team, or I think that was actually the Mexican team, go support Miraidon. So a lot of these teams liking to fill in their comps with something like that. But I actually think this game, with the Mew locking in XP share, this is going to be a Flail Snorlax. This is going to be a Flail Lax. They're still going to run the Zoro without Comfy. This time there's no Slowbro to really worry about. And Blissey could go Safeguard to make sure the Pika Volt tackles aren't as impactful. But this Snorlax is going to do what the Blastoise has been doing, right? It's going to be a strong early game laner, something that's really tanky and independent, but also is very hard to take down. I actually really like the way that they've drafted here. I would have a couple adjustments I would make item wise. I don't think the weakness policy necessarily is a good item on Snorlax. I think you'd rather just go Cookie or an HP item. You don't need a damage item to last it with Tackle, and Flail's damage scales off your max HP anyways. So I would, like, if you don't want to go Cookie, you don't want to stack, you can go something like Assault Vest. There's a lot of special attackers on the side of Team YT. You go Score Shield, Cookie, obviously, like I said, a lot of different options there. Or you could also, to be honest, just put the XP share on the locks and then take it off the Mew in this case. But in any case, it looks like they are continuing to run with their bread and butter kind of comp, where they have a defender on the top side of the map with their supporter, and then they send their all-rounder bottom, so that when everything phases out, their all-rounder can continue to stack on the bottom side of the map. So Eldegoss is on the red buff side. Now Chaotic's looking for an invade. They want to slow down the Zoroark, especially after they see two people on the top side. Chaotic can look for a potentially good invade, but not quite good enough. Baltoy is going to go to the side of the Zoro. Now there's a coaching Mew to be able to counter him as well. And another E-ball, another boosted auto, and that KO is going to spell doom for Chaotic. I think Chaotic, you know, definitely shout out to him for picking up a new role so fast and being brave enough to play it in competitive. But there's a lot of small engagements here that is starting to show like a lack of experience, right? Like, you have to recognize that you have to be fast on that farm. You can't lose it to a Zoroark, and then you have to leave, right? If the bottom lane has someone missing. They didn't win enough time to slow down the Zoroark. Now the Zoroark can look to invade. It's gonna be a close one here, but Zoroark does find the aggression, is gonna jump, finds the feint attack onto Eldegoss. In that time though, Sam was able to secure the red buff. There is an eject button. Kadu playing very patiently, understanding that eject button needs to come out if the Gardevoir wants to live. Sam was trying to eject the feint attack, but it just wasn't enough. And we're gonna see another just dominant game, early game from the side of the Zoroark here. This time there also isn't that safety net in the Slowbro to be able to bring you back in the game either. There is a Volt Tackle, but Volt Tackle you can counter with your Unite move as well as full heal. Or even a well-timed illusion.
It has Bliss assistance, it has the healing. That's incredible as we head up to the top path right here. It is a flail Snorlax.
Let's get it. I mean, you could also have a good opportunity for that yawn as well. I mean, how good is that yawn here if you're just setting up Kadu?
And now we see up at the top path.
There's that Flail Lax. And this Flail Lax is literally the same as a Spin Pump Blastoise. Right? It's functionally doing the same thing. So I think they just they have like a formulaic set of their comp here, and they're happy to continue playing it this way.
Here's the thing, it's doing great right now. How is it going to fare later on when YT finally hits their levels and they start
Full heal used on the Zoro, so that Volt Tackle is free now, and there is helping hand, or there is some eggs, but I don't think they're going to be enough. And nice little engage, does use that Unite move to stop, not get Volt Tackled, and now he's like almost like a relay race. They tag in Mazo, he's going to go in, nice Ice Fang, but there's an eject to stop the tackle from continuing the CC chain, and looks like DreamMax is able to slow down Team YT's efforts here to try to come back in this game. Ooh. Now what happened?
As we might have an issue with one of our players up on the stage, we're going to make sure that we get that rectified before we get back into our...
Copied what Fennel did at Worlds. Umbreon, Bro, Mamo, top, Blaziken, or Serena with Mew. Similar kind of formula, definitely. Definitely similar kind of formula. But I will say that they're adding their Brazilian spin on it, right? And spin pun intended. The Brazilian teams have been playing Spin Pump Blastoise for years at this point. Right? In that like top lane defendery kind of role, but without XP share, and then having other characters to supplement that.
That crowd control chain we've been talking about, which means now the full heal is actually just enough.
Here we go, we're getting the thumbs up. Okay.
Illusion won't counter the Volt Tackle damage, but if you time it like perfectly, you can make sure that you won't get stunned by it, I believe. But generally, you're just going to be using Zoroark's Unite move or full heal to get away from it.
In their series, this is a single elimination in our top 8. So someone is going home after this game. Everything is on the
YT should have switched Phil and Chaotic this game. You know, you gotta have faith in your teammates sometimes. All right, we're back in the action here. Zoroark does go for the combo, and he's gonna end up going down. I mean, these out of pause engagements, you have to stay fresh, right? You don't have your full heal up. The enemy team has a Volt Tackle Pika. You have to be careful. Right, an Egg Bomb finds the secure. Nicely done by Guizin. That gets him his level 8. Uses the Bliss Assistance onto the Mew, and the Mew boosted autos is going to get body blocked, but there's Mazo on the backline on the Sarah ledge, and sometimes, you know, sometimes the ball just falls in your favor. So, you know, it can turn the whole tide of a single game.
A goal zone is gone. I think this is maybe a little too cheeky for my blood, but we'll see if Kadu can...
Afterlife, thank you for the tier 1.
Again and get out of there. They can.
Yeah, nice full heal from Kadu right there, able to pull out of that crazy situation. But you did...
Are ads playing? Sorry, guys. We'll try to play the ads in between games if we can.
Team YT really on
online now with their combinations. We also have a Surf. It looks like a Surf Pump Blastoise. I didn't get to see if they were Rapid Spin or not. So it could be a Spin Pump, could be a Surf Pump, but that's an insane amount of displacement as well against this Zoroark.
At this point, anything to create space, and anything to give
The one thing about Flail Lax in comparison to Spin Pump is that when you're running in with Flail, you don't have that unstoppable, right? You need to use block to be able to have that, but then when you're in block, you can't deal damage. So Spin Pump is something that they would prefer, but the Snorlax is a cheeky pick here, right? It's also denying YT from being able to take Snorlax for themselves. So I definitely don't hate it. Really heads up draft by them. All right, there's that Zoroark engage with that Unite move, so he makes sure he doesn't get Volt Tackled. Still takes so much damage, is end up going to go down. There is a Snorlax Unite move, so I like this. Block the Regieleki really far away. Make sure the Gardevoir can't even do any damage, because Sam kind of is the, you know, he's the playmaker in a lot of these fights. Or, you know, he's the guy doing all the damage. And Snorlax did push that Regieleki and Sam away. I don't know what happened to his Unite move. It must have been used and didn't get much value. But this Regieleki is still pretty healthy, and I don't know if DreamX has the resources to be able to hold it down anymore. There is a Revenant Ren from the side of the Cerulege, but there's just too much damage and too much Pollen Puff AoE healing keeping them alive. And Team YT, despite looking a little rough there in the last couple minutes, able to continue fighting, and now they've brought the scores within 9 points of one another. Close score game, kind of reminiscent of game number 1.
That's exactly where we are.
Livio's gonna continue farming. Snorlax definitely not looking as good as they had earlier. Nice eject button Earthquake from the side of Chaotic, but Kadu's gonna get away. 10 HP, goes for the score. He's so low. The Pollen Puff on one side, the Conspore on the other. Akil gets the KO. Nicely done. And then a bottom side fight as well. Team YT able to secure that objective, and throughout all of this, Team YT able to win every little micro skirmish that's going around on the map. And Olivio on the Snorlax has a block. There is a Fairy Singularity onto the pad. So Gardevoir's Unite is down. Kadu again goes for the engage, but not quite enough. And this game, the Zoroark's only level 11. Remember, there's a level 12 Zoroark at the 5-minute mark in game number 2. And this game, he's level 11 as Rayquaza is about to spawn. So struggling a whole lot. Team YT slowly inching away in this game, both points and experience-wise and map control. But there's still 30 seconds before Rayquaza spawns. Anyone's game up to whoever can make a good play happen. If we looking at level 14 on the horizon, there is a Bliss Assistant Zoroark combo that we haven't seen all game though, and that's something that Team YT is going to have to remember is a possibility. Points, 17-point differential, close battle. Neither team truly knows if they're in the lead. I think YT should have a hunch that they're ahead, but in a moment like this, you haven't really gotten enough clues to really be certain. But you should have a good idea that you're probably ahead based on how the scores have been going. A little bit of damage onto Ray. That tornado does indicate that there's a Mammoth in the bush. Eject does find the Cerulege. Cerulege pops instantly, but he did actually Phantom Force away and was able to get out. Unfortunately, he does end up going down to the side of Sam, so there's 15 seconds without Baby Mazo. Chaotic finds the Earthquake, but there's a block ready to go. In the same time, Sam is looking to burst around Rayquaza. Ray's getting low. Bliss Assistance, is there Zoroark Unite for the secure? Sam gets it on the side of Team YT. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Team YT has 4 shields up. This might be enough for North America to stay fighting in this tournament.
Yeah, they need to eat those hundo burgers as they are running to the goal zones to score right here. Points right in the top, points right in the bottom. Team YT reigns.
I think Team YT's got it. DreamX genuinely looked like the stronger team for this series, but YT held their own. I think that game number 1 could have gone either way. And then this game number 3, Team YT came fighting back. It looks like, you know, maybe even more than the Snorlax, the Pikachu is really what they need to make a lot of their comps work.
Pulling back from this fight, making sure that they don't give up a
And Chaotic had a good comeback. He found a like that eject Earthquake combo was his redemption for what happened in game number 2 on that slow bro. Misfiring on that slow beam. Right? You gotta get, you gotta call out his mistakes, but you also gotta give him his flowers when he makes a comeback. Right? We'll go back and rewatch it in a second here as this game closes out. But I think DreamHack wasn't ready for that engage.
And it's going to be a shame not to see them on broadcast, not to see them any longer in this tournament because they're so exciting.
Make sure we drop a like in the YouTube chat for Team YT. That's what Phil would want you to do. Phil would want you to like the stream right now. All right, so I mean, throughout this game, Team YT is definitely ahead. Right, they're the team with the stronger late game just based on their experience. But if we look at what happens here, let's skip ahead. So Chaotic is in this bush right now, right? This is a good position for the tank to be in, and he's gonna end up going back in that bush after he gets a little bit of a heal. So Chaotic is in this bush. Team YT, they're baiting Rayquaza, right? Basically what they're saying is, hey, you guys have to get to the pit, and if you don't get to the pit, we're gonna run this thing down, and you're gonna have to fight us on Ray. And if you fight us on Ray, our guard ult will beat you, right? So they start damaging it. Mazo's just bitter blading to keep his healing up as well, right? And then in this moment right here, this Ray Tornado spawns, right? This Ray Tornado spawns in vision of DreamHack. This means DreamHack now knows that there's someone in this bush, right? Remember, the points are close battle, so both teams basically need to win at this point in the game at some point. So there's that tornado. DreamHack now, they're like, okay, I guess we just have to this is where we're going to find our engage. Someone's tornadoed. We're going to try to chain together something off here. They don't actually know it's Mamo, but they should have a good idea it's Mamo, right? Olivio goes in. I guess he wants to just block him away. Doesn't want the Mamo to engage. But see what Chaotic does, right? In this moment right here, he buffers his Earthquake, right? He buffers his Earthquake, so even if he gets blocked, it's still going to go off. So he gets blocked, pushed all the way here, and he ejects on his Earthquake to make sure he makes the distance. Earthquake stuns Baby Mazo, right? Off the Earthquake, he finds the Ice Fang, and in this moment right here, everyone on Team YT explodes onto him, right? There's the Volt Tackle from Pikachu. There's damage from Sam, perfectly placed, right? And Unite move. In this moment, I actually thought he might have gone down to the peak ult, but he actually manages to get his Phantom Force off. And he's trying to maybe salvage it to get on Sam. Goes for a Unite move. Nice try for sure. But it's too little too late, right? And then from here on out, Team YT continues to play the fight well, but it all starts with Chaotic's engage right here, right? Perfectly buffering his Earthquake at the right time. Had he not done that, they definitely wouldn't have been able to catch him. The tank would have been pushed out, and the whole fight could go different. Just really well done.
Which works well when you're trying to bully. We have an interview on stage. Take it away.
All right, we have Phil Yumis here with me. Team YT, the first team to qualify to the top 4 semifinals of Pokemon Unite LAIC 2025. How do you feel just beating DreamHack, to be fair, the one team here in Brazil that was quoted to be definitely on the top 4?
I feel very relieved. They're a very strong team. I'm kind of short on breath because I was yelling all match. But it was a great game, and we barely got it, It could have went either way.
It was incredibly close, game 2, game 3, especially this last one when everything was on the line. Tell me, you told me a little bit about the transition between how you prepared for best of 1s into best of 3s. You're getting into best of 5s now. Is there any of the teams that you might meet on the semifinals that you're like, we need to focus on this team because they're so dangerous?
All the teams left here, including the one we just faced, are all top-tier threats. Anyone can take it right now. We're going to take it one game at a time, prepare for next game, and see how it goes.
Yeah, single elimination is very rough, isn't it? And about this last game, how was the thought process behind the draft that you had? Because you took off the Comfy and not the Zoroark. So confident that you could deal with the threat, right?
Yeah, so the Comfy Zoroark is, as seen, very, very strong. So we could not deal with that. We banned out the Comfy. We ended up taking Blast, and I was a little bit nervous about it because Fui hasn't played Blast for like a week. But then he busted out on stage and did amazing. I'm very proud of him.
Good, so very proud of all the teammates. Congratulations for making it to top 4. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much. We are back here in the booth, and as they said, YT now in our top 4. DreamMax eliminated from this tournament.
Winning formula versus LG. If I had to come up with one on the spot,
feels like we're just getting started here, dude.
I can't leak those details. I know for a fact that some of these players are watching the stream in between games for help.
Another North American matchup.
I can't leak the strats.
Why am I saying another one? Because YT had to take care of team growth.
There's controlled opposition in here.
Go down 2-1 to YT.
We've got Fusion and Plaga coming up next, and of course Nouns Esports and Tuzzy Esports. It's going to be very exciting. North America's last hope. Well, one of them's heading to the grand finals. I can tell you that much right now. The question is, will a Brazilian team make it there with them, or will we see, you know, the phenomenal Fusion or the best EU has to
Not the
offer
ops.
with Nouns
There's some
Esports?
ops.
It's gonna be very
There's
exciting
some.
to find out who heads to
All
our
I'll
grand
say
finals.
is the teams that need help, they come to me in the DMs.
Sitting on top of the pile, cheating onto the screen here.
And I give some advice.
Right. But
I lean a shoulder.
Non-air quote support
Right.
Pokemon in Miraidon and Blaziken are finding their way here.
I'm not going to take credit for some of the way the games work out, but I will say
Time in the meta, which is really exciting here.
I have an idea. Of
Sao
course,
Paulo.
of course.
We don't see enough Pikachu on broadcast, that's for sure. And now Pikachu.
You guys will never hear the end of it.
Certainly is. I think we got another graphic to go through.
But I did do it,
that one.
okay?
Just kidding. Back to us. We are the graphic. We're in.
We did do it
3D.
on stage.
I assume at some point we will be in 3D.
We
Hey, there we are. Let's talk about this graphic. We're going to be coming back here very soon with more teams.
All I can say is if you beat the team that wins Worlds, and then you don't get to play them at Worlds, that basically means you won Worlds.
Sao Paulo for
Yeah.
LAIC. I'm going to throw this at you. We'll be right back.
Yo.
Tourney finisher date, it goes up to the finals and then finals tomorrow. I'm the puppet master now. No. Let's not overstate my, let's not overstate anything. I gotta go to the bathroom, guys. It's a poopy. I'm just saying it. BRB. Just kidding. I don't do that. BRB.
Welcome here to the 2025 Latin America International Championships. It's time to do some ring tossing. I have here 3 trainers that are going to try and hit 2 targets here. They have 4 attempts to do so, and if they manage to do so successfully, they'll win a training card game pack. Let's have trainer number 1 come in now. All right, good luck. Here we go, 4 attempts. The first attempt here from Juminis. Here we go, the first one. Ooh, a miss, but another chance. Here we go. And off on the side down the Patricio. And oh no, that's on the Patricio. You need to hit and barely miss. That's unfortunate. All right, well, thank you for participating. Let's have trainer number 2 come in. All right, we have 4 attempts here. You need to hit the Patricio or the Bidoof. And oh, almost the Bidoof on its head. Here we go, almost on the same spot there. Can we get on? Almost bounces off the Bidoof one more time. Can we get the 4th time? And it is it. You got 1 out of 4. Very well done. Thank you so much. All right, and then we have our final trainer coming in. Let's see if you can do it. You need to hit 2 out of 4. Here we go, the first one, and that's a 1. And oh, it just barely bounces off. Can we get it? Oh, it's stuck in the other ring. That's exceptional, I'll admit. Again, okay, well, I've never seen that before. Thank you so much for participating. That was great. All right, that was some ring tossing action. Let's head back to the other Pokemon action.
Besides Besides checking out all of the action on the main stage for the Pokemon TCG, VGC, Go, and Unite, there's so much more that you can do here at the Expo Center Norte for the Latin American International Championships. You can play some of our mini games, go fishing, or play the ring toss. You also have an opportunity to check out how to play the Pokemon TCG for the first time through our First Steps program, where you get a chance to learn the Pokemon TCG hands-on in a family-friendly, fun way. If you want to just take a break, relax, we also have our Pokemon Go lounge area where you get a chance to recharge your phone, recharge your own batteries, and also check out the Pokemon Go action. If you want to try out some of the games on the Nintendo Switch, you can do that also. We have a Pokemon Nintendo Switch area where you can play some of the new games like Detective Pikachu Returns, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Pokemon Arceus, as well as a couple of other titles. Also make sure that you check out the merch section because we have a lot of great vendors here so you can get your hands on your favorite merch, your plush, or your cards. And we also have a place where you can go take a break, get a bite, and have a quick snack before you get back to competition or get back to watching the action. Thank you so much for taking a look at what else you have to offer here, and casters, back to you.
Hello, I'm here with Tovar. And we're here to do a Pokemon TCG scavenger hunt. So I'm going to ask Eduardo to show us some specific Pokemon cards. Now, Eduardo, do you have a Fire-type Pokemon card with you?
I do. I should have one. Should be over here. I do have a Charmander.
All right. Now, do you have a Dragon-type Pokemon card with you?
I don't think so, because Charizard's not a dragon, so no, I'm gonna have to say no.
All right, so then do you have a colorless-type Pokemon with you?
I do have a Shiny Pidgeot EX.
All right, well, you got 2 out of 3, so I think you've earned your pack. Congratulations, yeah? Let's open it.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hold this? Should I open it or should I keep it sealed?
All right, I'm back. Should I open it or should I keep it sealed? That's I've watched that before.
Oh, I like this one.
All right, nice color and Articuno.
You guys see that guy on YouTube Shorts?
Eduardo, for playing. Yeah,
Should I open it or should I keep it sealed? Guys, I have something I'd like to show you. I was doing some cleaning the other day, and I found a box of old Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So I'm going to show you guys some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. This guy, he's called the Great Long Nose.
To the Pokemon International Championships here in Latin America, and welcome back to some Pokemon Unite.
The Great Long Nose.
Unite Championship Series on our first stop of our 2025 season. I'm Spreggles, your content cowboy. I say yeehaw and things like that, and I'm joined by Noob Snacks.
Book of Secret Arts.
I don't have a catchphrase yet. We've been workshopping it. 3 years, year 4.
Hyper Synchron.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out catchphrases. Most of the
He's
time
cool,
we're
right?
off camera, we're just
Great White. This card's got to be canceled. What do you mean Great White?
Hey, all right, pretty close to something I own. We're gonna send it up to the stage right now that you got a brief glimpse of right there. We call that a teaser in the business. Zoinks is up on the big stage with our.
It's blurry, man. Oh, maybe I gotta go closer. Okay. This is Changing Destiny.
So much to our casters. Yes,
Can you see that
so
good?
Big, and I get to be up here with 2 incredible players. We got Texas from Praga.
Changing
and of
Destiny.
course we got Zynews from Fusion. This is going to be a really great match. I can't wait. Now, my first question.
Oh,
is
what
actually
about this
gonna
card?
go
This is a
to
classic.
Zynews.
Card Destruction. It's a hollow.
World, the best Western performing team.
You like that
How
hollow?
important is winning
And
this
it.
tournament to secure
Wow.
the Fusion legacy?
Fusion ha sido uno de los mejores equipos del mundo. ¿Cómo de importante es para ustedes ganar en este torneo?
Oh, you want me to go closer? Okay, is this card not kind of cute though? White Potan.
They're going to make their best to be here and secure their title.
All right, awesome. You got to play for the win. I love that. Now, Texas, this is a battle between Latin America North and Latin America South. If you win this matchup, does that prove that Latin America North is the better region?
Soy el mejor equipo en una batalla entre Latinoamérica Norte y Latinoamérica Sur.
Check the video quality for us who are watching on YouTube. It should be the same, no? Is the video quality bad on YouTube?
La verdad es que no, o sea, yo creo que ambos representamos de igual forma y para mí no es quién es mejor o quién es peor, sino es que los dos demos lo
Yo,
mejor
Boo Boo.
de cada uno, ¿no? Porque al final creo que
I unbanned you. Don't make me regret my decision, okay? Don't say my Yu-Gi-Oh cards are blowing each other.
Equally enjoying and proving that they're best at this game.
Okay, I like that. Best in the region, potentially best in the world. That's awesome. Zainus, any
make it
specific
weird.
strategies to go up against Praga?
¿Tiene alguna estrategia especial para ir contra el otro equipo?
Siento que daremos lo mejor simplemente. Siento que solo daremos lo mejor.
They're going to do their best.
All right, just do good. That's a great strategy.
I
How
like
about
that
you,
strategy.
Texas? Any strategies against Fusion?
¿Alguna estrategia contra Fusion?
¿Estrategia?
Contra Fusion.
Pues divertirnos y pasarla bien.
Have fun.
I'm
All right,
hydrating.
let's just have fun. I know we are going to. I know everybody at home watching is going to as well. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. And the stage is big. That's why I call it the big stage. There are
I've called it
smaller
that
stages out there. I can assure you,
We
those
said
stages are big.
unacceptable. We
They're
said
big.
unacceptable.
Yes.
Bigger stage.
We said make the stage bigger, and they go, we're not going to do what you want us
say.
to do. We were already going to make a big stage.
Let's take a look at Fusion here. By now, you should know these names. They are a mainstay in the UCS circuit and on the World Championship stage. Anemo, Draken, Kea, Tempo, and Zainus, who we just spoke to.
Fusion's a good team.
Difficult team to beat, as we saw from the AOS Cup, as we saw from Worlds, as we saw from every single one of their monthly cups, and it's going to be hard to stop them here at LAIC. Plaga looking to do that here. We've seen some great games out of them. A little shaky game number 1 earlier, but then they really got online. Don Lux, Roy, Jax, Kira, and Texas.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that Mammoth Swine Kira play. Every single engagement seemed to lead to a KO. Jax on that Glaceon, curious to see if we'll see that. And of course, on down the line, Don Lux big.
Do you like my my little vest today?
Again,
So I have plenty of these types of outfits, guys. These are all my old work outfits. My work costumes back when I used to be a normie.
At LAIC, we have so
The
many
tech
teams
is you
involved.
just take a collared shirt
We have LATAM North, LATAM
and then you put a
South.
vest on it and now you're professional, you know?
Multiple North American
You get like 4 or 5 vests, you get like 4 or 5 collared shirts,
This bottom half of the bracket.
and then brown and black vests go with any colored shirts.
Which Plaga is looking to change that. It would be Fusion versus Nouns at some point.
Yeah,
There's
collared
a lot
shirt,
of
it means
matches before
it's
something
business
like that can
time.
happen, And Plaga wants to change that.
Wore that for last season. I had a blue one, maybe I had this purple one. I think one day I had blue, one day I had purple. I think I might have done purple and black, and then blue and brown. Steve Harvey, yeah, it's the Steve Harvey angle, but with vests.
But the work needs to be done right now. Plaga Fusion can't look too far ahead because you still got a best of 3 to contend with.
That's right. You have to deal with what's right in front of you. And what's right in front of you is one of the best teams in the world.
Oh, I thought you said what's in front of them is us.
Well, what's in front of us is the camera. And
But-
a weird
but
guy. Who's this guy?
Is it Zoinks?
Where's he
Zoinks?
going?
Oh, they're talking about me.
Forget it.
Zoinks, do we throw it a break?
Do we throw it a break, Zoinks? Zoinks? We're going to have a match here.
They were talking about
very
me.
soon.
I'm here, hi.
I cannot wait to see how this goes. I think a lot of people would expect Fusion to move forward here, but we've seen Giants get toppled time and time again here in UCS. With 3 short games in front of us possibly, they could definitely go down. You could go down 2-0 against Plaga right here. I felt like the start of the day, Plaga did not look like they were dialed in at all. Then everything started to shift. Game 2, they looked incredible.
I'm blank.
So I think if we see that
I'm
Plaga,
blank.
they're going to give Fusion a real run for their money.
Yeah, I want to give credit to Don Lux in that first game because
Oh,
it
did he
was
go to school?
rough, and then Don Lux got 1 catch. They're playing Ceruledge. Edge. They jumped in. They were able to get a knockout. And then all of a
Maybe
sudden,
he's
it
going
was
to
like
school.
confidence showed up. And on top of that, a little bit of an overextension that you're able to capitalize on. All of a sudden, the score parity is coming back. The level parity is coming back. Next team fight, a little bit more confidence, and then that train had left the station, and it was
Spraggles is Diamonds by Rihanna in person.
Plaga is the Mewtwo Y.
He sparkles.
So that was a very interesting look.
He
We
sparkles
haven't seen a lot
today.
of Mewtwo Y, but when we have seen it, it's done very well. I wonder how Fusion wants to play into that. It feels like Fusion's strategy really in your face, extremely aggressive, heavy carry potential Pokemon with a lot of risks as well. Of course, backed up by incredible support and defender play. So we're going to see how they want to play into Plaga. If we see a classic fusion game, it could be really difficult for Plaga to even get going.
Yeah, because a lot of that hinged on good engagements by their defender Kira. But on the side of Fusion, you've got the best offense/defensive line in between.
Like Dubsnax ship better.
Kira,
Both are good, yeah.
not Kira, Kea, and Draken. And that's just, I mean, that's something you now have to battle with, because there is no team better, in my opinion, at covering for their carries than
Guys, this is a lesson you'll learn when you're older. You know, when you're older and more distinguished and matured, like I am. But what's that saying that old people like to say? Old people like me like to say? Comparison is the enemy of joy, or something like that. Sometimes it's better to just enjoy that we have Spraggles and Dubsnax that dress up and, you know, do put on such an amazing show for us, instead of constantly like trying to say, I think this guy's better, I think this guy's better. Like, just enjoy it, you know? Especially in the YouTube chat. You know, I haven't said anything, right? This is just a warning for all of you.
It's been a long
right? I don't want to see you guys commenting on women's appearances, being like, "Oh, she's ugly. Oh, I don't like her hair." Like that's not appropriate. Like, you don't need to compare what people like, everyone's fits and whatnot. Just be happy that people are dressing up and being professional for us.
I think the comparison is great, but I wanted to let the audience at home know that you do not need intimate knowledge of Stranger Things to enjoy this broadcast, because I'm right along with you. I've seen it, I've enjoyed it, but I don't remember the start of that show. Now, if you're at home and you like seeing how high people can kick, that's coming up a little later.
That's coming up a little later. I will be probably in a neck brace tomorrow, I guess.
That being said, I know most of you guys don't have bad intentions, but I just want to put that out there.
We'll see how it goes as we have our two teams getting ready. There is a game certainly starting here very soon.
So it turns out Zoinks actually wanted us to throw a break, apparently, because instead of this rambling.
Yeah, and obviously, I would slay in any of these fits harder than anyone, obviously.
He speaks in riddles, so you're never really sure what he's up to. I'm sure a lot of you have noticed that with his casting here at LAIC. He'll say things and you'll think,
if I'm old, does that make you ancient? Yes.
Is that a riddle? Is he riddling me currently?
Is he the Riddler?
He actually is dressed like the Riddler today. Can we have a picture
The Riddler?
Is that possible at all? I want to get a picture
Who
of
had that on their bingo card? On my bingo card, I have the cast brings up the Rizzler.
I would love to see it.
If they bring up the Rizzler, I get bingo.
Production, can we get a picture of Zoinks? I don't know. This is probably. Oh, Zoinks!
Come here! Come here!
All right, Zoinks, the Riddler has arrived.
He's very Riddler coded today.
tell him a riddle.
Tell him a riddle.
How high can a Ho-Oh jump if it has its Unite move?
How high can a Ho-Oh jump?
That just sounded like a question.
It did say, okay, all right, what's the answer?
Don't know. I'm looking for it.
Get out of here. Go. Get out of here and never come back. He's very Riddler today.
What's that? Riddler. That was terrible. Okay. Yeah, noted.
Okay, fair enough. They hated it?
Absolutely hated it.
Okay.
You know what's funny is I've been on the other side. Sometimes someone from production might actually say that was horrible.
Is seeing a moment of us on broadcast doing a bit like
But their job is not easy, guys. It's not easy.
Very wonderful. And a few of you going, why is this happening? Why is this happening right now? Well, let me tell you, it's not going to be happening much longer because we are heading to draft right now.
Those people are the saviors of the chat.
Oh,
like,
not
I'm
yet.
here for competitive
One thing I wanted to say,
what is this
if you guys are if anyone here is like interested in casting or this part of the world, you should check out Dubsnax as like a metafy. Because the way I look at Pokemon Unite, like in a formulaic way, practicing like every minimal aspect of the game, that's how Dubsnax, and I'm sure Spraggles and the rest of them, but that's how Dubsnax approaches casting, right? He thinks like casting, like you'll learn things like word economy, right? And being able to pace yourself correctly. Yeah, I don't know. Just the way it blew my mind that the way I look at playing the game is the way that these guys look at casting the game. And Steel Agent Kyle, of course. The hottest caster in the scene. Alright, we're back in. Blissey Umbreon bans from Plaga. Fusion goes ahead and bans out Darkrai Slowbro. This means that right now in the draft, defenders are, you know, scarce. Two of the more popular defenders of the tournament are banned away. Things like Tree and Mamo are going to get a lot of value. Miraidon first pick, no surprise. And then in response from Fusion, I think Mimikyu makes a lot of sense. Mimikyu matches up really well into Miraidon in an individual matchup, but also very, very strong as a Pokemon. And Plaga's gonna lock down Blastoise. I feel like Blastoise is a Pokemon that's really pushing the envelope this meta. You know what I mean? It's like filling in this, like, you can only have 5 Pokemon on your team, right? So say you want to have like a turbo damage dealer, say you want to have like a speedster and an all-rounder and a support. You need one Pokemon that can fill in the role of being a tank, but also being good early game, but also giving you some damage on the backline, but also having unstoppable, right? And for a lot of these teams, Blastoise is like the missing puzzle piece. You just slot in Blastoise, right? They go spin pump. So you still have some crowd control, you still have some damage, you still have some laning, you have like a little bit of everything.
Terrific. I love it here. Now, what's good for you at home, those of you that love bits, anytime that this type of thing happens.
Minimum expect Miraidon, Leafeon, Darkrai, nerf, Cram, Goodra buff. I wouldn't say anyone's gonna be in the business of predicting buffs. They seem to just buff stuff at random. In terms of nerfs, I don't think Miraidon will get nerfed, though I do think it deserves a nerf. I don't think it will. I do agree Leafeon and I do agree Darkrai. The reason why I don't think Miraidon will get nerfed is because the competitive season is just getting started. And while Miraidon is still really, really strong, they've already nerfed this Pokemon like 5 times since its release, I think, right? And I think it's finally at a place now where the Pokemon can coexist with the other Pokemon. And it's okay for some Pokemon to just be strong, right? Like, you shouldn't, like, from a game design perspective, in my opinion, every time something is strong, you shouldn't immediately just be like, okay, we have to nerf it, right? There's like degrees to it. Darkrai, I agree. It's like on an insane level. Leafeon, very, 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 very strong. Maybe not on the same level as Darkrai, but Leafeon's also existed for so long, right? There's like a level of fatigue that kicks in. It's like, bro, how many patches of Leafeon are we gonna have? Miraidon, on the other hand, though, right? Like, how much can you keep nerfing it? It's a pure damage dealing character. It has a little bit of slows, but it doesn't have any stuns, and it, like, it just does damage. Right? Like, so I don't know. I think if you keep nerfing it, like, it's not like it's gonna have utility. And it also just hasn't been in the meta long enough. I agree. Umbreon as well. Umbreon, there's a level of fatigue in general that just comes from evolutions. I think Umbreon, they need to be forward with the fact that evolutions are early game Pokemon, right? They're, you know, evolve at final evolution at 4, final move unlocked at 6, unite move at 8, move upgrades at 10 and 12. That's the formula for an evolution. I'm okay. But these characters shouldn't also be Pokemon that are strong at all other stages of the game, right? Like, Umbreon scalings should be that it stops gaining as much HP after level 6 compared to other defenders, to the point when you're level 8, level 9, level 10, that you're noticeably squishier compared to other defenders because they've been able to catch up more on stats, right? Umbreon's passive probably just needs a nerf, period. Umbreon's passive is just so broken. Also, why does Umbreon get 2 passives? You guys know Umbreon's the only Pokemon in the game that unlocks a second passive when they get their Unite move. I don't think there's another Pokemon in the game that works this way. Why is it like this? When Umbreon gets its Unite move, additionally, after learning this move, Umbreon continually recovers 1% max HP per second. When did we decide this was a thing? This just needs to go. Or, you know, this is a cool mechanic. Give this to every evolution, something like this, and then take away power from their ult. Increase the cooldown, decrease the damage, decrease, you know, decrease the buffs that they get or something. Decrease its stats. Does it really matter? Of course it matters. In 10 seconds out of combat, Umbreon recovers 10% of their HP. So at level 8, Umbreon gets a 550 heal over the course of 10 seconds. Right? That's like half a wish, or a third of a wish for free. These things add up. Right? A mean look Umbreon that's walking around the map gets chunked and gets to come back to full HP faster than any other Pokemon in the game would, any other defender. And it's not like Umbreon's Unite move is bad, right? It's not that Umbreon's Unite move is bad that it needs this. It's got one of the most broken ults in the game. You didn't know he had it? To be honest, you can forget sometimes too. The same as Ho, but Ho has it as its actual passive, right? Umbreon has it in addition to arguably one of the most broken passives on any defender in the game. When Umbreon were, like, if Umbreon were to get stunned, that stun is negated, then Umbreon becomes unstoppable after negating the stun, and then also increases its defenses by 30%, and then only has a 40-second cooldown, which also just so happens to reset if you get KO'd. Right? So it's not like Umbreon gets punished for dying because it's going to respawn with his passive off cooldown. It's just going to get his passive back up. All right, let's go into the draft here. So they did a remake of the draft. So far, this is what we had. We had Miraidon first picked. Eldegoss, Mimikyu were the picks on the right side. And at this point, Plaga went for Blastoise Hoopa, I believe. So Blastoise Hoopa's back here. And I think we didn't get to see the picks at this stage. So it's a Snorlax Inteleon. Inteleon, interesting Pokemon into Miraidon in the sense that if the Miraidon doesn't go Drift, you get to just outrange it. Right, so this is a kind of a draft that's interesting. Like, it's dangerous for the Miraidon to go Drift into something like Mimikyu. But if it goes Charge Beam, then it gets outranged by Inteleon. So it could be a little scary. And Plaga is just going to double down on going tanks. Tanks like Tree and Blastoise really, really annoying for things like Mimikyu to deal with, right? Mimikyu goes for a Shadow Sneak on someone, and you either Surf or just Horn Leech on top of your ally. When the Mimikyu comes through the Shadow Sneak, it instantly gets caught in that stun. If it doesn't have a full heal available, it's going to go down. It also means that you can just body block the Shadow Sneaks. So I like both teams' approach to this draft, right? The extra tank also means that Inteleon's going to have a much harder time to be able to get through this front line, right? Inteleon does good burst damage, but it doesn't have great sustained damage outside of its Unite move, right? If a tank just starts running you down, you get a couple autos on it, and that's it. And the tank is just going to sit in your face the whole time, right? Which means if a tank is sitting in your face, you can't snipe shot the back line. Fusion also opting to go for Urshifu in this case. I think Urshifu is probably the part of the draft that I disagree with the most. Urshifu doesn't really have any good targets to go on other than Hoopa. Maybe Miraidon if it can catch the Miraidon, but it's going to be tough for them to find the Miraidon in these fights. You're going to have to run through a Blastoise, run through a Tree, all while the Miraidon is wailing you with their moves. But let's see if they can, maybe they can make it work. When you tank, you get KO'd by Inteleon and Unite 2 or 3 autos. You should be running things like Focus Band. You should be full HP before you get to him. and you can't just run past everyone in the game to stand on the Inteleon, right? Your team also has to be doing stuff in the meantime. You decide who to pick between Mamo and Tree. Mamoswine gives you better early game and more damage. Tree gives you better pad control because it's a lot tankier. Slightly better late game engages. And it's just tankier overall. But a lot of times it's going to be personal preference. A lot of it's personal preference. Kira is notoriously one of the best Tree players in the world. So if he wants to play Tree, you got to let him play Tree. Right? I would say a lot of the North American Tree players got good at playing Tree because they played against Kira and they, you know, would see Kira on the ladder or in scrims and kind of mimic the way he plays the Woodhammer combos. Nice rotation from him as well. He can go top, provide a little bit of damage. They can take this portal back and he can just walk to the bottom lane. You might even see Blaziken walk to the bottom lane or into their central area. And Hoopa a little bit alone on the top side here, but Blaze is back now. There's a red buff. I think maybe they're going to give that over to the Miraidon. Blastoise Tree on the bottom side. And yeah, early game definitely favoring the side of Fusion. Fusion does have more experience, but still nothing big decided for either team. Both tanks are in position in mid. They're both setting up their boosted autos. Woodhammer is online. Watch how Kira looks for this Woodhammer. He does the backwards Woodhammer, finds a three-man Woodhammer on the second side, sets up an opportunity for Miraidon to get a good amount of poke damage, but both teams kind of match their energies and walk away. Neither team really getting away with the game, which I would say favors the side of Fusion. They have the weaker early game Pokemon, right? Mimikyu really needs his level 7 to really come online. Or Shifu obviously needs a lot of experience. But here we go. We go in, Mimikyu does look for the engage, does get Blaze kicked by the Blaziken, but there's a Nemo on the other side to be able to find a comeback KO. Kira also ends up going down at the same time. There's an Inteleon with Snipe Shot also locked and loaded. And a lot of these last hits are going to go to the side that has the better secure, which for the time being and majority of this game is going to be Fusion. They have Wicked Blow and Snipe Shot, two really big one instance damage moves. That's what you want from a good last hitting tool, right? You want something that does a lot of damage in one instance, right? If you do a lot of damage in multiple instances, then you give the opportunity for the other team in between those instances to be able to get, you know, take that last hit away from you. Right, so things like Wicked Blow, Snipe Shot, Overheat from Blaziken, all really strong. All right, Anemo finds himself on the bottom pad. They do have their Urshifu Unite move. Eject button, 1 HP, just barely ends up getting out. But on the other side of the map, there was a Blaziken, or there was a Blastoise, and now Blaziken that ends up going down, which opens up an opportunity for Fusion to look at this bottom objective. Dinus has a couple auto attacks, a couple Fell Stingers here. Would like their tank to kind of tank for them here and also get vision. But generally you want to have your defender Pokemon stand on top of it. That way your attacker can comfortably take it down. Anemo with the Trick Room this game, by the way. Interesting. I kind of like the Trick Room. We'll go over why Trick Room is good here. But we're going to see Anemo go for a bunch of jumps here. And not a good time to talk about how good Trick Room is, because it kind of just looked like he fell over. But he did win a lot of time, and in that time, on the side of Fusion, they were able to score 80 points on the bottom tier 2. And Plaga uses this as an opportunity to try to push on the top side. There is an Urshifu channeling his Wicked Blow for that Unstoppable. There's the Trick Room back now. Little Hydro Typhoon does find some members of Fusion there, and that might have been enough to maybe get a push on this pad. Not quite. Heavy Slam on the side of Snorlax. Blastoise gets away with 1 HP. So the reason why Trick Room's not bad this game is a lot of Plaga's damage is on the back of this Miraidon Charge Beam, right? So when your whole team goes in, if you place your Trick Room in a way where the Miraidon's going to be outside of it, which naturally he is, Mimikyu itself is going to get upwards of 80% damage reduction from the Miraidon's damage, right? So it's basically going to be taking close to no damage from Miraidon. And if the Mimikyu can negate all that Miraidon damage, it just has to brawl with the other melees. And against them, it can regen. It has a Paw and Puff L to support it. You know, it's anyone's game there. Little Spin Blastoise actually ends up getting the last hit there over both the secure tools. But Fusion, their pad is below 20. I imagine they're going to let it crash, right? When your top pad is below 20, you can let the Regieleki crash into it and basically make it so the enemy team doesn't get a whole lot of value. You guarantee a small overcap, right? Their pad's at 16, Regieleki crashes. That means you're only going to get a 4 overcap on that pad, which means that if you look at the points right now, both teams are missing 1 pad, but Fusion is up by 80 points. But Fusion having the bottom tier 1 up means that this bottom objective should be in their favor. That being said, it looks like Plaga has a positioning advantage here. They can block out these snipe shots, so that isn't a reliable secure tool. Kira does find an engage onto the Snorlax. In that same time, Overheat finds the Registeel. Snorlax not able to get that Unite move off to win any time, and they're going to have to retreat back to their pad. Kira on the tree, fishing again. He's trying to find a position, but it looks like Plaga is going to take their win there. They're not going to overextend their lead. And even though they're still down 80 points, they're happy with what they're able to get, and they're going to play for the rest of their farm.
Overheat, of course, is right up there with Wicked Blow, right up there with Snipe Shot. I mean, these are all massive secure tools. I think Overheat might be the best just because the burst is insane, but Wicked Blow also gives you that level of mobility, plus its combination with your Unite move here. So we could have a really crazy Rayquaza fight if we have all of these Pokemon up, healthy.
Yeah, I mean, Ray could go to either side. Like there is secure tools on both sides. The one thing that's going to make the difference, though, is how the fight starts and which team has better positioning going into Ray. Right now, Fusion does have solid positioning, but it is on the top side of the map, right, where Plaga has their pad. So if Plaga wants to retreat, oh my god, what a nice snipe shot. Able to weave through everyone, finds the last hit, no one there to block it. And now Plaga's kind of stuck. They have to defend this Regieleki, or they further bleed into their points. But defending this Regieleki means that they don't have an opportunity to get any good positioning at the Ray fight. Some good poke damage, but this is why you have a healer. This is what healers are made for. Tempo's going to be able to recover his HP. He's just going to go and farm in the jungle. Snorlax now able to get deep positioning as a result of that Regieleki take. And with Fusion being in the lead, they can comfortably just set up and wait for Plaga to make the first move. The only time we'll see Fusion look for an engage is if a snipe shot is found, right? If they get a snipe shot on a key target, it means that Plaga is going to be on the back foot, and that's their time to go in, right? And this is where communication from your Inteleon player is key, right? Basically, in the Inteleon player, he's fishing. He's throwing in his rod into the water, and if something bites his rod, they're going to go for the engage. If not, Fusion's got the lead, and they're chilling. There's no reason for them to do anything. There's Kira. He tries to find some kind of engage. Not necessary, though. And now Plaga's finally able to make some space in the center area of the map, but it does come at the cost of their Blastoise's focus band. There is an Urshifu Unite, but there's a Hoopa portal that lets him go through. That Urshifu Unite, I think, was reset, but there's a Hydro Typhoon now. Snorlax's Unite move as well gives that Buddy Barrier over to the side of Inteleon. He has the eject button to go over the wall. Heavy Slam not there in time. The Rapid Spin does allow him to go through the Hoopa portal. There is a Wicked Blow onto the side of the Hoopa, but Anemo is getting very, very low. 1 HP. Everyone on the side of Fusion's getting really low. A little bit of just misfiring there where Fusion, they didn't need to make anything happen, and I think they just pulled the trigger a little bit too soon. They're going to end up taking down almost all 5 members of Fusion, and Plaga's going to take game number 1. In that moment, you don't have to do anything. Like, I get that you took down Blastoise, half of its HP. You don't want him to get the Hooper reset, but sometimes you have to be okay with the enemy, with the losing team getting something, you know? You have to give them a little bit. if you're up 50 points in basketball, right, and the other team scores a 3, you don't need to freak out. You're still up 47, you know? Well played by Plaga, though, right? They capitalize on Fusion's mistake, and it only takes one mistake to really turn the tides of the fight there.
Yeah, they did. I'm gonna wonder if the trick room was a misclick. I understand the concept of it, right? You've got the long.
I really think Trick Room was fine. Like they were winning the game, right? This was a low damage game. Obviously, the Miraidon did big damage. Blastoise really seems to be like the Pokemon that's making the difference in a lot of these fights. But let's go back and watch that Rayquaza fight real quick. Right? So we're at the 2-minute mark. Let's go back to right here. Right? So for context, at this point in the game, Plaga, the left side team, just got done clearing the Regieleki, right? So they're a little bit late to Ray. Fusion is up close to 100 points. So now Plaga needs to make something happen, right? But every time they look to walk into the center part of the map, they have to dodge these missiles that are being shot from Inteleon, right? All the bushes are being covered. You want to walk up, you're going to get yawned. If you continue to walk up, you're going to get sniped, right? If you get sniped, you need your Hoopa portal to portal you back. That's more time being wasted, right? All Fusion needs to do is hold out. They just need to hold the line. Right, and in this moment, you know, we finally have to give up some of the bushes we don't want to get engaged on, and slowly but surely, Fusion's gonna find an opportunity to get through and make some space to be able to get through the map. A lot of what they're doing is they're using like the movement speed from this, combined with like Hoopa movement speed or whatever, to maybe find an opening. But sure, all right, Kira's walking down. He gets the move speed from the bottom bush here. Right, instantly tries to Horn Leech, and now they've finally been able to break through the walls of Ba Sing Se, and now we've entered into the Earth Kingdom. All right, finally, Plaga has some positioning, but there's only a minute left. Fusion just has to hold the line for 1 more minute. 1 more minute, and Fusion wins the game. Right, Blastoise steps up. He takes a bunch of damage here. Right, in this moment, this is a win for Fusion. Right? You might think like, oh no, the Blastoise is going to reset his HP and now they're going to have a full HP Blastoise. That's okay. You got the focus band from Blastoise out. This is a win for us, right? And in this moment right here is where I think Fusion loses the game, right? Anemo goes for this play. He wants to lift the Blastoise out of the Hoopa portal, but it's just too little too late, right? The Blastoise ends up getting through the Hoopa portal. This puts your Shifu Unite move on cooldown now. It might get reset, it might not, but regardless, whatever, he's not going to have it for the next 15 seconds, right? Blastoise comes out of the Hoopa portal. Now he's full HP, and now there's nowhere Shifu Unite move, right? This Hydro Typhoon catches out the Inteleon, right? Because Inteleon gets ulted here, we have to use our Snorlax ult to shield him, right? Big ults from Kira, and now in this part, like, there's full chaos, right? There didn't need to be chaos in this part of the fight. Anemo's in the back, he takes a bunch of damage. Tempo takes a bunch of damage, and, you know, they're scrambling. We lose our Mimikyu player, our Inteleon's 1 HP, our Shifu's 1 HP, our Eldegoss is 1 HP, all because we pulled the trigger a little bit too hard here, right? If we just don't go for this or Shifu Unite, right? And instead we just wait. You're patient, you have the lead, you don't need to get ants in your pants, and you'll be absolutely fine. Right? Worst case, Plaga starts to flip Ray. We're okay. We have Wicked Blower Shifu, we have Mimikyu Unite move, right? If Plaga flips Ray, Mimikyu unites the Blaziken, so there's no overheat potential. They have nothing to stop our Wicked Blow, and they have to also worry about Snipe Shot, right? A flip isn't a 50-50 when you have the tools to be able to stop the enemy from last hitting. The worst thing you can ask for is starting a fight down Unite moves and clumping up like you do here. So I think Fusion knows this. Fusion's a great team. right? It's not gonna affect them, right? Even the best players all make mistakes. It happens. But cool. Game number 2, draft underway. Before we get off into the game, let's just see how this draft went really quickly. Miraidon first pick from the side of Plaga, makes sense. Miraidon's broken. Hoopa Mimikyu, right? They wanted to take away the Hoopa this time from Plaga. Also, Fusion opted to go for second pick after losing. That's something interesting to just put in the back of your mind. Usually when you lose, a lot of teams like to go for first pick. Fusion opted to go for second pick. And fundamentally, the biggest thing in this draft that we're seeing as a difference is there's a Dodrio and now there's a Chandelure, right? Chandelure being a really popular pick in the Latin America region, especially for Fusion. It can help stop things like a Mamoswine engage by just putting down the move lock, so Mamo can't go for its Earthquake into Ice Fang combo. It's good damage to just be able to deal their front line, but it is scary into Miraidon as you're gonna get outranged by the Charge Beam combo. I guess in that case, that's where you have your Dodrio and Mimikyu try to pull the weight. I do think, despite Trick Room looking okay last game, we're probably gonna see a Shadow Sneak Mimikyu. Typically, like, when you play an off-meta move in game 1 and you lose that game, whether or not it's that move's fault, it's just easier for the mental of your team, for your own personal mental, to go back to what the meta move is, right? Like, you don't want to have in the back of your mind, oh man, I went the wrong move or whatever. So this Dodrio went for the score, did end up going down. I don't think it's actually that bad, right? There's some KOs in the early game that are really bad, and it's like, how did you not see that coming? In this case, I think the Dodrio going for a stack, getting knocked out, isn't that bad. Dodrio gets a stack, they're still back in time for bees, and they're now off the map to be able to make rotations if they want to rotate to bottom. So you saw the pathing there that Tempo did. He ran down this way to make sure that he wouldn't be seen by the enemy if they were hiding in any of these bushes. A lot of really small, deliberate things that these players are doing. But Donlux kind of sniffing out what's going on, right? All is important is that they don't get knocked out here. Because his team is getting value on the other side of the map. He is maybe looking for some damage, does find the Electro Drift, but it flips him around, puts him on the other side, and now Tempo on the Dodrio can chase him down. And Miraidon's gonna have some Electro Drifts. He has the doll, he's winning some time, which is good that he's winning time, but bad that he got knocked out, because it does mean now that this Dodrio's got almost 3 stacks, this Mimikyu's gonna have like 3 stacks. Considering his play rough, he's definitely going to be going Shadow Sync this game as well. And now the side of Fusion, we're able to get a whole bunch of stacks. On the other side, Plaga did get some of Fusion's jungle farm, but I think Fusion would gladly trade their jungle for attack weight stacks on their carries. That's absolutely fine by them. And Ice Fang finds the Mimikyu, just barely. That's a max range Ice Fang, well done by Kira. And this is an opportunity for Plaga to make a little comeback in this game. They have opportunity to maybe push. Kira can find another engage, should be perfect. Icicle Spears, over-leveled Glaceon from that jungle invade is going to be scary. So, you know, even though they were happy with that trade, they still have to be careful. And Playrough does follow the Miraidon there, but another Ice Fang catches out Mimikyu, and it's not looking good for Anemo. I think he's really struggling to make things happen on the Mimikyu this set, and it's showing with Kira catching him out multiple times. Nice jump kick from the Dodrio, jumping over that middle ledge there, able to get onto the other team. Tempo looking really clean. That was really clean.
But instead it switches right around. Fusion taking down Reggie Rock there in the bottom path. We also have Hoopa, the hyperspace highway, bringing multiple Pokemon up to the top path, one of them being that Dodrio.
All right, so now being able to bring that Hoopa portal on the top side, Dodrio is up here, and there's a spin, but there is a last hit potential both from the Dodrio and the Chandelure as well. Chandelure did go overheat, So overheat over flamethrower makes sense this game, right? You're gonna have a Blastoise spinning on top of your head, and flamethrower only really works if you're able to keep distance into your opponents. Overheat gives you the option to do both. Rhydon does jump in, but at the same time, Glaceon's gonna go down to the Dodrio Unite move, and Tempo really carrying the weight and keeping Fusion alive in this game. Anemo struggling throughout this game, but that's the beauty of some of the best teams in the world, where if one of your players is having a bad time, you have someone else on your team that can make a comeback. Nice hyperspace hold, not able to get anyone knocked out of there, and that's a big difference between Mamo and Snorlax as well. Right? Snorlax in that case would be able to heavy slam and knock enemies out of the portal, right? You have to be grounded to take Hoopa portals, whereas Earthquake on Mamoswine doesn't give you a knock up, but rather it gives you like a pull in towards that Earthquake. So the only way Mamo can realistically stop Hoopa portals is by Ice Fanging one individual target out of it, or like in some very rare cases, Earthquaking and pulling them out of a portal. Also, technically the Unite move Slam does give a stomp, but all right, let's see. Earthquake Ice Fang combo onto Kira, onto the tree. Tree's not gonna be able to heal back through that damage from Glaceon. Kira's just been playing really well, really solid this set, especially on the Mamo. He's gonna look for another engage. I don't think he had an eject button to combo on that one. Good overheat damage is gonna force Kira on the Mamoswine to back away, but that might be just enough space for them to take down Regirock. There is overheat, there's the final hit, but not enough, and Tree does find the engage. You combos their Unite move onto the Glaceon, forces out the Glaceon to use that Glacial Stage, and the Chandeler's Unite move is just not quite good enough to be able to get that damage. There's that eject button from Mamo to get him out into safety. Mimikyu forced to use a Unite move on the backline on the full HP Blastoise just to be able to get away and have that shield to live. Good Hoopa portal as well to send their team back to base, and that Tree is still alive. Mimikyu is still alive. Pretty close game, all things considered, but Fusion having this 100-point lead is gonna weigh down on Plaga when it comes to a late game, right? Fusion had this similar type of setup in the last game, and it came down to the last minute where Fusion just pulled the trigger that they didn't necessarily need to. This game, if Fusion just continues the pressure that they have onto Ray, and they play around Rayquaza just a little bit better, they should be definitely favored to take game number 2.
Maybe even Zainu's here and there, but really, Tempo is the one that is harassing them in and out of these fights.
Another engage. Kira finds his Mimikyu. Anemo, that's the third time this game that Anemo's really dropped the ball and just been out of position, and Kira's been there perfectly to take advantage of it. Glaceon buffs not quite enough to take down the Dodrio, level 13 versus level 12. And that Dodrio Tempo just having such a good game throughout this game gives him a little bit of an edge to stay alive. The key for Fusion to win this game is going to be for Anemo to step it up in the late game, and for Plaga to be able to make a comeback, they're going to need to find it. It's going to be on the back of Kira, right? He's found a lot of engages so far. I'm confident he'll be able to find another one, but whether or not it'll be enough, we'll have to see. It doesn't even have to be on the Dodrio. Anyone that Kira finds should be a strong engage. To be honest, Dodrio is probably the scariest one to find, because the moment you engage the Dodrio, he's just going to ult past you and get to your backline. The eject button, though, you're going to get basically one eject button as a Mamoswine, and that one eject button is going to be all of his engage, right? If he finds that eject combo and gets a good Earthquake, that's the setup he needs. If not, he might not have enough range.
Until Ray could be the last Ray that Fusion sees for a long time. They need to win here. They need to beat Plaga to stay in this tournament. This is a best of 3, but there are no second chances. It's single elimination here today.
Take a deep breath, because this fight means everything to Fusion, and that means they're going to have to do it all again here in Game 3. For Plaga, they want to have a huge upset and carry that momentum through the rest of the tournament.
Tempo looking in the top path right here, seeing if they can spot out exactly where this Blastoise is. What you're looking for here, Dupesex, is a ton of information.
All right, so Hoopa's just looking for any amount of vision you can get. When you use that Phantom Force and you're near a bush, your Phantom Force auto target can reveal opponents, or at least give you knowledge that they might be there. Glaceon uses using their Ice Shard autos just to build their spears up. That way, if anyone comes into range, they can activate those spears to get some good damage in. Blastoise on the backside did take a lot of damage from Dodrio, and Tempo's found some good positioning on the backline. He's just harassing them. This Glaceon wants to click that Icicle Spear on him. Glaceon does use their Unite move, tries to get that Dodrio, not enough. Zones out the Dodrio, fight's begun now. The Unite move on the side of tree, catches out a couple of people. Dodrio gets that Unite move, instantly takes down that Glaceon. Glaceon's out for the fight in this fight. Shadow Sneak not able to connect on anyone, but Anemo doesn't need to find anything. Fusion just needs to hold this line, prevent them from getting Rayquaza, and they're going to be absolutely fine. Chandelure goes back, recovers their HP, but it's still a relatively close game. 40 seconds remaining. There's still one maybe potential opportunity for Plaga to make a comeback here, but Kira's getting burned down. He's going to take the Mimikyu Unite. They're going to get some scores off the Mimikyu here. Dodrio gets 2. Mimikyu gets a Hundo Burger there as well, and Hoopa's going to get 100, and I think that game is over. And these teams are pretty evenly matched, right? I think Fusion definitely seems like the stronger team. Is it even Fusion? It might just be Tempo, right? It might just be Tempo, right? Tempo had perfect spacing in that late game fight, and we'll go over it as well. Let's actually go and review it right now, right? Some of it we're gonna have to observe through the mini map, but that's okay. So, right, Tempo gets this red buff that gives him 14, and now he's gonna run through the jungle and try to find some positioning on this side, right? If he can get here, it means that the moment he sees all 5 enemy players, he can go for either a score or walk down and look for a Unite move as well, right? But all we're looking at is the minimap, right? Tempo has control of this bush, right? You can even see off screen that he's going for some try attacks to be able to scout out whatever he can, right? And he's moving a little bit to keep that movement speed bonus, right? The Blastoise jumps over, and then if you look at right here where my cursor is, you notice that the Blastoise loses half of his HP, and right, that's a good amount of poke damage. It might have even triggered his focus band. Looks like it doesn't, right? And now that's allowed Tempo to be able to get more spacing into the enemy jungle, right? You can see the Glaceon is building their spears, and the Glaceon wants to activate spears on this Dodrio so badly, right? That's all this is why the Glaceon is picked in this situation, right? But every time the Glaceon gets a little close, Tempo is able to walk away, right? And then when the Glaceon walks away to get its spears back, Tempo has some damage, right? And look how close they are, right? The moment Tempo gets a little bit close, he walks away. And in this moment, the Glaceon is hoping that they can use their Unite move, right? You get a little bit of a jump when you Unite move, and if you can hit the Dodrio, you can maybe use that movement speed gap to be able to catch him out. But Tempo perfectly had the spacing. He uses his jump kick away, and now Glaceon's forced to use their spears on this side of the map, right? They get a lot of good damage, but Tempo, he's super ready. He's back in the fight now, and now the Glaceon's as good as dead, right? Glaceon has no Unite move. Yeah, he uses his Icicle Spears on the blue buff, but if you see how fast this Glaceon goes down, it doesn't, maybe he would have got some damage on the Tempo, but he fell so fast that it just wouldn't have mattered, right? And Tempo uses a residual move speed to get out of the fight, and this is just like last game. There's a minute left. All Fusion has to do is hold the line. And yeah, the game just ends up fully carried by Dodrio, right? Throughout this entire game, the Dodrio found different opportunities. Despite the Mimikyu struggling throughout the game, he kept his team on his back, and I wouldn't be surprised if Fusion just picks Dodrio again, right? Tempo has to be feeling himself. If there's an opportunity for him to go Dodrio, I think we're gonna see it. And a Crustle pick. Interesting Crustle pick. So defender pool that's left was Mamo or Tree. I don't know why they really would have wanted to go Crustle. I honestly can't tell you. The one thing, and I think I figured it out actually, right? They were debating between going Slowbro because they didn't want the other team to get Slowbro to lock down tempo. But Slowbro itself isn't that powerful of a tank, right? The difference is Crustle, both in lane and throughout the game, is a hard counter to Slowbro, right? In lane, you have Rock Slide, which interrupts Water Gun. After the laning phase, you have Rock Tomb to lock down a Slowbro who's already slow and has no mobility. So maybe it's a preemptive counter to Slowbro because they still want to go Dodrio, and this way they can go Dodrio but have a stronger early game and where they're countering the Slowbro. Tempo still gets his Slowbro. Anemo, who struggled on Mimikyu admittedly last game, still ended up getting it banned out, and this game we're gonna see him on the Buzzwole. It's a pick that Fusion has been playing since Buzzwole was good. Even when Buzz got nerfed, Fusion's still been picking it. I think it's a solid Pokemon when you can pair it with the right tools, right? So Buzzwole with Hoopa in lane is really, really strong. If you have a more defensive support, something like a Blissey, something like a Clef, those Pokemon don't enable Buzzwole as hard, right? You want Buzz to be able to get early last hits, get an early level 5, and be able to put pressure on the enemy team. But let's break down Plaga's draft here as well, right? They have some of the tools that we've seen all throughout the day. Blastoise being that like hybrid defender, all-rounder kind of, you know, fits into the puzzle piece type pick. I think these teams really like that. Eldegoss has been a very consistent supporter. Zoroark, I believe, other than one game, is like 7-1 today. Almost 100% win rate. So the Zoroarks that have been able to do really well have been popping off. But this is a Zoroark that doesn't have a Comfy on its head. So definitely is a bit of a difference when Zoroark has that Comfy versus when it doesn't. Zoroark also one of the speedsters that matches up really well into Dodrio, right? Dodrio is a really fast and hard to lock down character, but Zoroark has the mobility and mobility paired with a stun that can catch out that Dodrio, and then once you have Dodrio in a stun, you can stun lock it in your Shadow Claw Feint Attack combo, and you have your final point and click Feint Attack to be able to damage him down. So a lot of really interesting nuanced matchups here throughout the game, but it's going to be pretty interesting. So what Plaga did here is, because they didn't want to get that Slowbro Crustle matchup in the bottom side of the map, which is notoriously Crustle favored, they actually sent the Slowbro to the top lane and put the Blastoise down there, who should pair a little bit better into that Crustle lane. Despite that though, Hoopa Buzz is still a really strong lane, so it doesn't ultimately matter that much. But I think they did want to be able to have an early game aggression here, and leaving their Slowbro up here may be a part of their game plan. So coaching onto the Zoroark, Zoro does find the engage, but Anemo backs up. Looks like Fusion didn't really get to play on any side of the map there. Tempo was kind of just hiding in the bush. But they did get some stuff on the bottom side of the map. Tempo is just waiting. Now that he sees them reveal themselves, he hops out. He's going to take some damage into Mew. A lot of what Plaga picked this game is anti-Dodrio measures, right? Mew, a very annoying character for Dodrio to deal with. Why? It has point and click damage and a point and click slow. It's hard to hit Dodrio with skill shots, but it's not that hard to hit it with point and click moves, right? So Mew can get these boosted autos, good damage, the E-balls to slow down the Dodrio. Is it going to matter? I don't know. Tempo, arguably the best Dodrio player at this event right now, and he's playing like it. So he's used to all of these counter matchups. Not that it's going to matter too much, but it will slow him down a little bit. Tempo's going to take a good amount of damage, but not enough from the level 5 Mew.
As long as it is close to it at all, you're getting a boosted and you're getting an electro.
Miraidon, kind of a quiet Pokemon this game so far. Not really doing too great on levels, is falling behind compared to this Blastoise who they send on the bottom side. And this game, it's a Water Spout Blastoise. So just looking to go full damage. They are lacking a little bit of sustained damage because Mew doesn't have good objective damage. As we see the Zoroark go down to the Dodrio on the top side of the map. Nice stun as well from the Hoopa to be able to provide some displacement. But yeah, when you have a Mew as your primary damage dealer, you know, only time Mew has like good sustained objective damage is when you're on coaching E-Ball. But outside of that, it doesn't do well at actually burning down enemies, like slowly whittling away their HP. And that's where the Blastoise can kind of supplement that a little bit. But all right, Plaga set up on the top objective. Whenever there's a Hoopa in the game, top objective is more in play than bottom because these teams want to either protect or take down pads. And the best way to do that is Regieleki. It is going to go to the side of Fusion, right? And it's important for Fusion that the other team doesn't get it so they don't lose their top pad. Nicely played by the Zoroark here. He's going to find his Unite move as well once he's dove onto the enemy team. Focus Band's going to keep him barely alive, and he does take down the Hoopa and the Dodrio at the same time. And all their efforts to be able to take that objective so they don't lose their top pad kinds of end up going to waste here. Rhydon's going to try his best to charge beam and charge forward, but there's where that Blastoise Spin Toys actually makes a difference, right? You actually have some kind of damage that you can do this Rhydon when they step up, and now Fusion losing their top pad is really, really bad for them, right? Because Hoopa's in the game, Hoopa now doesn't have the opportunity to be able to have map control to the top side of the map with their hyperspace holes. Big win for Plaga.
Yeah, fortunately for at least Jax right now, there's not as much CC as that other Zoroark was staring down. Nice little engagement here. Buzzwole has been knocked out, and they're putting some pressure on. This 3v2, not quite going to materialize yet. You know,
all right, bottom objective is getting burned down. There's that coaching E-Ball damage as well. Last hit, they're going to use that Zoroark Unite just to guarantee it. Also means that the Zoroark's going to have a speed bonus when they look for this engagement. Chain CC onto that Crustle, so he's not able to get his Unite move off. Hydro Typhoon does catch out a Nemo on this Buzzwole, but he does still find the engagement onto Mew. Mew not able to get their Unite move off. Now Crustle comes to the fight off that Hooper. Rings Unbound. Dodrio does get Sober ulted, but there is a Nemo with the Buzzwole Unite as well. Super Soul Slam, not quite enough. Both the damage dealers on the side of Fusion end up going down in this push attempt. Crustle does have small amount of points. If they can just break down this pad, even if it's a 0 overcap, they're happy. You know, relatively even exchange from both of these sides, but I think Fusion's happy to finally take a pad off the map to be able to regain some of their map control. 19 points, a little bit more than that now. Around 40-point differential for these two teams, with Fusion leading the scoreboard again. Now the fight is going to move to the top side of the map. Both teams have expelled their Unite moves. Maybe there's a Mew Unite move coming off cooldown. There is Mew. Tempo's got his Unite move as well. Both of these teams might be happy to fight here, but they also don't want to lose points on any side of the map. There is a slow bro. There's a push happening on the bottom side of the map. They were able to defend that push, but in this moment, this is where Plaga wants to make a strike happen. Either they push top with the Regieleki, or they fully rotate to the bottom side of the map. They will find out though that Plaga actually lost 2 members in that engagement. Fusion was able to set up some scores on the bottom tier 2 of Plaga, and also able to defend their tier 1 as well. So it's these small moments here where Fusion's able to inch towards their point lead, right? Getting some scores on that tier 2. But it did leave the Hoopa vulnerable, which means that now Plaga has the map control for the bottom side objective. Hoopa's going to be late to this fight for sure, and whatever Reggie it is can be really important. Crustle's going to step up, does it have his focus band, forced to use the Rubble Rouser, had that focus band proc there as well. Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise catches out a couple members. Slow Beam on the Dodrio, lots of Unite moves being used late into this game. Zoroark Unite move there used as well, and now Plaga wants to take down this bottom pad. They don't want the enemies to have any kind of map control, and they want to regain this point lead. Do a little bit of math. 40 goes in, and I think, did the Slowbro score 24? Okay, they didn't get as many points as they could have, but I think the urgency there might be for Slowbro to get his Unite move back. It is a trade-off, right? You don't get as many points scored in, but if the Slowbro can get his Unite move back, that's fine, right? Pads are down, close battle. Genuinely, these teams shouldn't have any idea who's actually in the lead. It's 2 points, but in moments like this, this will favor Fusion. Why? Fusion has the opportunity to send Dodrio to go for micro scores. They also have a Hoopa that they can use to be able to bring their teammate back with Rings Unbound. Right? It's a score game. At the end of the day, the team that has the more points is going to be able to win. But if Fusion uses that opportunity to backcap, it's going to allow Slowbro to get his Unite move back. So there's decisions that both of these teams need to make. Do they want to just take a fight or make this a score game? Either team can win off either decision. It's going to come down to who executes better. Fusion wants to take the fight. They don't want to have the slow beam to have any opportunity. Slowbro forced to use his Unite move onto the Crustle. This gives Tempo the opportunity to go into the fight. Tempo uses the Unite move. Dodrio's running around. There's no slow beam to counter him now. Tempo's going to be able to retreat back into the fight. Crustle living on 1 HP with just his shield alive, zoning out the Blastoise. Blastoise looking for that pick on the Tempo. Tempo makes it out alive, but him and Crustle are the only two members. The rest of the Plaga was able to take down Fusion. Rayquaza is getting low. The winner of Rayquaza is the winner of this series, and the loser is going to go home. Tempo, does he have the seal? He doesn't. Plaga is able to secure down Ray, and with that, a minute 20 and shields all on the side of Plaga. It's going to look like the Mexicans from Latin America North are going to take down Fusion, your previous AOS Cup EUIC winners, arguably your favorites in Latin America to take the whole tournament. Rough fight for sure. Well played on both sides. We didn't even get to catch the action as to what happened with the side of Plaga, but a lot of back and forths. That being said, 50 seconds left. 50 seconds. I've seen comebacks happen at this from this point in the game, but it looks like it might be over. I think Fusion's in base. And I think this one might be over.
LAIC, incredible stuff. Plaga gonna take down Fusion in game number 3. An amazing team, but without question, Doobsnacks, this is an upset.
Yeah, we've got rings.
Well done by Plaga, though, for sure.
Some sort of push, but look at all those ray shields still existing as we wrap this thing up with LAIC's Unite move.
10 seconds left. The clock is counting down, and Plaga, I mean, I don't know if they're feeling lucky. I don't know if they're feeling
Excellent game. Really well done by them.
was going to work, but look at that here. Taking down the
Single elimination is rough, right? You don't get a lot of opportunities in single elimination to fix your mistakes, fix your draft, right? In a double elimination format, you get to learn from your mistakes, you get to adapt the draft, and you have an opportunity to still come back in the tournament. Single elimination doesn't give you that. Both teams played really well. Right? And I don't want to be too hard on any individual player, but I think what really, like, the crux of this entire series was a Nemo, like a player that like really pulls their own weight for Fusion a lot of times, right? Anemo historically has been their Scyther player and the star of the show a lot of times for Fusion, despite Tempo being a really good player. Anemo just didn't have a game where he looked good, right? Game number 1 on that Mimikyu, the Trick Room, it was a cheeky pick. I wanted to believe in it, but he really didn't do much. Game number 2 on the Mimikyu still didn't look very clean. He had some okay moments. And this game on the Buzz, like, just couldn't find much to really do.
With a beautiful Unite into Electro Ball, Dodrio is going to have to run away from this. Blastoise continuing to spin on to the Miraidon, not able to get tempo right there. They do go down, but that was the only member of Plaga going down. They turn on Rayquaza.
There's no lower bracket.
Yeah, 65.
The guy from Japan in the Pokemon Center line. That's Plaga's sub. Yeah, Mex. I actually brought that story up. I don't think he was playing. He's their sub.
I was wondering, it's a question mark of a Pokemon.
Can I explain Eldegoss Unite? Eldegoss Unite's simple. Eldegoss presses their Unite move. They go into the air, become invulnerable. They can press their Unite move again. They land. Upon landing, they heal teammates in the area they land, and they deal damage to enemies. And they also knock back any enemies. And if they knock them back into a wall, they get stunned.
Shocking indeed. Fusion's got a lot to think about in that. One standout to me, of course, was just the Buzzwole pick in general. I mean, we still had other all-rounders existing.
Blaziken was still in the draft too. Yeah.
Right? So that's something that they need to kind of think about and hold on to as they watch the rest of this tournament and see how it shakes out. But we've got an interview on stage with our winners. Take it away.
That's right, I am on stage here with Praga, with Texas, who is bouncing with joy after that victory. A very intense match. That might have been one of our closest matches on stream we've had yet. How did it feel to win that tight of a set against Fusion of all teams?
Partido tan igualado contra Fusion.
Esta era la final adelantada, la verdad. O sea, era lo que nosotros queríamos. Yo por eso quería otro oponente y la verdad es que lo respetamos mucho.
They respect very much their opponent, and they wanted to be the finals, but instead they have this.
All right, awesome. You're now in top 4 position. That is a huge place to be for Latin America North. Awesome. I always ask this question, who was the MVP of that last match on your team?
¿Quién fue el MVP ahora que avanzan al top 4?
Frank, sin problemas. Él lo único que quería era jugar Glaceon y jugar Sorbark, se los dimos y...
What I think is the favorite now, I think LG are nouns. I think LG Nouns Fusion were probably the top 3, and I still think LG or Nouns are our favorites. But I mean, these guys are looking good. These guys are looking quite good.
¿Cuál fue la decisión que tuvieron con el draft?
Dejarlos incómodos. La verdad es que los estuvimos analizando un poco y sabíamos que el Mimikyu no era tan destacable y nosotros era jugar a nuestro juego y ya estaba.
They wanted to play their game and they tried to make the opponent uncomfortable.
All right, well, I think you did just that, and now you're in top 4. So congratulations, Texas. Congratulations, Praga, and we will see you all next time in the top 4 position. Back to you, casters.
Very much.
Rapidash the all-rounder? Wait, really?
In the booth, we have
Can you link?
Incredible Pokemon Unit action. We are going to be making it all the way up to our grand finals today. For our grand finals will happen on Championship.
Made you win the game. They might not all be from Mexico, because the region is Latin America North. But I know like a majority of their players are Mexican.
Be exciting. That's Brazil's last chance here in this.
El Chico Eevee posted it. Okay, let me see.
It's going to help solidify our semifinals, which don't forget are best of 5.
Yep.
So we have the NA matchup in the top half of the semifinals, and
Oops, all-rounders.
up against Plaga.
Yeah.
Oops, all-rounders. Really?
YouTube will also be coming up here.
Man.
Plaga versus question mark will be happening very soon, and we're going to find out what that question mark is right now. Will it be Zoinks? Is he really the Riddler? We'll find out when we come back from a short break.
That's so sad. This Pokemon should have been a speedster. Guys, they gotta stop with these all-rounders. Yeah, and maybe in another 5 years we could get a supporter. 2 all-rounders in a row. I know, they're like, we gave you a supporter, now shut up, sit back, and it's time to get all-rounded. Sounded like a speedster? I guess. I guess they wanted to make it tankier. Just got broken Psyduck, relax. Yeah. After it's 651 days and 35 minutes. The stupid duck is a fake supporter? Don't call him stupid. Do not call him stupid. Someone has to infiltrate to me and convince them we need more supporters? I mean, I could convince them. Is that what we're talking about? I'm just saying. Is Rapidash really an all-rounder? What if she is speedster like Mimikyu and speedster disguised an all-rounder coping hard? Mimikyu is not a speedster. Mimikyu has similar things that speedsters have, but fundamentally it's still an all-rounder. It'll probably play more like an assassin than it will like a brawler, I agree. But like you can tell that Mimikyu is an all-rounder, and you can tell that the other speedsters are speedsters. You can feel it, right? The Mimikyu has like more sustainability, it's tankier, it has, you know, it just plays differently. Alakazam support. You know Alakazam's gonna be an attacker. Duo Q? I'm a solo Q only fanatic. Is Tri-Attack way better than Drill? Generally, yeah. Generally, Tri-Attack's just better. I would like another healer, I agree. What about Scyther? Scyther is a speedster. Scyther is built like a speedster. Scyther is an exception to that for sure. But the thing is Scyther, like, Scyther has the stats and everything of a speedster. Mimikyu doesn't have the stats of a speedster. Mimikyu has the stats and breakdown of an all-rounder. It's been like 3 months since Saralech are having all-rounder withdrawals. Time must be going way too fast because Saralech came out way longer than 3 months ago, right? Has it been 3 months since Saralech? Saralech was at Worlds, so it has to have been more than 3. Mimikyu is the best speedster. You guys are trolls. Saralech is April. Okay. Well, five months, I guess.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon International Championship
6 months.
for Latin America.
7 months.
We are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, playing some Pokemon Unite, kicking off the Unite Championship Series between two absolutely incredible squads who have fought their
Aren't we seeing more Saralech? We saw some Saralech earlier in the day.
for the final best of 3 of
A lot of the nerfs mean that it's not as strong of a Pokemon as it was, but it's still good. We'll see some more Saralech.
Will be the semi-finals are just this close for Now Z Sports or for Tuesday, as we are getting into, as you said, the last bit of our quarter.
Today's going fast. I like it.
Still trying to figure out how do we get to this stage where we are on top 4, you know, scenario, close, really soon, and we don't have DreamHack and we don't have Fusion. I'm losing my mind.
Man, a lot of these top picks have fallen off. There's still a few of the Titans kind of kicking around, but if there's one thing about this game that we cannot stress enough, it is the last hope of Brazil to have a local championship title is about to compete. 2Z Esports.
Bro, I just got clickbaited on Twitter. I actually just got hard clickbaited on Twitter, guys. I'm tilted.
You got this. Don't give up hope yet, so you cannot give up hope yet. I know this Brazilian crowd is not giving up hope either. I mean, the energy that this crowd has been bringing.
I'm actually so tilted. I just got clickbaited on Twitter. Let me show you guys.
Out there too, but you just couldn't tell by how much they're getting drowned out by the local love here for 2Z Esports, and of course the other squads from Brazil that have been competing.
I saw this tweet on my timeline on my phone. On this day, November 15th, Shigeru Miyamoto has passed the age of 71 and is now 72. Today is his birthday.
And I heard everybody cheering. I was like, oh,
bruh.
I thought it was a 2-0. It's not a 2-0. The Drake,
How could you do that?
And then it just crushed it, and you know, like.
This guy's the GOAT.
So there's a bit of trauma in the booth.
This guy's made so many other Nintendo games.
But like we said, you're the hope.
I actually fell for this way too hard.
There is still one team remaining, but we've talked a lot
God
about
damn it, man. I'm annoyed.
only team that was traveling from Europe to compete in this event.
Rip Joe Rogan.
For years at this point. Now
Joe Biden.
that as a banner has been around
Nintendo equals Pokemon? Yeah.
runner-ups in the first ever World
That's very boomer of you.
and then of course have made worlds in both years
What?
following. Slightly different rosters than maybe that original one, but
That's messed up.
honestly not that far off in terms of that original roster. So very cool.
Guys, why are all these Pokemon Unite players sleeping? They gotta wake up. It's time to play. Wake up.
Yeah, and they have all the potential to do it again. You know, last year was a little bit more, you know, tumbles, but this year, 2025.
You think they'll announce a new Pokemon game after LAIC? I don't think we're gonna get any Pokemon news. Isn't there a Pokemon Presents that's supposed to happen?
We actually had 3 groups that all
Soonish. Did he's dead? No, he's alive.
No, yeah, and a 4-1.
They made it seem like he died.
Yeah, Freeway died. That was fun.
Did he died? Not. Never mind. The next one, yeah, but we haven't gotten information on it since the last drop.
That we have had all tournament long. So exciting. I mean, completely different
He's not doid. What support did you want out of the game, and why is it Giratina? I want milk tank so I can give everyone my milk. No further comments. He doid.
I have seen both of those teams, especially the players kind of responsible for a lot of the in-game shot
He
calling
doid.
or draft calling with open notebooks, and we got notes. We are studying.
Guys, Moo Moo Milk heals you. No further comments.
Precedent set for some very, very interesting choices made in the strategic front in this matchup.
Speaking of strategy, Zoinks, we have to note
No further comments.
one thing that has remained a steady strategy all throughout LAIC 2025 is the purple side first pick Miraidon.
Yeah, it has been ever present. I mean, we see Miraidon in so many games, and the fact of the matter is you got to take it early, or the opposing team is going to take it. So that slot, it almost feels like a VIP reservation for that Pokemon
Yes.
at whatever local restaurant that it wants to attend. So that Pokemon will most likely be making its way into this matchup. However, I've heard
Whitney and her milk tank were OG Cynthia and Garchomp. True.
has actually been talking about leaving the Darkrai on the table, and I've been saying this.
Whoa, Zoinks!
Felt like a permanent.
Are you allowed to leak that?
However, the only one that I have heard that has not been considering that is Nouns Esports. So we'll have to see what this team is thinking. I believe we have the interview ready on.
Yeah, I think Nouns might leave Darkrai open. But that's the secret tech.
One of our casters, that caster's dupes next. I'm here on stage. Lel, Tuzi, Toon, Nouns. Let's ask some questions. Lel, you are the Brazil's last hope, the Brazilian last hope. How does that make you feel taking on the mantle?
I love how whenever they interview Toon, he genuinely doesn't want to be interviewed. He's just like, bro, get me. Can we just go and play?
Não, com certeza tem essa pressão, né? A gente tá representando todo mundo aqui, todo mundo torcendo. Então,
He looks annoyed. He's just like, bro, let me play the game, man.
pra ganhar esse campeonato.
So that's definitely a big weight to put on my shoulders, but you guys can bet that I'm gonna do absolute my best to rep you guys and make sure that we take home this
Are we
round.
playing TFT afterwards? Did I get invited?
Are you going to lose any sleep when you eliminate Brazil's dreams of winning LAIC in their home region?
I'll probably get more sleep.
He's going to get more sleep. That's a nice, cold answer. Lel, last question for you. Are the nerves going to be a concern going into this matchup?
Oh.
Léo, você tá preocupado em tá muito nervoso para jogar essa matchup?
Sinceramente, eu tava mais nervoso antes, mas desde que eu fui ali pra trás, eu tô bem tranquilo. Eu acho que o time tá bem tranquilo também. Então, se a gente
There's a story. There's a reason why he asked that, by the way.
focado e vamos pra cima.
There's a reason why he asked that.
So I was really nervous in the backstage, but once I got there and I sat down, we actually were able to cool off a little bit. So myself and my team are super ready to give it our all. And if we lose, just know it wasn't because we were nervous. They're just a really big opponent to face on.
Okay. A lot of respect being shared.
I'll share with you guys after this interview why he asked that.
Over the fence here. Let's throw some cold water on the Toon hot energy here. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride is Nouns Esports, kind of falling short and never winning the big one. What does this do for the Nouns organization and your team to win LAIC?
I mean, I like Japan. I like representing EU, so we're going to try our best. People kind of look down on EU, and you kind of see that in the players. So winning would be really big for the region. So that's a big motivator.
It really feels like both of these teams are carrying the mantle of their region on their shoulders.
All right.
I'm about to throw it
So
back to the booth.
at Worlds,
Dabazunto.
Tuzzy, this is basically what Legacy was last year minus Mazo. And what happened during one of their games, if you guys remember, there was like a really big pause, right? Where they had to delay the game, and the reason why they had to delay the game is one of the players on the team basically had a panic attack because of how nervous he was, and he couldn't move his hands. His hands literally froze on stage. So for his sake, they had to pause the game, had to get one of the staff members to like calm him down, talk him down, and they were able to go back and continue their match, right? And it's sad, right? I think it might have been a deciding factor in what happened in their games, maybe or maybe not. But that's why Dupsax asked that question, and that's why Lel answered the way that he did, right? He was like, look, we're chill. If we lose, it's not going to be from because of nerves this time, because they're a better team. So, I mean, you got to learn from your mistakes, right? That was Worlds. They're at the next tournament now. It is what it is. It's in the past. But just to give you guys some context why he asked that specifically.
But still, it's the last shot of Brazil. I need to have hope. Don't shatter my dreams. Please, I'm begging.
This team's got a lot of pressure on them. They might have kind of self-centered,
So yeah, Tuzzy's the last Brazilian hope left in the tournament. Nouns are the only European team in the tournament. So both of these teams are, you know, representing their regions now.
With the hometown heroes, which they have now become, by the way. This is a open message to.
So Nouns being the higher seeded team, I believe. I believe they're the higher seeded team, right? They should be. So they're gonna have first pick, or they're gonna have the choice to take first pick if they want it. And a lot of, like, when you get this deep into the tournament, this is where draft starts to matter more and more, right? Earlier in the tournament, in the group stage, in the earlier rounds, like, a lot of the games are just going to come down to player diff and team diff, and it's still going to be the case with that. But a lot of thought process goes into the draft, right? Nouns has been waiting to play all day long, right? We've been live for 5.5 hours. Nouns has not played a single game today. So they've had the benefit to watch all the teams, practice out their draft lines, and now it's going to be all, this is it. If they lose, all that preparation is gone. And if they win, they move on to the semifinals. So Nouns takes over first pick. They've got the first ban of the game. With that, they're going to take away Blissey. Blissey makes it so that there's no Mewtwo Y shenanigans that can happen alongside it. It's generally a pretty strong supporter. Today we haven't seen as much Blissey, but it is something that Tuzzy does like to play, so it's not surprising he gets banned away. Tuzzy opts to ban Darkrai, obviously, and Hoopa. Interestingly enough, we mentioned this earlier in the day. This is a strategy of banning where, yes, you'll give up Umbreon, but in response, you can at least get Miraidon here, right? Obviously, they're not going to give Nouns Miraidon Umbreon. That would be illegal. So you give a strong pick, but you get a strong pick in return. And Eldegoss, really, really high value pick with Blissey and Hoopa being banned, right? It's the next supporter that's in line to be able to pick. And it also means that Nouns now has to go deeper in the pool to find a strong supporter or rely on the Umbreon to fill in that supporter tab. Meanwhile, though, they take the Mimikyu, and not surprised to see Dojiro. Dojiro looked really good in the fusion set and just a generally strong Pokemon. Tuzzy, though, on the other hand, we saw a lot of Greedent from them yesterday. Greedent's been a strong Pokemon for them, gives them some good frontline tankiness, and Slowbro has the point-and-click lockdown for Dodrio, and a Ho-Oh pick. Now that's interesting, right? Ho-Oh got a lot of nerfs, but what Ho-Oh does do for your team is if you get slow beamed, right? Now, if the Slowbro goes for a Slowbro ult on Dodrio, you can let the Dodrio go down and still bring him back with the Ho-Oh Unite. Right? You also have the opportunity to use Mimikyu's Unite move to counter the Slowbro ult. So now Slowbro isn't that scary of a lockdown tool. And now you have a comp where your Umbreon can go Wish, right? And you have some supportive tendencies from your Ho-Oh as well. So even though you don't have a typical supporter, both of your defenders have one supportive tool, and they kind of combine and mesh into a supporter on their own, right? Blaziken rounds out Tuzzy's draft, so good draft from both sides. Sylveon is the interesting pick here. Adesu's playing XP share Sylveon, right? And well, there's two Adesus, but I think it's going to be Adesu playing XP share Sylveon this game. And I don't hate it. It's kind of like how we've seen XP share Mew, we saw XP share Pikachu, we saw XP share Miraidon, and now they have another supportive kind of attacker where Sylveon doesn't need a lot of farm and it just relies on its tankiness to be successful. Adesu also a player that used to play attacker, right? You know how Otter switched from attacker to supporter this year? That's what Adesu did last year. And when Adesu used to be an attacker player, Sylveon was one of his signature picks. He's actually the guy that kind of made Sylveon a thing, right? Back when Nouns was in season 1 and they won their AOS Cup by having that flip Rayquaza strategy, it was Adesu piloting the Sylveon way back then. So it's a minor Pokemon he's relied on, and it's cool to see him back on it, even though it's like a slightly different role. So he's on the top side, runs cross. That 8 points that he gets is actually major key. Also managed to steal a point 5 as well. This means that he's so close to evoluting here. If his team gets this last hit, doesn't manage to get that. But now he's just one little last hit away from being level 4. And with level 4, he can terrorize the map with Mystical Fire. And there it is. Mimikyu's out of the jungle with level 5. And now they're going to apply some pressure. Blaziken is here as well to be able to combat it. But solid early game from both sides. I'm going to see the Miraidon move up. This is a pretty common tactic that a lot of attacker players like to do. This 4-player rotation on the top side of the map. Blaze Kick does find the Sylveon. Adesu's going to get picked away. Doesn't have any defensive items. Doesn't have that focus man or anything. Seryu also finds himself 1v4, and that 4-player rotation proves to be successful for the side of Tuzzy. Early game advantage definitely going to the Brazilians here. But on the bottom side, Toon is getting large, right? Toon was able to farm on the bottom side, already level 6. And Galu's going to do his best to be disruptive where he can. Full heals over the wall, finds a tri-attack, and he's going to be able to put some points in. And he should have his quick attack to be able to get out here as well. So yeah, both teams putting on a lot of pressure, favoring the Brazilian squad a little bit, but still too early without a major advantage either side. And if this KO can go to the side on Nouns, I would say they're back. Unfortunately not. Toon does get his focus man proc there, but Nouns able to use that space, take down the center Altaria, and get a bit of an experience lead building their way. Adesu can kind of just live in this top lane and make it so that this Greedent can't really walk around the map without taking some chip damage, right? Mystical Fire does slow damage over time, but he also has that incense to be able to provide some anti-healing, right? You can see the Greedent, even when he picks up these berries, he's not healing as much as he normally would, and that's because as long as Sylveon is dealing special attack based damage with its Mystical Fire, it's providing anti-healing. Another anti-heal situation on that focus man for Blaziken. Adesu is going to go down a little bit too aggressive. Another 4-player rotation. But this is just good rotations from the side of Tuzzy, right? They're constantly out-rotating Nouns in the early game, and that top pad break is really, really rough, right? A lot of these games come down to the teams that have superior map control, because map control allows you to be able to invade the enemy jungle easier, and that means that you can build your experience lead and deny the enemy experience. That being said, Nouns' experience is looking good. Right? Nouns hasn't been rotating too much, but they've been winning map farm. Seryu's level 9. This is where his opportunity to find some picks are. He's going to have to use his Unite move as well to make sure he doesn't go down. Toon's level 9. Galu's level 9. And despite Nouns kind of playing a little defensive in the early game, big Shadow Sneak, triple KO as well. Nouns is still looking absolutely fine. Now Galu's going to be able to get his 40, combined with Seryu's 40. Maybe there's a Focus Blast. Not able to get that stop. Galu's forced to use his Unite move. Electro Drift as well. Is there an eject button on that overheat? There is not. Seryu's going to end up going down. And now Nouns is being pushed away. But there's Toon with that Unite move. That's what we were talking about. Brings back the Mimikyu. Shadow Sneak as well. Shadow Claws. Mimikyu's going to end up going back down. Rubs back up here now with his Unite move. Both teams fighting to the end, and Noun's able to just pull together a little bit of a lead, and that's enough to take down this enemy top pad. Big win for Nouns. Experience looking strong their way. Whether or not Adesu goes down is irrelevant. He's able to break that top pad. In fact, getting Miraidon's Unite move out of the way is huge, right? Adesu's the XP share character. You don't want to use your Unite moves to take down the supporters in these cases, because those resources are really, really important for your team to make plays throughout the map. 30 seconds, 2 objectives are going to spawn. Miraidon's not going to have a Unite move ready for either one of them.
It's quite a lot of resources just for one Pokemon. 20 seconds for bottom Reggie, 15 for Reggie Alecki, and it looks
all right, so now it's up to Nouns to decide which side they want to play on. It looks like they're more positioned for the bottom side of the map here. They're down a bunch of their own Unite moves, so it is scary for them to take this fight. But if Tuzzy overcommits to the top side, they could get some sneaky scores. Nicely done by the Slowbro to hide in base to prevent a big score from happening on the bottom side of the map. And this does mean that now Nouns has the pressure on them. There's a Regieleki pushing top side that they're forced to defend, and that should open up the opportunity for Tuzzy in this moment while Regieleki is being defended to either push the enemy pad bottom or do the bottom objective. Throughout that though, it looks like Seri was able to get a steal on that Reggie steal on the bottom side of the map and able to take that away from the side of Tuzzy. Now there's no Reggie buff for them to push. Galu's got his Unite move, able to put up some pressure, and because Toon was the last person to play topside, even if anyone on Nouns goes down, Toon can bring them back alive. Right, one member of Nouns goes down in the Dotrio. He's defending the pad. Now is the opportunity to bring Galu back, and now it's time for them to charge. Flamethrower onto the back line, tanking a lot of damage, is still going to end up going down to the Electric Drift, and don't think Nouns is going to be able to do too much, but that was enough, right? All they really wanted to do here was make sure they don't lose their bottom pad, and the fact that they were able to do that despite a Regieleki pressuring them on the top side of the map is huge. It started with Seryu getting the steal on the bottom objective, 3v1. We didn't get to see how it happened, but regardless, Nouns is up now over 100 points, and things are looking good.
Acres of room in that bottom path for the rest of Nouns Esports to play with.
And it really goes to show how impactful that was by Bruv, as you said, on the Umbreon, considering that we mentioned Miraidon was feeling a little behind the curve. It's now level 13.
1 minute before Ray spawns here. Toon's going to end up taking some damage. Fire Spin X speed should get him out of any trouble. And Galu is charging forward really low. Seri is going to end up going down, but not without a fight. Takes down the Gradient and the Miraidon. Overheat onto Bruv. Bruv gets out just 1 HP. Toon is still flamethrowing in the back. With that Curse Bangle, able to burn down the side of Tuzzy, and Adesu with this Mystical Fire Sylveon. He doesn't have a lot of resources on his side. He's only level 11, but he's been able to put on a lot of pressure with that Muscle Band and that Curse Incense. 2 minutes 30, bottom objective coming up. Nouns is awarded with the Reggie Ice. Typically, you're not too excited to see Reggie Ice in the late game Reggie, but when you're the team that doesn't have a dedicated healer, Reggie Ice is one of the best things you could ask for. Now, any poke damage that this Miraidon puts out, or you see from the Blaziken, it will be recovered. Big catch, Mean Look catches out the Slowbro. This now gives Nouns control over the central part of the map, and it means that Nouns just has to hold the line for another 2 minutes. Toon's gonna step up, force some damage onto him. Miraidon Unite move is forced out, but Umbreon and Ho-Oh are extremely tanky. Trying to force out some of the resources on him. Toon still has that Fire Spin if he needs it. Green and Unite move used in the back, but there's a Galu Unite move to charge forward. They're still looking good. Slow Beam used onto the enemy Mimikyu. He is gonna maybe go down, not quite. Gets his play with me off and able to not quite get the KO, but that's where the Ho-Oh Resurrect comes in handy. You can counter the Slow Beam to bring your teammate back into the fight. Now things are looking good. Seryu's still gonna end up going down, but 3 members of Tuzzy have gone down. Same time, Galu's scoring on the bottom side of the map. Adesu's constantly applying so much pressure with the Sylveon, burning away the enemy team, and another KO streak of 3 from the support Espeon, and now Nouns has nothing other than just zone out the enemy team. Mean Look, damage. Mean Look, damage. And just stall out the game. 1 more minute left, and game number 1's looking really healthy for Nouns.
Nouns Esports locking this game 1 on not quite up, but in a huge fashion.
Looking good, looking good.
16 to 100, but I cannot let my dreams
50 seconds. We've seen comebacks happen from this point. But Nouns has all the pressure in the world to be able to keep them zoned out. Gadlu is going to go down to the Electro Drift. 40 seconds left. Mean Look buys some time for the side of Nouns. They're stepping up to Rayquaza. Nouns can't get the foot off the gas yet. Adesu is scoring 50 on the enemy home pad. Does he get the 50? Does he get the Hundo Burger? It's just barely stopped. Rayquaza is getting low. Knock up. It goes to the side of Blaziken. 24 seconds left. But Tuzzy needs 3 scores. Make sure you count all the scores here. They're going to get 1 here. Bruv scoring on the home pad. Adesu scoring on the top pad. Miraidon has to stop 2 people at the same time. They're only able to get 2 scores in. The pressure from Nouns is too much. Miraidon's not able to stop both the scores. 78 from the Slowbro. Adesu gets 100 on the top side. And another score from Blaziken on the home pad. I don't think that's enough. I think Nouns has it. I think Nouns has got it.
Speechless. I cannot breathe. I want to cry. I'm just so nervous. What is going on? The camera's on Nouns. I don't like that. Flip it back. No, production.
You gotta look at their faces here. And you really can't tell because they still look stressed out.
Oh, that was close. That was so good.
562. A very close call. Tuesday Esports makes the correct decision to play around the Rayquaza.
Close game. It shouldn't have been so close with how Nouns was doing, but beautiful game number 1. Nice gameplay for sure. I really like their draft as well, right? Like, typically Slowbro is a very annoying Pokemon for speedsters to deal with, but you have something to resurrect. You have something to interrupt the Slowbro ult, right? Slowbro, a Pokemon that, you know, historically was like the answer everything card and has no counterplay, now seems to have some good counterplay, right? Ho-Oh, even though it got super nerfed, still looked really strong in this game. And that's the first time we've seen all day where Ho-Oh's really put in a lot of work.
You pointed out Adesu. I really want to highlight them on that last play with the Sylveon, the 100. It was already going to be enough, but it just gave them even extra edge. This triple jumble Zoinks was so essential, and that's what you usually expect from Gadlu, right?
Oh, it's so good. He's one of the best carry players. Watch Soreyu's Mimikyu here, by the way. Any other day, that is an interval play. They want 1
right, but right here, this is where you force the Ho-Oh ult, and Ho-Oh being able to play the game right out of a Unite move, having like the Unite move buff is so key here. And even though Soryu ends up going down again, during this entire time, Adesu is just whittling away their HP. And despite Adesu being XP share, he still did 86k damage.
They're all the rage, but Adesu particularly loves the fairy version.
Oh, yes, and it works out so well.
The reason why this comp worked, though, this Nouns comp would not work without Umbreon, right? And that's the power of first pick, right? Like, because the enemy team has to ban Darkrai, you get the opportunity to go Umbreon. Now, here's the thing. Zoink said it, not me, right? But Nouns, particularly Toon, has been talking about not banning Darkrai and letting it through the pool. Right, some interesting draft lines here. Things may or may not have been discussed in the back lines, and they're gonna do it. I think they're gonna let the Darkrai go through. What's important if you let the Darkrai go through, though, is you need to leave up all the strong Pokemon so you can take it back for yourself. So you ban Mimikyu. If Tuzzy goes Darkrai here, now Nouns gets Miraidon and Umbreon, right? 2 of the strongest Pokemon in their respective roles. But Tuzzy, they pass the priority back to Nouns. They're like, hey, we're not falling for your tricks. We're gonna take Blissey, an inherent counter to Darkrai with Safeguard, a Pokemon you banned away from us in game number 1, and you take the Darkrai instead. At this point, Nouns has to take it, right? This is the danger, is when you pass the enemy team the ball, if they pass it right back to you, things can get a little bit scary and dicey, for sure, right? Now they have the opportunity to go Mewtwo, Y, Blissey, but they can also take the Miraidon for themselves. That's the big question that they have to answer. Are we going to give Nouns both Darkrai and Miraidon and Umbreon, or are we going to take it for ourselves? And Pikachu's going to be their pick, so this means that if Nouns wants to take Miraidon, Nouns will hold the single best Pokemon in the Defender, Speedster, and Attacker roles. And they get it. They're gonna lock down the Miraidon. Nouns has the power picks, right? These are some of the strongest Pokemon in their respective roles. But Tuzzy's got something they're cooking as well. They're going double support Mewtwo-Y, right? This is the Easter composition, where they put all their Easter eggs in the Mewtwo-Y basket. Meanwhile, on Nouns' side, Nouns just has the best character in every role, pretty much, right? They have the best all-rounder, arguably one of the best, by far the best defender, by far the best attacker, by far the best speedster, right? So it's a gambit for sure on both sides, right? Nouns had the Darkrai gambit, let the enemy team take it or pass it up. But on the other side, maybe Tuzzy feels confident in the safeguard counter to be able to take down Darkrai. I think the linchpin of this composition, though, the issue where Tuzzy falls flat is that they went for Pikachu over Miraidon, right? You literally gave Nouns Exodia, right? The left arm, the right arm, the left leg, the right leg, and then you have Crustle as the head.
Leftovers in EXP share. So we've been talking about Pokemon selection as we're still only missing one Pokemon in this entire tournament. Someone please play Cramorant. But I'm actually
This is this is a pretty historic moment, guys. Like, for me, I look back at esports and I remember the third international in Dota, where one of the best teams, they were Na'Vi at the time, they gave up all the best heroes at the time to the enemy team, and the other team had Exodia. The team that didn't have Exodia won. The Exodia team lost in that moment. In this case, Nouns, I think, with the showing they had in game number 1 and they have the Exodia comp, I think they'll be fine. But if Tuzzy can prove that they can beat this, game number 3 is going to be insane.
Yeah, no Comfey to pair with it. A Desu will be
Alright, so we've got Galu on the top side of the map. Zacian looking strong. Where do we even look, right? There's just power pick in every part of the map. We have Zacian dominating the top side versus a Clef Greedent. They don't stand a chance. Greedent does get that last sip, but Clef forces to use their X speed. Bottom side of the map, Saryu's on the Darkrai. Gets the first gank. Darkrai, a Pokemon that sets up its own ganks, has his own sleep, has his own damage. Tuzzy doesn't have a strong enough early game. Their supports desperately need levels to be able to keep their team alive, and Mewtwo ends up going down. Mewtwo, funny enough, didn't actually come back bottom, and Mewtwo's on the top side of the map. Little 4-player rotation we need to see on the top side of the map. Electroweb onto Galu. Galu potentially not expecting that the Mewtwo would respawn and go back top, and now Tuzzy fires back against Exodia with a combo of their own. Saryu, though, wise to the play that Tuzzy's making, he goes in the enemy jungle knowing that the enemy isn't set up to take their own jungle. Tuzzy, on the other hand, acknowledging that their jungle is probably being invaded, actually went and counter-invaded the counter-invade. So both teams matching each other's energy, but at the end of the day, one side's got an Exodia, right? And Mewtwo-Y is going to end up going down again. Still no Blissey on the board. You can say that you want to go Blissey to counter this Darkrai, but Saryu's level 7, level 8 before Chansey's even evoluted into a Blissey, right? Like, we need a Blissey here desperately. The Pokemon Center is not open right now. The Chansey is falling asleep. Okay, Safeguard online now. Blissey's finally up here on the top side of the map. Unstoppable from the Psyshock Mewtwo. They can't overlap their unstoppables there, right? When Mewtwo has his unstoppable from Psyshock, he needs to let that go, and then the safeguard needs to come now. There's the safeguard on the Mewtwo. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? It is. Mewtwo-Y, we need the heals on him. He's got the barrier up as well, and safeguard helping hand. No one on the side of Nouns ends up going down, but no one on the side of Tuzzy goes down either. Meanwhile, though, Toon is just scaling for free on the bottom side of the map, right? Toon's level 8. He's going to be level 9 soon. And this is what Nouns does so well, right? In the early game, the opponents might start to feel like they're out-rotating Nouns, but Nouns stays calm, and they keep calm and keep farming. So now we're gonna have a level 9 Miraidon, level 9 Darkrai as well. Galu on the Zacian might be struggling, but it's okay. He has teammates to be able to keep it going. So Tuzzy kind of on the back foot here, dealing with the top objective at the same time as they have to worry about their bottom pad going down as well. 2 pink blobs sitting in the bot lane. And the Clefable pick is really odd, but if you want to counter Exodia, you have to do it with weird stuff, right? Like if you just pick standard Pokemon into the best Pokemon, everyone knows that beats it. Bruv, sneaky little Crustle is going to be able to take down the enemy bot pad. 4-player rotation in the middle side of the map, but an X speed from Umbreon is enough to get him out. Now Bruv knows where the enemy team is, finds that Rock Tomb. Huge Charge Beam and Thunder from the side of Toon. Does get the Hadron Engine on cooldown, but now is the time for the fight to start. Saryu looks for the poke. There is Safeguard to counter it, and then there's that Darkrai Unite move. Puts them into the 1v1 chambers. Greedent's gonna end up going down throughout that. Mewtwo Y X attack popped, but Miraidon's just too tanky and it's too much XP. Umbreon again, right? You could pick it as a defender, but you could also pick it as a supporter, right? So Umbreon's keeping everyone alive with Wish when they have Bruv playing another defender for themselves.
Absent from a lot of our metagame, but when you were trying to keep that Miraidon damage numbers up, as long as you can keep them in range, which is a very large range, Rock Tomb is gonna help Toon Slim out a ton on that Pokemon. So you can see Toon Slim comment to the team too. They're confident in this victory. They're ready. Tuesday Esports need.
All right, halfway through the game, Nouns has a sizable point lead, about 90 points. Experience also favoring the side of Nouns. But the game isn't as dominant as you would expect into Exodia here. Pikachu Unite move, Mewtwo Unite move underway as well. Toon's gonna end up going down. Galu forced to use his Unite move, but doesn't find an opening. Mewtwo Y Side Strike does catch the enemy backline, and now Tuzzy's able to disengage from this fight. Is Saryu gonna go down as well? 1 HP, he manages to maneuver through the Greedent's belches and somehow manages to stay alive all throughout that. But Tuzzy showing that if you're gonna go for the king, you better not miss. And they still managed to get the secure off a gravity auto attack there as well. Galu trying to find some kind of opening, and now it's looking like they're struggling. That being said, Toon is here with the Charge Beam. He's back alive now, and now it's looking like they can finally pilot the Exodia the way that they wanted to. They're charging, they have control of this fight, and now with their Miraidon in the back, I don't think Tuzzy's going to be able to do much, but Nouns is forced to back away there, not able to have enough points to score. And that's another factor you have to consider when you have Zacian and Miraidon on your team. 2 of the most strongest Pokemon in the game, but when you win a team fight with these Pokemon, you don't have the money to score, right? And time again, we've seen how important breaking these outer pads is for map control. So if Toon and Galu do really well in the fight and win the fight, they don't have the money to score. So it's still going to come down to a successful Ray fight for them to be able to win.
And we need to see John Deco doing damage for the side of Tuzi because it relies heavily on it. There he goes with the Meteor Storm, doesn't really hit
anyone. And Meteor Storm from Miraidon forces the Pikachu to use his Unite as well. Bruv might end up going down here. Bruv does end up going down. Side Strike catches out the Galu as well. Greedent forced to use his Unite move. Galu looks for the entry, doesn't manage to actually find it. Regiseal's going to go to the side of Tuzzy, and Tuzzy once again putting up a fight. Full tackle catches Toon on the Miraidon. Falls with the Side Strike. Is there enough damage? Toon forced to use his Charge Beam, not enough. The teleport from Mewtwo gets him into the backline. Mewtwo Y is evoluted into his Mega Form, and now they're sieging the pad. There's Clefable to keep them alive with Sustain and Safeguard to keep them alive on the shields. Tuzzy backs away, but another small win for Tuzzy, and this game is anyone's game. Nouns does have a 120 point lead, but that experience lead that they had a couple minutes ago has completely dwindled down to an almost dead even experience game. Is Tuzzy going to be able to do it? Are they going to take down potentially the best composition you could form in a draft game? Sometimes chaos can outperform the best comps in the world. but a Ray fight is going to be tough, right? Let's not forget how powerful Noun's comp is, right? They've got the Charge Beam Miraidon, who's just ticked into level 13. They've got that Darkrai Unite move, the single target chambers to be able to lock anyone down. Bruv's even been making this Crustle look amazing this set as well. And the onus is on Tuzzy to make something happen. They're the team down in points. Bruv's going to start out with taking damage. Seiryu kind of gets caught, but he has that Dark Pulse to retreat. This 20-second kerfuffle benefits the side of Nouns. They're the team up in points. Tuzzy still has to make something happen. Seiryu looks for the engage again. Dark Pulse is behind the enemy team. Galu's charging his Sacred Sword Unite move in the enemy backlines. Big damage. Clefable rolls Hyper Beam though. Bruv looks for the engage. He instantly gets full tackle. Bliss Assistance used onto the Mewtwo. Mewtwo now has his auto attacks. Mega Form online. He's going to be able to advance to the fight. He's charging forward. Is Tuzzy going to be able to do it? Seryu's already gone down, but Toon has the damage. Safeguard helping hand onto this Blissey. Again, Toon's going to go down. All 5 members of Nouns have gone down, and they took down Exodia. Exodia is down, and they're forcing game number 3. They're gonna get Rayquaza, and they have every single person on their team alive. The Darkrai Gambit turned back onto Nouns, where they gave up the Darkrai, and then they got it right back.
Esports fighting until the end. 30 seconds before the
What?
end of this match.
This is crazy.
Rayquaza shields left available for Tuesday Esports. This one is as good as done.
Game number 3. This has got to be the closest set so far we've had.
Accomplish anything spelled disaster for Nouns Esports, with Mega Mewtwo Y basically being untouched by any other attacker. It was Tuesday's Esports runway to walk, and wow, did they do it well.
Protect the Mewtwo, protection, Deku double supporter is what you want to see. That is game 3 on our last quarterfinals.
That's crazy, guys. All right, so momentum is favoring Tuzzy hard here, right? They're the home team. They have the Brazilian crowd behind their back. But I think Nouns, they're professionals. Obviously, they look visibly upset. You can see their faces are red. They're tilted. But they can calm down. They can come back from here. Now, the question is how do you line up the draft from here, right? I think Nouns has to go back to what they did game number 1, right? Game number 1, what worked for Nouns was banning Blissey. Blissey was the centerpiece of that comp, right? That safeguard Blissey onto the Mewtwo. The Mewtwo doesn't have that kind of game without Blissey on their back. Right? So I think Nouns, they take first pick, they ban Blissey from first pick, and the draft is gonna go the way Nouns wants it to go. But can Tuzzy use their momentum to be able to continue out the game and take down game number 3? I don't know. It's gonna be close.
I need to mention as well. Let's have a look at the replays while we do so. So I think there was something a little bit maybe misplaced by Bruv in how they positioned on that team fight, because just before all of this had happened, he was very much out of position, and when it happens, they just take so much of the HP bar just before the fight actually starts.
Yeah, it's an interesting place, right? I mean, obviously they're split. They're trying to protect Gatlu a little bit. The rest of the squad tries to retreat to this goal zone, but the weird thing is they don't make it there. That is the benefit of having your tier 1.
Let's break down that fight real quick while we have the time, right? So the problem with that fight, I think, starts with what happened with our Darkrai, right? So remember, Nouns is in the lead, right? Nouns doesn't need to make anything happen, right? Tuzzy needs to make something happen, right? Greedent in these situations is really, really good at just making chaos. But Nouns doesn't need to make anything happen, right? Bruv, fishing with Rock Tombs, this face check alone, unnecessary, right? Bruv's gonna end up taking a lot of damage in this instance, and so is Seiryu, right? Seiryu goes for, walks up, ends up getting instantly volt tackled, so he's gonna lose a whole bunch of HP here, right? Goes for the defensive Dark Pulse, it's fine, right? We lose a lot of HP on our damage healers, on our defender. Bruv has to back. but so far it's still okay. We're still kind of okay here. This is where the game is about to get really scary for Nouns, though. Seryu, for the second time after already being punished for it once, walks up again, wants to go for some damage. And now this is where Tuzzy is calling charge. We just have to take the fight. In the open space, no matter where Darkrai goes, he's put himself in a bad position. This is actually where I would like to see Darkrai players to be dull. Because if you're Shedinja dull, you can go stall Dark Pulse, come out of Dark Pulse, dull, Dark Pulse again to make sure you don't get knocked out. But I don't believe he's playing the doll this game. He actually ends up popping out early to go on the right side here. And now that makes a little bit of an issue for Seryu. He's going to end up going down. There's no one he can use his 1v1 chambers on to be able to trap away. And Seryu's going to go down for the count without getting anything off. Gatlu has a good engage out of the bush where he goes for an ult. But at the same time, there's a Mewtwo ult that's on them. And everyone on Tuzzy, they do such a good job just standing still. And they're playing a death ball comp, right? You have movement speed from Blissey. You have CC immunity from Blissey. And you have healing from Clefable, right? And at this point, Tuzzy just knows that they need to charge. Right? Beautiful engage from the Greedent on here. Brav is stuck on the other side, forced to use his ult. And now the fight is as good as lost, right? This compromises Toon's positioning. He has to step up to be able to account for what his teammates have done in this team fight. And he can kite backwards, but he just doesn't have enough pressure onto this Mewtwo, right? The Mewtwo's fighting for his life. Blissey comes back and safeguards him. So he has CC immunity, gives him movement speed. And the fight is just over at this point. I don't want to miss the draft, so we're going to skip ahead now. But yeah, I really think like this is why Nouns wanted to give up Darkrai, right? People have been banning Darkrai so much that the Darkrai players don't have enough practice on Darkrai to play these endgame situations out correctly, right? It's not that Seryu's a bad player. It's that you don't play a lot of Darkrai, right? And yeah, he made the mistake that costed them the game there, but ultimately, like, it's a one mistake game when the games are not, when you don't have that much of a lead. So well played by Tuzzy, but I think if Seryu doesn't have that blunder there, Nouns is absolutely fine. Anyways, Nouns, like I said, they're gonna go into game number 3. They're going to ban the Blissey. This way, the Blissey is what enabled everything out of Tuzzy. It was their movement speed in the Death Ball. It was the Mewtwo Y enabler for the Death Ball. And this is what Nouns did in game number 1. So game number 1, they were fine. And I think they're going to go for a similar type draft. Similar kind of setup. They're going to go Mimikyu Dotrio. Same line as game number 1. And this is where if Tuzzy decides to go Slowbro, likely we'll see Toon back on that Ho-Oh. We might even see that Ho-Oh Sylveon, a mirror from game number 1. That's what worked for them. They looked dominant on it. Adesu played it really well. I wouldn't be surprised if they do the same exact draft as game number 1. There's the Ho-Oh, and Adesu is gonna go Sylveon. Let me make sure we are live, right? Because they did the same exact draft. Okay, so Nouns sticking to what won them game number 1. Tuzzy, similar comp to what they had in game number 1, not exactly the same. But let's remind ourselves how game number 1 went for Nouns, right? Adesu had 8 points. There was a lot of deliberate things that we didn't actually end up going over in game number 1. But Adesu had 8 points that he used to walk across the top lane, right? The Sylveon walked to the top lane. He scored his 8 points on the enemy pad. That gave him like 3 1/4 XP. He was able to steal this bunny over here, score another 5, and then he didn't get the bunny on this side, but he was able to score 13 points as a baby Eevee and still end up making it out with XP share, which meant that when he went back to help his team XP share, he got his level 4, right? Getting that level 4 on the support Eevee is not easy. Right, we saw in game number 2 how hard it was for Chansey to get level 4. And I believe that that was an intentional setup by Nouns, right? Probably Tuzzy isn't expecting the Sylveon of all Pokemon to handshake the lane and go across to score 8. Nouns might try the same thing, they might not, but this time Tuzzy should be anticipating this in the top lane. So is Galu gonna have as successful of a game number 1? We're not sure, because he was definitely the carrier in game number 1 for them, right? And if you don't get as good of a start, it's not as easy to carry later on.
Here we are, game 3.
It's the last moment for both of these teams to either go home and maybe...
So again, you see they intentionally give him 8. He's gonna walk across, and this time the Eldegoss isn't helping in the jungle, so he can't go for his score, right? And immediately you can see that now Adesu is gonna have a much harder time to be able to carry the way that he did, unless he can steal this from them. He does. No, he didn't. Cope. I thought he got it, but he didn't.
Looking at a Sarah Ledge at this moment, but still on the chart cadet at level 4. But look at this rotation from both teams' central area. Seems to be focusing in on
But these are small things that teams do intentionally that sometimes go unnoticed, and they're really interesting things to pick up on. That being said, on the bottom side of the map, Saryu's looking strong. He's level 5. Does go in, but he's going to take a lot of damage and end up going down. Bruv as well, struggling to get his levels, but still pretty open game for the count. And looks like Bees are going to favor the side of Tuzzy on both the bottom and top side of the map. Nouns went for a big rotation on the bottom side, which they haven't been doing too much this series. But we'll have to see. Traditionally, what Nouns has been doing this set is they haven't been rotating too much, and they've been trying to rely more on lane farm to be able to just develop an experience lead. This time, they're trying a little bit of these rotations across the map. But it's fine. Toon gets his stacks up. He has a Tailwind plus X speed to be able to make it out easily. Bruv again on that mean look to be able to set up any plays. But this time, Tuzzy's early game compared to game number 1 is a lot different, right? They've got a Blaziken that's online. They have a Miraidon with Electro Drift who's going to be level 7 soon. And a Desu who was terrorizing game number 1 is level 5 now, but isn't having nearly the rockstar game that he was having in game number 1.
This might be the first example of a great early game lead from Tuesday Esports we've seen, but now
Galu's gonna go ahead and try to invade the enemy jungle, and this is where Dodrio tries to open up the map so maybe his team can get some value on the other side. Tuzzy's doing a good job though. The Eldegoss following the Blaziken to the jungle. If the Dodrio got to 1v1 the Blaze, he would have a much easier time. But the support player understanding that they need to be basically a babysitter in that situation and walk with their all-rounder so they don't have to fight anyone alone. Saryu again goes down on the side of Nouns, and this opens up just enough time for Tuzzy to start on this bottom side objective. Toon is going to step up. He knows he's pretty unkillable in this case, even though Fob is huge on this Blaziken. Toon's got that focus band. He's flamethrowing down. Wish as well with that fire spin should be just enough. Still gonna end up going down. The mean look's not quite enough, and Bruv's gonna go down too, and this Blaziken's starting to get out of hand now. All of Nouns comp, as Reggie Rock's kind of trolling here, right? Nouns comp, the success it had in game number 1 was from like a kind of cheese outplay what Adesu did with that 8 money. You can't expect to get away with the same type of strategy over and over again when you're doing these like gimmicky types of early games. But that Eldegoss going down means that they can score on the bottom pad. No one had a lot of money. Toon stacking, he goes for the cap. Galu uses his Unite move. Maybe they can catch out them right out of the doll here. They do. Finally, some things are going well for Nouns. They can chain together another KO onto the Slowbro. Now Nouns needs to pounce. They have a moment where the Slowbro is not available and they want to score on this top side of the map. Force a fight here. Shadow Sneak misses. A little bit off the mark. Revenant Rend from the Sarah Ledge does get Mimikyu United, but he's able to still maneuver himself out of that. And now Nouns' window to push his top hat is gone. They understand that. They walk away. They have a lot of farm up on their map, but things are not looking good for Nouns in game number 3 here.
central area, which is something that Nouns really knows how to do, is punish your mistakes.
Yeah, they're going to get a little bit more experience for that, so now that is closer, but at the very least, 2Z Esports' Reggie LAIC push was well warranted.
If you guys want to talk a little bit about legacy, right? Worlds Season 3. Oh, unless there's a slow beam onto the Toon on the hoe. Toon's not going to be able to go down, and he's going to live. Nouns might be able to survive through this fight. Toon's going to actually end up going down to that Meteor Storm from the side of Miraidon. Galu has that full heal to be able to retreat. Seryu living on 1 HP. Finds the Shadow Sneak. Able to chain the KO onto the Eldegoss and then chain the next one onto Miraidon. Such beautiful Mimikyu gameplay. Everything that Nouns needed to come back in that game was within Seryu, and he finally proves his worth on the team. After that game number 2, things were looking a little dicey, but Seryu's got it back. He's got back in the game. Nouns has an opportunity now to go for this bottom objective and completely swing this game back in their favor. But this match means a lot for some of these players on Nouns, right? It might just be Toon that's left on this team, but most of this team did defeat Tali Bobo. Not the previous worlds, but the worlds before that, right? So this match means a lot for both of these teams. And I mean, they're both representing their regions in Brazil right now. Either of these teams gets knocked out, and that's their entire region left behind, right? If Nouns makes it through, they're repping EU, and if Tuzzy makes it through, they're repping the rest of Brazil, and they've got the home crowd behind them.
Brazil, you need one game to make it into top 5.
Rob's got that mean look in that bush. Is there some follow-up to be able to catch onto the Saraledge? Doesn't look like it. Reggie Lucky does crash on the top pad, but it's dangerous, right? If Tuzzy goes for this, there is a mean look to catch him out. Shadow Sneak as well, but there's a preemptive overheat to get that damage reduction applied onto him. Overheat is met by a Mimikyu Unite move, but it's not quite enough. The Revenant Rend is able to slice and dice them through. 2 members of Nouns go down. The Mimikyu, the Umbreon, the Sylveon ends up going down as well. But don't forget that this Reggie Alecki had pushed into the top side, and now Nouns is on the back foot. Galu is able to find a return KO, takes down that Saraledge, finds some much needed experience. Even if Galu ends up going down here, it's absolutely fine. That experience was well needed for the side of Nouns, and maybe there's a window here where Nouns can string together a couple KOs to give themselves a little bit of a fighting chance. Doesn't look like they're able to. Puzzy's gonna retreat, Nouns is gonna retreat, top enemy, top tier 2 pad goes down for the side of Nouns, and now it's a 200-point lead for the side of Tuzzy, which means Nouns is going to need to find a way to be able to score a whole lot of points or simply just get Rayquaza. This is uncharacteristic of Nouns though, right? Nouns, even in their bad games, they have good experience on their carries, and you know it's not even that bad. They get the Registeel, they've got 2 13s, they've got almost 13 on Toon as well. The experience is really not that bad. Slow Beam is back online though for the side of Tuzzy, and they're gonna catch out the Mimikyu. There is a whole res to bring him back though. There's a whole res. Galu goes for his Unite move as well. He's on 1 HP. Boosted auto attack gets him alive, but the Meteor Shower from Miraidon's going to bring him down. Play with me from the side of Mimikyu does bring down Miraidon though, and Blaziken's on 1. He's going to get Palm Puffs back up, but is there enough damage from Adesser to be able to take him down? Adesser's in the backline, still living, does manage to take down the Eldegoss, but it's not quite enough. Now, Tuzzy changes their direction towards Rayquaza. They don't have a whole lot of HP, but Toon is still fighting to keep his team alive. Big Blaze Kick from the side of Fob does catch out everyone on the side of Nouns, and now Galu is back full HP. Can he slow down Tuzzy to make sure they don't execute Rayquaza and give his team a fighting chance? It looks like the pressure that Galu is able to provide was simply enough. Seryu's back. He needs to find a Shadow Sneak. We miss our first one. Time is running out for the side of Nouns. There isn't time to score. They need to win a fight. They need to win Rayquaza, or they're going back home to Europe. Shadow Sneak finds it onto Miraidon. Is he going to be able to take it? Not quite. 55 seconds left. There's a mean look, catches out the Slowbro, and a pause.
All right, well, We'll try to get that sorted out as soon as possible. Obviously,
Guys,
not the spot you want to see.
what is happening?
Really frustrating, but this is a very intense match, a decider match to see what team goes in.
My heart can't handle it, guys. Guys, someone called my therapist. I can't handle it right now. Get him on the phone.
They basically immediately snap up that Unite, resurrect the Mimikyu, but then they're able to take down Gatlu.
I don't have a therapist, by the way.
After. It was just this double down that was really tough to deal with. So we're going to be getting back in the game as soon as we possibly can. One of the closest matches.
This has got to be the closest match of the tournament. Might be the closest match we'll see all weekend.
We cannot remind everybody enough. 2Z Esports playing for the heart of the locals here. The only hometown crowd still left in this tournament.
Pokemon Unite.
All right. So how does Nouns come back? They have 50 seconds left. They need some kind of KO. They need Mimikyu needs to get 1 kill, and that 1 kill needs to get converted into another one.
The 2Z Esports have on just under 1 minute left on the clock.
Oh, what a crazy anxious moment. I can't even imagine what is going through those players' heads right now on either side of the battlefield in this moment of just tension while they are waiting to play their game and decide their tournament fate. We are in a single elimination format for this tournament. It is winner take all from the get-go in this series. So we will be jumping back in very, very shortly as soon as we get the go-ahead and we know everything is all sorted.
This is crazy, guys. I don't know. We just have to wait. We just have to wait.
Gameplay, battle plan, and I'm talking drafts. I mean, from start to finish, we have seen
The Blaziken needs to go down, right? Nouns' only shot back into this game is getting Rayquaza. If they don't get Ray, they can't win, and a level 15 Blaziken is gonna have a threat on taking the Ray away from you. But there's enough time. 50 seconds, it might not seem like a lot, but that's 50 individual seconds. And you only need a couple to get Ray and a couple to score. There isn't a big window for them to make it happen, but the chances are, there's a chance.
For me, it's a lot of numbers. I'm trying to count to 100 as fast as I can at any given time.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm really working on it really hard. Yeah, thank you so much.
It's
kind of like a mindfulness exercise I've been trying to employ.
I do that before bed.
Yeah,
it's good.
I'm trying to lean into this whole Riddler persona that they're trying to give me over there on the other caster booth. I don't know.
Is there?
I think I don't know what a riddle is. I think is really what it comes down to. Yeah, it is challenging. It is challenging. But okay, so let's recap while we have a second to take our breath here. After this incredible best-of-3 series, we started in game number 1. And Nouns Esports bring this really creative Ho-Oh choice from Toon Slim into the bottom path with the attack weight and the Aos cookie playing very bulk, very offensive. They're able to win that one pretty handily.
Restart if it's that serious? Well, I think you can imagine that there's probably one team that would be very happy with the restart and one team that would protest a restart. I'm not going to spell it out for you, right? But I'll let you calculate that one on your own.
And if you haven't seen game 2, they lose that matchup. The Mewtwo Y Blissey alongside of a Clefable support to try to give them a little bit of extra healing is enough to send them into game 3.
Tuzzy would sue if they restarted. Yeah, I think Tuzzy might be a little upset.
This best of 3. Now we are 1 minute away from a conclusion of this matchup.
There's something about this match that just gives me so much optimism for 2Z Esports because they had the lead early on. You said it yourself.
Tuzzy had the DC.
Behind and playing mid game from not having a lead. 200 points.
The state of the game, they don't want to restart, guys. I don't know. This isn't a good situation for anyone involved, by the way. Like, no one is happy about this. Neither team is happy about it, and the staff isn't happy about it. You guys aren't happy about it. I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, it was so intense.
Why are there so many tech issues at these tournaments?
As soon as we possibly can.
It's just spaghetti code. Spaghetti code plus hardware issues. Right? Pokemon Unite wasn't designed with LAN server in mind. It's something that they like hodgepodge together and put together because it's embarrassing to go to a LAN event and still play on internet servers. So when they come to these events, they have like an on-premises server that these devices have to connect to. But imagine like how many different hardware protocols go into every single different mobile phone. They can't test all of them, right? There's different network drivers. I could use a lot of big words that I don't know the meaning of. But you can't compare this to something like League of Legends or Dota that are played on PCs that are supplied at the venue, that are all running the same exact firmware and the same exact hardware, right? There's way less variables in those games than it is on a mobile application that's cross-platform, running on a server that they had to hodgepodge together after the game was already designed.
In that semifinals, poised against Team YouTube, an all North America semifinal here at LAIC. Cool to see those teams making the trip out.
Justice is both teams play best of 3 again. Justice is they resumed the game state from where the pause happened. That's the only justice. The real justice is the pause never happened, but once the pause has happened, the only justice is you resume the game state. Anything else is unfair for the team that's winning. Yeah, I don't think these tech issues would be happening if everyone was gaming on the world's best gaming phone. Today's stream is brought to you by the Red Magic 9S Pro. I've got myself here the Snowfall White. I've never had a tech issue with this phone, and I don't think anyone in the history of tech issues has had a tech issue here. Make sure everyone goes and buys at least 5 phones tonight, okay?
Against the best of the best in-person event. I mean, that is so cool and awesome for the code to make it into a top 8 finish. I mean, this is kicking off our
Supply better phones. You know what the box says on the Red Magic? It actually says that right here. Oh, you guys won't be able to see it. It says win more games. That's what it says on the Red Magic. Win more games. It's too reflective, but yeah, take my word for it.
Regular season for UCS Brazil is going to be poppin'. All of these teams got to give a shout out to Goldenrod Strikers, Exiled. Who else did we have that didn't make it, that did really well in groups, but just unfortunately couldn't make it to day 2?
Win more games is a good slogan for sure.
Literally 6 Brazilian teams, so much excitement.
AXK, Goldenrod, I mean, there's a lot of really, really great talent within this scene, and I'm so happy that we're finally here at LAIC, able to showcase how incredible it truly is. So it's been awesome to be here at this event. I've been really enjoying Sao Paulo.
Feeling bad for Legacy, happy for Nouns. I think it's easy to let your mind drift away and start to think of like the ramifications of the pause, but at the end of the day, guys, it's not good for either team, right? Like, it's good, it's better for Nouns if a remake happens, obviously, but this is an L for Pokemon Unite, period, right? And if it's an L for the game, we can't really think about who a pause favors in a lockout situation like this. If it's a big L for the game, it's an L for everyone, right? We're on the biggest stage in one of the closest matches in the history of the game, right? You guys have to like key in on the fact that you guys watched this game live. That will go down as one of the most historical drafts of all time in Pokemon Unite. You're not going to see a lot of drafts in Pokemon Unite where one team challenges the other team to pick the OP stuff. That team declines the challenge, right? This is like some chess gambit declined type shit. And then the team that gives up every broken Pokemon in the game manages to win with the most rinky-dinky comp in the history of the game, right? All eggs in the Mewtwo basket, and he pulled it off. You're not going to see... This isn't going to happen. This is like very few lifetime situations, right? The fact that we're in a pause now in game number 3 means that everyone is losing, period. Right? Like, this isn't how we want to remember this game. This is not how we want to remember the series.
Yeah, Expo Center Norte is the venue where we're having LAIC.
Management is bad there. Whatever is going on is bad. Nouns will win if they resume. I mean, look, I'm a fan of Nouns. I would be happy if that happened. But I also like the guys on the Brazil side. Too much for my heart to bear. I know. Remake 5v5 all side up. I say remake, but every player plays a TCG pocket game against their counterpart. So Toon has to play against their attacker, Adesu has to play against their supporter. Seryu plays against Fob, 1v1 pocket. That seems fair, right?
Incredibly sparkly. Yeah, it is bright, it is stunning.
I'll give everyone a phone to play on. The Red Magic 9S Pro, the world's best gaming phone.
Make sure to come to some of these in-person events. It's an absolute wonderful time. But let's get back to the game at hand here. So for what we've been discussing, it is Nouns Esports versus Tuzi Esports. You mentioned it. Nouns
Remake, same draft? No, like... that's not fair. Guys, just imagine you're on the winning team, a minute left from winning the series. Like, there's no, like, you're gonna be fighting for your life. You're not gonna let them remake this game.
Oh yeah, even today and from yesterday, getting to top 8 on LAIC, you cannot discredit all of that from all the competitors that have been playing across all titles. And as you mentioned,
Nouns Twitter incoming. I don't know. Last time they made a remake was probably NAIC last year, yeah. Still paused? No. We're actually just sitting here for fun. It was... Roland was on the same team as Trainer that tournament. That was ASU versus LG. I think they did their remakes, right? Okay, game is back. The game is back. All right, we're unpausing. 51 seconds left. Focus up. Can Nouns make the comeback? Eldegoss is down. Sarah is down. Slowbro zoned out. Blaziken is level. He's sitting in the bush on the side. Overheat out of the bush. Catches out the Mimikyu. Catches out Toon. Catches out everyone. And that's at level 15 Blaziken. It's still a 1v1. It's still a 1v1. Maybe they celebrated a little too early. 20 seconds left. Can Galu bring it down with enough time for Nouns to respawn? I don't know. They're just not gonna have time to run across the map and score. Galu's trying his best, but I just don't think there's the time.
Right now, Tuzi Esports, you gotta thank Fob, the absolute hero of Brazil, is sending you into the top 4. Tuzi Esports stays alive.
Brazil moves on in the most anticlimactic finish of the most hype game in the history of Pokemon Unite. Congratulations to Brazil. My heart goes out to Nouns. They're the homies, of course. But shout out to Brazil.
After watching their teammates go down, and let's listen to that crowd.
Tuzi Esports, you deserve it. That was a best of 3 of a lifetime. Thank you all so much, rooting for Brazil in this competition. Everybody watching us from home in the audience here at Expo Center Norte. And Nouns Esports, thank you and congratulations for getting into the quarterfinals just as clutch as it was. You're a giant of a team, but Brazil...
We're not allowed to complain about Darkrai ever again. Yeah, if you have Darkrai and the enemy team picks a bunch of counters and the Darkrai throws, then yeah, Darkrai might not be the best Pokemon in the game. Let's do a replay of what happened there at the end. So Blaziken is level 15 or almost level 15, fully stacked, right? We're coming out of the pause. Blaziken was in the mean look. right? Blaziken he knows that he just has to live, right? As long as the Blaziken is alive, he can literally 1v5, right? So he literally just runs away, gets into a good position on the enemy side, and hides in this bush, right? He knows that Nouns has to get Rayquaza. Only way Nouns can win is by getting Ray, right? Funny enough, in this moment, if Nouns ran to the enemy caps and forced a fight there, maybe, but then the Blaziken would just back, right? So I don't even know. But anyways, he finds himself in this bush. Nouns is like, okay, we need to do Ray. We need to do Ray. We need to do Ray. Right? Fob, obviously, goated Blaziken player, level 15, channels the overheat. I don't even know if he has eject. Gets the kick, takes down Mimikyu, almost one-shots Adesu, right? Blaze Kick gets the Adesu KO. He has his move swap up, gets the KO there, and that's it. And I mean, they start celebrating. Obviously, the game is over at this point. In this moment, right? If Nouns is playing perfect with perfect information, right? Which they're not. And it's also after a 15-minute pause, which is really annoying, right? It's not good for anyone, which is why I kept saying, stop picking sides, pauses suck for everyone. But if Nouns is playing with perfect information, let's assume, I think the Blaziken might not have a eject button up. If Nouns is playing complete with optimal perfect information, they know Blaze doesn't have eject, right? They should know that the Blaziken maneuvered his way to this bush because he was last seen over here and he didn't back. And that they should take the fight from this part of the map, right? Right? As long as like they all hug this right side, there should be no danger. This is where they have the vision, right? This side is dangerous. This side is not dangerous, right? They stick to this side. They still have 40 seconds. Bruv maybe gets a wish on Seryu, right? Now Fob, who goes for this overheat, channels the overheat, doesn't get it. Assuming he doesn't have eject, after this overheat, he doesn't have enough to be able to, he wouldn't have enough to be able to take the enemy down. He never got to regen his HP, right? But obviously, like, you're in the heat of the moment, you had to deal with the pause. No one ever gets to play with perfect information. So it is what it is. Gatlu as well, chasing down the Slowbro instead of just being here. Like, if things go just a little bit better, there's still a shot for Nouns, right? But Fob gets the 1v5. Kudos to Fob. And I mean, the rest is quite literally history.
A mais importante do dia pra gente chegar na final amanhã e representar o Brasil.
This game was really stressful for us. So what we need to do now is sit down, relax, take a breather so we can be absolutely locked in and take us to finals tomorrow.
Listen, styling, profiling, that's low. I'm Dupe Snacks. Let's keep this tournament going. Back to the booth.
All right, guys, I'm going to be right back. I want to get some water and maybe something to eat real quick. You guys take a quick stretch break. The next game should be starting soon. I think, who are we going to see next? It's LG versus YT and then Plaga versus Tuzzy. So Latin America on one side of the bracket, North America on the other side of the bracket. And the semis are being played today and they're best of fives. So yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, there's a bracket.
Plaga versus Tuzzy Esports, Latin America North versus Brazil.
That is the absolute most incredible scenario that you could have for a potential grand finals on either end. NA versus Latin America. Of course, Brazil, although being a separate region, it is part of Latin America as a whole.
Of course.
We're looking at the win rate now for the top Pokemon. 90% with 9 wins for a Zoroark.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like the top 2 on this graphic are the most interesting because where are they? The Mewtwo and the Zoroark are both incredible Pokemon, and knowing the teams that we have in top 4, I think it is very, very likely we will be seeing more of both of those Pokemon. Praga loves that Mewtwo, and honestly, North America loves Zoroark.
Well, and Tuesday loves the Mewtwo with double supporter.
There we go.
That was just so fun. But you know what's fun as well?
What?
Just catching up with us for semifinals that is just dropping in a little bit. Stay tuned. We're going to be right back.
The 2024 Pokemon Unite World Championships was the most competitive tournament Unite has ever seen. 26 teams from around the world traveled to Honolulu, Hawaii to represent their regions and compete for the title of World Champion. On day 1, teams were placed into 8 different groups and were competing for the top 2 spots to make it into day 2. The competition kicked off with a bang in the group stage, and expectations were blown out of the water. The metagame was turned on its head when Pokemon like Zeraora and Mamoswine made some early appearances. Pokemon compositions were not the only surprises in day 1 though. Last year's world champions Luminosity Gaming were eliminated, Nouns Esports led the charge for Europe, and Asia Pacific and Japan showcased some dominant Pokemon Unite. At the end of day 1, 16 teams were qualified, but there was no time to rest. Day 2 was a single elimination top 16 bracket. Every match played was a win or go home scenario. The one team everyone in the bracket feared was Fennel from Japan, and it turns out that fear was justified. Matches all across the event were full of nail-biter finishes and last-second heroics, but when it came to Fennel, everyone could tell. They were watching future champions play. The grand finals was Fennel versus Zora Tigers Gaming from Korea.
I got some lentils and rice and some chicken.
The match was full of highlight moments, many of them showcasing Fennel's signature aggressive playstyle and
I'll show you guys my food.
In the end, they emerged victorious and brought home Japan's first Pokemon Unite World Championship.
It's glitching out. Some lentils, some rice, a little bit of chicken on top, and that's just some like some green hot sauce basically.
Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokemon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
LAIC to LADC? Not LADC. That's wild. LADC is wild.
Sao Paulo, Brazil. This weekend, Pokemon Unite trainers
Looks like from a shop. These lentils my mom made like 2 days ago, and then I packed it up as a meal prep.
Prizing and vital championship points that could help earn them a place at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. For the first time ever, Pokemon Unite's tournament will take place over 3 days. On day 1, the group stage will commence, where up to 32 teams will be placed into groups and battle it out until only the top teams remain. On day 2, the bracket stage will
only
take
2 games left today? 2 series, yeah.
Single elimination bracket,
but they're best of 5s.
With our
so
2 finalists. All
could potentially still have 10 more games.
With the exception of our semifinals, which will both be best of 5. And new this year, LAIC 2025 will be home to Pokemon Unite's first ever official appearance on Championship Sunday, where our 2 finalists will compete in a tournament deciding best of 5 set. We're about to kick off the inaugural LAIC Pokemon Unite event, so stay tuned all weekend long to catch every electrifying moment live and find out who will take home the title of Latin America International Champion.
If like this happened in League, it wouldn't exist anymore. Stuff like this has happened in League. League in its early days was riddled with issues as well. You guys know in Dota, you want to hear some of the most egregious shit that used to happen in Dota? In Dota, the players had a pause button so that players could pause. And in official online tournaments, there used to be one of the best teams in the world that would pause the game tactically and pretend like their mouse disconnected. The player's name was Puppy. He's one of the most legendary players in the world, right? But people literally would call it a puppy pause because he would say, "Oh, someone on my team is mouse disconnected," and they would pause, and it would be in moments, and they would use it as like a timeout. Where it got to the point where there was another player did an investigation on them, went through the spectate tool, and saw when they would pause, they would actually look around the map and use that as an advantage to set up their play outside of the pause. Right? And the guy that did it, his name was Merlini, and they used to call him the Merlini police, right? Or the pause police. And he would literally show up to events with like a cop costume on because he would be the guy policing the people that would use malicious pauses. So yeah, I mean, it's scuffed. It's not an excuse that happens in Unite. But don't think that these are Unite exclusive issues. Every major esports has had a shaky start. In Counter-Strike, the pro players literally will bring hacks programmed into the software built into their keyboards and cheat in LAN events on stage with literal aim hack. To the point where now even your peripherals have to all be monitored by admins.
One punches their ticket to the grand finals of LAIC and the opportunity to become the very first Pokemon Unite.
How long do we give Unite the excuse of it being new? You never give excuses, but I'm just trying to give you context. Like I'm just trying to give you guys context that it's not alone. No one's ever excused. This shit shouldn't be happening, obviously.
We'll be heading to those grand finals because this is NA head-to-head right now. Luminosity.
But I wouldn't be so doomer about it, that's all.
Champs, 3/5 of their team, I should say, the two-time world champs. And
Eldegoss ban?
Team YouTube. Team YouTube does feel like Luminosity's kryptonite. Often a team
These drafts are like
figured out at different
really, really in-depth at this point. I'd have to go back and look at it again.
By Team YT in many scenarios. So this is going to be a really crazy matchup heading into Grands.
It really is. So let's not hold back.
I think they wanted to 1-2 the Blissey
for an interview with these teams before we kick this thing off. That way.
Because they expected left side would first pick Darkrai, but then they didn't, and they 1-P'd Blissey.
And I got two of the biggest yappers in the region on stage with me. Very excited. Phil,
LG versus
I want you to talk
YT.
to Spraggles for a moment. He said that you are the kryptonite to Luminosity Gaming. Is that true?
We're the kryptonite to all the teams here.
Okay, counter kryptonite. I like that a lot. Now, Overlord, I mean, Spraggles saying they're your kryptonite, but YouTube, I mean, they haven't won in a bit. How you feeling?
I mean, last time we played them on LAN, we 2-0'd them, so I'm feeling pretty confident.
All right, win record speaks for itself. Now, Phil, a lot has been said about Luminosity Gaming. Are they overrated?
Well, they only won Worlds twice. Couldn't do it the third time. A bit washed. I think we'll be all right.
All right, the wash call is there. Any specific strats or maybe
I'm glad they're having fun.
Specific player that you think you need to shut down on YT to win this game?
I think in order to win this game, we need to make sure Phil doesn't get Garchomp. I think that's the key to them winning this game.
All right, no Garchomp, and that means an LG
The Phil
win.
Garchomp season 1.
Great yapping, boys. We're going to send it back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. Yes, I did say that YT was kryptonite for LG. We're going to have to see if that's true. Now, of course, LG has had many times where they've run into YT and beat them, and this is looking like a mean Luminosity squad.
It really is. They have been banging on all cylinders here, clicking on all cylinders, whatever that expression is. Cylinders are being abused by LG. That's
right.
how good they are right now. And they've had a pretty close to flawless run in this event so far. I don't even think they have lost. They 2-0'd last. They haven't lost this event.
I don't know if they have lost in this
What
event.
I'm really sad about is that we won't get to see Nouns versus
They have not lost a game.
we won't get to see Nouns versus
Pretty
LG.
perfect right now, and we're gonna see if
I feel like
YouTube
that would have
can
been
be
a
the team
sick
to
match to
disrupt
watch
that.
on LAN.
Now, as we head
But
towards
now
our
that
grand
can't
finals
happen.
again, both of our semifinal games will be best of 5. So you've got to win 3 of these matches out of the 5 to move on. If you do that, you will make your way into our grand finals tomorrow. One thing we know for sure, one representative from North America will be there. Will it be Luminosity or will it be Team YT? We're going to find out very soon. Now, our other semifinal looking pretty amazing. Plaga, okay, versus Tuzi Esports.
Yeah.
Being out in the crowd, seeing Tuzi beat Nouns in that moment, I mean, this place was shaking.
I mean, YT, I'm just saying that
was
it literally
insane.
can't happen
I never
anymore.
thought I'd be able to get a
That's all.
crowd chant going in a Pokemon Unite interview, but it felt very easy.
Yeah.
Because that crowd is electric and they love their region squads and back them indefinitely. Because all the teams that have been eliminated that have played against these squads all weekend long, they were there cheering their head off for Tuzi. But
Yeah.
right now, ahead of us, we are dealing with the clash of North America here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Both teams traveling a long way. And actually, I crossed Phil on the way here. He's like, man, if we make it to the grand finals, we all have to rebook our flights. We didn't think we'd make it. And then he's just like scampering towards the stage. For what it's worth, Phil doesn't talk like that. He streams a lot. You can tune in and get a real indication of what his voice sounds like. That was just my interpretation of it.
I guess Team YT doing a reverse secret right here, not booking a flight as if you will win. Kind of a bold move from Team YT. I feel like you book your flight assuming you would win, but hey, what do I know, all right?
We're in the booth.
We're in the booth. They're the ones up there on the stage. They're the ones in the arena, the gladiators competing.
Drop my insight on how to beat LG.
Kind of like, that guy.
that's the noise that makes
he goes, meh. That took me out of the movie. I'm not going to lie to you. Everything else felt pretty realistic, but he went, meh. I said, you know what? Enough of that. Speaking of enough of that,
Probably mimic
it
you.
should be enough of this.
I
We're
think.
waiting to head up to the stage for draft very, very soon.
I think
We've seen what YouTube's bringing. I feel like Luminosity has offered us a lot of different pictures of
I
what
think you
their
ban
roster's gonna
Leafeon.
be. YouTube, however, feels like it has a couple staples.
Or you let
that if
Leafeon
they
through
are
and you go
not
like
getting,
Mimikyu,
they might
Blissey
not
or
be
something like
winning. I'm
that.
talking about Pikachu. I'm talking about
But I feel like a lot of their
Snorlax.
comps
Those
only
seem to be
work
really important picks for YT.
with
Umbreon
Trainer
very
being able
high
to be
up there as well.
Leafeon. Like if you make Trainer play Zoroark,
Because the whole team was going to the stage,
and then you just have like strong tanky lanes and like good farming in your lanes, and you don't int the early game,
my Mammoth Swine's in, so
it's
I
like
feel
beating
like
any
as I
team. You
played
just have to
more, I
not
felt more
int the
confidence
early
across
game.
my defender pick,
If you int
which
the early game
in and
into
of
a
itself
really
opens
strong team, you're
things
gonna
up,
lose.
right? Because sometimes a player on your team needs the other 4 to
Did
pick
I see
them up and
Ton
say,
appreciating
okay,
the Blaziken?
this player is having
No, but
an
the Blaziken played
here,
well.
maybe we tailor our strategy a
Nouns should have
different way,
banned
but the
Blaziken.
confidence
I don't
is
think
there,
that's
they're
a
ready
healthy way to
go.
look at the game.
And it was kind of felt across all 5 players.
Yeah,
I think a lot of things
the
went
Mammo
wrong.
Swine, to me, when I saw that from YT, it feels like
Trainer
they
Zoro's
unlocked
crazy,
another
but
gear, right? They were doing whatever.
no
they were
matter
doing
how
with
crazy your
cylinders
Zoro
earlier,
is,
now they were
if he doesn't have a
unlocking
strong,
gears in this car.
Clearly,
excuse me, if he doesn't have a strong early game gank, it's not gonna be able to snowball.
This is our for fun thing, but we run again. If you recall,
He played Zoro once already, and Overlord played it. Or sorry, Trainer
also
played
the
it.
mechanics for that lot.
We wear a lot of hats around here, everybody. Speaking of wearing a lot of hats, somehow that should tie into Luminosity.
Let Spray goes on his both
Luminosity
sides
right now
crooked. Maybe he
is
likes it that way.
Looking pretty flawless, as we've talked about. They're not dropping any games. Curios / Overlord back. Of course, we have Trainer on that team who is looking pretty incredible, and Otter flexing to a really interesting role for him, right? Otter has been an attacker for a very long time, now kind of bringing that skill to the support role. And we see a lot of top players when sort of new teams are being made, they're moving around, kind of flex into different roles. And
Who's
they're
Zoro's
taking
crazier,
all
Overlord or
of the
Trainer?
valuable stuff they learned.
They're
from their
both good at
previous
different
role and
things, I
bringing
think.
it to their new role. We have that happening on Luminosity. We have the same thing happening on YT, where we see multiple members of YT.
I think Trainer is better at picking early game ganks and playing the macro on Zoro early on. I think Overlord's mechanics are like a little bit better, but they're both insane.
For a second, I mean, Otter slotting in.
That's not me, that's them.
Taller monitors for those in the booth that can
I
hear
think
us.
Overlord is a lot better at not dying. Like he's way better at illusioning and just his raw mechanics.
We did it in the draft here. As we
But so like Overlords, I mean, I don't know. They're both just insane. Like again, what is it that we said earlier? Comparison is a theft of joy, guys. Just be excited that you get to see the two best Zoroark players on the same team. They're both insane at it.
Here we go.
It's gonna matter what the other pick is to see who's gonna play it.
Darkrai right back the other way. Again, that's kind of a given. Slowbro, the final ban here. YT.
All right, LG banning out Pika.
And now the real question
I like the Leafeon ban from YT.
Snatch away this Snorlax also.
Problem is YT's hero pool isn't that deep.
Team YT in this moment.
Right? Like they don't. I don't think they even play Mimikyu.
Taking Umbreon right away for Slash. Slash, as I've said, for my money, maybe the best Umbreon player in the world.
Yeah, and really proved it at the final stretch last year when Slash was really angry.
Right, they don't really play Mimikyu. They don't, I mean, they play Miraidon, but Phil was not looking comfortable on it.
Most of it was playing Umbreon and really
They should pick Miraidon here, no doubt. You can't give the other team Umbreon Miraidon. And this draft shouldn't be that hard. You should already know what you're drafting here, guys. Let's go.
And it is not. They switch in the Snorlax. They are going to take
Okay, we're giving them Miraidon after we pick Double Tank. I would say the draft's already lost. I would say the draft is already over.
But I don't know if we see a play like that so early. We have Miraidon picked up by Curios right here, and finally Overlord locking in the Urshifu.
Like I think the draft's literally already. I think the game's already over. Miraidon farms double tanks, especially tanks that like Snorlax and Lapras that don't move around that much.
I gotta say, here comes
and they got Miraidon on the 2-3. So
I gotta say, when they take away
stacking good for Tourney as XP tank. It depends on your Pokemon that you're playing. On Umbreon, yeah. On other Pokemon, maybe not. The reason it's good on Umbreon is because Umbreon needs to get its level 4 early on, and scoring in the early game is a good way to get experience. So if you're naturally inclined to want to score anyways, you can get stacks that way.
Clicking through, seeing what that option is going to end up being, and remember their success.
Yeah, and their comp's looking pretty strong.
A bunch of
it's over for who? It's over for YT. I would give LG like
this is going to be interesting.
95.5 odds on draft alone.
It actually looks like they've just flexed it over to Phil. So if that's the case, maybe we don't see Fire Spin this time, and instead we see that Armor Cannon. It performs a little better in Path. At the same time,
YT's comp is just so bad.
It does play decently well into Zoroark because the entire time Zoroark's dashing around you, it's kind of caught in that spin, right? Now on the other side, SoSad Sam is running the Dazzling Gleam Aurora Veil build, or at least the Aurora Veil build, I should say. You could change that
Team YT,
if you would like.
They should have their draft planned out in the early phase of their draft, right? You know you want to ban Darkrai Leafeon no matter what the enemy team bans. You should anticipate that either Lax or Pika are going to get banned away from you, because that's what everyone this tournament's been doing into you. And you should also know that you're going to have to take one of Umbreon or Miraidon, right? Like, and this is a problem with Team YT. Like, Miraidon's such a powerful pick, and they don't look good on the Miraidon.
Being a best of 3, right? You have a lot of time for these two teams to suss each other out. Excuse me, a best of 5. You have a lot of time for these two teams to suss each other out, right? One game is not really going to put so much of a momentum advantage onto one.
Does Sam have any melee picks? No, I don't think so. Sam's more of like a mage guy.
What Luminosity is bringing is something they want to continue bringing throughout the rest of this tournament. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team, Team YT, your orange team. These are the semi-finals here at LAIC.
Whoa, what happened?
Racing squads from North America. The former world champs and the team that can somehow take down the former world champs time and time again. They really do give them trouble.
Going straight for the invade is Aquilo, putting tons of pressure on Trainer.
All right, so Aquilo, good invade here, obviously, to slow down the Zoro. I think they were anticipating an Urshi to be here, but it looks like LG knew that the Hoopa would go for the invade, and they just decided to send the Urshi topside. This is something that you'll see a lot of teams do, is just send the Urshi to the top side, and this way, if they get invaded, right, the Urshi gets to have a 2v1 lane, or the Zoro gets to win the invade, and both happened, right? Urshi had a 2v1 lane, so he's going to be close to level 5. Trainer wins the 1v1 farm into the Hoopa, so he's also fine. And now both of them are going to be level 5 here on time. And Water Bear's online, Zoroark's online, and I mean, Trainer's going to go down, so there's that at least. A little too aggressive.
There is not a good look. That's decent experience. Phil's still struggling to evolve right on the edge of level 5, and they're going to need to tick over quickly.
All right, well, let's see. Maybe YT can make it happen. Maybe YT can make it happen.
Sam and Phil hanging out in that central area, just making sure that somehow the Zoroark does not come back and give them a real problem. Up in the top path, we now have Otter and we have Fui going at it with a Kilo up here to support. So the
Song chosen for Lapras.
in the top path with Fui staying here. Trainer now making their way down to the bottom path, getting ready for this fight here in the center.
Nice.
Auroraville. Game's looking like Trainer's kind of getting shut down, but the problem is like you have Trainer and Overlord now, right? Like you one guy gets shot down, the other has the space to be able to play the game. But Sam is definitely cooking on the Avil.
Chaotic catching the receipt for the Aquilo that escaped.
Sam has a really interesting strategy here. I mean, I do think Dazzling Gleam Auroraville is being slept on pretty
What time Unite's gonna go tomorrow? Check the Unite Esports account. I think they tweeted the time for Sunday. I forget, but it should be there.
Really hard for them to combo into your team, right? It's just constant annoying pressure here. We do have the additional stun from Armor Cannon. We do see that is the Armor Rouge that Phil has decided to play right here. On the other side, Curios on that Miraidon already level 8.
That's going to be tough to contend with. You know, Curios is just going to be able to swing around the map and start putting a ton of damage in without putting...
Chaotic, heavy slam. He's gonna rest in the portal. Nice play. Gets that unstoppable. One thing Sam's doing a good job of is he's prepping his Scarf procs and then jumping in with Auroraville. Right, you're gonna see him do it again here. This portal is very risky to take. They managed to make it through, but that was scary. Do not come back. Oh. Phil went back. Sam didn't. They're gonna have the Reggie here. Oh, he sold it with portal. Why did Otter not go for the secure?
Something I want to mention that flew a little bit under the radar was Overlord having their Unite move and just comboing out Phil.
That's huge. That is, if there's momentum for YT, it's off of a Reggie steal like that. He got it with the portal damage. Good portal. But every time they come back, I mean, we're talking so much about Trainer and Overlord, we forgot that Curious is also playing the most broken character in the game. Because we decided to give them every strong character.
That is a rough look, and that goal zone is gone. 165 to 59. LG is all gas, no break.
That's right. Take a look at this right here. Urshifu, level 11 already. While the fights are going okay for Team YT in some of these moments here, level-wise, things are looking bad. I mean, Luminosity is just...
Yeah, I mean, XP is still so LG favored.
Their Zoroark is level 10, and again, Overlord on that Urshifu.
They have the means to hold this top side. He's taking a lot of damage. He needs up, but there's a Umbreon ult to steal his shield away anyways, because they also have the Umbreon character. Okay, Trainer's gonna go down. They're still holding on though. Yeah, I didn't actually like that push, but YT's holding on. They're holding on for their own. Sam is genuinely making Jungle A9 look really annoying. But if you like playing A9, you should take some notes from what Sam is doing. Pay attention to how he approaches the fights. If he has a wild Pokemon that he can set up off of, he's hitting it twice and then jumping in with Auroraville, so his first auto attack triggers Scarf and he immediately has the attack speed bonus in the team fight. He's gonna try to do it off the bottom Reggie if he can as well. You have to actually hit something, you can't just do it in the air. But alright, Hoopa Unite forced out. Aquilo is on 1, but that focus band, Charge Beam is gonna take him down. Eject Dazzling Gleam. I think the Dazzling Gleam missed, but the ult damage did connect. Without the snow stacks, so the ult does way less damage, so he didn't manage to get that good combo. And yeah, I mean, KO streak of 3 for Kyrgios.
Yeah, wow. There you go. Luminosity taking this. Phil having to pull back towards his goal. Not really able to make much happen here. Armor Rouge really not putting up much of a fight. His trainers coming in with that big time Unite move. That's another one down on the side of Team YT. And again,
Like I said, like YT's holding on their own, but they gave up an insane draft to some of the most talented players in the world. Like you gotta set yourself up a little bit better here. I don't even think they knew what they wanted to pick in their first 2 picks. They went lax Lapras. There's no way that's actually what they wanted, right?
Yeah, I mean,
They got Hoopa. It's nice that they got Hoopa, but they gave up Umbreon Miraidon. You cannot give Umbreon Miraidon to the same team unless you get something crazy in return for it, and they didn't. Why is YT obsessed with Lax? Because Lax is really good for double range comps, because he's really tanky, he can hold pads, and he sets up ganks really well, and it's something Chaotic's comfortable with. Also strong laner. And Team YT is almost by default gonna be playing double ranged if Phil's gonna play a ranged Pokemon, because Sam only plays ranged. Right? I don't know if Phil's gonna want to bring out some of his more crazy picks.
Because this player carries so incredibly hard, they feed him very well. Anything that's up that can be taken by Overlord, they're going to let Overlord take it and hit those huge breakpoints. He's about to hit level 15 in just a moment here before Rayquaza. 10 seconds now until Ray hits the board. And I got to say, YT is in a really horrible spot. It's going to be very tough to win this. If they can get a nice moment where they move in, hang out in the Aurora Veil for all of that damage reduction, and stun multiple members of Luminosity, we could see a big win for them, but it's going to be hard.
Flash going right through the...
Alright, we kind of used our Veil early. Lapras goes in. Snorlax goes in as well. Big shield steal from Slash. Slash is going to end up going down. There's a big Miraidon ult in the back. Overlord's low, but not low enough. Phil's gets down really low. And it wasn't that one-sided of a fight. It was kind of close. But kind of close isn't really enough.
That's right, the whole squad's gone. They're ripping down Rayquaza right now. Unite move from Trainer. They take Ray. Game number 1. It looks like it's heading over to Luminosity. It's going to be hard to stop these scores. Mew pushing in. Nice heavy
Move to get an advantage. Like, when you're playing a team that's talented, you can't give them, like, you can't give them the best things in the draft unless you do what we saw Tuzzy do, right? Tuzzy gave up all the strong Pokemon, but they had like a plan in mind, right? They had like a composition that functions differently than the norm. Team YT's kind of just playing like a basic comp that they would play anyways, but they're putting themselves into a comp that's on paper really strong. Like, they need to just, I mean, you're kind of just screwed if you can't play Miraidon in this meta, because they can't afford to ban it. Definitely not from second pick. First pick, Team YT might have a better chance, because from first pick, Team YT doesn't have to ban Darkrai at least. They do play Miraidon. I don't think Phil wants to play it. We saw Phil play it one game and it did not look good.
Right? We always saw Slash pushing forward, but who was right behind them? Otter with the coaching, able to help them get in and out, just being a harassing core duo, always living on the side of the map of YT.
Really nice stuff there from Luminosity. It felt like they had total control of that match, and they really had a great control of what was happening from the draft here, able to take away a lot of the components that...
In Phil's words, Miraidon is not as crazy as y'all think. I think a lot of times, like, your individual performance on a Pokemon can influence your evaluation of it. Like, Kyrgios looked like he did really well. Kyrgios made Miraidon look really good. I don't know. Toon made Miraidon look really good. Dawnlux made Miraidon look really good. all the other Miraidon players have made it look really good.
Here we're just going to see them show what the squad can do. This is actually when Aquilo, I believe, comes back and kind of cheeses the basement Reggie for the team, trying to give him a chance. Lapras Express to bring everybody in, but that was just...
This is best of 5. The semifinals are best of 5s, guys. Miraidon is broken. Miraidon is broken. Have any teams looked to skip bans this tournament to force OP stuff? There was a game where Nouns got Darkrai, Miraidon, Umbreon. They got everything. We'll upload it to the YouTube.
During that Ray fight, when, to the credit of YT, they found a way in, they got a decent engage, able to take care of Slash and set themselves up with a player advantage, but you called it out. Those meteors crashing into the Thea Sky Ruins hit every single soul that YT had on the map.
Yeah, beautiful plays there from Kyrgios, an attacker that I think they desperately were missing last year on Luminosity. You know, when Kyrgios is on, he is one of the best attackers in the game. And you're seeing that here up on the big stage in our semifinals. Now, this is a best of 5, so these teams are going to have another opportunity at a game here. And even if YouTube...
And then they lost. How's production doing today? Pretty good. I'd say there was one really disappointing thing that happened, but other than that, it was pretty good.
Be there. Cancel your plans. I don't care what it is. It doesn't matter if you're going to the doctors. Cancel your plans.
Cancel your plans. Action item for everybody, like we said, be here. Tune in for our first time on Sunday, and one of these two teams' first time on Sunday as well.
That's right. Both of these teams getting ready for it. Ban of the Pikachu. Ban of the Darkrai looks like it's coming. We've got Leafeon, we've got Mew banned. This is interesting. So I wonder if
The thing about how LG will perform in Japan, if LG were to win, how would they look in Japan? I think they would look really good. I think they would look really strong. Is Phil off tank permanently? Looks like it. All right, okay. Draft's underway again. LG doing the same bans, as in taking away Pikachu. YT wants to get rid of that Leafeon. I don't really like these Mew bans, right? What are you doing? You're forcing Otter to play Hoopa? Hoopa's a broken Pokemon. Miraidon is up. LG is just denying stuff away from YT, so they picked the Snorlax high. And there we go. YT finally coming down and deciding to pick the Miraidon. Maybe, what if Sam plays it? What if Sam just plays Miraidon?
When it goes well, all right, I'll fly under the radar a little bit. When it doesn't go great, I'll fly under the radar a little bit.
Put Phil on like Metagross or something.
Cutting sometimes with Lapras specifically because they just leave Fui in the top path all game long.
Put Phil on Metagross, put Sam on Miraidon, and Chaotic on a tank, and then Aquilo can play Umbreon. Or support, and then Chaotic plays Umbreon. There we go. Told you. Guys, this is why you tune in to my draft analysis. I always have the read on them.
So we can see Chaotic flex into this
You gotta sometimes, you know what they say about poker? You don't draft against the Pokemon, you draft against the player. Don't play the hands, play the mans. Play with men.
Counterpoint, looking across the way, I really like Luminosity Gaming's draft here. Just on paper, it looks strong, pretty well rounded. Yep. But when you start considering,
You don't play the D's, you play the nuts.
take away from the other team at the same time, I'm very confident if I'm LG that
All
our
right.
draft went the way.
So, how do we set up our lanes here? Chaotic, it's probably Chaotic, Phil bottom, Fui Aquilo top. So, Umbreon, Metagross bottom, Lapras L top, and then Miraidon jungle. And then LG will have Snorlax. It might be Snorlax Invade. But maybe probably just Snorlax bot.
Which which a team like LG can use creatively, right? You pull a berry to your side to actually give somebody, namely Slash, the speed boost from the passive of the Snorlax to help it engage into fights better.
Metagross that good, or is it Team YT's best monster for their comp? Metagross is decent into LG's comp, right? It's a tanky all-rounder that can help you set up fights. But more importantly, Miraidon needs... They're not, like... Phil is not good at Miraidon. So they need to let someone else play it. Sam is really good at the mages. Let Sam play it. And Phil can play something else he's better at, which like Metagross. Okay, so they sent Phil into the jungle instead, and then Sam's going in the bot lane. That's fine too. Curious on the guard on the bottom side. And they're just raw Urshiing top. I think the raw Urshi top is fine, especially when you have Hoopa. Right? LG has actually a really weak early game comp. They theoretically like should be pretty hard losing out the gate here. Right? Now LG are better laners, like they're better skilled players. But composition wise, like their comp is not good in the early game. They have a weak early jungler, like until he gets 5 obviously. Urshi that struggles in the early. And then Guard who struggles in the early as well. Alright, Mimikyu gets spotted. Sam needs to eject back. Trainer has his battle item still, but he's gonna go down actually. And that 4-player rotation looking good from YT. It's what they've been doing all tournament. It's what has led them to make it this far. But it meant that Overlord's able to get his level 5 and now Water Bear's online.
They trade the Lapras for the Mimikyu, a better trade for the side of YouTube, no question.
Yeah, I agree. Trainer can't be too excited.
And now bottom side, I mean, Kyrios is level 6 because YT did the rotation and Kyrios just stayed bottom and got all the farm. So this would, in theory, be a better trade for YT, but the fact that Kyrios got the free farm bottom side means that isn't actually that good for them. And Overlord just gets to do whatever he wants because Team YT doesn't have a lot of portal interrupts. And now at this point, the comp's already looking kind of hard to play out from here. Slash is going to go down.
Yeah, and sometimes when you go down as a supporter or defender, your job is really to be the
Lapras is good against Urshifu because of Lapras. I don't know what that means. Oh, passive? I mean, if they're both even leveled and the Lapras is high leveled, maybe. But Lapras needs level 11 to really out-sustain Urshi if he goes Perish Song. If he went Water Pulse, he would be able to live at level 5, but with Perish, you don't get the guaranteed boosted autos.
Level-wise, things are looking pretty good, but it's actually a bit better for YouTube in game number 2 right here. Slash putting up a little bit of a wall. The Thunder moving in. Overlord starting the rip right here.
Going right on top of Chaotic. Chaotic gets put down quickly into the back line as Overlord. They're trying to get to So Sad Sam.
Phil's got his ult in the back. Objective's gonna go to Trainer. Overlord did go down, and so did Trainer there in the big couple KOs for the side of YouTube.
So they're not able to get the objective, but it does feel like YouTube had a very good.
Yeah, I think YouTube's pretty happy with that.
KOs, and it looks like YouTube is very close to Luminosity right now in level. A lot closer than game number 1. LG not running away with this one yet.
No, not quite yet. Curious in a good position, though, to pounce on an unsuspecting member of YT. I just saw the Shadow Sneak rope in from a range of far away. Otter going to kick around, going to see what's going on up top, and we're kind of slowing down this pace a little bit.
Yeah, it actually feels like Luminosity is, getting hurt a little bit by some of these engagements, and they are deciding not to play so aggressively. I say that as Overlord moves in, looking for a KO right here. Phil into the top path, trying to make something happen. Caught by the Gardevoir Unite. Is not going to give a big enough.
It's not looking good for YT, guys.
In this top path, looking to break it with a real nice overcap for Luminosity.
It's not looking good for YT.
164 to 23. Yeah, they slowed things down. All they were really doing is waiting.
At this point, like once the Water Bear and Mimikyu have their levels, YT's kind of lost their window where they had a chance to be able to be strong in this game, right? What I think will win
Was it an awesome reaction by LG?
LG's looking pretty strong.
Now we have Otter here, level 9.
But I don't know.
The question really is, are they going to use this to push this goal zone?
There's still a whole other bottom side of the bracket, right?
Somewhere else on the map. We have this Unite move available, but it looks
Good
like
block by Slash. And Reggie Alecki walks in.
That pings in, and we've got the Overlord using his Unite move. 22 hits racked up on the Water Bear. There's still
Nice Unite move from Kyrios.
now we're going rings unbound. I don't know if it's to save everybody, bring everybody through to score their points. Yes, they're closing out that goal zone.
Bell's gonna go down. Nice shadow sneak from Trainer.
But Trainer wants to stick around and get another one. They go straight. They hit the Eldegoss with the shadow sneak, but it didn't follow up there.
Yeah, I think they said, all right. I think we did pretty good here. We don't want to give up a KO right now. 23-72. You know, earlier I talked about how YT has historically done pretty well against LG, that they were at times their kryptonite. Well, I didn't say that Luminosity was necessarily Superman. Might be Spider-Man right now. Kryptonite doesn't even affect them.
No, it does. It's just a weird rock.
Yeah.
Who gets bungled out by a weird rock? Not LG, apparently.
Not LG. Not the Spider-Man of Pokemon Unite.
The newly dubbed. All right, Overlord pushing forward. Chaotix just has to sit on pad. Slash has done a great job not using block for anything.
Rough times for YT for sure.
Singularity gonna pull people to the middle, 2 players down in an instant. You didn't even see their health bars go away. They just went 100 to 0. Akilo gonna crash land a little bit. And
Decision like this is easy to pinpoint one player and their mistakes, but at the end they're a team, and if they lose, it's because of everyone. I think that's like a very happy-go-lucky way to look at things.
One thing I love seeing Overlord.
And yeah, you win as a team and you lose as a team. But the reality is like Pokemon Unite is a game that you have to play very, very tight and close. Like, you have to play as close to perfect as you can. And if one player drops the ball, they drop the ball, you know? Like, that's just, it's not an easy truth to swallow. But there's definitely been moments today alone, in today's tournament alone, where an individual player has costed their team the game.
Luminosity right now not putting a lot of pressure on this Reggie Alecki. YouTube needs them to immediately. Whether they get it or not doesn't really matter for YouTube. It cannot be walking to their main base close to the 2-minute mark.
5 people shooting the winning 3. Yeah, I mean, if one guy keeps turning over the ball over and over again, right? Doesn't matter how well your team is shooting it. Like, the one guy's just giving the other team the ball every time he gets it.
Try to get rid of it now, but they've waited a little while here, and if it goes towards their side, this could be a big mistake moving towards this fight right here.
Big rings.
All right, YT wants to make this the Ray fight because this Reggie Alecki is gonna be really scary. Problem is YT doesn't have any Unite moves, and Trainer's about to kill everyone. Oh, he went down. Meta's still alive.
The other way, but you have to think Luminosity's in the advantage here. 207, 206, 205, 204.
This is
Sorry, who? No, that's not what I'm saying.
I mean, the clock is ticking down. Reggie Alecki walking towards their main base. If they just let them take Rayquaza, it's over. If Reggie walks, it could still be.
And yeah, LG just gets to burn Ray.
Regardless, an absolute clinic from Luminosity Gaming. This match was not even close because it looked like Team YT was actually playing the former world champs today.
And look, Reggie Alecki might hit 2 to make all the scores.
This is a best of 5.
Free as well, 452 to 95. And I'll tell you
Jumping on the person who made a mistake as a scapegoat and kick them while they're down is terrible team behavior. You need to attempt to cover each other's mistakes as well as possible. I'm not arguing with you guys, right? For sure, you have to be a team. And in the moment, in the middle of a tournament, no, you're not going to put down your teammate. That's dumb, right? In the middle of the tournament, you have to play your heart out, and everyone has to be accountable for everyone, right? But when everything is said and done, and you look back at it, if you have 1 or 2 players who drop the ball, and those players also are the ones that aren't putting in the work and practicing as much, then like you have to call that out, right? Like, I think this is a thing that I think the community in general and Unite, and maybe in just sports in general, esports in general gets wrong a lot of times is a lot of you guys assume that everyone is trying their hardest. And that's not the case. Not everyone's not trying their best. I could tell you right now, there's a lot of sorry people in competitive Pokemon Unite and in competitive esports in general that aren't putting in the work that other people are putting in. Right? How many people are playing, like staying up till 3 a.m. and playing Fortnite and Mario Party when they could be practicing the game, looking at their own footage, analyzing the drafts, right? The players that consistently put in more effort are the ones that rise to the top. Right? And the ones that are staying up and playing Pocket and Fortnite and, you know, all these other games and they're not putting in the work. Like, you can't just say everyone's trying their best. Everyone isn't trying their best.
But a lot of them are being stolen by Luminosity as these matches are going on. Sam coming out there with 80,000 damage, but on the other side you got multiple 80,000 damage. Overlord, Trainer, and Curios.
Stop it, Inder. You're not even a champion. Can't even go to Worlds. My bad, bro.
Saw that earlier out of a team like Fusion that also has a great support core, which lets these other Pokemon off the chain.
Now I like Fwee on this lap.
Don't know any of the any pros really shot at them. I'm obviously not gonna give you guys any names of any person, but just know it's not one person I'm talking about. It's not one person. There's like at least 10 people I could be talking about.
It's not as impactful as maybe some other top path Pokemon would be. I wonder if Fwee has anything else that he's planning on playing.
Yeah, I've not seen Fwee flex to anything else all weekend.
Do you think it's harder for them to learn speedsters or higher skill mons? Of course it's harder to master the higher skill mons, yeah?
Once again, 81,000 damage, 11 knockouts.
Of course.
47 points scored, and you can see consistently playing a curse item, the attacker player here on Luminosity Gaming, making sure that whatever...
Stop, bro. If you think I give a crap about what some of the people in the YouTube chat have to say, like, the last people I need to prove myself to are chatters and YouTube. I'm good.
The NA representative dispatching another NA representative, and quite unceremoniously.
That does not bother me in the slightest.
You got to be pretty excited about either one of these teams moving forward, but I think a lot of people would say...
Got too focused on grinding Wordle. God damn it, Cass. To say allegedly after naming them, there's no point. What am I gonna gain by kicking people while they're down, or like there's nothing to gain from it. I know because I've been that person before. When I played Dota, right? Like I was good at Dota, but when we would finish scrims, I would go and play some random games, and my teammates would go and try harder, right? Like, was I the reason we lost? Maybe not. But was I the reason that we won? Also maybe not. Right? And that was a lesson that I had to learn when I was much younger, that if I want to play in a professional esport, you have to conduct yourself as a professional. And a part of conducting yourself as a professional is putting in all the energy you have into wanting to improve. Because if you don't do it, someone else will. Right? And for some people, and for a lot of you guys, just being here on the stage is enough, right? Like a lot of you guys are like, bro, YouTube is sick. They're like top 4. Yeah, they're gonna lose to LG, but they made it here. And I agree with you. That's really cool that YT made it all the way here. And I'm not taking a dig at YT, right? I'm just using them as an example because they're in front of us. Like, for me, right, I have the mentality that if I'm gonna play in a game, I want to win. And again, not speaking on any of the players in this game in particular, but saying that it's a team game and everyone's accountable is like a very like fairy tale way of approaching life, right? Sometimes you lose because your team lost, and that's okay. Sometimes you lose because some guy on your team spent all night on the Ferris wheel instead of practicing the game. And that's okay to admit that. It's okay to admit that an individual can bring down 5 people, 4 people.
They are getting handled quite handily by LG.
Yeah, that's what you do with hands. You handle things.
A lot of pro players Unite's a hobby, and many of them have jobs and other commitments, so it's understandable they don't put 100% in the game. I agree. It's understandable they don't put 100% into the game. But what I think is unacceptable as a professional is if you're not putting in 100% or a big portion of your free time into the game. If you have school, job, family, that comes first, right? Family and education and work is gonna come first, right? Especially family. But if you're gonna, instead of playing Unite, play Mario Party, then you're just trolling your teammates.
Sao Paulo, Brazil for the 2025 season, and not everything can be related to a car, ladies and gentlemen.
But if you are looking for a used 1992, I'm just kidding. I won't go through the whole thing.
Well, you know, part of me wishes you did, but part of me is glad you didn't. As we have YT Luminosity up next, we are waiting for these teams to.
You like Trainer's Mario Party streams? Trainer works very hard. Trainer is obviously not an issue to stream. I'm mostly talking about the people that didn't even make it this far.
All around, we can't see Otter, but I believe he's smiling even harder than the others.
Either that or he's taking a nap, like in that player picture he has. I will say, can we tip a cap to the absolute flex of Slash wearing his world's champion jacket on stage?
Yeah, it's a pretty bold move, you know. Everyone's got the LG jersey and Slash right there.
Think anyone will pick Jigglypuff? Wiggly? Maybe. We could see some Wiggly.
The highest placement you can get.
Yeah, winning the World Championships is #1. It's even bigger than a monthly cup.
All these misty flippings, you're never gonna make it.
Obviously on stage, we are not. We're still in the booth, and they have authorized us to do 6 to 7.
For sure, like it's important to take mental breaks to do other things. You can't just 100% focus on Unite all day long. But there's a limit to it, right? Like if you Unite API someone on your team or someone in a competitive team, and they've played 5 games of Pokemon Unite in the last 5 days, that's a problem.
Yeah, those tires lacking
Darkrai passive stack on Yan? It does, yeah.
On the other hand, LG rolling.
Yeah, absolutely rolling.
You have a 60% win rate this season at 1600. Congratulations, good job.
They are indeed. They are trying to leave YT in their rearview mirror. I think that's 4.
Yeah, it's even better. And you know, if they're looking in their rearview mirror and they're seeing the grand finals,
There is still a game 5, so it's not over for YT.
because they're just 1 game away from these grand finals. How many did we hit? Is that 5 so
It
far?
feels like 5, and the last one will be top off your windshield wiper fluid before the winter months.
Yeah, it would be smart to do that. And you know, I always like to just have some napkins. Keep them in your glove box. You never know what's going to happen.
Non-perishable snacks in case you get put into a bad position. You're stuck. Having a little bit of sustenance is important.
Yeah, and not a bad idea.
You turn into a pro stream and they don't know mechanics interactions. Yeah, I mean, that's just a problem in Unite in general. I've had my fair share of run-ins with people that just don't know how the game works in some aspects. Obviously, not everyone's going to know every little interaction in the game. I will, because I'm the best, but there's a limit to it, right?
Right here, obviously they have our audio in their headsets, taking all of these, you know, car metaphors.
That Curious laugh.
Curious
He's like that. Those are good.
Nasty Plot plus Purple Bubbles combo work on Darkrai. You gotta put the bubble on them first, and then either bubble them again or auto attack them. And then once you put them to sleep, then your next auto will be a ranged auto that does super damage. And if you're Nasty Plot, it'll do super duper damage. Why'd Phil stop being a tank? I don't know, bro. I think he just wanted to play attacker. Pick a number for your TCU underpick. Go with 4. 4.
No, not at all. And we kind of
Bottom
see
left.
when LG's making these runs, they don't tend to lose games, right? They're never another game 3, another game 3, another game 3. Just eking it out, just eking it out. It is dominate, 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 win.
Yeah.
A connect for coach? What do you mean?
Getting ready here. Team YT. They've had an incredible run here.
Charmander with cool art. Told you.
It might be cut short before they have an opportunity to see those grand finals. A great start to the season, I have to say, for North
Metafight coaching? I do coaching, yeah. I've been really busy lately, though, but we could maybe set something up. When bees spawn based on outer pads broken, I could tell you, I said it when I like explained how that works on stream like a year ago, and I said it then. I'll say it now. There's still pro players that couldn't tell you how the bee spawns work, which, I mean, it's a pretty important part of the game. What's my favorite team comp? I like comps that have a little bit of everything. And I like it when they have Hoopa. Like a Hoopa comp that has like a speedster, an attacker, and an all-rounder, which is what LG is picking a lot of, right? They're picking really balanced comps. Right? They're going like something that fights brawls on like a melee basis, one that brawls in the back line, some range damage, a Hoopa that kind of rounds everything together, and a tank.
I was going to say, this is the moment we'll find out if the Garchomp was intentional or not. Quickly going to Urshifu makes...
They don't know their spawn location or the specific times, the location, or the time based on the pads. Based off Phil stream, I heard him say it's because Chaotic wasn't cutting his attacker, so they swap positions. Maybe. Again, I'm not going to take anyone's word from it in chat. Honestly, I wouldn't even take Phil's word for it on stream. I don't know if Phil actually means that. If he's saying, I think my teammates suck, so we swapped roles. I think he might be, you know, joking, but I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. You'd have to ask them. What do I think of 2 defenders, 3 attackers? It depends on the defenders, it depends on the attackers, it depends on what the enemy team has.
Taking that away from Slash, giving Chaotic an option, but we've also seen Aquilo play it as well.
And here we have Maridon locking in and Trainer locking in that.
My guess is YT is going to pick some crazy stuff now.
A lot of what they are looking for right here. We could see Phil pull out the Pikachu, and it looks like we do, as well as
Nope, never mind. Maybe they're just going to go with their own bread and butter.
They just don't have that final component that they'd be looking for, which is Gardevoir.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming, I think, expected every single one of those picks. Right? When they selected Leafy on Maridon, they're like...
Did I watch Japan games? No, I've only watched LAIC today. I watched a little bit of ACL India, like a little bit, but that was it. Trying to play Mew support, and after a rough matches, you're 8 wins, 4 losses. Nice, nice.
And I don't think they're too upset about it. Honestly, I mean, it has not looked great in the
Bird spawn times change slightly when the goals are broken. Yes, I'm not gonna go over it right now, but yes.
Yeah, no, I mentioned earlier, I don't think I've seen Fui on anything.
The spawn timers change depending on when the birds get knocked down relative to the pads being up. Their spawn time and location. I have my wild Pokemon video I think should cover it. I don't know, maybe I don't have like a dedicated video on it. That's something I could make in the future.
Surprised we're not seeing something like Blaziken as well, which I think if Overlord's having fun with something like Rapid Strike or Shifu, Blaziken.
I'm tired, guys.
Gyarados, a little more deliberate of an all.
One thing about there not being a lot of delays today means that there's so much watching the game.
Slash is a really deliberate all-rounder, and Gyarados feels, interestingly to me, I think it feels similar with how you have to play around your bounds.
Guarded target ban on Sam. Yeah, but a lot of Team YT's comps, like a lot of the very specific things that Team YT picks, works because of Gardevoir, right? Like the Snorlax is really good because it makes it so that despite having something weak in the early game, you have something strong on the Snorlax to counteract it, right? Snorlax also has Heavy Slam, Eject, Yawn to set up plays for the Gardevoir. They pick a lot of Mean Look Umbreon, something that's really good for Gardevoir. Volt Tackle Pika synergizes well with Guard. Like, Guard is like an important part of their comp.
And they have punched their ticket.
Completely splitting the central area up here, grabbing a buff and then rotating down.
None of my Alakazam showed up for Wonder Pig. That's a scam. I might have to make a new video on the Altaria spawn timer.
Trainer right now looking to make something happen.
Someone remind me to add that to my notes tomorrow. Review of ACL India. Maybe next week we'll go back and watch them. This weekend I'm busy with LAIC. I didn't. Maybe I did. I don't. It might have been a really long time ago. Maybe it's just a good time to make a new one.
Almost all but guaranteed, right? When you get a quality pick like that. Trainer kind of baited leaving and now is sitting back to rotate up top for these 8.
Mons are good and competitive with booty and solo queue. I wouldn't say there's anything that's like polarizing like that. There's characters that are strong, very strong and competitive that aren't as strong in solo queue. Those tend to be like supporters generally, like Blissey and Hoopa. But there's something that's like good and competitive but bad in solo. Mew's like probably a good example that is a lot better in competitive, but it's not that it's bad in solo queue. You need on Armor Rouge? I think Armor Cannon sucks. I think Fire Spin's okay.
All the players are meeting in the middle for a 4-person skirmish over those birds. They populate on the map. All the moves go in. Straight to the back line is Trainer using that Razor Leaf to put damage on.
Cassidy, thanks for the $10 super chat. People acting like they need to know when in reality they aren't smart enough to use the useful information. One thing I learned, and I'm sorry if you guys want to be more focused on the game, you guys should go watch the official streamer Chris's. Kind of just talking over it to pass time until the next series starts. We'll pay more attention deeper in the game. But one thing I learned a lot from other games and being on the receiving end of consuming content is that it's cool to showcase the intricate stuff even if it's not relevant for people, you know? Like a lot of the things I talk about, it's not going to be useful for you guys in your solo queue games, but I don't talk about it because I'm trying to make you better solo queue players. I talk about it because I enjoy talking about it, and I also think maybe it'll inspire someone, you know, in the future to want to think about games like that in the future. Right? Like I learned so much from other games like 10-15 years ago from other people's content. Did I apply that knowledge in that moment? No. But it definitely inspired me to think of the game in that kind of way. And I don't know, it's just fun to learn. But yeah, I'm very well aware that all of you guys are idiots. And half the stuff I say, you will not know. Like, it won't actually be that helpful for you.
Almost unlocking that very powerful Unite move through Gyarados where you're able to dive under the map and pop up and create a huge fight.
What the frick?
In the mean look, tons of damage raining in on Overlord. They are quickly dispatched up.
All right, let's pay attention to this game a little bit.
Trying to surf the Blastoise away and combat water with water. Unfortunately, it doesn't do quite too much. The Thunder tracking through Team YT.
Ooh, nice
Mean Look catches out Otter. He's not gonna be able to agility in time. Yeah, whenever the Mean Look connects, it's a KO for sure. But there's the counter, there's the Lapras ult. Blast ult. They don't have the damage left now though.
And now we're sieging the goal zone. A moment of life from YouTube snuffed out like a violent pillow getting smothered over your face. They absolutely throttled them.
Yeah, incredible fight there from Luminosity as they've been having all.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm fans of YT. I think this tournament was good for them. Right? They made it to the semifinals. That's great. And I think it's a good opportunity for them to go home and know what they need to work on, right? Like, it feels bad to count them out with 5 minutes left in game number 3. But let's be real, like I don't think they're gonna be able to solve the issues that they have in a 5-minute span in the middle of a game, right? But looking back, all of them need to expand their hero pool, right? I think they need to have better draft preparation, right? We saw them have a game where they didn't know what to pick at the start of the draft. You should never be confused for your first 2 picks of draft unless the enemy team did something insane, right? In game, like unless like a Darkrai got unbanned or something, most of these you should have draft lines prepared well in advance, right? And to see YT scramble was not good, right? To see them like give up Miraidon in so many of these games and genuinely believe it's not strong, like they got to just go back to the drawing board a little bit and get a little bit better. Ex-YT player, they all have really weak mental. I've been there. I've played with these. I've stacked with these guys. I scrimmed with these guys. I've been on a team with them for like a week. They definitely have very high highs and low lows, which isn't the best thing to have in competitive sports, but that's who they are. Whatever help coach YT on draft or comps? Only if they wanted it, maybe. I don't think it's... I wouldn't reach out to a team and be like, let me help you. I think that's a little beyond me. But if they reached out and they thought I would be valuable for them, maybe I would work something out. My time is not cheap though, okay? I'm a busy guy. I gotta get my 3 hours of brain rotting on YouTube Shorts a day. What are they running on Miraidon? A lot of the Miraidons are running Spoon, Choice Incense, or Spoon Wise Incense. Pretty much you always want Spoon, and then your other 2 items you can flex around. Incense is really strong if you're going Charge Beam, and if you're going Electro Drift, Energy Amp, or Shell Bell, it can be really helpful. I've seen some focus bands on Miraidon as well. Miraidon's just a broken Pokemon though. But if you're Charge Beam, you tend to just want to have 3 strong damage items. You want to have stuff that helps you farm the lane faster and, you know, carry the game. Why Fui doesn't pick Speedster and Brawlers? I don't know. I feel like Fui should be playing more than Blast and Lapras, but sometimes people have a way that they approach the game, and that's what they want to, how they want to approach it, you know? All right. Let's see. We're at the Ray fight. Let's give them a fighting chance. We're going to send YT home. We got to send them home with a bang. Otter forced to use his Unite. He's looking for an engage. They find Pika. Blocks the boosted auto, but forces the eject. Unite move used on the Gyarados, but Gyarados still has ult. Fui's ult doesn't get much. Another Surf from Otter. That was a really good Mew play. Snorlax also went down without using his Unite. But LG doesn't have a lot of damage on Ray. They need to kind of close this game out. Sam got caught too, though. Oh, don't step up far yet. Okay, Gyarados still has ult. I think Phil didn't know that Gyara had ult, but in comp, you gotta be calling these things out, right? Like, Gyara still has ult. It's over. It's over. There's only 30 seconds left. Amp on Mariah. Yeah, Amp's solid too. Problem with Amp in these games is like you want your Miraidon to be as strong as possible in the lane, and dropping a damage item for Amp means that your pre-level 9 is a lot weaker. Into the hands of that hungry Miraidon, and it chewed them up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There you see it. Luminosity Gaming, the 2-time Otter's really good on me, yeah. We'll be heading to the grand finals here at LAIC. Dispatching an incredible team in Team YouTube, but it didn't look too tough for them. Luminosity looks like a force. No, they literally... YT just doesn't feel like they have the synergy that LG does. You think it was a synergy diff? I think just like in solo queue, sometimes it's not synergy. I don't think LG just had grid synergy. I think they just player for player kind of outmatched them.
You know, when you think about it, they're actually really dang good. The world champs looking like world champs once again.
Or it's synergy. Arjun looks boring to play. You gotta clock in. You gotta do your job.
Stealing away the Lapras. Slash really doing some work here too. Overlord and Trainer, interestingly.
ITC had a good run. Hey, they made it to the semifinals. They made it to the semifinals. They had a good time.
When they're chasing down that Pikachu in the final moments, Phil uses that Unite move, and Gary immediately diving under, just waiting for that
Chill,
KO.
drive to the lake, chill out, and watch the birds.
Especially after, as you said, that
Nah, you got me wrong. I wouldn't try to motorcycle.
we're gonna send it up now.
Motorcycles are dangerous.
Might even be a bigger stage with Zoinks.
Diffs them bar for bar, Riz for Riz. True. Single elimination, yeah. No loser bracket is monkey business. It is what it is.
3-0 finish. I mean, that feels amazing. Now, Luminosity headed towards a championship.
Your opportunity to lose games is on day one in the group stage. After that, everyone loses the safety net.
You get to rest for a night and then play on Sunday. I mean, is there going to be anything different about a grand finals performance for you tomorrow?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't expect, no matter what team goes to grand finals, it'll ever be a 3-0, especially after both teams get to rest and they get to do some prep for tomorrow. So I think tomorrow's going to be one of the best international grands. The players are going to be full rested. They're going to have they're going to be sharp. They're going to have good drafts. So it's going to be exciting for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, I know. We are all waiting for that grand final, and you're going to find out your opponent very quickly here, as we're going to have 2Z Esports going up against Praga. It's going to be a very intense matchup.
That'll be a good match.
Who do you want to play? Who do you think you're going to play? Any predictions from Overlord?
Oh man, I feel like that's so hard to predict. Both the teams looked very, very good today. Obviously, Praga beating Fusion, one of the top teams, and then Tussie beating Nouns, which is also one of the top teams. So I don't know. I honestly think the game could go to 5. I think it could be anyone's game, but.
All right, well, you'll catch Overlord front and center watching the whole match, I guarantee it. It's going to be awesome. Now, final question. I mean, Luminosity's played a whole lot of stuff.
Don Lux at school?
You got one
I think
more
he's finally
match guaranteed
graduated.
for this event. Any special spice that you've been hiding? Any secrets that LG still has in the tank?
We'll just have to.
I think T1 will keep the same roster for next
Still,
season.
more questions
I
and
hope so.
riddles. Back to you two, Spraggles and Doop Snacks.
Thank you very much, Zoinks, aka the Riddler of Pokemon Unite. What an incredible series for LG as they get ready to head to our
I'll be right back.
finals. We should talk a little bit about the player of the game. We should talk a little bit about the bracket so far. Our is Trainer.
Luminosity Gaming, stats, 500. I don't know why I just started reading left to right. I'm an idiot. Leafeon with Razor Leaf looked great. Trainer, this is a Pokemon, they actually kind of brought Razor Leaf into the meta way back when everybody else was playing Solar Blade. Unsurprising, they're still with this Pokemon. Unsurprising, they're having this performance. Unsurprising, this team is winning.
Yeah, I mean, LG just looks incredible here. And here is our bracket. It is almost completed. LAIC is almost in the book. Luminosity Gaming looking pretty dang flawless. 2-0, 3-0, making their way to the grand finals. Now, down in this bottom set, you just heard Overlord talk about it. It's so true. Fusion taken down by Plaga. That's an upset. Nouns Esports by 2Z Esports. I would say that's probably an upset as well. So you've got two Giant Slayers getting ready to go into the grand finals against the Giants themselves, the world champions. I can't wait to see who is going to win this thing. We will be right back with our final semifinals match of the day. Do not go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't you dare go anywhere. Don't you dare.
Don't. I guess we're not going anywhere,
I don't think
actually.
we're going.
Alright, I'm back. Can't believe Nouns lost? Yeah. Sad. Definitely sad. Every team doesn't switch so many players after this event like every team did. The problem with like roster changes, guys, is that I know from the outside looking in, it looks like the roster changes are a result of like what happened at the previous tournament. But a lot of times, like, the roster changes are like writing on the wall, you know? Like, these are like things that would have happened a while ago, but you can't, you know? Like, you have to think of it, LAIC registrations were like almost 2 months ago, right? If within those 2 months and the next month where the next tournament is, like, the issues that happen in a roster could have happened at any point in those 3 months, right? In that 3 month span. It's not necessary that something happened at this event and that's what forced them to change their team. Something could have happened leading up to LAIC, but you're locked in with that team. You've booked your tickets, you're already ready to go. You have to play with this team. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Hard to follow from a fan's perspective. I agree. It does suck. Like, I don't think anyone's stoked about doing roster changes all the time. Not the players, not the fans. But I'm just trying to give some perspective from the other side of the aisle, right? Like, a lot of people want to just believe in like the fairy tale that you just stick it out and everything will work out on its own. But sadly, that's just not how it works. Don't say this AM, the only one not play this weekend was Cram. That's what he said, yeah. But that includes all the group stage games against all the open teams, open teams playing against other open teams that we didn't get to see, right? So is it possible that like a team in Brazil of like 5 people signed up, they've never really played Pokemon Unite, or maybe they played a little bit and they signed up for fun and they just played their fun Pokemon, right? That could have happened. It is wild for sure, but I'm not that surprised. Like, I think some of the more ridiculous picks, I think you would want to look at day 2 and 3 stats if you want to get a better idea of like what the state of the balance is like. Gengar was on stream? Maybe, but there's like, you know, where's the T-Tar getting picked? Where's Duraludon getting picked? Stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, that's what happened at NAIC, right? There were literally teams that barely have played Unite. Like a group of 5 friends. They're like, oh, we can all get in town for this tournament. Why don't we just sign up? Right? It's cool. We'll get to play for fun. Right? Those people aren't like people that have like flow charted out draft. They just lock in their Pokemon. Weird that all Pokemon to be played, it would be Cram. I think it's just funny that it's not Cram. But statistically, it's not that unlikely that one Pokemon doesn't get played out of all of them, right? Not that out of the ordinary, I think.
Welcome back to Pokemon
Oh, look, it's the Ferris wheel. Yeah, well.
LAIC, São Paulo, Brazil.
I watch ACL. I didn't
Jen,
watch
Joyce
much.
is with me, and we are
I
gonna
heard
be
there's some
casting
crazy stuff happening in ACL,
for
so
you, the final semi-final of
I'd have to watch to really know what's going on. Heard there were teams playing XP Share Zeraora,
in a semi-final
Jungle,
single elimination
Mammothline.
position. The winner of this goes on to play in Pokemon Unite's first ever championship Sunday. The loser will finish in a top 4 spot, still a respectable spot, but I think if you asked either of those teams, neither of them are considering that as a viable option.
No.
You gotta go to that grand final and try
Yeah, I
to
heard
compete
Azu got
against,
picked.
a world-class Luminosity Gaming.
Exactly.
Azu, I don't think it's bad. It's just
Finals, and it's no surprise to
I think there are a lot of times there's a better pick.
Got that run through this
But Azu can
bracket of
definitely
single
work.
elimination the way they did, a 3-0. You know, it's just the power that they have, but it also just wards whatever these two teams, whoever wins in the semifinals, will face on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, these two teams we've got in front of us are incredible. We have
Does it work with Helping Hand? It does work with Helping Hand, yeah.
and we're going to hear from both of them as we have an interview on stage with the content cowboy himself. Take it away, Spraggles.
Yeah, okay.
Yo, it's Chris with the raid. Bro, I was thinking of raiding Chris. What the heck? I'm tired too. Okay, I guess we're staying to watching the last game.
For Brazil,
thanks for the raid, man.
to the grand finals.
Hi, everyone.
Start with Plaga, an incredible team.
You've been watching esports for 16 hours? Okay, you get a break. You get a break.
How do you feel about going
You got me
up
beat.
against Brazil's last shot here at LAIC?
¿Cómo se sienten al ir contra Brasil en la última oportunidad que tienen en este
What's up, everyone?
Motivados y felices porque se han dado las cosas. La verdad es que me siento inspirado.
Super happy, super shocked for this.
Amazing. And of course, Lel, I have to ask you, one last chance for Brazil. How does it feel to have this entire arena cheering for you?
Léo, essa é a última chance do Brasil. Como você se sente sabendo que tá
Double it and give it to the
todo mundo
next
aqui torcendo
person.
por
True.
você?
Alright. Let's focus up for the last set then. Reminder
amazing.
nouns lost with Exodia.com. Are you rubbing it into me, bro?
I know this audience.
I'm not on that team.
Give it up for these two teams right now. These are your semifinals. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Spraggles, for getting some thoughts from the teams. And yeah, I think it's what we could all expect. So excited to be competing in front of a local crowd in terms of the Brazil team, but Praga stepping up to the plate, very excited to compete against this very team that's on a hot streak.
Yes, they are. That was such a
All right.
best of 3 that
Focus up, focus up, guys.
That Tuesday took down Nouns Esports. You
What's up,
heard
ball
it
sack
here.
repair, man?
Brazil taking down EU's only team.
Haven't gotten to say that name in a minute.
Yeah.
And it was a banger of a Game 3.
One of the most incredible Pokemon Unite matches that I think both you and I have ever had the pleasure to cast. I mean, I was having so much fun. You can imagine how much fun Soap was having with the results of that matchup. And we are going to be looking at yet another showcase of these talents from South America. Obviously from 2 different regions, but teams that have played against each other before in scrimmages, of course, and practice.
Scrimmages?
But now
I love it when Zoinks uses the bigger words. Scrimmages.
championship is on the line here.
What Pro Unite teams did I play on? I played on a couple of them.
Potentially a trip all the way to Japan that we are competing over. But I think right now, the only thing occupying our players' minds are what is exactly in front of them. A best of 5 against one of the best teams from their respective regions.
Yeah, let them know looking strong.
Why I didn't get the invite? They wanted me to stay home to be able to make streams for you guys, you know?
Just the same level, I would say, that Tuesday has been performing.
Right.
So this is not unbalanced at all. It's just the highest level, breaking the glass ceiling for both of these teams that they need to get there. But we know that the Brazilian crowd is just going to add that extra little bit of encouragement to Tuesday Esports.
Yeah, Praga might be playing a 5 versus 6 out there on the battlefield the way it feels sometimes, but I'm sure there is some Praga supporters out there in the crowd as well. I think we saw some of them vlogging before this matchup was even set up, so I know the energy is going to be there.
Yeah, I have to look over you guys.
I mean, and we were talking about is what is this matchup going to look like? Is it an underdog story for one team? Is it an even matchup?
All right, while we wait, let's open up a pack.
But I think what proves that even further is the accolades in this tournament that these teams have achieved. They're both giant slayers. I mean, 2Z Esports knocking down Nouns like we already talked about, and then before that, it feels like we're forgetting a little bit of recency bias.
Nothing.
Praga knocked out Fusion of this same event. I mean, these teams have proved that
Where's my Stormy EX at?
absolutely anyone. So now it's unstoppable force versus immovable object time.
Yeah, yes, it is. And to be fair, I think
I have one more. I have one more.
they're going to have equal power. And
Why is everyone asking the same question? That's just how it is. People are curious.
It's not going to 3-0. It's going to a game 5.
I know. Oh,
Dog water
so
packs.
Exciting. We talked about a few teams in this bracket who we have
These
kind of
packs
criticized
suck.
their draft decisions by being a little bit straightforward and similar. That criticism is not.
Oh, maybe I got your wonder pick. I could check.
All. I mean, we watched the Clefable Blissey core win.
That Clefable Blissey comp was insane.
2Z Esports to this position. So the creativity in the draft mode will be excellent, and we know the gameplay and mechanics are going to be there to back it up as well. So we are truly in for a best of 5 treat, a chance at Championship Sunday. Again, I keep saying it, the first time ever that Pokemon Unite will be showcased on a Championship Sunday. You want to be the first one to have your face on that card.
Oh, yes, 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 yes. And of course, because
Wonder
this
pick is a scam.
not just the first time for Championship Sunday for Unite, the first time for Unite in LAIC in general. In Brazil, this means everything to 2Z Esports.
Wonder pick's a scam made by scammers.
Everybody at home rooting for this squad, but Plaga, as you said, just showing a lot of resilience and so much willpower to take down the giants of Fusion that, to be honest, including with Luminosity, Nouns, and DreamMax, we're on my top 4.
I know, yeah, we're getting down. It's very exciting. Let's hone in on these two rosters, though, a little bit and how they like to play. I think the first matchup between these rosters that I want to talk about is going to be the tank matchup. I think we are going to see some very, very interesting stuff. Kira on Praga has showcased that they are potentially a top in the world level defender.
Look, my game crashed.
You give them,
Oh well, whatever.
on the Trevin and things like that, but Salto is
Built-in ad?
and I think the most
No, the built-in ad is a Red Magic 9S Pro, the world's best gaming phone.
A lot of Mamo, a lot of Trevenant, and then even Snorlax. So there is going to be very similar strategies, which might lead to a very aggressive draft, trying to take enemy Pokemon away in this exact screen as we get into the draft of game number 1.
Yes, we do. And
All right, let's take a look at this draft, guys. Umbreon banned out from Tuzzy from one pick. Not obviously a good option there. Plaga, now that Umbreon's banned, Plaga has the opportunity to ban out Miraidon. They could also ban Blaziken, which Fob was looking clean on the Blaziken, right?
Now I was questioning if the Miraidon was going to potentially be a ban choice, especially with how Jean Deco has been playing so far this tournament.
Is Ender playing? Yep, I'm playing right now. Blissey first pick, also really strong. Blissey first pick lets them go down a Mewtwo line or a normal Blissey line. Lots of different options for them. Miraidon has to be picked away here, and I like the Miraidon Mimikyu. Two really strong Pokemon. Mimikyu, a Pokemon that can, you know, answer the Miraidon as well throughout the game. And now Tuzzy, they can go down their Greedent, right? They've been playing a lot of Greedent. They had a lot of success with it. In Brazil, a lot of these teams, they have like a similar kind of formula in that they really like having a defender on their top side, right? For some of the other teams like DreamMax, we saw them utilize Blastoise in that spot, where they would play Spin Pump Blastoise. And for Tuzzy, we've seen them do a lot of Greedent.
A lot of success from this player on this Pokemon, but that Glaceon might be the stuff of nightmares. Darkrai's banned, but Glaceon
The Slowbro picked away as well. I'm not too confident on that pick. They could go Mewtwo. Maybe they don't want to go down Mewtwo though this game. Then go Pika Intel. This looks almost like a Team YT kind of comp with the Pikachu double mage. I really don't like Tuzzy's comp here. I'm not a fan. I think the Intel pick is very, very good. I just don't like this Pikachu pick.
Yeah, We have the Pikachu on the side.
Is picking the same Pokemon all the time good? If you pick the good Pokemon, then it's good.
A little versatility that you can have with Thunder or going into Road Tackle, to be honest. We've seen
I don't think the Pika pick here alongside the Inteleon puts in a lot of work. Like now you've basically made it so that Greedent is your only backline access Pokemon. And I mean, you kind of have the snipe shots. If the Intel is on point with snipe shots, then their whole comp can work. But relying on your Intel player to hit his snipes is a dangerous play to game. Dangerous game to play.
So this feels like one of the first times that we've seen a good, honest front-to-back composition from both
right? Like I like the games where Fob is playing like Blaziken, Ceruledge, Mimikyu, like something a more traditional type of carry.
I mean, the healers have their work cut out for them in this matchup.
Espeon over Glaceon?
It's funny you mentioned that because
I don't think I would have won either, to be honest.
The play that we have that is not front to back includes the speedsters, right? Because they want to go for the flanks. We've seen plenty of Dodrio.
But Plaga, they've been big fans of the Glaceon.
Options are interesting, but when you go back to the basics, that front to back you mentioned,
Glaceon, the one thing Glaceon gives you is it gives you an auto attacker that also has like some mage kind of qualities, right? And those type of Pokemon are really good into Greedent. Greedent actually struggles against auto attack Pokemon. If you ever play a lot of Greedent in solo queue, you'll find Pokemon like Cinder and Greninja and Dragapult are really annoying because unless you get ahead and you bully them, they can actually just A-press you and kite you for a really long time, right? Obviously, if the Greedent's ahead and he just ults on their head, he'll one-shot them. But that's not how the game always gets played out. And Glaceon is no exception to that. The Glaceon keeps up in XP. It can just Ice Shard and do a whole bunch of damage to Greedent and then walk away with its Icicle Spears. So it's not a necessarily bad matchup, but it does make your early game a lot weaker.
As it turns into a 4v3 to Plaga, as they guarantee most of that. No, actually, we have
this full jungle Pikachu, huh? The level 5 Pikachu, they're giving all the farm to Pika. Interesting strategy, not something you see people do a whole lot. The Inteleon's moved up as well, so they're doing a late 4-man rotation.
A little bit late to the body zones.
Yeah, they'd slowly rotate to the top, but I mean, Max is going to go down as well. Lel kind of punished for body blocking a lot of the Icicle Shards in that early fight, and unfortunately,
Pika's going to find this KO. That's level 6. Double KO for Pika.
Response immediately. Fob on a total roll swap onto a Pikachu with the Volt Tackle.
I mean, if Pika gets level 9 for the first objective, it can't be bad, right?
Energy amplifier on Pikachu.
It's just Pikachu, you would rather have something else in the jungle and Pika would be fine in lane, but if he gets 9 for the first objective, it can't be that bad.
They want to be thunderstorming.
Yes, they do. Looking at the Icicle Spears here.
Honestly, Icicle Spear Glaceon is quite good into the enemy comp. Like, it's decent into Slowbro and Greedent and Blissey.
7-6 for both Pikachu and the Greedent as well on the side of Tuzi.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very even matchup, and I know there's not as many team fights as maybe we've been getting in matches past, but with these front-to-back compositions, that's what we're looking at. Both teams essentially playing a poke composition, but a Volt Tackle.
There's that Volt Tackle engage. Greedent finds the KO, but then you see how the Glaceon just has so much damage on the other side. Another Volt Tackle, but Pika's gonna go down now as well. And this is kind of the problem with Tuzzy's comp, right? Like, they don't really have anything to access the enemy backline Pokemon. Like, Glaceon gets to step up and just Icicle Spears for free. The only punishment he really has is if the Intel lands a snipe on him. And in that case, Intel's not even up top.
Top path, we have the Regieleki taken because of that push. The Plaga guaranteed taking that tier 1. Many of those knockouts.
Right, so Tuzzy is in a bit of a weird spot now. They have the top objective that they have to defend, which means that they have to sack the bottom objective at the same time. Intel doesn't land the sniper there, but he gets his on the second side. And now Plaga, they have enough space to come to the bottom objective. They don't have a great secure, but they can zone out the enemy secure. Pika has position in the bush though, with his Unite move, Energy Amp as well. Big ult from the Pika, takes down the Mimikyu. Miraidon ult though does too much damage in return, and now the Miraidon has his charge beam back up. and burn them down. And another really awful engagement on the side of Tuzzy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of how Tuzzy set this draft up for themselves. It's really just the Pikachu that I don't understand.
Everything that Tuesday Esports wants to do, they have such a lack of engage on their team outside of this greed and maybe a kind of a greedy check button slow bro play. Tuesday Esports is going to have a hard time finding the front door.
We want to see Fob on anything else, right? Sarah Ledge, if Blaze is banned, Mimikyu, if Mimikyu's not available, even Garchomp or any kind of melee.
Tuesday finds themselves in a little bit of a wave of calm, and they can try to get that EXP back that you mentioned they need as well.
Yeah, we've now hit the midway point of the match, so Unite moves are going to be available for basically every Pokemon at next big at the team fight.
Raymond, Darkrai, Miraidon ban for every game second team? Not necessarily, because then you just give that first pick team Umbreon and you don't get much in return.
By Soto on this slow bro. One of the best things you can do as a defender in the Mimikyu matchup is always be in front of them so the Shadow Sneak cannot hit your back line. Great coverage by Soto, but at first miss, it'll be Blissey picking it up and trapping it from behind.
Big Wood Hammer engage from the tree.
And it's going to do so much work for Plaga, but you still have your Bliss
Bliss assistance onto the Glace, but there's not enough damage to take him down. And Intel's trying to fight. He's going to be able to win the 1v1 into Elb. But he's the only one alive. He's just being forced to run away. Yeah, I think he had to look for like a no-scope on that Miraidon.
Yeah, that will be their fight win. I mean, a lot of trades both ways, so the experience is going to get a little wild, but definitely the objective and scoring pressure are in the hands of Plaga. So, great push by them, and this could be walking towards tier 2, but again, they don't have a lot of pushing pressure. I was talking about Tuesday Esports composition not having a lot of engage. Same could be true by Plaga, but they made up for it with an amazing rotation.
All right, I mean, Bob is big on the Pika, but
you don't need to find the front door when
like it's a Pikachu, right?
You do have keys, and you have full X's, completely unlimited there, Plaga. I literally just saw that Horn Leech coming through, and I was like, yes, this is how it turns it around. And it
3.5 minutes left. Fuzzy's not fully out of the game yet, right? One good snipe shot, and they can come back. Slow beam onto the Glace. Glace is down. Snipe landed on the Miraidon in the backline as well. Miraidon's really low. Can the Green find a KO with the Inteleon and Mimikyu? They do. They need to keep pushing, keep pushing. We'll tackle into snipe shot. We'll tackle into snipe shot. We didn't get the KO on Tree. He's down. All right, next full tackle. If our Pika isn't dead. Okay, Pika managed to live just barely. Con Spore is not going to get there in time. Intel does go down on the bottom side though. Good XP though, good XP.
It was absolutely crushing it in that fight, but they get to the goal zone and the pressure that Tuesday's been feeling up until this point of the game,
and that's a good comeback for Cuzzy, right? Like they didn't get a pad push off of it, which is a little unfortunate, but they did get some like well-needed KOs. Greedent level 13, Greedent might even be level 14 for this end game. Glaceon's definitely going to be level 14. Again, like they need to use their single target lockdown into a snipe shot, right? And then get a really good Blissey ult to either, honestly, like I'm down to Blissey ult the Pikachu in these fights and have the Pikachu 1v5. If not, it's just going to be used on our Inteleon to be able to A press down the other team. But yeah, we need to be explosive if we're Tuzzy. Good snipe shot. We need to just go. We landed a snipe. We can't let them just regen to full. Miraidon passive is on cooldown now too. Just go. We need to just go. We need to go. Shadow Sneak just missed. Any moment now. Okay. We found a slow beam onto the Eld. Eld's gonna go down without Unite. Pika Unite catches the Volt Tackle on the Unite move on the Glaceon as well. There's a Miraidon Unite in the back, but Puzzy's still alive. Bliss Assistance gets used on the Slowbro. I think a little misfire there, but that's okay. They need to get a couple more KOs and end the game here. Miraidon needs to go down, and the tree needs to get off of our Inteleon. We can't let the tree win any more time. Bring down the tree and hit the Ray. Hit the Ray. Eld has a Unite move to try to make a lucky steal happen, but we'll see. He has to block the snipe. No. Inteleon gets it. All right, and Tuzzy, nice comeback in the end there.
With a real tough time in the early game, have found a way to come back.
Easy.
Problem is the Eldegoss was in vision and let himself get slow ulted in that case, right? The best target, honestly, for Tuzzy is the enemy Eldegoss, right? If anyone else gets ulted, the Eld can Eld can save them. Right? If like at that point, Plaga just needed to also understand the fight's about to start.
Yeah, this is the win condition that we talked about for 2Z Esports composition. Was the secures Inteleon a lot better than anything that Plaga had on the table. A great slow beam engaged from Soto.
GG game everyone, but it's a best of 5. They can still come back. The hometown, like the home crowd definitely makes a difference, by the way, right? Like having the crowd cheer when you do something good and quiet when the other team says something good. Like you might think it's like a meme or it doesn't make a difference, but literally in all professional sports, like the average win rate on your home turf is higher than when you're away. It's because just being comfortable is good. Having fans cheer for you is good. And Fuzzy has the home crowd advantage right now.
Class attacker player. I mean, we've seen them dominate regional tournaments and world championship games on Mew and things like Inteleon themselves. So to see them on a brand new powerhouse attacker, I think comes at very little surprise. But this is one of those big team fight moments that 2Z.
Why haven't we seen Clef much in the tourney? Just the other, like, unless you're going double support, like the other support options are just better. Could I hear the crowd at NAIC? For sure. We could. The crowd was roaring at NAIC. Like we have like white noise in ears to be able to like try to cut out a bit of the sound. But like I could tell you, like we could, when we play at NAIC, even though it's an NA team versus an NA team, it definitely felt like we were the home team there.
This is the wrong name.
And it helps.
On the screen. Is it?
Yeah, no, I believe this is Max.
The Max is the gradient.
Their in-game name slightly different, but no, this is the correct player.
Oh
so
yeah,
Max
Z,
on
Max
this
Z.
gradient. Yeah, Max on the gradient with 96,000 damage taken, which is our defender stat line, which I think is so funny. I mean, a gradient.
Almost 100k damage on gradient though. Definitely clean.
Covet Belch style of play is to make sure that you are pushing and constantly annoying the enemy.
That was a really solid fight.
Hit you with a whole lot of hurt. That's where the Aos Kuki and Focus Band.
Annoying is the white noise. You get used to it almost instantly. Like it's annoying when you put it on and then it's like you don't even hear it. Oh, that was damage taken, not dealt. Oh, okay. I was gonna say if you did 100k damage on Greed in a tourney game, like that's impressive. Taking 100k much less impressive.
Starting off with the slow bro play as well on the slow beam, and that's what we were mentioning. The fact that Miraidon was just so isolated because first you had Eldegoss going down, and then second, I think it was one of the other frontliners, and you couldn't do anything if you were Plaga to try and have Miraidon doing damage. So that was so well executed by 2Z.
Yeah, team fights in the first couple of minutes are the whole reason that you draft Eldegoss in the first place. That auto attack damage in the early game and its Unite move is game changing in team fights. But if you have the opportunity to eliminate that Pokemon immediately, you're gonna take it. So amazing call by Saotao to take that slow beam call out and immediately grab a Pokemon that was otherwise out of position and totally shift that team fight in their favor. There were a few times where I felt like Praga could technically turn things around. I mean, Kira was lasting quite a long time on the Trevenant, knocking out a couple of Pokemon. But
if you're
right now, it's feeling
Praga
like
now, I don't think you really change your draft too much.
The hero arc, we are ascending to Pokemon.
Like they played fine, right?
Sunday is the goal.
And
we have on the horizon, and the Brazil crowd.
I think Tuzzy had a good Ray fight, but it doesn't mean like the draft was really their favorite. I still think the draft was weird despite the result.
Already feels so dang good. Now,
But okay, Plaga gives first pick back over to Tuzzy.
Okay, electing for the orange side. Not too worried about their bans. I think this is probably a deny the Maridon strategy. I think that is what Plaga wants to lean into. Last time in this position, Tuesday Esports was picking up the Belissi with that first pick. We'll see if that happens
similar
again.
bans.
Otherwise, it is going to be that Blaziken repeat.
Let's see, probably first pick.
About that. And honestly, with how the first 8 minutes
I think Plaga should still Maridon here. But they could go like Maridon Leafeon.
Lel going to pick up the Belissi with this.
They go Maridon Mimikyu again. I think that opener was fine.
And we're gonna keep
Yeah, I think this opener was fine by them. This is where Tuzzy went Greedent, and they have been going Greedent. They could go Mewtwo line. There's a Greedent. Greedent Pro. So same opener for both sides so far. No changes whatsoever.
We also know that Plaga just headed up there for most of the game as well.
Right.
Kira's gonna pick Tree again, and they're gonna go Elg. So literally, not a single Pokemon has changed in the draft yet. These 7 Pokemon were picked in the same order by both teams. Are they just gonna run it back? Tuzzy's gonna do Pika Intel again?
This is where I
The intel was necessary. The Pika did all right.
Counterpick the Glaceon away from Jax, which has been an iconic pick for them throughout our
The
tournament.
intel also preemptively counters the Glaceon if they want to pick it. The Glace, I think, might be too tough to play into this intel.
Is happening right now in front of us. Plaga with their final pick.
Okay.
Glaceon, have to imagine that'll be happening again, which will be an identical draft for our game number 2.
Mirror matchup is what we call it, and it's very interesting considering both teams are just considering we did well. Plaga had the lead. Tuesday, we did well. We got it back.
Right.
We got the win. So
Okay, I mean, it's literally the same draft back to back.
differently for both sides. That could change the pace of it all because Plaga had it well in the beginning, but then just fumbled the ball a little bit.
Yeah, I think Texas is going to play a little bit safer against a defender the caliber
I mean,
of South.
honestly, like,
I really do think you
Plaga was doing well game 1. The only difference was that they lost a Ray fight, and Tuzzy won the game, so it's fine.
There's any changes that need to be made. I like this 4-player rotation.
I guess both of them are happy with the draft.
Especially with Kira's Trevenant. Even if there's still that Phantom, you saw them be a relevant factor at that first showing. I do think if Plaga wants to, kind of tune up any moments throughout their match, it is slowing down Max's Greedent a little bit, which has been devastating for teams to deal with, and Max has been absolutely popping off with that Pokemon. So I think we're going to see a lot of good Greedent play 2 games in a row.
Yes, we will, and it's so interesting as well because into LAIC, I
Hard winning until the peak all at 330. I mean, I wouldn't say it was like hard winning for either side, but they were looking a lot better, yeah.
To be honest, I appreciate that Balthus is doing so much damage right now, and the usual
I like that transition that they do, that's cool. Alright, Fob, Pika Jungle again. Maybe the Pika Jungle, maybe the tech is strong, who knows?
Yeah, let's run it back. Let's see if the results will be different. Something definition of insanity, who knows? But we are headed into
They're gonna do a jungle split again. Give him right on the blue buff, so he can have a good time in the bot lane. Eld's gonna take the red buff on the top side to be able to harass the enemies with his auto attacks. Glaceon's level 4 has Icicle Spears at least. And the Pika's also 1 buff ganking this time. Pika's getting low. Eject finds the Pika gank this time. The Pika did something a little different, but still ended up taking way too much damage. Much different early game already.
Yeah, that's a tough one to lose too. I mean, losing the Pikachu because of the
this alone makes it so that the Mimikyu is going to be level 5 before the bees, with some stacks as well. Right, having Shadow Claw for first bees is really, really, really good.
Not to mention the X speed was already used by Max in that first little interaction on the contestable ball toy.
Right now, I mean, now they just walk forward. They did take too much damage, so it's fine.
Well, bot side has been just a little bit quieter, and interestingly enough, we didn't see that 4-person rotation from Plaga just like game 1.
Yeah, I think they wanted to get a little bit more experience on Kira. Looking at the levels in the bottom path, I think it's been going great for 2Z Esports. I think Jean Deco's Inteleon is going to be fast approaching. On the other hand, Maridon only at level 5. Donlux hunting for those level 7
Gradient is struggling to get his levels out though. Right? You don't normally want to be a Squobit at this point. You really, like as Gradient, you really want to be 5 for the first Bs, if not right after the first Bs. Because that's your prime time to start invading with Covet. But, okay, we have it now. Still a little too weak though. Maridon on 1 HP. Maybe Plaga looks to push now. It's a tough push. Kira wasn't able to find the engage, but they're going to keep going. Glaceon has full Icicle Spears. Decent damage, but the Slowbro's up here. And I think that might be enough to send Plaga back. Nice stun from Kira, and Slowbro gets blown up actually. Inteleon's here with the snipe shot. Looks for the Eldegoss. Doesn't find it there. Misses another snipe onto the tree. This time he has a Voltaic to help line it up. Snipe gets on the Elves, not able to pick up the KO, but is getting good chip. Mimikyu gets the engage though. Blissy's gonna be on 1 after Pika goes down. And again, I mean, the Glaceon does have a pretty free time to be able to stack up its spears. The only danger it really has is the Inteleon snipes. But if Mimikyu is doing well, then that's good. That snipe shot does hurt. A nice block on the snipe so that they can clear the objective. Kira finds the engage on the back. Glaceon unite, charge forward. And they've got 17 on the Eld with a nice over from the Glaceon on top.
Huge for Plaga now on 109 to 43. Rotation that comes from the orange team just as well, going into the actual, not going for bottom Reggie, and actually going for a full-on push on tier 2.
Yeah, 2Z Esports are going to split because of this. We're going to have the Gradient into the enemy.
What happened topside? 2Z just didn't send people top. Plaga just kept pushing, I guess. The Brazilian team, I think they just didn't expect that they might just keep pushing. Shadow, I doubt he takes the Shadow Sneak.
Still consider that fight worth it.
It feels like the same strategy that you had there for Plaga on game 1
but
remains
honestly, the trade's not even that bad, right? 2Z got this break the bottom tier 1, and they're gonna get the bottom objective. I don't even think that was good for Plaga.
So for them, at least, they guarantee a trade of objectives overall, but their zones, they were exposed. Although they also did that to the side of Plaga. In the bot side, just the amount that was dealt there with the 174 is just, well, 72 more.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice Woodhammer, but he's got Covet. Unless he doesn't get the Covet off in between the Horn Leeches. And Bliss Assistance being wasted on the Gradient. That's not good for their chances to defend this bottom pad. There's a Maridon Unite, Glaceon Unite, and Tree Unite all ready to go for this bottom push. Eldegoss doesn't get bursted down in its ult, has that Eldegoss ult, gets the healing on their Glaceon as well. Elt's gonna end up going down. Nice little eject combo from Kira. 4-man stun off the Unite move as well, but it's not quite enough. There's a Gradient ult on the back as well. Maridon lives on literally 1 HP, half of an HP.
I can't believe it. I mean, I was about to start criticizing the whole point of Donlux sticking around and backing up Kira, but they're both walking away from this.
Plaga's playing this so well.
An eject button with that charge beam gets so much damage, and wow, what a team fight there for Praga. Now, so let's talk a moment about how we get here into a battlefield like this, where the identical compositions from game 1 to game 2, and honestly feels a little bit like confirmation bias. Praga saying, we don't need to change anything. Our early game was dynamite. We were winning, and then 2C Esports won, so they're like, we don't need to change anything. And honestly, I don't really know if I believe it in the way of 2Z Esports, but they are still in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, 2Z sticked it in the game. The problem, right, the problem with Plaga's comp, which happened last game as well, is like, what do they do when the snipe shots start coming out, right? Like, they don't have like a great hard engage unless Shadow Sneak gets on someone, or if Kira finds a demon engage. And they also don't have like a whole lot of protection against the poke. Eld is nice, but it's not everything. And here it is, 2Z's now. They have the aggression, the Gradient. You know what this reminds me of? What Tuesday's comp reminds me of? It reminds me of Season 1 Nemesis, if you guys kind of remember. Where Yeet Fan would play Decidueye and Art would be on Greedent. And then you'd have like Trainer in the back just playing whatever. Right? The Greedent causes a bunch of chaos and the Sniper finds some snipes. And it makes it so that the enemy team can't pull Ray because there's a Sniper and a Greedent. But it also means that they can't just take a scrappy fight because Greedent does so well in those.
But now 2Z Sports is feeling mighty confident.
And whatever, aka Greninja. I mean, literally whatever.
Skills in that team.
But yeah, I mean, Trainer Blade, Greninja, but you could play anything in that spot. Right?
On the snapshots from
It's mostly like Greedent plus a Sniper.
One might say, going down
The idea is like having a Greedent and having a Sniper.
Yeah, this is going to be a really difficult one for 2Z Esports to play. They basically have to give it up, even more so now, as their support will go down. Honestly, not a huge plan at all. You actually want to get knocked out in that situation as the Blissey. You only have 30 seconds into the
The
final.
Blissey's going to be able to farm his ult back. Snipe shot, ooh, they have to be better. I feel like they're not doing a great job lining up their snipe shots. And I mean, there you go, finally. Now, Tuzzy's going to do the same thing. Explosive ults, use everything. We already took down the Glaceon. There's the Greedent as well. Greedent's going to cause so much chaos in the back. As long as Inteleon stays alive, they should be fine here. They took down the Mimikyu, but now Glaceon's back alive. Big engage from Tree. Kira's keeping the team back alive. But this Regieleki is doing so much damage in this fight.
No shot. Unbelievable. I should say straight shot. As Inteleon is
All right, that was an insane snipe.
Two Pokemon down. That Mimikyu going down earlier on in that fight is now going to make 2Z Esports.
Can you find another one? Not quite. Mimikyu is coming back alive though. Tuzzy's still behind in points.
If they can make this dive happen now, it'd be huge. But they're electing to get Fall the Thunderstorm back, sending the Pikachu into their own central area to farm and get some EXP. Fall really needs to get this Thunderstorm. They got the energy amplifier. It should come quick.
So they're trying to farm the Pika ult back up to make one last fight. Mimikyu has a really good position though. Look at the Mimikyu from the top side. He catches the Inteleon. He's on the Inteleon. Bless Assistance is there though. The Mimikyu pops instantly. Now the Pika ult's back as well. Pika does a lot of damage, but Inteleon's popping off. He's got a Chaos Trigger too. Glaceon's trying to output the damage, but it just isn't enough. He's gonna get sniped down as well. Only Miraidon's left. And now Greedent's chasing down the Miraidon. Tuzzy's gonna be able to burn down Ray. And another game where Tuzzy's just losing all game long, but at Ray. And in the final moments, the snipe shots are just full clutch.
Snipe shot that we have ever seen. Also, I'm looking at the player camps. It's the funniest thing on earth to see Lel going calm down. Of all players, maybe the best pop-offs we've ever had in recorded Pokemon Unite history. We're going to want to be like, guys, we got this. We got this. But John Deco,
There's a Ray, there's a way. I mean, they're playing the Ray fights well, right?
Call out that Mimikyu play, so that you said they didn't get much use out of. They found the Inteleon with the Shadow Sneak, and Lel, frame one, Blissey Unite moves that Inteleon.
That was a really good ult, for sure.
On this Pokemon, and it pays off huge. John Deco walks away with 3, Max with 2.
But this game kind of just looked like a repeat of game number 1.
Is up 2.
Oh, this is match point for 2Z Esports and the chance for Brazil to be on Championship Sunday for LAIC 2020.
Brazil's hopes stay alive, 2-0.
This is a historical moment of Pokemon Unite, and Zoinks,
The home crowd is helping, right? Like having the home crowd at Ray and then in the last final moments. I think Plaga needs to change things up.
It feels like the power of the energy and the aura is with
Plaga needs to change things up.
I mean, another great start.
The Glaceon, like, it's not working for them, right? They're actually just losing to Intel at this point. Right? I don't think the comps are actually the problem. Like, I don't think the draft is actually an issue. But if you lose to the same comp 2 games in a row, just change it up. Right? Like, the enemy team is like really comfortable with what they're playing too.
Maybe things change, but that is such a tough coin flip to take in a final stretch moment like that.
High risk, high reward, and to be very honest, much
honestly, I would ban Greedent. Frick it. Take first pick, ban Greedent. I don't get this Greedent out of our face. This is all Tuzzy's been playing all day long. I know Greedent ban seems like a meme, but just make them play something else.
We also had Fall covering there. I didn't see the full tackle onto the Pikachu as well, so it was a full dive.
I think all the comps they want to play have green in it anyways.
It's just a shooting range for Inteleon lining up the enemy squads. What a play out there. LAIC, I hope you're enjoying our semifinals match as 2Z Esports is making it look good for the hometown crowd.
It's a heck
Don't want to play spin toys, they can play spin toys.
And everybody watching here,
I'm just saying, I think like sometimes when you're in draft, it's important for you to just like, instead of playing the draft optimally in terms of like every single pick that is working in the meta or whatever, like sometimes it's okay to just disrupt what the enemy team has working for them, right? Like I would either get rid of Blissey or get rid of Greedent, like just make them play something else, right? They're clearly way too comfortable on this. And when you're first pick, you get to ban some weird stuff. From second pick, you're kind of obligated to ban Darkrai, right? But from first pick, you get to ban the weird things.
Do not do that. To be very honest,
And I think the way that they're playing the game, the Greedent is opening up too much space for them.
deal with Phelps Pikachu because it was so incredibly powerful. You think of the Pikachu because of your usual idea. It's an attacker. Oh, it's just the previous. Okay, good, fun. Thanks, production. That's awesome.
Did they do the same draft 3 times in a row? Yeah, but
was so great, especially with the energy amplifier, right? And because you're running that Bloody Berry,
Green's playing Belch.
you're just making sure that everybody survives on top of having that Blissey, one of the best supporters right now.
Problem is like every time you like the Greedent basically is just getting vision for the sniper, and if you step up to hit the Greedent, you're making yourself vulnerable to the intel. It's not that the comp is unplayable into like it's impossible to play into it. It's just so comfortable for Plaga. I would just get rid of it, or the Blissey. Which is what they did, right? They got first pick. They banned the Blissey, ban Fob's Blaze as well. Make them play at least something else. All right, they got the 1P Umbreon, traded the Miraidon away for it. Now they're gonna take, I think there's a Hoopa ban, right?
Also very well targeted to Falcon. So
Is there a Hoopa ban?
is just popping off, but Jandeco,
I don't think there's a Hoopa ban. I don't know what the other thing Tuzzy banned. I don't think it's Hoopa though.
We're seeing a totally new draft, folks. Game 3.
So Blastoise, Eld.
Umbreon first pick from Kira, which
I mean, Tuzzy might still just Greedent here.
haven't really found that same spice in this matchup.
There's no Blissey for them to do the Mewtwo Y comp. There's the Greedent. They're gonna go Clef. They just want a Death Ball. They literally just want a Death Ball.
And Lel is back on the Clefable.
Oh, all right. Yeah, you have Blissey.
It looks like all Tuzzy wants to do is just run in. Run and gun. And see at the bottom, those aren't the bans. The bans are at the top. The graphics wrong on the bottom. The bans say that Umbreon got banned, but Umbreon got picked. So they're obviously wrong. If I could have a Unite move IRL, which would I have?
Ooh, that would be really interesting. It's a lot of poke damage. Both these teams do like that
Darkrai
strategy that you and I were talking about. So, but I mean, the Pikachu is good at
Don't
return
ask
to the
why.
battlefield. I do think the Clefable is most likely in response to how much Glaceon that we have seen. Glaceon is one of the best Pokemon in the entire game. When those compositions were really, really powerful, I'm thinking like EUIC a year ago was maybe where that composition
Clef over
was
Hoopa?
strongest.
I don't think it's necessarily better, but the way that they're playing, they just literally want to run and gun.
It's really great when you got an
And in that case, I mean, that's what Clef is good at. Is good at just full death balling.
Really try to fight fire with healing.
Yeah, you have a good amount of HP as well.
But as long as Plaga has like a good amount of adequate amount of anti-heal, should be fine.
If they are going for icy wind, you can just use gravity. So
Fuzzy's 2-0, yeah.
Exactly. You got lots of options to work with here. So we're going to be jumping into game 3 very soon. It's exciting to see a brand new draft between these two teams. I mean, we've been seeing the same thing, run it back twice, and I do think that it was on Praga to actually change things around in the first place, right? You know, you're down 2-0. You got to make some
Pause or technical issues, you missed them? Nah. I'm trying to go to sleep, bro.
All right, they're back. They're back.
I'm not afraid anymore.
To be fair, it just looked like what I see when I don't have my glasses on.
Yes.
Yeah, but also very spooky.
That is true. That is true. All right. Well, like we said, we are in a win or go home situation for 2Z Esports after 2 incredible games. And here we go. LAIC game number 3, 2Z Esports versus Plaga.
Match point for 2Z Esports to potentially lock
All right.
themselves into Championship Sunday of 2025.
Let's focus up on this game, guys.
In São Paulo, Brazil.
So top side is Green and Clef versus Blastoise, Eld, and Glaceon 1 buffing. Venusaur jungle. So other than the Miraidon, Tuzzy's early game is pretty weak. Like early laning phase is pretty weak. And looks like they're stepping up. If they get these scores, that's really big for Plaga. They do. I mean, this is the cost of your team having a jungler that can come out at 4 and the other having one that comes out at 5. And Venusaur level 5 jungler is not that threatening. But it's a similar kind of idea for Tuzzy, right? Like, they want to have their Venusaur, like, they want to have their Greedent get vision and then have a sniper in the back. So I don't know why they didn't just go Intel again, but it's fine. Clef is still not 4, and this is the problem with their comp, right? I mean, nice rotation from Plaga, even though the guy's gonna end up going down. A lot of, like, there's just way too weak early game. The pollen puff, support on support violence. That's focus band forced out on Greedent as well. And both tanks are just sitting in the bot lane. I mean, a lot of these drafts are pretty similar, all things considered, from last game.
From Max. So we are going to unlock the Covet moveset, so it can be a lot of movement and of course a lot of disruption available. This has been sort of the sleeper carry of this matchup so far. I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of game-changing moments from the Greedent, but everything always seems to start.
Here on the Umbreon this time.
Yeah, I would say so, because to be honest, I think we've seen quite a lot of whiffs.
Snarl.
Very valiant flop.
Yeah.
Venusaur, all the snipers are good into Glaceon, right? Glaceon steps up to auto attack the front line, and the snipers just have an easy time to be able to get big damage on the Glace. So the intel works fine. Desi Odyssey doesn't even work that poorly. Venusaur is solid. And now that the Clef has some experience, their early game should be a little bit better. Follow Me, also not a bad counter into Glaceon Icicle Spears. What you can do is when your teammates are getting attacked by Glaceon, or if you are, you can follow me in front of the Glaceon Icicle Spears and then use that shield to be able to tank a lot of that damage. Right? And then as long as you walk in front of the spears at some point, you reset the damage that it does to the same Pokemon. The sacking damage that it does as long as it's hitting the same Pokemon. Clef's gonna step up, but he should have Follow Me. That Follow Me is gonna keep him alive. As long as the Spears gets tanked, he's okay. But the Clef doesn't have a lot of stacks, so his healing doesn't actually look that potent. They're gonna Follow Me to try to catch out the Pika, and looks like they don't even have enough money to break this top pad. And I like how Tuzzy with the Clef, they actually all group up for the heals as well on top of each other. This push is going to be a little tough though now that the Blastoise is back here. They do have a Miraidon Unite, so it might not actually matter. Blast is going to go down to the Miraidon Unite, and they're going to try to make this push. Volt Tackle from the Pika, basically on Icicle Spears. And both teams are just trying to get this top pad off the map. Because the when especially, I mean, this is just the case in all games, but especially with these range Pokemon, getting the outer pads out of the game gives a team that has the pads up more map control, which is important for range Pokemon. So both of these teams going back and forth. Tuzzy's the one that's going to end up losing their pad. So that's a good win for Plaga.
surprised by Braga to get that top goal zone, but yeah, poor Lel at least has follow me this time and is able to dive away with a little bit of move speed as they
Yeah,
back down.
I don't mind the Pikachu pick into Clef and stuff like this, but you shouldn't be Electro Ball into their comp. This is such a good Thunder comp with Curse Incense. This is a Thunder Thunderbolt comp. You don't even go Volt Tackle here. You just go Thunder Thunderbolt when they group up on the Clef heals. Nice buddy barrier from the Eld to save the Pikachu on that slow brawl. The Venusaur just missed his beam though off his ult. The Pikachu's supposed to be dead, but good buddy barrier to keep him alive.
That Miraidon close by, you can still zone them out, Zoinks.
I cannot believe they didn't go down there. Slow Beam and Venusaur.
Yeah, that was that straight up buddy barrier diff. Glacial stage, he's trying to dodge the Miraidon damage, but it's just not enough. Venusaur's still going to end up going down. Umbreon in the backline being really annoying, but this Miraidon Pokemon is just not fair. Blast is in the bush, he has spin. He didn't lead with his Unite though, so now after he unites, he doesn't have his spin to follow it up. Right? You gotta think about your sequencing there. Like if you have the control in the bush, you should lead with your Unite as Blastoise and then go for the spin, if that's what your intention is in the fight. But it was enough to actually push away Tuzzy, and it means that Plaga can actually get this objective now. In the meantime, the Greedent, Max on the Greedent, is just stealing away enemy jungle, doing Greedent things. You know, and Plaga doesn't have perfect information, right? They don't know necessarily the Greedent's in their jungle. If they maybe knew that the Greedent was there and the Venus started to go top, maybe they would have pushed bot, but they don't have that kind of information. Benefit of doing spin after the Unite, because you can actually chase them down with the shield that you get from your Unite in your spin to damage them. If you spin first and then ult, out of your ult you have no damage left.
Look at the backup that actually comes out with the Vertinanger as well, and the beam, but it's going to be completely dodged by that scoring animation. The Carbon Cloud.
Nice engage from the Umbreon, good eject combo. Or good foul play combo, but it's just not enough. Green's gonna end up going down too though on the other side. And Slowbro gets Volt Tackled, Electro Ball, still not enough. Beam a little bit off the mark. But now Tuzzy wants to lead the way. The follow me into Beam, Chaos Trigger 3 for the Venusaur. Pika goes down as well, and they finally break this bottom pad. So now all outer goals for both teams have gone down. Point totals slightly favoring Plaga, but experience heavily favoring Tuzzy.
Now they can just move on to the top side, take that LAIC because it's still 30 seconds for Rayquaza. But it just looks like they're going to go for what you would expect with a wild Pokemon, recharging your gauges. You just use your Vertinanger, you gotta have it back, Falb.
Yeah, Venusaur needs its Unite move back because what's about to happen, a final stretch. Right now, 2Z Esports at 2.
Alright, so far the team that was winning going into Ray has lost. And again, Plaga score-wise is winning. But this time Tuzzy has a good experience lead too. Alright, so Greedent's gonna get things started. He's gonna take a lot of damage on his engage, but there's still a Clef in the back to keep him healthy. Rhydon passive does a lot of, like, gives them a lot of damage here. Slowbro's looking for the engage, finds it onto the enemy Umbreon, but not enough damage. Blastoise gets his Unite move off. Umbreon barely actually doesn't get their Moonlight Prance. Huge slam from the Greedent to be able to take down 2 people on the other team, and all 5 people from Plaga wiped down. And I think that might be it. Tuzzy might just have it. This Greedent honestly was putting in so much work, man. This Greedent Pokemon, like, I don't think Greedent necessarily is like a, you know, S tier Pokemon that has to be banned away, but like when you've lost 2 games and the Greedent is, in my opinion, the one setting up all the KOs, right? The Greedent's the one like making chaos in the fight. He's the one that's making it hard for, you know, you to be able to take these fights. Hold on, the game might not be over.
Oh my word,
This is
oh my word. Okay, thank you.
This is scary. They didn't score, and the pause just happened with the Clef and Vision.
Yeah, it's a difficult position. And right now, I actually think it's favoring Plaga. They were able to break a couple of Rayquaza shields already and force a very tough situation. Well had the Rayquaza shield hiding in that L bush because of
We've seen this one before.
Does reveal where they are, so it's going to be very difficult for Lel to arrive.
This guy in the crowd is not happy. You know what he just said? What a freaking joke, man. He said that. That's what he said. What a freaking joke, man.
Are ready to go, so hopefully it'll be a very quick pause, but this is going to be a very interesting end game. Reminder, Plaga needs to win
Remake.
to stop Tuesday Esports as they have the
Fuzzy who paused again?
right now.
What are you trying to say?
And we are going to be
You trying to insinuate something?
1 minute remains.
The action is on your screen. The shield is there for Lel as they're trying to score that Hundo Burger. Going over the
Oh, it's unpaused. It's unpaused. Clef's gonna lose his shield, but they got a score on the top side. They got one on the top side with Slowbro. All right. Now, 30 seconds left. Does Plaga have it in them to make this push happen? It's a tough push to make. But there's the Pico. Does he have the damage to take down Venusaur? Venusaur's on one. Venusaur's on one. Venusaur's gonna go down. Glaceon's trying to score. There's a Blastoise on the top side. Can Greedent make it there in time to stop his score? Greedent doesn't, but 30 isn't enough. I don't think 30 is enough for them to take the game back. Pico scored 8. Hold on, wait, these small scores, that might be it.
More scoring attempts. We have to wait until the final tracker.
Guys, did someone do the math?
To be incredibly close, but I do believe that it was still enough on the side of Tuzi. Let's wait for it. The camera is showing.
I think Tuzi got it.
Giving us a sneak peek. It is
okay.
Esports, your grand finalists. They're gonna be playing on championship.
All right, they made it to the finals.
And could they have made it?
What a pause though at the end there.
But Tuesday Esports is the one sitting. Tuesday Esports is the one sitting pretty as they are going to be moving.
All right, it's going to be Tuesday versus LG in the Grands.
This is the way that Brazil wanted LAIC with Pokemon Unite.
LG last played most of these Tuesday guys at Worlds, right? They were in the same group at Worlds. LG won that series 2-1, but it was an ugly series. Obviously, it's a different LG roster now. They only have, what, 2 people from that roster here? So it's not even fair to really call it the same team, to be honest. Like, it was LG as in Overlord and Otter role swap. So I wouldn't even consider them the same team at this point. Legacy is 4 out of 5 of Tuzzy, right? I think it's literally just Mazo off the team. And the others are all the same.
Tuesday Esports, they got one more team name on that bounty board.
A best of 5 is what's on that bounty board. It's a best of 5 tomorrow. Championship Sunday, the first one ever for Pokemon Unite on an international championship on an LAIC. Oh my God, this is everything that everybody could have wanted. That I could have wanted. The clutch on that last bit. Great push by Plaga to try and score it down. The way they melted those shields was just
3 out of 5? Okay, actually, Wolf and Mazo. Wolf and Mazo.
I mean, the entire
Bob, Leo, and Sudo. Bob, Lel, and Sudo, right? Yeah. No, I mean that's a pretty big part of the team together still.
On an unbelievable tear throughout this tournament.
All right, so tomorrow it's gonna be Grands. It's gonna be LG versus Tuzi, who we just saw play. It's gonna be a best of 5, no bracket reset. Do we know what time tomorrow? Let's take a look.
Who was able to dunk after Ray. I mean, team fights are great. You win the game by scoring. Southtown remembered.
Tomorrow should be later, a later start. I know I saw them tweet it at some point. We'll find it.
That is the prize, and the prize is being a part of the $500,000 prize pool. And I believe we have interview ready on the stage with Tuesday Esports. Take it away.
Somewhere here. It's somewhere here. There's one particular tweet that I saw.
All right, hello everybody. I'm up here on the big stage with Tuzi from Brazil.
But these guys are yappers.
Let's go!
There's like this one scheduled tweet I saw. Okay, we should be getting to it soon. Here it is. Oh, it's the same time?
against the former world champs, Luminosity Gaming. We're going to give
Oh, I guess we might be the first match of the day.
right now. Take it away.
We're probably the first match of the day. Cool. That's kind of hype. But yeah, same time tomorrow morning, 12 UTC, on the official Pokemon channel or on my channel. I'll be live. We'll do our coverage as well. But if you want to watch the official stream, it's going to be on twitch.tv/Pokemon. So that's hype.
And most importantly, he is promising you guys an absolutely fantastic finals game tomorrow, and you're not going to.
Or on the better channel. Yeah, Chris Heroes. Yep. All right, guys, I'm gonna hop off. I'm pretty tired. Thank you guys for watching. I'll be back again tomorrow. Catch this coverage, and then we'll be back starting Monday with our regularly scheduled solo queue programming. Thank you guys for hanging out as always. Appreciate all the new follows and all the new chatters. And yeah, let's have some fun tomorrow. Yeah, we'll make the video on Alteria's and stuff next week, but thanks for the reminder for sure. Thank you guys. All right, take care everyone.